In her previous life, she was deceived by the married scoundrel Zhang Hao, who concealed his marital history and drained her of everything, even using her last breath in the frozen apocalypse as reserves for himself and his wife. Jiang Yeye, filled with bone-deep hatred, is reborn with only 10 days remaining until the global freeze. Her ancestral silver bracelet transforms into a space worth 100,000, a healing spring that halts time. This time, she is determined to accomplish 2 tasks. To drain the scoundrel dry, she will exploit his fingerprints to secure a loan of 2 million, empty his home of gold bars and mitai, and seize his wife's property deed, leaving him in debt and homeless overnight. When unexpectedly encountering the mafia, who dare to rob her of her riches, she will not hesitate to retaliate and dismantle their lair. To hoard supplies, she will stack mountains of rice and flour in wholesale stores, and upon discovering frozen dumplings, her father's favorite, she will take an additional 30 boxes. In her last life, her father had been frozen into a statue by the extreme cold of the apocalypse. This time, she vows to protect him. As the temperature plunges to -70 and monstrous mutations emerge, Jiang Yeye is taken aback. This is not the end of the world she faced previously, but a new apocalypse filled with all manner of aberrations. Chapter 1. Rebirth ***. With a sharp crack, the sound of bones breaking pierces the silence. The pain is unbearable. An unimaginable agony engulfs Jiang Yeye's nerves like a tsunami sweeping through her entire being. This is no illusion but a brutal reality inflicted upon her. At this moment, she is pinned to a cold table by several muscular men. A cold knife cruelly slices through her remaining left leg. In this world devoid of humanity and rife with scarcity, she is merely a piece of meat awaiting slaughter. As she hovers on the brink of death, a familiar voice cuts through the chaos, filled with a nauseating urgency. I brought her here. If you consume her, we must have our share. It is Zhang Hao, the man she once loved, now greedily watching her with his wife and children, ready to barter her life for their own survival. It is he, this beast clad in human skin, who concealed his marriage, robbed her of her wealth, and led her into this hell, subjecting her to endless humiliation before her tragic demise. Jiang Yeye gazes at him, her eyes brimming with hatred and regret. She can only blame herself for being too naive and kind-hearted, for believing his tales of his wife and children starving, and thus becoming someone else's reserves in this world of despair. How she longs for a second chance. This time, she will trust no one and live solely for herself. Soon, darkness envelopes her, and she loses consciousness. Pain? Such pain. Why does death not bring relief from suffering? The piercing agony, especially in her stomach, burns fiercely. Muffled voices penetrate her ears. She must have in 4. Gastric lavage severely damages the gastric mucosa, and without replenishment, the risks of bleeding and ulcers are high. Doctor, it's really unnecessary. We can take her home to receive fluids. There are pressing matters at home. You young people, always courting death. Is taking medication a joke? Life is precious. Yes, we will be cautious and take good care of her. Yeye, are you feeling any better? You scared me to death. No matter the issue, you mustn't take medication. The doctor said we were lucky to bring you in on time. Even a moment later, Jiang Yeye struggles to lift her heavy eyelids. As her vision focuses, a handsome face filled with concern comes into view, Zhang Hao. In an instant, all memories flood back like a dam bursting, bringing with them images of hellish torment and profound hatred, betrayal, humiliation, the cold sensation of being pinned on a chopping board, the dull thud of a knife striking bone, and Zhang Hao's grotesque visage, selling her out to save himself. Along with that heart-wrenching, soul-piercing pain. Have I truly been reborn? Am I back to, just after the gastric lavage? Fighting against the overwhelming weakness and stomach pain, she fixes her cold, unfeeling gaze upon the incessantly chattering Zhang Hao, like a needle laced with poison. Zhang Hao feels a chill run down his spine under her piercing gaze, instinctively falling silent, only to quickly don a mask of deep affection. Naya, please don't be angry. I swear I will listen to you from now on. I have no feelings for that woman. It was all arranged by my family. His insincere words buzz in her ears.
Kill him. Now.
End this wretched man's life. The beast within her roars in fury. Yet, her body feels as limp as a puddle of mud, lacking even the strength to raise a finger. At that moment, a doctor enters, frowning. Are you sure you don't need fluids? Emergency beds are scarce. If treatment is not needed, please vacate the bed for other patients in need. Fluids? Jiang Ye's muddled mind seizes upon this critical term. In her previous life, she had listened to Zhang Hao's lies and refused fluids, resulting in severe gastric issues. In the wake of the apocalypse, while hiding in that cold rental, even after finding food, she was often tormented by excruciating stomach pain. "Doctor, I want fluids," she declares, her voice hoarse and dry yet resolute. The doctor visibly relaxes. That's the right choice. After gastric lavage, replenishing fluids is essential to protect the gastric mucosa. Xiao Zhang, look how sensible your girlfriend is. Quickly, arrange for a nurse to transfer her to the adjacent room for 4 fluids. A nurse soon arrives, transferring the weak Jiang Ye to a nearby room, and the cold liquid flows slowly into her veins. After a while, a faint sense of strength begins to blossom within her limbs. "Yeah, the doctors tend to overreact." Zhang Hao leans in, his tone dripping with feigned concern. "When we get home, I'll make the best stomach-nourishing soup for you. It's far more effective than this for. I truly fear the needle will hurt you." Jiang Ye closes her eyes, taking a deep breath to suppress the surging nausea and murderous intent. When she opens them again, her gaze is as frigid as a deep pool. "Be silent. I will pay for myself. Now, vanish from my sight, at once." "Yeah, it's not that I'm concerned about the money. I just... get lost," she roars with all her strength. Zhang Hao, startled by her sudden outburst, flickers with a barely perceptible malice before donning an expression of resignation. All right, don't be agitated. I'll go fetch you some porridge. Calm down, and don't let yourself get too upset." He swiftly exits the room. At last, she is left alone. She savors the warmth of the surroundings.
The air
is warm, tinged with the scent of disinfectant. There is no bone-chilling cold that freezes the soul. No relentless blizzard outside that threatens to engulf everything. In August 2065, Blue Star was struck by a 50 billion light-speed asteroid and the explosion of the moon, causing it to veer off its original orbit and drift farther from the sun, igniting a global cold wave. Temperatures plummeted, and in Jiang City, where Jiang Ye resides, the temperature dropped to -60 or 70 degrees, with snowstorms persisting for 3 months, burying the entire city. Social order descended into chaos. The extreme cold, coupled with summer snow, caught many unprepared without sufficient means to combat the chill or enough food supplies. Countless lives were lost to freezing and starvation, and by the time people realized the severity of the situation, it was too late. It seems I have truly been reborn. Only 10 days remain until the apocalypse descends. Jiang Ye takes a deep breath. The excruciating pain she endured during her consumption feels all too real. It cannot possibly be a dream. Heaven has granted her a second chance at life. She must live well, steer clear of scoundrels, never fall into the trap of love, and cherish life. But first, she must consider how to survive in the impending apocalypse that looms just 10 days away. Jiang Ye is now burdened with severe online debts. Her mother passed away years ago, her father has remarried, and having been deceived by this scoundrel, she has exhausted all avenues with relatives, leaving her friends and family avoiding her like the plague. In her hands, she held a sum of money that represented a debt of 200,000. In this desolate world, where resources were scarce and the biting cold prevailed, survival demanded an abundance of supplies. Having been subjected to Zhang Hao's psychological manipulation for an extended period, she had not worked for a long time. Now, devoid of funds, shelter, and weaponry, how could this fragile woman endure in such a bleak existence? Furthermore, while ensuring her own safety, she yearned for those who had caused her demise to face the consequences of their actions. Possessing weapons and equipment was imperative. Only then could she safeguard herself from becoming mere fodder as she had in her previous life. And then there was that despicable man, Zhang Hao, the beast who had bartered her flesh and blood for the survival of his family. At that moment, he was likely lurking in some corner outside the hospital, scheming on how to further exploit her dwindling worth, or, more maliciously, hoping for her accidental disappearance to evade repaying that 200,000 online loan. As the 4-bag neared its end, Jiang Ye felt her strength returning, the gnawing discomfort in her stomach alleviating significantly. This sense of stability provided by the infusion was something she had failed to seize in her past life, leading to a lingering ailment. As she gazed at the clear liquid, a wave of gratitude and trepidation washed over her. Thank heavens, fate has not been unkind. It has granted me a second chance. Pausing to reflect on her wrist, she suddenly recalled, just last month, I used this very hand to transfer money to Zhang Hao. At that time, he had insisted with urgency, The workers are waiting for their wages. If we don't pay, they will cause a scene, only for that money to swiftly transform into a new toy for his son. A tightening sensation gripped her stomach, not from lingering discomfort, but from the memory of his voice, pleading over the phone. "Yeah, only you can help me." A thorn that still ached. "Jiang Yaya, you truly were a fool." She lamented, "In my previous life, it was precisely because I failed to replenish my nutrients in the hospital that my stomach remained perpetually fragile." During those 2 months of hiding in a rental, even when she managed to find some dry rations, her stomach could not bear the burden, causing her to curl up on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, enduring the torment of hunger and acute pain. This experience had seeped into her very bones. With this realization, Jiang Yaya resolved, "Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall not allow this body to suffer any further indignities." At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, and a nurse wheeled in a cart. "Miss Jiang, the infusion is complete. I'm here to remove the needle." Jiang Yaya leaned back, nodding all right. She noticed the nurse's movements were somewhat flustered, and the needle pulled out a small string of blood, splattering onto the pristine sheets and her left wrist, where an old silver bracelet rested. A pang of anxiety struck her heart, yet she felt a flicker of relief. "This is a keepsake for my mother. Last year, Zhang Hao said, 'My mother believes in Buddhism. I borrowed it to ask for a love talisman. Thankfully, I never gave it to him. It is the only item I still possess that he has not taken.'" The nurse repeatedly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Jiang Yaya, seeing the bracelet still intact, felt a surge of joy and waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. You can go now. I wish to be alone for a while." The nurse, seeing no blame in Jiang Yaya's eyes, quickly exited the ward. As the door closed, Jiang Yaya's mind raced. "At least my mother's bracelet remains, but despite my rebirth, I am still penniless. With only 10 days left, what shall I do?" While pressing her hand against the gauze, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the bracelet her mother had given her. In that instant, the warm droplets of blood that had touched it caused the ancient silver to become scorching hot. Soon after, the bracelet seemed to seep into her skin. At her wrist, it transformed into a barely perceptible silver mark, and the bracelet vanished. Jiang Yaya gasped, her pupils dilating. "My bracelet. It was the only memento my mother left behind before she passed." At that moment, a flash of white light streaked through her mind like a bolt of lightning, astonishingly vivid. It felt as though a vast emptiness had been filled within her body.
Could it be?
An incredulous thought began to arise. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Space. She forced herself to remain calm, closing her eyes and concentrating all her energy on the warm spot at her wrist. A gentle thought felt like pushing open an invisible door, and her consciousness sank into a warm, soothing realm. The next moment, she saw an endless expanse of pure white. Beneath her feet lay a solid, smooth surface, emanating a gentle glow, as if polished from the finest jade. Above and around her, the soft and sacred white light enveloped her, devoid of boundaries or shadows, creating a serene tranquility. At the center of this pristine world stood a familiar, ancient fountain. Water flowed continuously, its crystalline droplets sparkling against the pure white backdrop, exuding a peculiar soothing power. The sound of the flowing water was the only rhythm in this silent space, miraculously calming the nausea that Zhang Hao had instigated within her. She approached the fountain. The clear spring water rippled within the stone basin, and her familiar silver bracelet floated just above the water's surface, radiating a soft and mysterious glow, becoming the focal point in this realm of purity. Jiang Yaya extended a finger, cautiously touching the water surface. "It's icy." A refreshing chill surged through her fingertips and spread throughout her body, dispersing not only the fatigue left by the four but also the emotional turmoil Zhang Hao had instigated, clarifying her muddled mind like never before. What astonished her further was that the slight, lingering pain in her stomach from the gastric lavage miraculously diminished under this enveloping coolness, replaced by a comforting warmth that soothed her. This spring water. Jiang Yaya's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, her voice trembling with excitement. It not only revitalizes the mind but also heals. This revelation sent her heart racing. In a future where medical supplies would be scarce and even clean gauze would be hard to come by, this was nothing short of a miraculous salvation. She nearly plunged her hands into the spring water for a refreshing drink, but as her fingertips approached the surface, reason pulled her back. Unknown substances, especially after her body had just undergone gastric lavage, necessitated caution. However, The mere act of contact had already proven invaluable. Her gaze shifted to the back of the fountain. Amidst the pure white, 3 tightly shut adobe houses stood silently. The earthy tones starkly contrasted with the pristine environment, exuding an air of antiquity and mystery. She attempted to push open the doors again, but they remained immovable, as if fused with this space. The doors bore no locks or handles, only indistinct, incomprehensible patterns that flickered in and out of visibility under the pure white light. It seemed some kind of opportunity or energy is required? Zhang Ye pondered thoughtfully. Just then, the ward door swung open, and Zhang Hao entered, carrying a bag of cheap apples, a disingenuous smile plastered on his face. Ye, feeling better? Have some fruit to replenish your strength. Instantly, Zhang Ye's awareness was yanked back to reality. Looking at this deceitful visage, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. How could I have been so blind in my previous life to be enamored with such a hypocritical and repulsive individual? Yet, maintaining her composure, she feigned a hint of grievance. Zhang Hao, your timing is impeccable. When will you repay that money? Her voice was as soft as a sigh, while her fingertips traced the phone case he had gifted her, a couple's design he had claimed, only for her to later find an identical one in his wife's bag. Seeing this made her feel even more foolish. Suppressing her urge to confront him, she continued, I've spent quite a bit on this medical treatment, and funds are tight. If you don't repay me, I might have to. She deliberately paused, tapping her fingertip lightly on the phone screen, hinting at the implication. Zhang Hao's expression shifted instantly, donning a mask of distress. Yeah, please don't rush. I haven't received the project payments lately. Funds are incredibly tight. Just give me a few more days, I promise. Guarantee? Zhang Ye interjected, her voice laced with frosty disdain as her gaze flitted over the new watch adorning his wrist. No money? Where's the spare change for fruit then? That watch doesn't seem inexpensive. The mockery in her tone pricked like a needle. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hao instinctively withdrew his wrist, astonished. I never expected Zhang Ye, usually so reliant on him and easily deceived, would be so troublesome today. Yet no matter how she changes, she remains a foolish woman at heart. His eyes darted, and he quickly adopted a pitiful tone. Ye, please don't be anxious. I've genuinely not received any project funds lately. I'm strapped for cash. This watch. It's merely a friend's collateral, of little value. Zhang Ye observed his downcast demeanor and trembling voice, a churn of nausea rising within her. Here comes the pity act again. In my past life, I was deceived by this charade time and again. Now it feels cheap and revolting. Her thoughts raced. When Zhang Hao entered, he clearly saw me. It seems that when I entered this space, my body remained in place while my consciousness immersed itself. However, maintaining the posture of pressing a cotton ball, her gaze lost its focus as if staring into the void. This information is crucial. Yet, the immediate task is to extract money from this deceitful man. Forcing him won't work. He's adept at feigning pity and excels at vague promises. With this realization, Zhang Ye's mind whirred, formulating a plan. The frost on her face melted instantly, replaced by a look of longing and attachment, her voice softening. Brother Hao, truly. I don't wish to pressure you. I care for you too much. You've been ignoring me lately, not answering my calls or messages. It pains me, and in a moment of impulse, I mentioned sending photos. Please don't be angry with me, okay? She understood him well. His greatest weakness was his foolish narcissism. As expected, Zhang Hao's tense shoulders relaxed immediately, a triumphant grin resurfacing on his face. I knew you still cared for me. Yeah. I've just been busy with several major projects and overlooked you. It's my fault. He attempted to grasp Zhang Ye's hand. She skillfully evaded him, continuing her heartfelt performance. I know you're struggling. How about this? You return a portion, even if it's 5 or 10,000, just to ease my mind. The rest, you can repay slowly. Otherwise, I'll be left in suspense, unable to eat. She clutched her stomach, appropriately furrowing her brows. Zhang Hao's expression tightened again as he tried to employ his old tactics. Yeah, I truly can't spare a penny right now. How about this? Once the project funds arrive in a couple of days, I'll repay you immediately. I'll take you out for a grand meal and buy you that outfit you like. How does that sound? Zhang Ye's nails nearly dug into her palm at his tone, reminiscent of his past empty promises. Is he trying to deceive me again with future assurances? She scoffed inwardly. In her previous life, she was oblivious to the fact that single was merely a lie spun by this man. She was foolish enough to believe his fabrications until she discovered his chat records, and her world crumbled. By then, it was too late. Her money was gone, her heart given away, and she had unwittingly become the other woman in someone else's tale. Yet, when it came to repaying her, he insisted, "You willingly gave it to me," and that was a moment of impulse. The thought surged within her, how could this deceitful man remain at ease while I bear the brunt of it all? It was only when she threatened to call his wife that he finally took her to the hospital. Yet, on the day of her gastric lavage, he coaxed her back to that rented room, sobbing and slapping himself. He claimed, no matter the circumstances, it was his fault, and he would find a way to repay her. However, as the apocalypse approached, he never returned her money, and instead lured her into the clutches of those beasts, leading to her tragic demise. Jiang Ye smiled coldly within, yet feigned vulnerability on her face, hesitating before reluctantly nodding. "Well, fine. But you must stay with me tonight. My stomach still feels uneasy, and I'm scared alone." Upon hearing stay, Zhang Hao's eyes flickered, and he immediately agreed. "Don't worry. I'll go buy your favorite durian and personally make you some nourishing millet porridge tonight. I'll ensure you're well taken care of." He secretly calculated that as long as he could placate her tonight and discover where she hid her other phone, all complications would be resolved. Jiang Ye gazed at him, her face adorned with a gentle smile, yet the depths of her eyes were filled with icy calculations. "Brother Hao," she said softly, with a hint of a pout, "you truly are wonderful. But first, you need to handle the discharge procedures." Zhang Hao's smile faltered. "But I know it's difficult for you." Jiang Ye interrupted, her tone imbued with understanding and grievance. "I've just had my stomach washed. It's unbearable. After a few days of recovery post-discharge, I can work again," her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with pleading. "Consider it an advance on your sincerity. All right? What kind of boyfriend would make his girlfriend handle discharge procedures while she's unwell?" She had depthly struck at Zhang Hao's psychological defenses. Jiang Ye estimated, a few thousand in medical expenses is nothing to Zhang Hao. Compared to the 200,000 he owes her, it's merely a drop in the bucket. Zhang Hao wrestled internally. He certainly had the funds for the medical bills. The watch on his wrist alone was worth several thousand. Yet, he instinctively resisted parting with money. But seeing Jiang Ye's pitiful demeanor, as if she would end up on the streets without his assistance, coupled with the potential threats of photos on her phone and her insistence on staying tonight, he gritted his teeth, forcing a pained yet affectionate expression. "Sigh, Ye, you truly leave me no choice."
Fine.
"To ease your worries, I'll handle the procedures right now. Wait here." Zhang Hao turned and exited, his steps slightly heavy, cursing inwardly. Damn, there goes a few thousand. However, compared to that 20,000, consider it a peace offering, and tonight, thank you, Brother Hao, you're the best. Jiang Ye's radiant smile blossomed, as if she had received the greatest gift. Yet inwardly, she scoffed. This amount of money? And he's so pained by it. Scoundrel, every penny you've swindled from me, along with interest and blood debts, I will ensure you repay double. I must keep him steady to find my opportunity. Jiang Ye was acutely aware that if she let him slip away after a quarrel, retrieving her money would become exceedingly difficult. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the bedside table, where the bag of apples Zhang Hao had brought rested. The bright red fruits looked shriveled, clearly the cheapest selection, hardly fresh. Staring at the apples, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. She pinched one between her fingers, took a deep breath, and concentrated all her energy on the sensation in her palm, silently uttering, "Collect." Her hand felt light. The apple vanished into thin air. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat as she plunged back into the space. It worked. With this space, I can hoard supplies without worry. Ecstasy washed over her once more, but she managed to maintain control. She attempted to summon the apple back. "Come forth." The apple instantly returned to her palm, perfectly positioned. After executing her plan, Jiang Ye felt a slight, imperceptible fatigue, as if she had expended mental effort on a demanding task. Yet, she could not conceal her elation. What a joy! The ability to store and retrieve at will. Excellent! Clutching the apple, her gaze drifted to the darkening sky outside. The apocalypse was merely 10 days away. With this space, she needed to devise a way to extract more money from Zhang Hao today. The first batch of supplies must be hoarded without delay. Chapter 3. Reforming the scoundrel. After completing her discharge paperwork, Jiang Ye followed Zhang Hao, deliberately slowing her pace. The warm breeze at the hospital entrance tousled her hair and dispersed the last traces of antiseptic scent. Zhang Hao, already impatient, swung open the door of his gleaming Mercedes, tapping the car key rhythmically. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in. I still need to go to the construction site." Jiang Ye glanced at the polished vehicle, purchased on loan, which seemed to be too meager to cover even her medical expenses. Beneath its glamorous exterior lay a hollow shell, sustained merely by robbing Peter to pay Paul. Suppressing a bitter laugh, she bent to take her seat in the passenger side, her fingertips absent-mindedly brushing against the leather upholstery as she calculated, perhaps there were opportunities to extract more from this journey to her rental apartment. Just as Zhang Hao started the engine, he seemed to recall something important, clicking his tongue. "Forget it, let my subordinates keep an eye on the construction site for now. Let's finish your shopping first to avoid any unnecessary fuss." His words dripped with a patronizing concern, masking his thoughts of a surprise he had planned for the evening, which had long since overshadowed any worries about work. Jiang Ye rolled her eyes discreetly in the passenger seat. What was there to fear about her causing a scene? It was clear that he was simply infatuated. Yet she remained silent, choosing instead to gaze outside at the swiftly passing scenery, where a peaceful tableau unfolded, families frolicking in the square, their faces radiating happiness. Yet Jiang Ye knew that in just 10 days, this idyllic scene would dissipate like a mirage. Her fingers unconsciously traced the faint heat of a mark on her wrist. "Oh, scoundrel, are you not fond of feigning poverty to elicit sympathy and deceit? In this life, let us see who can outwit whom." Soon they arrived at a small supermarket. Jiang Ye exited the car and made a beeline for the food section, the dazzling array of products glimmering enticingly under energy-efficient lights. Zhang Hao observed her eagerness with disdain. As expected, she is still that impoverished little woman from the countryside, thrilled to buy these trivial items. However, he misjudged the situation. Jiang Ye, pushing the shopping cart, felt her breath quicken as memories of hunger from the last months of her previous life surged back, excruciating pangs in her stomach, the despair of sifting through garbage for scraps, and the madness of selling everything for a single pack of expired biscuits. These memories had etched themselves into her very soul. In that moment, everything on the shelves radiated golden light. They were not mere products. They were her lifeline. Like a ravenous wolf that had entered a granary, she moved with purpose and speed, loading the cart with boxes of instant noodles, assorted flavors stacked high.
Ham sausages.
A whole box. Canned luncheon meat. Another box. Self-heating rice and hot pots. She took as many as she could. Vacuum-packed rice, flour, and grains filled the cart to the brim. Cooking oil, salt, sugar, and various seasonings filled every crevice. Finally, she headed straight to the fruit section, selecting the largest, ripest durian, which she heftily placed atop the mountain of goods. The cart had transformed into a small hill, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds, leaving Zhang Hao sweating profusely. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Yeah? How long will it take you to eat all this?" Jiang Ye chuckled coldly to herself, but feigned innocence, pouting as she replied, "You never know when disaster might strike. What if the world ends one day? I need to stock up." Internally, she screamed, "I'm speaking nothing but the truth, yet who would believe me?" Zhang Hao, taken aback, burst into laughter. "The apocalypse? My dear, stop watching those shows. With this heat, it will all spoil before you can eat it. What a waste of money." Jiang Ye sensed his disbelief and already had her answer. "That's for the best. Let us see how you endure it later." She then switched to an innocent expression, pouting, "Brother Hao, I just want to be prepared. The news is always talking about extreme weather and shortages, right? If I stock up on food at home, I'll feel secure. Besides, the doctor said my stomach isn't great. I should eat smaller meals more frequently. You're so busy running around." Her voice gradually softened, laced with a hint of grievance, her eyes glistening as she looked at Zhang Hao. Seeing her gaze, Zhang Hao's heart softened, mainly thinking of the surprise planned for later. Remembering how she had been earlier, he swallowed his displeasure. All right, my little ancestor, whatever you want. As long as you're happy." However, when he saw the bill after swiping his card, his heart ached. The reprimand that had risen to his lips was swallowed back down, and he could only grit his teeth in pain as he completed the transaction. Watching the payment confirmation, Jiang Ye scoffed internally. "This little sum is making you wince? When you sweet-talked me into borrowing money for your loans, you didn't bat an eye over hundreds of thousands. The interest nearly crushed me. Scoundrel." She turned and headed back to the rental apartment. Before long, they returned to the apartment, and Zhang Hao, eager to embrace her, exclaimed, "Baby, I missed you so much. Jiang Yi looked at the greasy Zhang Hao, feeling a wave of nausea, but she maintained her composure, skillfully sidestepping him while clutching her stomach and frowning playfully. Oh, don't be silly. I just moved everything, my stomach is turning, and I feel awful. Upon hearing her rejection, Zhang Hao's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Though he kept his dissatisfaction to himself, he mentally berated her. What is this? This shameless woman is overstepping. Jiang Ye noted his barely concealed irritation and calculated. This man has always been self-serving. Has he ever genuinely cared for my well-being? Suppressing her disgust, she leaned closer to his ear, feigning shyness as she whispered, Don't be impatient. Wait until tonight. You stay, and I'll give you a surprise. She deliberately emphasized the word surprise. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened, his mood shifting from cloudy to sunny as he grinned. Good, good. My Yaya is the best. Just wait. Brother will show you something special. He turned and dashed into the kitchen. As the sounds of chopping and washing wafted from the kitchen, Jiang Yaya's expression turned cold. The ability to cook, the sweet talk, the meticulous care, these trivial facades had once ensnared her. Now they appeared utterly ridiculous and perilous. He was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. While Zhang Hao busied himself in the kitchen, Jiang Yaya acted swiftly. She poured a cup of scalding hot water. Focusing her thoughts on the spatial mark, collect. The cup vanished in an instant. She then retrieved a solid ice cream bar from the freezer, and with a similar concentration, it too disappeared into thin air. She wanted to test whether her space had any special effects on temperature retention. Having completed her tasks, she settled onto the sofa, her fingers drumming against the armrest as she rapidly calculated. Zhang Hao is now secured. The next step was to exhaust his last vestiges of worth, stockpiling more resources for the impending apocalypse. Moments later, Zhang Hao emerged with 2 plates of beautifully fragrant dishes. Yeah, try your brother's cooking. I made this nourishing meal just for you. The aroma of the food wafted enticingly. Jiang Ye practically lunged at the table, grabbing chopsticks and devouring the meal ravenously. After enduring 3 months of bitter cold and hunger during the apocalypse, and having just cleansed her system, the steaming food not only filled her stomach, but also provided a sense of security that bordered on greed. Each bite seemed to fill the gaping void of hunger deep within her soul. Zhang Hao stared, astonished. Slow down. No one else competing with you. Jiang Ye paid him no mind.
Compete?
In the apocalypse, people would kill for a mouthful of spoiled food. She unreservedly unleashed that profound sense of hunger, which in itself served as an authentic guise for a fragile woman, recently purged of her stomach contents, emotionally unstable, and in dire need of the comfort that food could provide. Perhaps she had eaten too hastily. Or perhaps the walls of her stomach were still too tender after the cleansing. A sharp pain suddenly struck her. Jiang Ye's complexion paled, and she immediately set down her chopsticks, clutching her abdomen. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts, I need to lie down. Cold sweat instantly dampened her forehead. Oh, dear. Why are you eating so fast? Zhang Hao chided, yet he rose to clear the bowls. Before long, he returned with a cup of warm milk, a considerate smile gracing his face. Here, Yaya, drink this warm milk. It will soothe your stomach and help you sleep. Leaning against the headboard, Jiang Yaya feebly shook her head and subtly sniffed the air to detect any unpleasant odors. It smells a bit rich. I feel nauseous.
Oh yeah.
You should drink it instead. Don't waste it. As she spoke, her hand, hidden behind her, had already discreetly added a few crushed melatonin pills into the milk. Seeing her discomfort, Zhang Hao thought little of it and gulped down the milk in a few hurried swallows. The medication would take some time to take effect. Zhang Hao's gaze began to grow heavy, his hand creeping towards her. Yeah. Jiang Ye suppressed the urge to vomit, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red as she shyly pushed him away. Stop it, I've had a long day and I smell like the hospital. I need to freshen up first. Just wait for me a moment, okay? Her voice trailed off alluringly, yet her eyes glimmered with a poisonous sweetness. Zhang Hao felt a flicker of irritation but recalled the unpleasant odor and, feeling drowsy from the milk, he sprawled on the bed, carelessly stating, All right, sweetheart. Just make sure you clean up well. I'm waiting for a surprise. His tone dripped with patronizing anticipation. Jiang Ye turned and entered the cramped bathroom, locking the door behind her, and immediately turned on the shower, letting the sound of rushing water mask everything. Leaning against the cold tiles, her heart raced within her chest as she silently counted the minutes. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, she listened intently to the sounds outside. A dull thud resonated from the living room, as if a heavy object had fallen. Following that, she could hear Zhang Hao's indistinct mumbling and the gradual rise and fall of his heavy breathing. 20 minutes had passed. She decisively turned off the tap, hastily dried herself with a towel, changed into clean clothes, took a deep breath, and opened the door.
Hoye.
Zhang Hao, she called out softly. But the living room was engulfed in silence, with no response. Jiang Yeye clenched her fists, suppressing the surging elation in her heart, and silently affirmed to herself. It worked. Barefoot, she stepped onto the chilly floor, moving with the stealth of a cat towards the living room. There, Zhang Hao lay sprawled on the sofa, his eyes firmly shut, his heavy snores rising and falling, clearly lost in a deep slumber. A cold smile slowly crept across Jiang Ye's lips. She subtly flexed her wrist, her gaze sharpening to a lethal precision. You deceitful man. You concealed your marital history, deceived my affections, drained my hard-earned money, and caused me to suffer a tragic fate in my past life. All of this is your own doing. If it were not for the constraints of a lawful society, she would have relished the thought of ending him right then. Digging her nails deep into her palms, she could almost envision the sensation of her fist striking his face. But she abruptly tightened her grip, forcefully suppressing the impulse. No, I cannot strike. What if I make too much noise and wake him? All my plans will be in vain. With great effort, Jiang Yeye inhaled deeply, gradually loosening her clenched fists, which bore the marks of her exertion. A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, clear and resolute. Treat him as he has treated you, and return a double. Drain his credit, exhaust his connections. Let him taste the bitterness of having nothing. Yes, return a double. She fervently echoed in her heart, her eyes reigniting with vengeful fervor. Without the slightest hesitation, she turned and began rummaging through the living room. She swiftly retrieved Zhang Hao's phone from the crevice of the sofa. Her fingers trembled slightly, yet she deftly grabbed his hand and unlocked the screen using his fingerprint. In her past life, he had deceived her into downloading those predatory lending platforms. Gradually siphoning off her savings, she still remembered the process clearly. She quickly downloaded 7 or 8 lending apps with minimal requirements, utilizing Zhang Hao's fingerprint and facial recognition, taking advantage of his slumber to manipulate his face, skillfully filling out the necessary information, and applying for loans. She also downloaded several more lending software, specifically targeting those illicit sites that required only an ID for borrowing. Watching the notifications of loan approvals and successful disbursements pop up, a cruel smile played on Jiang Ye's lips. This trick of leveraging his own resources against him was one she had learned from this very man in her previous life. She transferred all the funds to her own bank account, marveling at the convenience of fingerprint payments, no password needed, thanks to technology. Observing the money that had arrived, she mused, this is still far from enough. You owe me much more. With a cold gleam in her eyes, Jiang Ye swiftly navigated through Zhang Hao's phone screen, meticulously sifting through contacts and chat records of his so-called friends and romantic interests. Imitating Zhang Hao's nauseating tone and mannerisms, she sent out a flurry of desperate messages. Brother, I urgently need 30,000 for a turnover. I'll pay you back 50,000 tomorrow. Please help me, and you will be richly rewarded. Darling, I need a quick 20,000 for a business deal. Could you front me for now? Love you. There will be a surprise for you later. She expertly manipulated the psychology of those who trusted Zhang Hao, whether out of flattery or some vague, unspoken sentiment. In mere minutes, her phone's banking notifications chimed repeatedly as transfers ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands flowed into Zhang Hao's account, which she swiftly redirected elsewhere. Observing the incoming funds, Jiang Ye experienced a sense of solace. In her past life, money had ensnared her in a bind, and when the apocalypse arrived, money had become mere scraps of paper. Yet now, she could not afford to be without it. She needed funds to procure supplies. Chapter 4. Making money. Jiang Ye switched off her phone and tucked it into her pocket, her fingertips still warm from the screen. The comfort that had accompanied her recent transactions was short-lived as her gaze swept across the rental apartment, which bore witness to too many painful memories. An audacious thought emerged in her mind. Could these large items be stored in her space? Thus, she began to attempt to stow away everything in her home. Television, refrigerator, washing machine, computer, air conditioner, vacuum cleaner, and even the bed they had shared, along with a coffee table and all kitchen utensils, anything movable. With a mere thought, As if performing a magic trick, they vanished in an instant, collected into the space linked to her wrist's mark. To her surprise, she discovered that those items subjected to significant external forces and not existing independently, such as the wall-mounted wardrobe, could not be removed, as they were anchored to the wall and thus could not be stored in her space. After some consideration, she decided to gather her clothes and bedding first. She wouldn't allow anyone to benefit from her belongings. Casting a glance at the wall-mounted range hood and air conditioner, she sighed inwardly. These items were still in good condition and could fetch a decent price, but she couldn't take them now. What a waste. She returned her gaze to the once cluttered room, now completely cleared out, leaving the space feeling remarkably empty yet refreshing. A satisfied smile crept onto Jiang Ye's lips, her heart brimming with contentment, as her gaze settled upon the bare and lifeless figure of Zhang Hao, resembling a dead pig. A deeper amusement flickered in her eyes. This was as it should be. Everything that needed to be cleared away had been. Jiang Ye crouched down, observing the new watch he had just purchased, the golden chain around his neck, and the cash and cards nestled within his wallet. How pathetic. Always using these to deceive young girls. Now it all belongs to me. With a mere thought, she swept everything clean. Casting one last disdainful glance at Zhang Hao's naked and pitiful state, she spat in disgust. Now he was completely unclothed, destitute, lacking a phone, and even without a shred of cloth to cover himself. She mused internally. When he awakens, this disheveled appearance will be quite the burden for him. Although she wished to bind him, alas, there were no ropes in her home. Oh well, it would suffice for now. Jiang Ye let out a cold smile. Glancing at the key to Zhang Hao's apartment in her hand, an idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Without further delay, she turned and descended the stairs, driving Zhang Hao's Mercedes straight to his residential complex. Ironically, this complex was adjacent to her own, albeit her dwelling was in a dilapidated, crumbling building. While Zhang Hao resided in a newly developed luxury estate, Yunjing Yuan District, Unit 908 on the 9th floor, this cursed level that would forever haunt her. For it was here that she had endured torment and met her demise in her previous life. It was only then that she realized that his home was merely a wall away. How ironic. As she gazed at the opulent complex, Jiang Ye fell into contemplation. At this hour, his wife should be at her parental home, for Zhang Hao had claimed he would accompany her tonight, indicating his wife was surely absent. With this thought, after parking her car, Jiang Ye retrieved an access card from her space and entered the elevator. It appeared that this was a one-unit-per-floor residence. As she arrived at the designated floor, she knocked on the door. Hello, delivery. After several attempts with no response, she concluded that truly no one was home. Thus, she produced the key and opened the door, only to be greeted by a lavish living room adorned with genuine leather sofas and an array of luxurious furnishings and ornaments. Goodness, how extravagant. This scoundrel Zhang Hao had truly feigned poverty in front of me. Jiang Ye surveyed the opulent decorations without hesitation, beginning to gather everything she could carry while kicking at those that could not be moved. Upon rummaging through the bedroom, she stumbled upon a small box and, upon opening it, her eyes gleamed with delight. The property deed and various gold and silver jewelry belonging to Zhang Hao's wife. What treasures! Now, all of this is mine. Jiang Ye clapped her hands, surveying the now empty abode with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. And with that, she exited the room and made her way downstairs, her heart swelling with pride. It seems heaven is aiding me. This worthless man is surely finished this time. Once downstairs, she settled into the Mercedes, taking a moment to steady her racing heart before seizing Zhang Hao's phone. I cannot allow him to benefit from this. With a swift flick of her eyes, she contemplated and composed a damning message, sending it without hesitation to all his contacts and social circle. This is Zhang Hao due to investment failures. I am burdened by insurmountable debt and feel utterly despondent. I have decided to flee to a distant land to escape this storm. All assets and liabilities under my name are no concern to anyone. Do not worry nor seek me out. May we all cherish our paths ahead. Upon sending the message, Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This message is akin to a precisely aimed nuclear bomb within his social circle, enough to leave this scoundrel speechless upon awakening. Ensnared in a web of inquiries from friends and creditors, utterly overwhelmed and socially obliterated. Let him experience the helplessness I once felt, to be shunned like a pariah by friends and family. Subsequently, she powered down the phone and tucked it away, glancing outside, with time still on her side. She must retrieve the money immediately. Should this cat awaken and report her, her bank account would be frozen. The furniture can offset the rent from before, so I won't suffer a loss. With merely 10 days until the icy apocalypse, I possess the space. The world is vast. Where can I not go? If all else fails, a remote cave will allow me to survive longer than in my past life. As for this scoundrel, without my assistance in this life, let us see how he survives. If circumstances permit, I would relish witnessing their descent into despair. With this thought, Jiang Yeye ignited the engine. The roar of the motor echoing as the car ghosted out of the complex, heading straight for the nearest bank branch. Finding a parking spot, she took a deep breath to calm her anxious heart before confidently entering the bank hall. The lobby was moderately populated, and she was greeted by a middle-aged female bank clerk. "How may I assist you today?" "I wish to mortgage a property for some cash." Jiang Yeye boldly produced the property deed. Upon hearing of a significant transaction, the clerk immediately became enthusiastic. "This way, please." Jiang Yeye followed the clerk to a VIP reception area. The clerk meticulously verified the documents before looking up at Jiang Yeye and formally inquired, "Is this transaction on your behalf?" "I am his wife, Lin Wei." Jiang Yeye replied calmly, presenting Lin Wei's ID, which she had just acquired from her raid on Zhang Hao's apartment. Jiang Yeye added, "I've recently undergone cosmetic surgery, so I may look a bit different. We urgently need funds." Having studied the process thoroughly, she knew that urgent mortgage applications, with all documents in order, often received expedited attention from banks. After comparing the photo on Lin Wei's ID, which Jiang Yeye had replicated with makeup and demeanor, the clerk frowned slightly. "Are you certain this is you? Cosmetic surgery?" "Of course, it's me. I've just been dieting and getting fillers. I look considerably younger." The clerk, observing the lengths young women go to for beauty, reconsidered. After confirming the information on the property deed, she thought, this girl likely wouldn't dare impersonate someone else, especially with the numerous surveillance cameras around. Besides, the commission for this transaction would be substantial. With that in mind, the clerk swiftly operated the computer, stating, "The mortgage limit is 70 of the assessed value. Your property is appraised at approximately 4.3 million, allowing for a loan of 3.01 million. Are you sure you want to borrow this amount? The interest rate is..." "Yes, confirm it all. Quickly." Jiang Yeye interjected with an unyielding tone. The clerk paused, sensing that the girl might indeed be in a tough spot, and decided against further inquiries. Swiftly printing the documents, "Please sign here and here." She pointed to several key locations. Jiang Yeye smoothly signed her name. The clerk stamped the documents, completing the transfer. "All right. Ms. Lin, the mortgage loan of 3.01 million has been deposited into your husband Zhang Hao's bank account." The clerk returned the file copy and ID. "I want cash, urgently." Upon hearing that it would be deposited under Lin Hao's name, Jiang Yeye grew anxious. The clerk hesitated, then responded, "There will be a 1% service charge." Hearing this, Jiang Yeye felt a slight relief and quickly replied, "That's fine. Please proceed."
Thank you.
Although the clerk felt puzzled, the potential commission made her quite satisfied, so she quickly resumed her work. Jiang Yeye watched the stacks of cash accumulate, her heart soaring with glee. "I've struck it rich. Who would have thought, Zhang Hao, that you would face this day?" Soon, she received all the cash, swiftly stashing 2.98 million into her pre-prepared backpack. Being in the VIP room, no one else was aware of her substantial haul. With the backpack brimming with money, Jiang Yeye turned and exited the VIP room, heading toward the ATM area. Entering the withdrawal machine, she concentrated, first transferring all the cash from her backpack into her space before getting busy over the next hour. She darted between different bank ATMs. Withdraw the funds amounting to approximately 2 million, borrowed using Zhang Hao's identity from various lending apps, as well as money lent by brothers and lovers. Thick bundles of cash were cradled in her arms as she entered a bank or an ATM cubicle, seeking a secluded corner. With a subtle thought, the substantial cash in her embrace vanished instantaneously, silently consumed by the space around her. The palpable weight of its physical presence disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only a profound sense of fulfillment in the air. Upon exiting the last bank, she carried a lightweight, empty backpack to disguise her actions. Her gaze fell upon a black Mercedes parked by the roadside. That would do. She smirked inwardly, swiping her fingers across the screen to dial the number from the advertisement. The Mercedes rolled over the gravel and broken bricks at the alley's entrance, its chassis emitting a piercing groan. Listening to this delightful sound, Jiang Yeye felt an exhilarating joy. In the past, Zhang Hao would have winced at such noise, his brows furrowing in distress, cursing under his breath.
But now? Ha!
Jiang Yeye reveled in it, perceiving it as a triumphant melody in her ears. She glanced at the familiar license plate in the rearview mirror, and Zhang Hao's face abruptly flashed in her mind, always admonishing her with a hand on the steering wheel. This car is far more sensible than you.
Bah!
She spat inwardly, her foot pressing down hard on the accelerator. The tires gripped the ground fiercely, producing a pungent burnt rubber smell, leaving behind a sinister black mark. Soon, the navigation led her to the rusty iron shutter of the pawn shop, which opened only halfway, resembling a beast with a partially gaping mouth. Jiang Ye frowned. Is this really a pawn shop? It hardly looked legitimate. Nevertheless, she retrieved her phone and called. Hello. I'm at your doorstep. Moment late, agres? Portly man emerged from behind the half-open shutter, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He glanced at Jiang Ye and then at the Mercedes, a smirk playing on his face. Young lady, are you here to pawn a car? Jiang Ye wasted no time with pleasantries, pointing to the vehicle beside her. Her tone crisp. Yes. The man acknowledged with a grunt, shaking his flashlight as he circled the car for inspection. When the beam of light paused on a shallow scratch beneath the door, he smacked his lips and spoke. Oh, a 2064 Model E-Class. This minor blemish isn't too concerning. Where's the title? His voice was muffled and tinged with a smoky scent. The new car is still under loan, so I don't have the title. Jiang Ye leaned against the car door, a cold smirk on her lips. Her finger deliberately brushed over the window. Where Zhang Hao's name still adorned a sticker she had lovingly affixed last Valentine's Day, now, it resembled a tattered, unwanted bandage. I need cash urgently. So spare me the chatter, just give me your price. The man, still holding his cigarette, circled the car twice, tapping the bumper and inspecting the wheels. No title. Huh? Then it must be a pawn. He took a drag from his cigarette, squinting as he calculated. How about 200,000? If you don't redeem it within 3 days, the car becomes mine. Fine deal. Jiang Ye responded decisively, reaching for the car keys. Transfer the money to my card, cold as ice, now immediately. Ding dong. The crisp sound of a text notification chimed. Jiang Ye focused on the screen, where a sum of 200,000 appeared, neither more nor less, exactly the amount Zhang Hao had once deceived her into advancing as so-called project funds. Not a cent off. The man's eyes nearly bulged at her swift transaction, the ash from his cigarette falling onto his trousers unnoticed. Hey, young lady. Your car, he gestured toward the trash bin, examining Jiang Ye with a dubious expression. Don't ask. Jiang Ye abruptly interrupted him, raising her hand to adjust her collar. The slight movement caused her loose t-shirt to slide down, revealing faint red imprints just below her collarbone, remnants of lingering marks. The man's gaze fixated on the mark, then scanned Jiang Ye's top profile, his cigarette spinning between his fingers, suddenly revealing a lewd grin. I get it. Young people's affairs, I won't pry. Jiang Ye remained silent, shooting him a cold glance. As long as it's not stolen, you focus on making your profit. No need to concern yourself otherwise. With that, she turned to leave, her high heels clacking against the uneven concrete. Not once did she look back at the Mercedes, which once made her feel secure. Now, it was merely collateral worth 200,000. At the alley's corner, an inconspicuous surveillance camera flickered with a faint red light. Jiang Ye continued her stride, slightly turning to conceal half her face in the shadows. She knew the car was registered under Zhang Hao's name, and this pawn situation would eventually reach his ears. But so what? By the time that scoundrel awakens, the incessant calls from online lenders demanding repayment, along with her mass messages to all creditors, friends, and even his bankruptcy announcement, would be enough to send him into a frenzy. 3 days?
Ha!
Wouldn't he find a moment of peace for 3 days and nights? Let him experience the taste of desperation and public scorn. Funds secured. Over 5 million. This amount equates to the lifetime earnings of many families. Initial survival capital amassed. Progress far exceeding expectations. Yet, with the impending apocalypse, a global scarcity of resources looms. The possessions that money could procure remain woefully insufficient. Chapter 5. Stockpiling. Jiang Ye tucked the final bundle of cash into her hidden space, the scent of ink still lingering on her fingertips. And the thought of stockpiling tightened her nerves. Raising her gaze to the sky, the evening glow had painted half of it crimson, leaving only 9 days until the icy apocalypse. From morning till dusk, she had been as busy as a spinning top for this over 5 million now. She scarcely dared to take a breath. First, she needed to resolve the issue of transportation. She couldn't possibly carry boxes of supplies on foot. After some contemplation, Jiang Ye decided to visit a second-hand car market for a stroke of luck. She hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the nearest second-hand car trading market." The taxi driver soon arrived at a reasonably sized car dealership, where the owner, a burly man with a bushy beard, greeted her with an unwholesome smile. "Little girl, what kind of car are you looking for?" Jiang Ye had no time for his predatory gaze. Spacious, low profile, durable and reliable. The owner's countenance dropped at her specifications. Realizing she was after a bargain, "They're over there, go check for yourself." Jiang Ye rolled her eyes internally at his condescension and proceeded in the direction he indicated. Before long, a nearly new 7-seater silver van caught her eye. She approached, inspecting it thoroughly, particularly the rear compartment, which could fully fold down to create a vast, flat cargo space. This was precisely the mobile storage she required. Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy. Perfect, just what I want. But would I need to transfer ownership if I buy it? That sounds rather tedious. After much consideration, renting seemed more practical, saving the hassle of ownership transfer. And primarily it was cheaper. This vehicle would likely be useless after the world descends into chaos. Thus, she called out, "Boss, how much to rent this vehicle?" The owner, still smoking, sized up Jiang Ye. A 20,000 deposit, monthly rent of 2,800, no negotiation. Jiang Ye was taken aback, calculating in her mind, so expensive. This owner is truly unscrupulous, but it's getting late, and the sooner I resolve this, the better. I'll take it for a month. The boss's eyes brightened. A deposit of 20,000 and a monthly rent of 2,800. 1 month's rent plus the deposit totals 22,800. Jiang Ye ignored the boss's gaze, which seemed to perceive her as an easy target, thinking to herself, when the apocalypse arrives, you'll be left clinging to your heaps of scrap metal. After transferring the money to the boss, she got into her car. As she started the engine, the vehicle's radio announced, "This week, temperatures are expected to plummet. Citizens are advised to take precautions against the cold." Jiang Ye paused. Was there even a weather forecast in her past life that warned of such cold? Never mind, she needed to leave this place. As the boss outside was still watching her, and one could never tell if he harbored ill intentions. With that thought, she pressed the accelerator, departing from the used car lot. In the rear-view mirror, the second-hand car market diminished in size, reminiscent of Zhang Hao, who once loomed large in her life, but was now merely a fading shadow she could easily cast off. Time flew by, and soon darkness enveloped the sky. Jiang Ye had been running around all day and was utterly exhausted. She found a chain hotel that was clean, affordable, and had decent security. Indulging in a warm shower, she relished the luxury of hot water, a rare treat in a world where even a sip of warm water felt extravagant, let alone a hot bath. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was her takeaway, a portion of wild vegetable meat buns, and a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge from a well-regarded chain restaurant. Savoring her meal, she then accessed her alternate space to check on the hot water and ice cream she had stored earlier. To her delight, both remained unchanged after a whole day. Her space could preserve items, possibly due to a slower or even halted flow of time. This was splendid news. It meant she could freely store an array of items without worry. Jiang Ye was elated. But then a new thought struck her. She wondered how live animals would fare if placed inside. She resolved to buy a few chickens the next day to test this theory. Jotting down a list on her phone, she noted that she needed to stock up on food at the supermarket and wholesale market, gather more commonly used medicines from the pharmacy, and select useful tools like axes and hammers from the hardware store. She would also need to stockpile coal or wood for heating. As for a safe place to stay, finding a cave or a sturdy house to modify seemed feasible. In the apocalypse, securing a stable base and resources was equally vital. As humanity descended into chaos, conflicts over resources would erupt everywhere, and lives would be as disposable as grass. To survive, one must possess sufficient firepower. However, she was not a martial arts expert. She had only survived 3 months during the apocalypse before losing track of events, including whether the blizzard ever ceased. Recalling the delicious soup dumplings and warming porridge she had just eaten, Jiang Ye picked up her phone and began to order various takeout items from establishments that were open 24 hours, 500 portions each of pork, beef, lamb, and shrimp chive soup dumplings, along with nourishing porridge, including millet, pumpkin, yam, and koiks, and restorative stews, like lion's mane mushroom chicken soup. She also ordered 500 servings each of steamed fish, meat pie, steamed egg, soft staple foods, noodles, rice rolls, steamed buns, and gentle vegetables, blanched greens. All specified to be soft and low in oil, salt, sugar, and spice. This way, in the apocalypse, she could not only fill her belly but also eat warmly and comfortably, safeguarding her most essential resource, her stomach. She also ordered 500 portions each of barbecued meat skewers, beef, lamb, pork, and chicken, planning to indulge in 100 slices of durian-flavored pizza later when her stomach felt better, alongside 10 sushi platters and 100 servings of grilled cold noodles, with extra sauce and sausage. As she murmured her orders, she reminded herself that while her space could maintain a stable temperature, it was wise to prioritize purchasing staple foods first. Before long, the doorbell rang again, delivering one takeout order after another. Jiang Yeye hurriedly sorted and carefully stored them in her space. Watching her food reserves grow richer, she felt a sense of security wash over her. She then mapped out her plans for the following day, intending to stock up on rice, flour, oil, canned goods, and snacks at the supermarket and wholesale market. Regarding medicines, she planned to procure cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, and commonly used first aid supplies from the pharmacy. For weapons, she intended to select practical tools from the hardware store, such as axes and hammers, which might be invaluable in the apocalypse. After organizing everything, it was nearly dawn. Finally, Jiang Yeye could no longer keep her eyes open and lay down on the warm bed, drifting into sleep. The next morning, she awoke from her slumber. Her night had not been restful, as she had been jolted awake several times by nightmares, remnants of the immense trauma the apocalypse had inflicted upon her psyche. Upon waking, she realized she was still nestled in the comfort of her warm bed, and the air around her was still pleasantly warm, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Determined to avoid repeating past mistakes, Jiang Yeye resolved to prepare swiftly, no matter what. Meanwhile, in a cheap rental room in the urban village, Zhang Hao was jolted awake by a sharp pain in the back of his head. A dull ache throbbed in his skull. Irritated, he opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his cigarettes and phone on the bedside table, only to find nothing.
Huh.
Furrowing his brow, he propped himself up, his heavy body struggling to rise. As his gaze swept across the room, his muddled mind was abruptly shocked into clarity by the sight before him. Something was terribly wrong. Where were his clothes, carelessly tossed on the floor? Where was the jacket he had discarded on the chair yesterday? All of it was gone. The room was empty, leaving only him, stark naked, lying on the floor. A chilling sense of foreboding gripped him. He scrambled to the window, yanking open the greasy curtains. The corner he had used to park his car below was utterly vacant. His Mercedes was gone. Damn. A furious roar erupted from Zhang Hao's throat, reverberating through the small room. Like a crazed beast, he frantically searched the room, his gaze locking onto the cabinet fixed to the wall, an old piece of furniture provided by the landlord, crudely secured with expansion screws, its wood grain wallpaper peeling at the edges. Zhang Hao violently yanked open the drawer, scattering its meager contents across the floor.
Nothing.
Nothing at all. His phone, wallet, car keys, sofa, bed, even the coffee table, all vanished. Jiang Yeye. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, forcing the name through clenched lips, his temples pulsing with rage, as if reminding him of the humiliation he had suffered the night before. That wretched girl. How dare she steal my car? How dare she take my things? He stormed to the door, kicking the rickety wooden door with all his might, producing a loud crash. Discontented murmurs arose from the neighboring room, but he ignored them. He needed a phone. He needed to contact the outside world. Barefoot and bare-bodied, Zhang Hao rushed to the door of the neighboring rental room. Disregarding whether the occupant was awake or not, he pounded on the door with his fists. Open up. Old Liu, open the door. I need to borrow your phone. Hurry. From within came grumbling protests, but after a while, the door cracked open, revealing a groggy man who impatiently thrust an old phone into Zhang Hao's hands. What are you yelling about so early in the morning? Hurry up. Zhang Hao snatched the phone, his fingers trembling with anger and urgency. He quickly dialed a few familiar numbers, contacts from his connections in the used car market. After several rings, a languid voice finally answered. Hello? Who is it? Strongzy. It's me, Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse, brimming with an uncontrollable fury. Listen. My car. That Mercedes of mine has been stolen. Just last night. Yes, near XX Road in the urban village. He gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Find out. Check every surveillance camera. See if anyone nearby saw anything. Damn it, they dared to steal from me. And spread the word. Whoever can provide a clue to find that scoundrel, and my car will be generously rewarded. The person on the other end of the phone seemed taken aback by his anger, responding hastily. How go? Your car was stolen? Didn't you go bankrupt and run away? Bankrupt? Run away? Who the hell is spreading such nonsense? You sent the message yourself. You even borrowed 50,000 from me. You can't deny it. Your wife is looking for you everywhere. At that moment, Zhang Hao understood. Jiang Ye, just wait. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find you. Dare to touch my belongings, and I will make you repay me 10-fold, 100-fold. He growled softly. His fists clenched so tightly that they creaked. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye retrieved the baozi and porridge from last night's delivery, quickly finishing her breakfast before checking out and heading downstairs. Once inside the driver's seat of the van, she felt the engine's vibration and took a deep breath, suppressing a flicker of panic. Wonderful. With over 5 million in hand, time is of the essence. Her gaze sharpened like an eagle's as she started the vehicle, operating it like a finely tuned war machine. Embarking on the survival shopping list etched in her mind. Her first stop, the Food Fortress, a large storage supermarket. The van parked steadily. With a clear objective, she pushed the largest shopping cart straight to the core survival area, staple grains. She cleared half the shelf with vacuum-packed 50-kilogram bags of northeastern rice, 100 bags. The same quantity of high-gluten flour, 100 bags. Various grains such as millet, green beans, red beans, and yellow beans, all at 50 kilograms each. For storage, 200 boxes of bucket instant noodles, mixed flavors. 500 bags of packaged instant noodles. 100 boxes of ham sausages, 50 pieces each. 100 boxes of cured meat. 200 boxes of luncheon meat. 20 boxes of braised beef canned food. 100 boxes of fish cans, sardines, tuna. 100 boxes of canned fruits, mainly yellow peaches and oranges. 100 large boxes of high-calorie compressed biscuits, military standard. These were all hard currency and sources of energy in the apocalypse. In the energy and seasoning section, 10 barrels of 5-liter soybean oil. 100 bags of large-sized edible salt. 50 kilograms each of white sugar and rock sugar. Basic sauces such as soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce. And cooking wine in the largest containers, 5 barrels each. 1 whole box each of hot pot base, debanjiang, and other potent condiments. 10 large bags of instant coffee. 10 large bags of tea, black and green. 50 large cans of adult high-calcium milk powder. 100 boxes of high-calorie chocolate. Fresh pork, beef, chicken, and eggs, 200 kilograms each. She also stocked up on daily necessities, sanitary pads, toilet paper, shampoo, conditioner, laundry powder, detergent, dish soap, ointments, toothbrushes, and towels, 100 of each. For comfort and hydration, 20 barrels of large bottled mineral water, 189L. 10 of the largest durians. She needed a bit of sweetness to combat the impending despair. She even used a cart to buy 3 live chickens and 5 live fish, curious to test whether her space had any special effects for storing living creatures. The sheer volume of her purchases caught the attention of the duty manager. As he stared at the mountain of supplies, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his jaw almost hitting the floor. My goodness! Miss, are you planning to open a supermarket? He quickly called over 4 of the strongest porters, raising his voice a notch.
Quick.
Get moving.
Xiao Wing, Xiao Li, Lao Zhang, Dalyu.
Don't just stand there. They employed 5 or 6 large flatbed carts, and several strong young men, drenched in sweat, ran back and forth for quite some time before finally pushing the mountain of supplies to the entrance. The back seat of the van was laid flat, piled high to the ceiling, while the passenger seat was stuffed tightly. Even the floor was crammed with goods. Despite this, a large portion remained on the cart, abandoned like a small hill at the supermarket entrance. I'm exhausted. I can't fit anything more, a younger porter huffed, leaning on the cart and wiping the sweat from his face. As soon as he finished, the duty manager hurried over. Clutching a crumpled handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead, his gaze fixed on the pile of unfilled supplies at the supermarket entrance. The stark contrast of the packaging of northeastern rice and compressed biscuits against the already packed van was glaring. Indeed, miss, your vehicle simply cannot accommodate any more. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow while eyeing the unfinished supplies, contemplating whether he should suggest calling for another vehicle or offering to store some of the supplies for her to pick up tomorrow. He thought, this girl looks so thin and weak. Why is she shopping as if preparing for a battle? This quantity could feed a small family for a year. Jiang Yeye listened to the manager's words with an outward calmness, though her heart raced like a drum in her chest. Time was of the essence. Zhang Hao, that ravenous wolf, might catch wind of something amiss at any moment. She could not afford to delay for even a second. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she swiftly pulled out several 100 yuan bills and smoothly handed them to the manager, her tone firm and unyielding. Thank you all for your hard work. This is just a small token for you to buy some water. Please help me push the remaining items to the far corner of the B area in the underground garage. The truck I arranged will arrive shortly, and we can load it there. She had already planned this. That spot was a blind spot she had noted while driving in earlier, with few people around, making it convenient for her subsequent actions. The manager, holding the warm bills in his hand, felt their weight, and his expression transformed from grim to bright, overflowing with a courteous smile. Oh, you're too kind. No problem. The corner of B area, right? I'll make sure it's arranged perfectly. Absolutely quiet, making it convenient for you to load. He turned and shouted to his employees, Xiao Wang,
Xiaoli, don't rest.
push the cart with this young lady to the garage. Move quickly. The power of spending was instant. The employees, who had just been frowning, now appeared invigorated, pushing the remaining supplies toward the garage with great enthusiasm. Jiang Yeye watched as they disappeared down the corridor leading to the garage, and without hesitation, she started the van and followed closely behind. She needed to act swiftly and unnoticed, to discreetly stash this pile of supplies into her space in that concealed corner. Meanwhile, in the rental unit in the urban village that resembled a tornado's aftermath, Zhang Hao's rage simmered like an impending volcano. He paced back and forth in the barren room, feeling the coldness of the floor against his bare feet, clad only in a pair of worn, loose old underpants. Each furious step made him acutely aware of the roughness and chill of the ground beneath him. Why is there still no news from Qiangzi? He anxiously tugged at his greasy hair, the scar on the back of his head throbbing alongside his hangover. The panic of having lost everything, clothes, phone, wallet, car, even furniture, intertwined with the humiliation of being toyed with by Jiang Yeye, nearly driving him to madness. What infuriated him further was that he had learned from Lao Lu's phone that the wretched girl had sent out messages about his bankruptcy and flight using his phone, even borrowing money in his name. Now, not only was he penniless, but he also inexplicably bore debts and might have offended some dangerous individuals. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He could not help but roar at the emptiness, his voice echoing loudly and futilely in the vacant room. At that moment, a fierce argument erupted from the neighboring unit, the words piercing through the thin walls. Zhang Hao, you scoundrel, come out here. Trying to run away after borrowing money without repayment? No chance. A sharp, scathing female voice rang out. It was his friend Qiangzi's wife, one of his creditors, or rather, a victim of the money borrowed under Jiang Yeye's name. Sister-in-law, please let me explain. Zhang Hao cried, his voice trembling in desperation as he pressed against the wall, shouting towards the door, that message wasn't he sent by me. Someone stole my phone and sent it using my number.
I just found out about this.
Don't lie. The message came from your number, and the money was transferred to your account before being immediately withdrawn. Qiangzi checked. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhang Hao, open the door. If you don't return the 50,000 today, we won't let this go. I know you're in there. The banging on the door sounded like drums, shaking the frame and hammering at Zhang Hao's heart. He was jolted with fear. The anger that had burned within him was doused instantly, leaving him frozen in place. Overwhelmed by sheer panic, he glanced down at his bare torso clad only in tattered underwear, his pockets emptier than his face, burdened by an inexplicable debt. If that shrew were to break in, he would not only be confronted with demands for money but would likely endure a barrage of scratches across his face. This was a disaster. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he frantically scanned the room, failing to find even a piece of clothing to cover himself. His gaze ultimately landed on the window, and a singular thought consumed him. The only escape was through there. The rental unit was on the second floor, overlooking a narrow hallway cluttered with debris below. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Hao disregarded his circumstances. He dashed to the window and flung open the rusted frame. The cool morning air, mixed with the peculiar odors of the urban village, rushed in. Zhang Hao, don't even think about running. I see you. The woman below was sharp-eyed, having circled to the side of the building, catching sight of him as he leaned out. She immediately shrieked. Zhang Hao's heart sank. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. Damn it, he growled. Disregarding the height of the second floor and the trash below, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and grasped the windowsill, closing his eyes as he leaped. Splash. Clatter. He landed squarely in a pile of discarded foam boxes and rotten vegetable scraps. The impact forcing a grunt from his lips, his body feeling as though it had been shattered. Even worse, one of his legs was stuck in a broken basket. Grab him. That bare-bottomed one is Zhang Hao. Don't let him get away. The woman's shrill cries echoed, drawing the attention of neighbors who were out early to take out the trash and buy breakfast. Countless curious, disdainful, and gleeful eyes converged on him. Zhang Hao had never endured such a profound humiliation. He felt the blood rush to his face, burning with embarrassment as he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He frantically tore off the basket stuck to his leg, scrambling to his feet. His naked body smeared with rotten vegetables and mud, appearing grotesquely comical in the soft morning light. What are you staring at? Get lost! He shouted in a rage towards the onlookers, attempting to shield his modesty with his hands, but failing miserably, evoking a wave of suppressed laughter and pointing fingers. Like a plucked chicken, Zhang Hao fled desperately down the alley, pursued by the relentless shrew and the buzzing murmurs of the crowd. His bare back, set against the backdrop of the filthy, dilapidated urban village, painted an absurd yet stiflingly painful scene. At that moment, his hatred for Jiang Ye surged to a peak. It was not merely a loss of possessions but a thorough trampling of his dignity and self-worth. In the dimly lit corner of the underground garage, the supermarket employees finally pushed the small mountain of goods to the designated spot, away from the main passage and surveillance cameras, which Jiang Ye had meticulously scouted. Only a few dust-covered, discarded vehicles remained nearby. Miss, would it be all right to place it here? The manager asked, wiping sweat from his brow, his tone cordial. Perfect. Thank you all for your hard work, Jiang Ye replied, watching the weary employees push the empty cart away. Once their figures vanished around the corner and their footsteps faded, she exhaled sharply, her back drenched in cold sweat. The calm demeanor she had feigned moments before was a mere facade, her heart racing in her chest. Quickly scanning her surroundings to ensure no one was present, she focused her mind. With a thought, the mountains of rice, flour, oil, and canned goods vanished as if swept away by an invisible hand, neatly arranged in her space. Success. As she reveled in the abundance within her secured realm, the tension in her body began to ease. Although the fatigue from her exertions lingered, it was overshadowed by immense satisfaction and a sense of security. She dared not linger. Quickly entering her vehicle and starting the engine, the silver van silently slipped away from the shadowy corner, merging into the city's morning traffic. On to the next. Chapter 7. The Deadly List. She continued her methodical approach, darting back and forth between two other large supermarkets, sweeping up supplies with fervor. Each time was meticulously calculated, each load maximized, each time relying on tips and the pretense of an imminent delivery to elude the surveillance cameras, quietly stashing the goods into her space. As the final batch of supplies, a cart overflowing with compressed biscuits and beef cans, vanished into the soft glow emanating from her wrist, Jiang Ye felt utterly drained. Her back soaked with sweat, clinging to her skin and sending shivers down her spine. The scattered purchases were proving too inefficient. Panting heavily, she leaned against the cold vehicle, realizing she needed to quickly secure a temporary warehouse for cover. While her food supplies were beginning to take shape, she knew that medical supplies were equally vital. After a brief respite, she drove to a large chain pharmacy. Without wasting words, she slammed a densely scribbled yet remarkably clear list onto the glass counter. The sharp sound startled the clerk. Fill this order, maximum size for each item, quantities on the back. Hurry. A young male clerk, puzzled, took the list, glancing at it. His eyes widening in shock as he instinctively gasped, oral medications, amoxicillin capsules 500 milligrams, 20 boxes. Cefixime tablets, 100 milligrams, 20 boxes. Ibuprofen extended-release capsules, 300 milligrams, 20 boxes. Acetaminophen tablets, 500 milligrams, 20 boxes. Montmorillonite powder, 3GX 10 bags, 20 large boxes. Norfloxacin capsules, 100 milligrams, 20 boxes. Omeprazole and enteric-coated capsules, 20 milligrams, 20 boxes. Enteritis tablets, 20 boxes. Multivitamin complex tablets, 100 tablets, 20 bottles. Banlangen granules, 10 gx 20 bags, 20 large bags. First aid supplies, povidone iodine solution, 500 milliliters, 10 large bottles. 75 medical alcohol, 500 milliliters, 10 large bottles. Sterile cotton swabs, 200 count, 20 large packs.
Sterile Gauze-Rose, 10 cm x 5 m, 10 Rolls. Elastikband Arges, 75 cm x 45 m, 10 Rolls.
Adhesive bandages, 100 count box, 10 boxes. Medical adhesive tape, 25 centimeters x 10 m, 10 rolls. Yunnan Baiyao powder, 4G, 10 large bottles. Monitoring equipment, digital thermometers, 10 units. Upper arm electronic blood pressure monitors, 2 units. The list was riddled with red crosses and alarming figures, resembling an array of bombs detonating before the clerk's eyes. He raised his head, his voice trembling with disbelief and a barely perceptible hint of wariness. Are you operating a clinic or something? This quantity is staggering. Especially these antibiotics and painkillers. Interrupting him, Jiang Yaya spoke with a calm demeanor that belied the undeniable pressure in her tone. Her sharp gaze swept over the clerk's slightly flustered face. The medical point is far away, the roads are poor, and there's no signal. It's prudent to stock up on basic medicines. Better safe than sorry. If something goes wrong, no one can afford the consequences. Hurry up with the supplies. I'm pressed for time. She deliberately emphasized the remoteness and lack of signal, pushing the urgency to its limits. The clerk, intimidated by her presence, swallowed hard but could not resist pointing to the glaring 20 boxes of antibiotics and painkillers on the list. But miss, medications like amoxicillin, cephalosporins, and ibuprofen, while common, are subject to regulations regarding bulk purchases, especially specific prescription drugs. We need to verify and register your ID. He hesitated before continuing, his fingertips unconsciously digging into the edge of the counter, casting a glance toward the duty manager who was organizing the shelves nearby. The store has regulations on bulk purchases of controlled substances due to potential misuse. Jiang Yaya's heart sank, yet her expression remained unyielding. She anticipated that a large purchase of antibiotics would raise eyebrows, but did not expect such stringent regulations concerning controlled drugs and potential misuse. Time was of the essence. She could not afford to be stalled here. With a quick thought, she pulled out her phone and scrolled rapidly, shoving the screen into the clerk's view. Displayed prominently was a clear image of Zhang Hao's ID. I have his ID photo on my phone. The number is XXXXXXXXXX, name, Zhang Hao. He is up there in the Highlands. Sending the documents would be inconvenient. Saving lives is crucial. Please make an exception. I'm in a hurry. Her tone conveyed an undeniable urgency. The clerk leaned in to scrutinize the photo and number, still somewhat skeptical, but he proceeded to input the information into the computer. At that moment, the duty manager sauntered over, inquiring about the large order. The clerk hastily explained the situation. The manager frowned, stating, "We still need to contact Mr. Zhang for verification." Jiang Yaya felt a tightening in her chest but kept her voice steady. "That's fine. Please reach out. He is likely busy right now. And the signal is poor, so he might not be reachable." The manager dialed the number, and unsurprisingly, it went unanswered. Jiang Yaya feigned exasperation, shrugging lightly. "See, I'm not deceiving you. There are many people waiting for these medications." After a moment of hesitation, the manager relented. "All right, we'll proceed with the supply. But if any issues arise later, you'll be held accountable." The clerk, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly set to work preparing the order. Jiang Yaya sighed with relief. She could not afford to make such a purchase again. The risk was too high and too easily exposed. The staggering amount at checkout did not elicit even a blink from her. Several oversized black garbage bags bulged at the seams, once again filling the rear of the van. After driving a couple of streets, she found a secluded corner where the medications vanished into the dim light. Without pause, she sped towards the expansive hardware market. The market was teeming with people, and Jiang Yaya was resolute, weaving through the stalls. Tools, a set of 20 axes and hammers, 30 steel saws, 5 chainsaws with ample chain oil, shovels and military shovels, axes, pry bars, and 100 spring knives, 100 electric pig sticks, reportedly capable of instantly incapacitating a 200-pound pig. Protection and illumination, powerful flashlights, headlamps, with 100 sets of batteries, 500 candles, 100 heavy military coats, 50 winter motorcycle helmets, warm and practical. 100 pairs of heat-resistant gloves. 50 pairs of cut-resistant gloves, 50 pairs of goggles, and 195 masks. Ropes and barriers. 50 bundles of high-strength nylon rope, 10 rolls of barbed wire. Water collection and containers. 50 large and small plastic buckets, 5 manual water pumps, and 50 large stainless steel pots. Fire sources and fuel. 500 lighters, 100 boxes of flint, 500 boxes of high-energy solid fuel blocks. Repairs and general tools. 50 adjustable wrenches and pipe wrenches, 500 sets of flathead and Phillips screwdrivers, utility knives, and blades. 10 rolls of heavy-duty waterproof tarpaulin. Energy reserves. 2 sets of portable solar panels, small, with corresponding controllers and inverters, and 1 large-capacity energy storage battery.
Additionally,
10 brand new 20-liter military metal fuel drums. It took 5 different shops to procure these weighty cornerstones of survival. Each shopkeeper assisted in delivering the goods to the parking spot she had deliberately chosen, a secluded corner of the market adjacent to a waste transfer station. Dimly lit and strategically chosen. As dusk fell and foot traffic dwindled, only the distant sounds of trucks loading and unloading echoed. After multiple batches of goods arrived, she began to methodically organize. Heavy axes and hammers stacked by category, the 100 military shovels and pry bars treated as treasures, carefully placed, chainsaws and oil stored separately. Military coats, helmets, gloves, goggles, and masks were designated to the protection zone. Flashlights, headlamps, batteries, and candles were placed in a dedicated lighting box. Despite their bulk, nylon ropes, barbed wire, and tarpaulins were neatly arranged. Lighters, flints, fuel blocks, screwdrivers, blades, wrenches, and pipe wrenches were all divided and stored in large plastic barrels. Stainless steel pots and water pumps occupied another area. The solar panels, controllers, inverters, energy storage battery, and the 10 military fuel drums were securely placed in the newly established energy zone. With the basic tools and protective gear nearly complete, 100 sets of equipment were sufficient to initiate a small-scale shelter. The military shovels and pry bars were core essentials, while lighters and fuel blocks were invaluable commodities. Unfortunately, the vital water purification filters and bleach would have to wait until tomorrow. She quickly surveyed her supplies, feeling a slight sense of relief. At this moment, twilight had completely enveloped the earth. She needed to find a safe place to spend the night. Staying in a hotel was out of the question. Zhang Hao had likely awakened and was frantically searching for her. Just then, she sneezed twice in quick succession. Almost simultaneously in another corner of the city, Zhang Hao's situation was akin to that of a stray dog. Chapter 8. The Curse of a Scoundrel. Zhang Hao, wrapped in a tattered burlap sack he scavenged from a garbage heap, barely concealed his body. His exposed skin was caked with mud and bruises, trembling violently. He stood before his own door, mustering the last of his courage to ring the bell with his dirty, shaking fingers. The door swung open with a force that nearly knocked it off its hinges. Lin Wei stood in the doorway, her meticulously groomed hair slightly disheveled, her made-up face marred by frost and extreme disdain. Upon recognizing the figure outside, her eyes narrowed, and her disgust morphed into seething rage.
Zhang Hao.
Her voice, sharp and piercing due to her fury, caused her to recoil as if from a plague, covering her nose and mouth with her hands. Did you fall into a cesspit? Get away. Don't dirty my place. Please listen to me. Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse and dry, laced with a tearful desperation as he attempted to step forward, only to be halted by Lin Wei's bone-chilling glare. Listen to you.
Fine.
Lin Wei's fingers trembled with rage as she pointed at him. Where's the money? The jewelry? The property deed? The furniture? The car? Chang's wife just called. 50,000. And that bankruptcy notice. Zhang Hao.
Today?
If you cannot articulate a reasonable explanation, then be off to sleep in the streets. A barrage of inquiries left Zhang Hao dizzy, and the mere mention of Qiangzi's wife sent him plummeting into an icy abyss. He struggled to suppress the humiliation and fear, forcing out a visage of utmost despair. Wife. Trust me, I have truly been wronged. His voice trembled with a hint of tears, striving to appear even more pitiable. I was at the rental apartment. That person drugged me. I knew nothing before I blacked out. When I awoke, everything was gone. My clothes, phone, wallet, and car keys, everything. That vile woman must have driven my car away. She must have taken advantage of my unconsciousness to make a copy of my keys and ransack her home. I am a victim too, my dear wife. I had no idea. The fire in Lin Wei's eyes did not extinguish. Rather, It blazed even more fiercely, threatening to erupt. A sharp, cold laugh escaped her lips, laden with the utmost derision. Drugged? Blacked out? Stripped bare? Zhang Hao, can you not spin a more believable tale? Do you take me for a child of 3? She advanced a step, her formidable presence causing Zhang Hao, wrapped in a sack, to shrink back further. Very well. Even if you were foolish enough to be drugged, why on earth would you go to a rental apartment? Zhang Hao was rendered speechless. Cold sweat beating on his forehead as his mind raced. Wife. I was deceived. They mentioned a lucrative opportunity at that rental apartment. I thought I could earn more money to provide a better life for you and our child, so I went. Who could have foreseen this? Lin Wei's mocking laughter echoed. Earn money? You would be so fortunate? Zhang Hao, are you not keeping a woman on the side? Wife, I swear. It must have been that group who, while I was unconscious, secretly unlocked the door with my fingers. Or perhaps they employed some high-tech means to break in. His eyes darted anxiously, cold sweat pouring down, soaking the filthy sack, his lips trembling as he protested. The thief's methods are advanced now. I swear. Nonsense. Lin Wei's fury interrupted, her eyes ablaze with the sting of betrayal and humiliation. Zhang Hao, do you think I am a fool? Drugged? Stripped? Stolen from? Have they also made a copy of our keys? Can they use your fingerprints to borrow money and send messages? Do you truly believe such absurdities? Wife. Wife. Zhang Hao collapsed onto the cold, polished floor, his soiled body leaving unsightly marks. Ignoring this, tears and snot mingled with the mud as he cried out in a pitiful, hoarse voice. Wife, I was wrong. I see now how foolish I was. I was blind. I trusted the wrong people. It's all my fault. 1,000 mistakes. 1,000,000 blunders. All mine. You can hit me, scold me, whatever you wish. But, my dear wife, this is not the time for blame. It is the money. All our money is gone. And the millions in debt. High-interest loans. Qiangzi and his gang. Will they let us off the hook? He suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Wei's, and shouted the most crucial words that pierced her nerves. Call the police. Quickly, call the police, my wife. Only the police can apprehend that person. Only they can recover our money. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. She will surely flee. Once she disappears, the creditors will come knocking at our door. My dear wife, that is our hard-earned money. The milk money for our child. Our lifeline. Call the police. Hurry. The thought of money and creditors pounding at their door struck Lin Wei's mind like 2 searing iron brands, cutting through her rage and humiliation. Watching Zhang Hao, who resembled a heap of mud as he cried out for money and creditors, she envisioned the overwhelming financial ruin that could crush them. The terrifying scenario of creditors besieging them, and the potential repercussions for their child. Fear finally eclipsed her anger and doubt. Call the police. Apprehend Zhang Yaya. Recover our money. This is our sole, albeit slender, hope for survival. Lin Wei's chest heaved violently, her icy gaze cutting through Zhang Hao like a blade. As if he were nothing more than a heap of rotting refuse. She ceased her chatter, showing no intention of allowing him entry, and swiftly retrieved her latest smartphone. Her fingers trembled slightly with a mix of intense anger and urgency, yet she pressed the buttons with remarkable speed and precision, dialing 110. The call connected almost instantly, and Lin Wei inhaled deeply, speaking rapidly and with clarity into the receiver. Hello. Is this 110? I wish to report a burglary. A robbery. The amount involved is exceedingly large. Several millions. At that moment, Zhang Yaya was aimlessly driving outside the city, finally halting at a dilapidated factory. The engine quieted, and she dared not exit the vehicle. She retrieved a blanket and some food from her space, hastily consuming a morsel to stave off hunger, then wrapped the blanket tightly around herself. An urgent need to relieve herself surged, and she cursed under her breath. Fearing the risk of stepping outside, she crawled to the back seat and produced a small container to resolve her discomfort. Enduring the unpleasantness, she swiftly sealed the container and tightly wrapped it in a thick plastic bag, attempting to contain the odor, storing it in her space. I'll dispose of it tomorrow. This is truly a predicament. She resignedly acknowledged that even with her rebirth, her inherent caution, or perhaps her fear of death, remained unchanged. If only I had a mobile home, all my troubles would be solved. Zhang Yaya tightened her blanket and curled up in the back seat, murmuring softly, striving to drown out the howling wind and the unsettling sensation of being watched in the darkness. forcing herself to close her eyes. Tomorrow, a warehouse. I must procure one at any cost. As her consciousness began to blur with fatigue, a sudden cacophony erupted. Bang. Clatter. A flurry of urgent, chaotic footsteps accompanied by fierce shouts shattered the silence of the abandoned factory. Stop. Damn it. See where you're running. Stop, you bastard. Don't let him escape. Retrieve the goods. A voice bellowed with murderous intent. Finish him. That package is mine. Another shrill voice followed suit. Jiang Yeye jolted awake. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. Her body chilled. What was that noise?
Could it be a wild beast?
She recoiled deep into her seat, holding her breath, her nails digging into her palms. Leaving deep imprints. An overwhelming terror coursed through her veins. Cautiously, she cracked the window open a sliver to peer outside. In the pale moonlight, a horrifying scene unfolded in the factory yard. A bloodied figure stumbled in, collapsing to the ground after only a few steps, struggling to rise, but immobilized.
Moment latte.
5 or 6 men wielding steel pipes and knives, their faces fierce, surrounded the bloodied individual, hurling curses.
Run.
Let's see how far you can go. The leader, a scar-faced thug, coldly laughed, delivering a hard kick to the man's back that echoed with a thud. If you try to run again, I'll break your legs. Jiang Yeye's hands and feet turned icy, her teeth chattered, and she covered her mouth tightly, barely daring to breathe, her mind racing with curses. What the hell? Is this a scene from a gangster robbery on television? What should I do? Will they discover me and silence me? It's just my luck to encounter this in the wilderness. The more she pondered her misfortune, the more it consumed her, but facing it was inevitable. She recalled the axe beneath the passenger seat, instinctively tightening her grip around the handle. The rough wood pressed against her palm, but instead of empowering her, it drained her of strength, fear sapping her energy. In desperation, she mentally pleaded, "Please, don't come over here. Don't find me. I just want to live." Yet, fear begets more fear.
Boss.
Over here.
Avon.
One thug shouted, flashing a flashlight wildly, the beam abruptly landing on the dilapidated garage. There's a vehicle inside. The blinding light pierced through the window, illuminating Jiang Yeye's pale face.
Buzz.
Her mind went blank. The blinding light was not only glaring but also felt like a humiliation, igniting her suppressed rage to its peak. She clearly recognized the faces of the thugs before her. They were the very ones who had assaulted her in her past life. The leader, with a greedy and sinister grin, dragged a steel pipe along the ground, producing a dreadful screech reminiscent of a death knell. Oh, look. There's a girl hidden inside. The scarred man, upon realizing a woman was in the vehicle, leered with crude excitement. Get down here, you little wench.
Don't force my hand.
No sooner had he uttered these words than one of the thugs, with a cold smirk, swung the steel pipe. The rush of air preceding its vicious descent towards the van's window.
Crash.
The glass shattered instantly, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Fragments of glass rained into the vehicle like hail. Jiang Yeye, initially fueled by hatred from her previous life, felt her soul leave her body at the sound of the breaking glass. A paralyzing fear gripped her throat, rendering her voiceless, with only one thought racing through her mind. It's over, it's over. Why did I have to encounter these monsters now? These were the very people who had been merciless in her past life, killing and devouring many, yet they shouldn't have been here, in this desolate wilderness. Panic surged as the dread from her previous life resurfaced. She felt as though she was suffocating. Just when she thought all hope was lost, the bloodied man on the ground summoned an unexpected surge of strength. He suddenly drew a glistening dagger from his bosom, swift as lightning, and plunged it into the thigh of the nearest thug. The strike was precise, hitting a major artery.
Ah,
you motherf! His agonized scream echoed through the night, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The thugs were momentarily stunned by this sudden counterattack, their attention diverted to their injured comrade, creating chaos among them. You're asking for death. The scarred man, enraged, turned around, his focus entirely consumed by the dying man's struggle. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, a singular voice resonated in Jiang Yeye's mind. Opportunity. The only chance. If she didn't flee now, they would certainly kill her too. Instinct for survival erupted within her like a volcano, instantly overpowering all fear. She sprang toward the driver's seat, inserted the key, and twisted it forcefully. Virum. The van's engine roared like an enraged beast. The garage door, if she could just escape, Everything would be fine. She slammed the accelerator to the floor. The steering wheel turned sharply. The tires screamed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The vehicle charged towards the bewildered thugs. Fueled by desperation and the hatred from her past life, crashing headlong into those who had once harmed her. The sequence could be adjusted to first express the emotions, then build up the vehicle's momentum, culminating in a cacophony that shattered the silence, enhancing the emotional flow and impact of the sound, such as bang, crack. A dull thud mixed with the sound of bones breaking. The two thugs blocking the way were sent flying like broken sacks, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Jiang Ye finally unleashed her pent-up rage with a fierce scream. Die. A frenzied exhilaration coursed through her nerves as the van surged forth. Crashing through the dilapidated wooden door of the garage, her voice of fury trailing behind her into the pitch-black night. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, her heart racing as if it might burst. The abandoned factory loomed like a grim tombstone, the flickering light of her flashlight diminishing rapidly, becoming indistinct before vanishing entirely into the darkness. The cold wind rushing through the shattered window sent a shiver down her spine, momentarily restoring some of her composure. She gasped for breath, overwhelmed with joy and tears of elation. Revenge. Sweet revenge. Could it be that she had truly killed one of those scoundrels? Yet before she could fully revel in her triumph, a sudden thud on the roof interrupted her joy, a rustling sound that sent a chill through her entire body. Her scalp tingled. What was that noise? Am I imagining things? Thud. The sound resounded again. Heavy, rhythmic, imbued with a suffocating weight. Right above her head. It was unmistakable. As if someone were knocking. Ah! The accumulated fear erupted, and with a short, sharp scream, her body reacted faster than her mind. Her right foot instinctively slamming on the brake. In the blink of an eye, a figure tumbled off the roof, crashing heavily onto the ground before her. The seatbelt constricted her tightly in place as she gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, a tumult of fear, rage, and a strong desire for revenge against her past assailants swirling within her, nearly choking her. Observing the figure ahead, she quickly calculated. If those thugs were present, then the opportunity to confront her enemies had arrived. Armed with a weapon and room to maneuver, she had no reason to fear. Jiang Ye, you have faced death once. Fate must surely favor you. You must uncover the truth. Bolstered by this resolve, she took a deep breath, grasped the axe from the passenger seat, and forcefully flung open the car door. Beneath the pale moonlight, a bloodied man lay awkwardly sprawled several meters ahead in the overgrown grass, motionless. Jiang Ye approached cautiously, and upon seeing his face, she breathed a sigh of relief. He was not one of the thugs, but rather the man being pursued. Yet, her relief was short-lived as she noticed his bloodied form. Had he succumbed to his injuries? Just as this thought crossed her mind, anger surged within her. Damn it. Had he not fled here, she would not have encountered those bastards and suffered this ordeal. As she turned to leave, the moonlight caught her attention, revealing the man's tightly clenched fist. During his flight, he had seemed intent on protecting something. Upon closer examination, even in his unconscious and severely injured state, he clung desperately to a blood-stained bag, starkly visible in the moonlight. Curiosity struck Jiang Ye. What could it be? Why was he so determined to protect it, even at the brink of death? Could it be something of great value? The thought of treasure ignited a spark in her eyes. She was in dire need of supplies and money. Gripping the axe tightly, she boldly approached the bag, but just as she was about to reach for it, the man on the ground emitted a faint groan. Jiang Ye froze, her heart racing as it leapt into her throat. It took her a moment to comprehend. He was still alive. She stared at the bloodied edge of his clothing, suddenly recalling the chaos from earlier. Had he not intervened and disrupted the thugs, she might not have escaped unscathed. Thus he had inadvertently aided her. However, rescuing him could invite countless troubles. Yet, not rescuing him brought to mind the moment of assistance he had offered. Clenching the axe handle tightly, she wrestled with herself. Should she save him or not? Chapter 10. Unexpected gains. Jiang Ye fixated on the man's clenched fist, the satisfaction of revenge still simmering within her. Yet, the notion that the item he had been clutching was undoubtedly valuable surged forth, pushing aside her earlier hesitation. Whether to save him or not became irrelevant. Her priority was to seize that bag. Resolute, she shifted the axe to her left hand and used her right to pry open his tightly grasped fingers. The touch was cold, sticky, imbued with a scent of blood and earth. Let go, you're nearly done for. How can you still possess such strength? She murmured, her nails digging into his fingers. In the darkness, she held her breath, her heart racing, and finally, with a forceful pull, she pried open the rigid fingers. A bloodied waterproof bag emerged. As it landed in her hand, it felt heavy and substantial. Jiang Ye did not hesitate for a moment. She swiftly extracted the item and, with a mere thought, instantly stored it in her personal space. However, the moment it entered, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Jiang Ye's consciousness was abruptly drawn into the depths of the space. The sight before her momentarily made her forget the dangers outside, beside the small earthen hut. A small patch of land suddenly emerged on the previously empty ground. It was roughly the size of a basketball court, with dark soil glistening under a delicate, peculiar purple light. Land. Could it be cultivated? Had the space been upgraded? A wave of immense joy surged within her, only to be swiftly overshadowed by deeper confusion. What on earth was contained within that bag? What could possibly induce such a transformation in the space? She immediately redirected her focus to the document bag she had just stowed away. It remained there, yet felt noticeably lighter in her grasp. Jiang Ye quickly seized it and opened it. It was empty. Nothing within. That substantial object had seemingly vanished into thin air. What was happening? Instinctively, she glanced towards the pool of spiritual energy water that had always existed in the space. It seemed to have changed slightly too. The water appeared clearer, exuding a more restrained and profound energy, yet she could not pinpoint exactly what was different. A sudden alarm blared in her mind. She could not linger. The danger still loomed. Jiang Ye forcefully withdrew her consciousness from the space, returning to reality. The icy air, the overwhelming scent of blood, and the boundless darkness outside enveloped her instantaneously. Her gaze fell once more upon the nearly lifeless man at her feet. A sharp question tore through her fleeting joy. Should she save him or not? The thought that the contents of that bag had upgraded her space was immensely tempting. Like a flicker of light in the darkness. Taking a gamble, with a determined bite of her lip, she bent down, exerting all her strength to grasp the tattered fabric under the man's arms, dragging his heavy body towards the nearby van. Internally she grumbled, "This is far too heavy. Probably heavier than a pig. If not for that bag causing the space to sprout land, I wouldn't even bother to spare him a glance." Her fingers turned white as she clutched the man's collar. He was now a living clue. She could either extract information about the bag's contents from him or discard him when he became useless.
Ouch.
As her head bumped against the van's door frame, the man emitted a muffled, painful groan. "How dare you cry out? If it weren't for you, I would have been sleeping soundly." Jiang Ye's voice dripped with resentment, yet her actions of dragging him towards the van did not cease. "However, considering it, you did help me out of a tight spot earlier. Saving your life now balances the scales, but remember, you brought this trouble upon yourself." With a combination of pushing and pulling, she finally managed to shove the heavy body into the van. The overpowering stench of blood mingled with the scent of dirt instantly filled the cramped space.
Bang!
She forcefully slammed the rear door shut, followed by a series of clicks as she manually locked all the doors. Without a moment's delay, she jumped into the driver's seat, inserted the key into the ignition, and twisted it forcefully. Vroom! The engine let out a piercing roar and sprang to life, shattering the suffocating silence of the night. Jiang Ye pressed the accelerator to the floor. The silver van darted forward like a startled wild horse, its tires screeching against the ground as it sped into the unknown darkness. "I cannot take the main road. Those thugs might be in pursuit. I cannot go to the hospital. Zhang Hao has probably already reported me and is searching for me. Where to go? Where to?" She sharply turned the steering wheel, veering the van into the rugged wilderness. The vehicle shook violently, bouncing about. Every jolt was accompanied by the heavy thuds from the back seat and the man's muffled groans of pain. Time became irrelevant as she drove on, until the silhouettes of factories faded from the night. After more than 20 frantic minutes of driving, Jiang Ye felt it was safe enough to slightly reduce her speed. She maneuvered the van into a sparse grove, ultimately parking carefully behind a particularly dense thicket of bushes. Turning off the engine, silence enveloped once more, leaving only her own labored breaths echoing in the confined space. The back of her shirt was already soaked with sweat, clinging to her skin. Leaning against the cold back of the driver's seat, she exhaled a long, trembling breath, as if trying to expel all the fear and tension from her chest. They shouldn't be able to catch up now, right? Once she regained her composure, She remembered the man in the back seat. Trying to calm her racing heart, she focused her thoughts and retrieved the flashlight she had bought at the hardware store from her space. With a click, a dim yellow beam illuminated the interior. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ye turned around, cautiously directing the flashlight towards the back seat. In the beam of light, the man lay twisted and curled within the gap beneath the seat, face down, rendering his features unrecognizable, surrounded by a pallid aura. Beneath him, dark red blood flowed continuously from his wounds, soaking through his tattered clothing, creating a glaring dark stain on the filthy seat. Surely he wouldn't die on me. Would he? Jiang Ye's heart sank, her voice tinged with a hint of panic. What if all my efforts are in vain? Hurriedly, she unbuckled her seatbelt, scrambling into the back seat, holding her breath as she extended a trembling finger towards the man's nose. Thankfully, he breathed. Although faint, it was a sign of life. Jiang Ye released a sigh of relief, yet her brow furrowed at the expanding bloodstain. First, I must stop the bleeding. He cannot die like this. A decision was made in an instant. Her consciousness plunged back into the space, rapidly searching. Iodine, Yunnan Baiyao powder, gauze, bandages, scissors, and a bucket of spiritual spring water. Contemplating the items, she seized the scissors and swiftly cut away all the man's clothing, leaving only a small pair of underwear. The fabric tore away, revealing the gruesome wound. The flesh grotesquely gaping, with swollen, darkened edges. Ugh, the injury is severe, just as tragic as in my previous life. Yet at least you still have a body. Whereas her thoughts abruptly halted, fragments of painful memories from her past life flashing through her mind, ultimately leaving little more than ashes behind. After a 2-second pause, she shook her head to suppress the memories, took the iodine-soaked cotton ball, and pressed it against the wound, muttering to herself, "But let me make this clear. My efforts to stop the bleeding are not out of pure kindness. Your previous assistance in my escape has been noted, but you brought this calamity upon yourself. So don't think that all is forgiven." She then scooped some spiritual spring water, slowly pouring it along the edges of the wound. To her astonishment, the bleeding visibly slowed. This spiritual spring water is indeed effective. At least it has halted the blood flow, and the sight is no longer as horrifying. Next, she took the iodine-soaked cotton ball and pressed it against the exposed flesh, the intense stimulation causing the unconscious man to twitch involuntarily. Yet she did not falter. Immediately pouring a generous amount of Yunnan Baiyao powder onto the wound. This should stabilize him, right? Afterwards, she pulled over clean gauze to cover the wound and hastily wrapped it with bandages. While wrapping, she deliberately left a bit of extra cloth to loosely tie around his wrists and ankles, securing it with a slipknot, in case he wakes up and goes berserk. At least it would restrain him for a few moments. She brushed off the dust from her hands, her gaze sweeping across the man's waist to ensure he was unarmed. Then she casually rifled through his pockets, finding only half a pack of cigarettes. With nothing else, she decided to store it all in her space. "Hey, you really do look a bit like a mummy." Jiang Ye gazed at her handiwork, a rare smile gracing her lips, but it quickly morphed into a frown. I wonder if this will even keep him alive? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to take one last gamble, retrieving a vial of spring water from her space. She crushed 2 anti-inflammatory pills, murmuring softly, "Let's give it a try." A dead horse is worth a live horse's treatment. In truth, she was more curious to see if the upgraded spring water would yield even stronger effects when consumed. With gritted teeth, she half-lifted the man's heavy head, her arm aching under the strain. With her other hand, she roughly pried his tightly shut mouth open and poured the spring water mixed with the powdered medicine into him bit by bit, wiping away any spilled liquid with her sleeve, finding it too bothersome to clean up properly. Once she finished administering the medicine, she carelessly let his head fall back against the seat, her movements lacking any gentleness, completely disregarding whether he might feel pain. Just as she straightened up and prepared to fetch a bottle of water for herself, she suddenly felt a disturbance from the back seat. The man, still unconscious, twitched violently. A hoarse sound emanated from his throat, reminiscent of something being choked. Goodness! Jiang Ye jumped, nearly dropping her axe, startled. Is he coming back to life? She eyed him warily, not panicking. Instead, she tightened her grip on the axe and took a cautious step back, her gaze fixed on the man's convulsing body. Her mind raced. Even if he survives, it may not be a blessing. He had been pursued by so many armed individuals. And those people were clearly the thugs who had killed and feasted on flesh in the Zhonghao community in her past life. The mere thought of their cruelty sent her heart plummeting, and her thoughts spiraled. Could he possibly know those ruffians? Did he provoke someone tough on the streets? Or was he hiding something far more valuable than that bag? Regardless of the answer, any connection to those thugs would undoubtedly draw trouble my way. Yet, as her gaze swept over the man's chest, which was slowly rising and falling in a steadier rhythm, she suppressed her chaotic thoughts. Contemplating the potential benefits of his awakening, it would provide her the chance to inquire directly about the contents of that bag and why it vanished upon entering her space, causing the land to flourish. However, if he remained in his current state, she wouldn't be able to extract a single useful word from him. Instinctively, she glanced at the empty corner of the back seat, her expression cooling as her last shred of hesitation dissipated. There was no loss in discarding him. She had already reaped the benefits of the space upgrade, and the value of his information was more than sufficient to justify the effort she had put into saving him. Chapter 11. Establishing a warehouse. The convulsions soon ceased, but the man's breathing became noticeably heavier and more rhythmic, no longer resembling the fragile state of a dying ember. His tightly furrowed brow appeared to relax a bit, and although he remained unconscious, his vitality seemed to be rapidly returning. My heavens, this spring water! Jiang Yeye marveled at the almost instantaneous effect, her heart in turmoil. This was no mere water, it was akin to an elixir.
Then,
a pang of regret struck her. How could she have used such a precious substance on him? Was she out of her mind? However, this man must surely know what that treasure capable of upgrading her space was. After some contemplation, she decided it was not a total loss. But she resolved that she could no longer afford to use the spring water on him, even though there was ample supply in her space. She gazed at him for a while, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. Realizing she needed to see his face better, she leaned in closer, using the dim light from her flashlight to illuminate his features. He had a strikingly chiseled face, with a high, knife-like nose and long, thick eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his tightly shut eyes. Even in unconsciousness, his thin lips remained pressed together, exuding an unyielding sense of determination. Well, he certainly looks good, Jiang Yeye murmured softly, her gaze sharpening with wariness. But who knew if he was merely a creature in human guise? Just as this thought crossed her mind, memories of being deceived by a wolf in human clothing in her past life flooded back to her. A chill coursed through her as the realization crystallized. Thus, he could only be a stumbling block to my survival. Not a single man could be trusted. Without further thought, she swiftly retrieved a sturdy bundle of nylon rope from her space. With nimble movements, she bound his hands tightly in front of him and secured his ankles with firm knots. Once this was accomplished, she exhaled in relief, brushing the dust off her hands as if she had just completed an important safety measure. Now, even if he were to awaken and attempt to attack, she would have some time to react. The tension she had held throughout the day finally eased slightly. She adjusted the seat of her driver's chair to a position from which she could keep her eyes open if necessary, cautiously closing her eyes. Though she lay down, it felt more like resting on the edge of a knife, her ears perked up to catch any sounds of movement within the vehicle. That night, her dreams were filled with the chill of icy caverns and Zhang Hao's sinister laughter. Yet, the tremendous mental and physical exhaustion ultimately dragged her into a shallow sleep for merely 3 to 4 hours. As dawn broke, the glaring sunlight pierced through the cracks in the car window like a burning needle, striking her face. Jiang Yeye's eyelids fluttered open, her heart racing, her hand instinctively reaching for the empty passenger seat, only to suddenly remember that she had stored her electric baton in her space the previous night. Phew, thank goodness. It was just a dream. I'm still alive. She stretched her stiff neck and shoulders, the joints cracking softly. The cramped car felt hard against her. Yet it provided more comfort than any moment she had experienced in her past life. At least now, she was surrounded by metal, not ice walls. She turned a glance at the back seat. The man, bound like a zongzi, remained unconscious. She reached out to check his breath once more. He was still alive. What a resilient fellow. She pursed her lips, her tone mixed with exasperation. What a hassle. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Were it not for the mysterious disappearance of the item that had potentially triggered the space upgrade, she would have considered tossing him out of the car right then. I still need to gather supplies. Frustrated, she raked her fingers through her hair. How could she move with such a burden? Reluctantly, she resolved to think of another plan. She searched through the pile of clothes she had cut open last night, but found nothing. Completely empty, not even a coin. What a poverty-stricken situation. She couldn't help but scoff. She retrieved the spring water from her space, pondering. He had drunk it without issue, and judging by his complexion, he seemed to be recovering well. She took a few hearty swigs of the spring water, the cool, slightly sweet liquid sliding down her throat. An extraordinary soothing sensation combined with a rush of strength flooding from her stomach. Indeed, it was remarkable. Anything from her space was bound to be of superior quality. After a moment's hesitation, she muttered, well, if I die of thirst, the lead on the space upgrade will be lost. With that, she took out a cup and carefully fed him a bit of water. Then, she settled back into the driver's seat, savoring a hearty breakfast. The steaming buns released a meaty aroma as she bit into them, and the sweet porridge warmed her inside, dispelling much of her fatigue and the chill from the night. Before she had even finished the last bun, she had already opened her phone, her fingers swiftly gliding over the screen as she searched for warehouse rental information nearby. Her gaze sharpened as she scanned through the listings, filtering the conditions in her mind. The location must be remote, management must be lenient, and most importantly, there should be no strict identity verification required. Soon, she locked onto a target and dialed the landlord's number, swiftly arranging a time to inspect the warehouse. Now that she was heading out, those thugs should be unable to find her. Jiang Ye calculated, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Confirming that no one was nearby, she finally started the car. Avoiding the main roads, she relied on her hazy memories and the offline map on her phone, weaving through the edges of abandoned factory areas and narrow country lanes with great care. The car moved slowly, each turn executed cautiously. Her nerves taut as she remained alert to every movement in the rearview mirror and every intersection ahead. The dilapidated van jolted along the uneven road, each bump sending a shudder through her heart as she feared drawing unnecessary attention. The man in the backseat emitted unconscious groans amidst the turbulence, heightening her tension. Every indistinct shadow reflected in the mirrors sent her pulse racing. It was only when she had distanced herself from the treacherous area, venturing onto a relatively wide but sparsely trafficked suburban road, that she allowed herself a slight sigh of relief, though her palms remained clammy on the steering wheel. Finally, following the navigation's guidance, she turned into a secluded lane, reaching a row of somewhat aged, rudimentary warehouses. A middle-aged man, clad in work trousers and smoking a cigarette, leaned against the roll-up door of one of the units, evidently awaiting her arrival. Jiang Ye parked the vehicle, took a deep breath, and endeavored to appear composed before stepping out. The man approached, scanning her face and the worn van before succinctly stating his terms. This one, 6,000 a month.
Noch hagelim.
1 month's rent and a security deposit, at least a 6-month lease for the deposit to be refunded. Unfair terms. Jiang Ye cursed inwardly, yet managed to force a smile. No problem, let us rent it for a month and if it suits, we can extend. She quickly counted out 12,000 in cash and received the warehouse key in return. Gazing at the warehouse before her, she felt a sense of relief. Finally, a place to call her own. After driving to the entrance of the agricultural market, she cautiously left a small crack in the van's window to ensure the troublesome occupant wouldn't suffocate inside. Exiting the vehicle, she swiftly navigated through the market, comparing prices. Ultimately, she settled on Jessen Grain and Oil, finding the proprietor to be straightforward and the prices reasonable. She listed her requirements: rice, flour, noodles, millet, red beans, green beans, buckwheat, and a barrel of cooking oil, 1 truckload each. She provided the warehouse address for delivery. Next, she headed to the fruit and vegetable wholesale market. Potatoes, cabbage, chili peppers, mushrooms, garlic, eggplants, tomatoes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and ginger were her focus. These durable vegetables were essential. Fruits like apples, bananas, dragon fruit, watermelon, grapes, and strawberries were also indispensable. She even begrudgingly ordered a durian, knowing not if she would have another chance to savor it. Each item was ordered in truckload quantities. Although she believed the newly tilled black soil could yield crops, it was prudent to prepare for the worst. Contemplating the potential of the black soil, she sought out a seed store, but as she passed the poultry section, she noticed live chickens and ducks. Suddenly, she remembered the live chickens she had previously placed inside the space. They seemed to have remained motionless. Upon retrieving one with her mind, she discovered it had perished. Jiang Ye furrowed her brow, realizing that the space could not accommodate living creatures. Her earlier thought of retreating into the space during an apocalypse had been dashed. Looking at the lifeless chicken in her hands, disappointment flooded her heart. However, with so many live chickens and ducks around, they represented sustenance. Meat would be a luxury in an apocalypse. Regardless of their state, she decided to procure them. Having some was better than none. After haggling with the owner, she ordered a truckload of free-range chickens, geese, and ducks, who generously added 2 boxes of eggs from these poultry. She also requested a truckload of chicken, duck, and goose eggs, providing the warehouse address once more. Watching the delivery vehicles depart, she couldn't help but marvel at the affordability of the wholesale market. She then found a seed store and purchased various fruit and vegetable seeds, requesting 100 packets of each. Although these seeds were not inexpensive, the prospect of growing more produce compelled her to make the purchase and take them with her. Sitting in her van, observing the dwindling cash in her possession, she lamented. Money truly does not last. As Zhang Ye prepared to drive back to the warehouse, Zhang Hao sat anxiously in the police station's reception area, restless from having reported his case too late the previous night. The officers had instructed him to return this morning for processing. Across from him, a young officer typed away at the keyboard without looking up. Mr. Zhang, you mentioned a woman named Zhang Ye who incapacitated you. Used your personal information to take out a loan, sent fraudulent messages from your phone, and stole your keys, emptying your home of all valuable items, including your property deed and a Mercedes? However, your transaction records indicate that these actions were executed by you, with notes stating they were voluntary gifts. We will need to verify this with the bank and send someone to your home for evidence collection. What else there to verify? That woman knocked me out and stole my money. Officer, please hurry, Zhang Hao exclaimed, springing to his feet, only for Lin Wei to quickly grab his arm and shoot him a warning glance. You have the audacity to argue with the police after voluntarily participating. The officer frowned. Reporting a crime requires evidence. Your statement lacks supporting material. We must adhere to protocol. We will document the case today and contact the bank and property management tomorrow morning to review the surveillance footage. We will notify you of any developments. Wait until tomorrow? She'll be long gone. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, acutely aware that the police could not be relied upon. His theft report was fabricated, and if investigated, all his sordid dealings would likely surface. He abruptly stood up, yanking Lin Wei along as he declared, "Let us go. No more waiting." Lin Wei forcefully shook off his hand. "If you want to leave, go ahead. I will cooperate with the police investigation." Seeing his wife's anger, Zhang Hao quickly calculated his options. He was left with no money, but Lin Wei had some savings. He couldn't afford to offend her. Thus, he shifted his tone. "Darling, I'm just anxious. Can you lend me some cash? I need to buy a phone to contact my friends. You can keep an eye on things here while I reach out to my brothers to help look into this." Lin Wei, seeing his earnest expression, tossed him 1,000 yuan. "This is all I have. There's no more." Zhang Hao glanced at the meager sum and almost protested that it wouldn't suffice. But the fierce look in Lin Wei's eyes silenced him. He took her phone and contacted Zhang Chong. In a dim corner of the city, Zhang Hao glared at the black screen of a second-hand phone, seething. He had managed to restore his card, and the moment he inserted it, his phone was bombarded with calls. "Zhang Hao, what is going on? You borrowed money and then vanished. Zhang Hao, you heartless scoundrel. You promised to cover my project costs and buy me a bag, and now you've run off. You better be careful. I'll tell brother who to skin you alive." "Xiao Zhang, why do you always disappear when trouble arises? If you're in a bind, just tell Sister Wang. As long as you spend a night with her, she'll sort it out for you." "Hello, Mr. Zhang. You have an outstanding loan of 10,000 yuan due daily, which is now 3 days overdue. If you do not repay soon, our company will take action." Zhang Hao could no longer contain his fury and silenced the phone. He dialed Zhang Ye's number at least 20 times, initially hearing, "The user you are trying to reach is currently on another call." Then the user you are trying to reach has turned off their phone, and finally, the user you are trying to reach has blocked your number. "Damn it, that wretch." He slammed the phone against the wall, the plastic casing cracking. Nearby, Chong squatted on the floor, crushing a cigarette stub with his heel, his brow furrowed in irritation. He glared at Zhang Hao and, with a tone laced with annoyance, remarked, "Why did you have to provoke my wife? I heard her chasing you with a rolling pin yesterday. I could hear it from the alley. This morning she bombarded my phone, threatening to smash my nearly new Jetta if she didn't get her money back." Zhang Hao hastily retrieved his phone, approaching with an apologetic smile. "Brother Chong, considering our long-standing friendship, could you help me out this time? My Mercedes, when I entrusted you with the inspection not long ago, you mentioned that the second-hand car dealership had been around for a while and that installing a tracking device would be prudent. Do you recall the one you installed for me?" He scoffed. That Jiang Yeye is undoubtedly still flaunting my car. Just check the tracking. Strongzy ground his teeth. Retrieving an old flip phone from his pocket, its screen marred by a crack, likely from a quarrel with his wife. He opened the tracking app, muttering, "Let me tell you, this tracking method is my old trick to prevent scams when I receive cars. If the signal is weak and we can't locate her, I'll take you home to explain it to my wife." He paused, recalling his wife's fierce demeanor when she scolded, shivering at the memory. "Yesterday, when she chased you, she wasn't merely trying to frighten you. A debtor had once been cornered by her at the dealership for 3 days and nights before kneeling to repay his debt." Zhang Hao felt a shiver of fear and quickly reassured, "We will definitely track her down. If we find her, not only will I return your 50,000, but I'll also add 2,000 as a reward." Strongzy remained silent, poking at his battered phone for a while, before a blinking red appeared on the screen. Likely near a second-hand pawn shop on the city outskirts. His eyes lit up momentarily, only to quickly darken again. Doesn't this location resemble a pawn shop? He looked at Zhang Hao, uncertainty creeping into his tone. "Are you sure she's driving your car?" Zhang Hao felt a jolt of apprehension but feigned bravado. Spitting on the ground, "The police are of no use. Since I reported it, there has been no response. They just keep asking useless questions. How could I dare to speak the truth?" He tugged at Strongzy, insisting, "Let us find her ourselves." Strongzy stumbled slightly from the pole, cursing under his breath. But his feet obediently followed. After all, compared to Jiang Yeye, his wife was the one who could truly make him pack up and flee overnight. Jiang Yeye herself was unaware of how wise her decision to sell the Mercedes had been. If she still possessed that car, Zhang Hao would have likely tracked her down by now using the device. As she parked at the warehouse entrance, a delivery truck from a grain and oil store was unloading goods. Jiang Yeye opened the large warehouse door, directing workers to unload bags of rice, flour, and oil, along with boxes of fruits and vegetables into the spacious interior. The commotion at the entrance disturbed the man in the back seat, who emitted a faint murmur, his fingers curling reflexively. Jiang Yeye's heart raced. Was he waking up? She maintained her composure, casting a few extra glances at the van, her voice quickening as she instructed the workers, "Hurry up and unload, then leave swiftly." She settled into the driver's seat, peering for a while before there was still no movement, feigning sleep, or truly unconscious. How dull. She pulled out her phone, deciding to indulge in online shopping. One must never be without essentials. Chapter 12. Snow Tires and RVs. She ordered frantically as if in battle. Thermal clothing, off-season down jackets, thick winter coats, heavy sweaters, thermal pants, cold-resistant clothing, cotton shoes, cotton gloves, warm hats, scarves, and 5,000 sets of cotton blankets. Summer attire, in preparation for unforeseen weather: short sleeves, sunscreen jackets, pants, sandals, raincoats, and rain boots, 1,000 of each. Camping gear, tents, thermal sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, portable stoves, 1,000 sets. She prioritized purchasing firewood stoves, 1,000 units. A solid currency for cooking and heating in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Also, a large quantity of laundry detergent, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and shampoo and conditioner. Safety gear, pepper spray, chili water, stun batons, stab-proof vests, crossbows, all in ample supply. Special equipment, snowboards, ski suits, ski jackets, and helmets, 1,000 pieces. Takeout meals, various flavors, 500 servings. Milk tea in assorted flavors, 500 servings, all to be served hot. Grilled meat rice, sauced rice, rice noodles, snail rice noodles, fried rice, tomato and egg noodles, stir-fried rice noodles, Korean bibimbap, yellow braised chicken rice, chicken pot, pickled fish, boiled meat slices, pork rib stew with potatoes, noodles and sauce, beef noodles, flat noodles, and pulled noodles, 500 servings each. Just as she was about to place another order, she realized she could no longer afford anything. Her bank balance had hit zero. Zhang Hao's money had vanished so quickly, causing her a pang of regret. The remaining supplies would require her to tap into the cash left in her space. Deliveries would likely take 3 days, and with logistics being slow, perhaps up to 5 days. She contemplated how to procure coal or wood and a heating stove. In the warehouse, the unloading of rice, flour, and oil was complete. After settling the final payment and waiting for the workers to leave, she promptly closed the door, beginning her frenzied collection. With a mere thought, mountains of supplies vanished into her space. Before long, trucks delivering vegetables, fruits, and chickens and ducks arrived, along with various takeout orders, all arriving simultaneously. Jiang Yeye collected them into her space, and just as she finished gathering the last of the chickens and ducks, she suddenly felt a nosebleed and dizziness, nearly collapsing.
What?
Does this have side effects? Jiang Yeye pondered while seated on the ground, only to be interrupted by her stomach growling loudly. She glanced at her phone. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Since morning, apart from a few dumplings and some rice porridge, she hadn't consumed a drop of water. Realizing that her dizziness was likely due to hunger, she retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space and drank deeply, instantly feeling much better. This was excellent. She then took out a serving of beef noodles, sitting on the ground to eat. Having not tasted noodles for days, her stomach felt relieved, though she still refrained from spicy toppings. The beef noodles were flavorful, accompanied by tender chunks of beef that melted in her mouth, filling her with a profound sense of satisfaction. How blissful it was to have a full meal. Once she was content and back in the car, she plopped down in the driver's seat, her fingers still greasy from the dumpling. As usual, her gaze drifted to the back seat, landing on the man securely bound. Why hadn't he woken up yet? She frowned, studying him further. His complexion was much rosier than in the morning, and his wounds had ceased to bleed. Concerned he might starve to death, leaving her without clues to the space, she retrieved a box of milk from her space, mixing it with some spiritual spring water before pouring it into his mouth. Observing him, soft and seemingly boneless, she thought, at this rate, binding him seems unnecessary. But what if he wakes up and goes berserk? Better to keep him tied up. Yet, she realized that carrying such a burden would delay her plans. She still needed to rent a vehicle and stockpile remaining supplies. After contemplating, Jiang Yeye decided to start the van and head back to the warehouse. Parking in the far corner of the warehouse, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before locking the doors, firmly resolving, I'll leave him here for now. And once I rent the RV, I'll return to deal with this hassle. She pulled out her phone and called for a ride-hailing service. Within 2 minutes, a silver sedan came to a stop at the roadside. Sliding into the car and providing her phone number ending in 6382, she promptly asked, by the way, driver, are there any companies nearby where I can rent an RV? I need it urgently, preferably with a full range of models. The driver chuckled, gripping the steering wheel. What a coincidence. Drive 5 kilometers ahead, and you'll find Hongyan Car Rentals, offering everything from compact cars to RVs that can accommodate people and cook. Models galore. Are you planning a trip with family? Jiang Yeye seized the opportunity to fabricate a story. Indeed. I want to take the elders and children around. An RV is far more convenient for cooking and sleeping than a hotel. The RV would indeed be suitable. The driver pressed the accelerator. I'll take a shortcut. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. True to his word, the rental agency had a sizable storefront with various vehicle models advertised on the glass doors. As Jiang Yeye gently pushed open the door, a young man clad in blue work attire, with an identification badge hanging from his chest, swiftly approached her with a sincere smile.
Hello, miss.
What type of vehicle are you looking to rent? We have a comprehensive selection of compact cars, SUVs, and business vehicles. If you're planning a long journey, we also offer several models of RVs, ranging from smaller ones to those accommodating 5 or 6 people. Jiang Yeye nodded and articulated her requirements directly. I wish to rent an RV that meets 3 criteria. It must possess ample space, provide warmth in winter, and ensure a non-slip surface in rainy conditions. Ideally, it should also be equipped with solar power for outdoor convenience. The young man's eyes brightened at her clarity of demand. Your specifications are quite clear. We happen to have 3 models that fit your needs. Shall I take you to see them? He gestured for her to follow him into the showroom, enthusiastically detailing the options along the way. The first model is a Class B RV, suitable for 2 to 3 people. It is nimble and easy to drive, perfect for both urban and suburban areas, with a daily rental of 600 yuan. However, the space is somewhat compact. The second option is a Class C RV, accommodating 4 to 6 people. It features a kitchen, bathroom, and small beds, complete with heating for winter and non-slip tires. Plus the solar panels you requested, at a daily rental of 1,000 yuan. The third model is a large Iveco, which can house more than 6 people, boasting luxurious amenities. But it comes with a daily rental of 1,500 yuan and requires more consideration regarding road conditions. After circling around the Class C RV, Jiang Yeye tapped on its door, her mind racing with calculations. I might need to carry supplies later. A spacious interior would allow for heating equipment, and the solar panels are essential. She turned to the young man and declared, I'll take this Class C model for a week. If I require it longer, I will extend the rental. The young man beamed with delight. You have a keen eye. This Class C is one of our bestsellers, favored by many families for outings. Allow me to elaborate on its features. The solar panels generate up to 8 kilowatt-hours of electricity daily, sufficient for lighting, charging, and heating. The non-slip tires are Michelin, ensuring stability even on rural roads during rainy weather. The small kitchen can be used for cooking noodles and soups, and the bathroom serves as an emergency facility. As he opened the door for her to experience the interior, his expertise shone through. Jiang Ye circled the Class C RV twice, tapping the tires before addressing the staff. The tires need to be replaced with snow tires, and please have 2 additional snow tires as spares. I also require the best antifreeze oil available. I will add an extra 20,000 yuan as a tip for swift service. Can you arrange that? The staff hesitated momentarily, confusion etched on their faces. Miss Jiang, it's the middle of summer. Isn't it a bit premature to change to snow tires? I intend to travel north, where I hear that the high-altitude areas occasionally experience snowfall, and I'm concerned about slippery roads. Jiang Ye replied calmly, maintaining eye contact.
Can it be done?
The staff quickly understood, smiling and nodding. Of course. Rest assured. I will arrange for the best technician to expedite this. Then, with a hint of caution, they added, by the way, Miss Jiang, our RV requires a deposit of 50,000 yuan. If you're heading north and will need more than 7 days, it would be wise to pay for 15 days up front for a discount on the rental. Jiang Ye inwardly cursed herself for only considering the snow tires, realizing she had inadvertently stepped on her own toes. To avoid raising suspicion, she reluctantly conceded, all right. I will rent it for 15 days. The staff's face lit up with joy. Excellent. Please follow me to complete the registration process. Upon reaching the registration desk, Jiang Ye hesitated briefly before retrieving 2 identification cards from her bag belonging to Zhang Hao and Lin Wei. The search for Zhang Hao's home was not in vain. These IDs come in handy now. When asked for her phone number, she decisively filled in Lin Wei's details. As the staff verified the information, they glanced from Lin Wei's ID to Jiang Ye, noting their apparent differences. One youthful and the other slightly more mature. Sensing the staff's scrutiny, Jiang Ye quickly smiled and said, Oh, I recently underwent a minor cosmetic procedure. Don't I look younger and more beautiful? The staff, realizing the commonality of such situations, quickly responded with a smile. I apologize. Miss Lin. I'll print the contract right away. Soon, the contract was ready. Jiang Ye skimmed the terms and, satisfied, signed it, promptly paying the rental and deposit. Changing the tires and oil will take about 2 hours. If you're in a hurry, you may wait in the lounge, offered the staff, handing her a bottle of water. Jiang Ye accepted the water, but declined to sit. No need to wait. I have some errands nearby. I'll return in 2 hours to pick up the vehicle. With that, she exited and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, take me to the nearest pig farm, preferably a larger one. As the taxi glided smoothly along the asphalt road, Jiang Ye leaned against the passenger seat, absent-mindedly tapping her fingers on her knee while pondering her plans for the pig farm. Upon arrival, I will negotiate with the owner to have the pigs processed and ready for purchase to avoid any hassle later. She recalled the unfortunate experience with chickens that had lost their vitality upon entering her space and contemplated, I could directly store live pigs in there, but they would perish instantly. However, the thought of stuffing unprocessed pigs into the space and then having to deal with them myself sends shivers down my spine. Just as her thoughts shifted from the meat storage, she remembered her phone and the necessity of avoiding location tracking. Each time she used her phone, it was promptly returned to the space, where it received no signal. She only retrieved it when necessary. As the taxi approached the pig farm, an idea struck her regarding a recent online purchase. Curious if it had shipped, she reached into her space, retrieved her phone, and powered it on. Upon the screen illuminating, a flurry of notifications erupted. 13 missed calls from unknown numbers and several new messages. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed as she hovered her finger over the screen. Unknown numbers? Could it be Zhang Hao reaching out? Or perhaps those debt collection agencies? Regardless, she couldn't afford to call back. She decided to check the messages first, hoping to glean some insight into the sender's identity. Frowning, she scrolled through the messages, noting that both were from the same unknown number, sent just moments ago. Yeah. Can we please not be at odds? I know you're upset because I didn't buy you a bag. When you return, I'll buy you 2. The money is with you. Spend it however you wish. Just don't hide from me, okay? I truly regret my actions. Jiang Ye stared at the message, her eyes turning icy. No need to ponder. It's undoubtedly Zhang Hao. It seems he switched to a new number, still employing that same old tactic of sweet-talking. As if I were the naive fool from my past who could be easily swayed by a few flattering words. How laughable. She could almost envision Zhang Hao's self-satisfied expression as he sent the message, likely believing that a little humility and flattery would lure her back. With a scoff, she swiftly executed her decision, long pressing the number and adding it to her blacklist in one fluid motion. Once completed, she didn't spare the phone another glance, shutting it off and tossing it deep into her space. In the darkness of her space, the phone screen dimmed completely, as if it had never been retrieved. Jiang Yeye reclined back in her seat, contemplating. It seemed Zhang Hao had not reported her, otherwise he would have switched phones by now. Had he done so, the authorities would likely have already taken action. But since he was still resorting to such juvenile tactics, it was apparent he had yet to uncover any substantial leads. Nor had he truly committed to reporting her. With this realization, she ran her fingers thoughtfully, her gaze sharpening. Excellent. Let him squander his time on such trivial matters. When the apocalypse arrives, I shall no longer fear the constraints of law. At that point, I shall simply laugh. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of an old pawnshop on the city's outskirts, Zhang Chong was gripping Zhang Hao's arm tightly. Brother, don't act impulsively. Laoli claimed that the collateral was a woman. If the loan wasn't repaid within 3 days, the car would belong to her. If you damage the car now, you would have to compensate her, which puts us at a disadvantage. Zhang Hao found himself unable to break free from the situation, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixated on the familiar scratch on the black Mercedes hood, one he had caused just last week, now bearing a red sold tag. With the keys in the hands of a stranger. Why didn't he ask for my consent? Zhang Hao's voice cracked. That woman stole my car. You're selling stolen goods. I'm calling the police. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Laoli felt a twinge of fear. After all, this car lacked even a registration document. He replied, everything is documented in black and white, along with the transaction records. However, considering Zhang Chong is a friend, this matter can be negotiated. Zhang Chong, sensing an opportunity, quickly inquired, what do you propose? Laoli glanced at Zhang Chong, and then at Zhang Hao, a shrewd thought crossing his mind. Here's the deal, Mr. Zhang. If you repay the collateral amount for that woman, the car will still belong to you. What do you say? Zhang Hao paused, realizing he was financially strapped and that Jiang Yeye had taken his phone, leaving him burdened with her debts. Was he truly going to fall victim to a woman, especially one who had ensnared him so thoroughly? His frustration boiled over, and he began to stomp his feet in anger. Just then, a phone call interrupted him. Initially, he intended to hang up, assuming it was yet another debt collector. But the phone rang again. With annoyance, he answered, only to find it was Lin Wei on the line, unleashing a torrent of curses. Zhang Hao, you wasteful fool. Instead of chasing after that wretched woman for the money, you're busy renting an RV? Get it back right now. Confused, Zhang Hao responded, RV? What RV? I haven't rented anything. I've been searching for a car with Chong. Zhang Chong, observing Zhang Hao's bewildered expression, sensed a potential disaster. Is it possible that the woman who stole your ID is involved? Zhang Hao finally pieced it together, replying quickly, my wife's ID was probably taken by that wretched woman. Send me the address of the rental company. I'm going to confront her. Meanwhile, Jiang Yeye's taxi came to an abrupt halt, the driver announcing their arrival at Xinguang Pig Farm. She stood up, brushed off her clothes, and cast aside all distractions. After paying the fare, she proceeded directly into the farm. Chapter 13. The Trouble Caused by Cash at Xinguang Pig Farm. Jiang Yeye gazed at the largest breeding facility and walked inside. An employee, upon learning her intentions, promptly fetched the owner. The owner, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a thick southern accent, appeared somewhat surprised. Little sister, how many pigs do you need? He asked. I need 500 pigs. And they must be delivered to this address today. Jiang Yeye confirmed. The owner gasped, 500? That's too many. Loading them will take time. It's impossible today. The earliest delivery can only be tomorrow. That won't do. It must be delivered today. Jiang Yeye insisted, her tone firm and urgent. If it's delayed until tomorrow, I won't take them. I'll offer you an extra 10,000 yuan. That should be enough to hire extra hands for an overnight loading, right? The allure of 10,000 yuan instantly quelled the owner's hesitations. All right. Little sister, you drive a hard bargain, he exclaimed, his face beaming with eagerness. I'll call all my workers to come in and work overtime. However, it may be late when we reach your warehouse. It could even be after midnight. That's fine. Jiang Yeye replied promptly. As long as it arrives tonight, I'm fine with it even if it's at dawn. She thought to herself, the longer the night, the more dreams. I must act swiftly. With the transaction secured, she surveyed the sprawling pig farm and had a sudden flash of inspiration. In winter, these places require a significant amount of heating coal. They must have connections. Feigning casualness, she asked the owner, by the way, do you happen to know where I can find affordable coal for heating for a mushroom-growing project at home?
Ah,
Little sister, you've come to the right person, the owner exclaimed, slapping his thigh. We burn a lot of coal in winter. Talk to Qian Hu. Here's his number. He supplies most of the coal for the farmers around here. Since it's summer, the prices should be lower. Mention that I, old Zhang, referred you. You might even get a discount. He cheerfully handed her a slip with the number. Jiang Yeye quickly memorized it. Qian Hu. The name etched firmly in her mind. Estimating that matters with the RV were likely wrapping up, she paid a hefty sum in cash as a deposit and hurriedly left in a taxi. As she departed, the owner pondered the substantial cash in his hand, marveling, I never would have guessed that this little sister had so many red bills in her backpack. His face broke into a wide grin, and he turned to an astute-looking middle-aged employee named Lao Qian, shouting, Lao Qian, why are you still standing there? Quickly, contact the vehicles. Gather everyone we can. This is a big order. We must deliver 500 pigs to Miss Jiang tonight. Lost in dreams of generous commissions, the owner failed to notice the glint of not just excitement, but also greed and calculation in Lao Qian's eyes. Not far from Xingwang Pig Farm, an inconspicuous gray van sat quietly, resembling a lurking beast. Behind the darkened windows, a pair of hawkish eyes peered through binoculars. Fixated on the taxi Jiang Yeye had just boarded. Inside the van, a man with a menacing scar across his face lowered the binoculars and spoke into his earpiece. His voice laced with excitement. Boss, I've got something. The target has emerged, carrying a bulging backpack, and has just paid a hefty deposit for 500 pigs. Moreover, she insists they be delivered tonight to a logistics warehouse in the west of the city. A cold, emotionless voice responded from the earpiece. Cash? Are you certain? Absolutely. Old Qian from the pig farm confirmed it. The deposit alone has filled one side pocket of her backpack, bulging alarmingly, at least several tens of thousands. The final payment will surely be more. The scar-faced man licked his lips, his excitement intensifying. Also, boss, old Qian mentioned she specifically inquired about purchasing coal. A brief silence followed on the other end, and then the cold voice resumed with a hint of amusement and malice. Delivering to such a remote warehouse tonight? Interesting. The scar-faced man's eyes gleamed with predatory intent. Boss, this is far more lucrative than what we were eyeing at the pig farm. It's a golden opportunity, especially since it can compensate for our previous losses from that bust. He could almost envision the stacks of cash beckoning to him. Meanwhile, at the rental company, the RV had been completely refurbished, now fitted with sturdy snow tires. The manager enthusiastically presented 2 beautifully packaged silk down comforters. Miss Lin, I heard you're heading north. These are complimentary gifts from our company to keep you warm on your journey. The mention of Miss Lin pierced Jiang Yeye like a sharp needle. She hesitated, her grip on the backpack strap tightening unconsciously as she belatedly realized she was using Lin Wei's identification. Thank you, she replied hastily, accepting the comforters. As her fingertips brushed against the soft fabric, her voice betrayed a slight tension, while her heart raced uncontrollably within her chest. The motorhome before her resembled a mobile fortress of steel, its massive frame and towering roof imposing a sensation of oppression that was utterly unlike the compact cars she had driven during her lessons. Standing in front of this vehicle, she felt as diminutive as an ant. The manager, wearing a welcoming smile, remarked, "The vehicle has been prepared according to your specifications, and the snow tires have been installed. As per protocol, may I kindly request your driver's license for registration?" After verifying her license, he handed her the keys, adding, "All formalities are completed. Is this your first time operating such a large vehicle? Would you like a brief tutorial on its controls?" He perceptibly noted a flicker of tension in Jiang Yeye's expression. "No need. I have experience with similar vehicles." Jiang Yeye quickly declined, striving to project a calm and confident demeanor, though her palms were slick with cold sweat. Climbing into the driver's seat, she awkwardly adjusted the seat and rear-view mirrors. Taking a deep breath, she twisted the key in the ignition. The engine emitted a deep rumble, and the vehicle trembled slightly in response. With trembling hands, she shifted into drive, and the colossal machine creaked to life, sluggishly rolling out of its parking space like a great beast awakening from slumber. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles whitened from exertion. Her gaze fixated on the narrow road ahead, too fearful to glance at the enormous rear-view mirror. She reminded herself to adapt, driving at a snail's pace. At that moment, she was unaware that just around the corner, a dilapidated Jetta had careened into the rental agency's entrance. "Where is she?" Zhang Hao nearly shouted, his face flushed with urgency. Zhang Chong, beside him, steadied himself against the door frame, panting and quickly urged, "Keep it down." The staff member who had attended to Jiang Ye, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, took a startled step back, his brow furrowed. "Gentlemen, may I assist you? Are you here to rent a vehicle?" "Rent a vehicle?" Zhang Hao retorted, pointing to the empty parking space. "That woman who just rented a Class C motorhome using Lin Wei's ID. She's my wife. Her ID was stolen. That woman is a fraud." The staff member's demeanor shifted to one of heightened vigilance. "Sir, we must maintain client confidentiality. You mentioned a stolen ID. Do you have any evidence? Could you please present your own ID?" Zhang Hao faltered, realizing that his identification had already been taken by Jiang Ye, leaving only 1,000 yuan in cash given to him by Lin Wei. "Come on, Li Ge, don't be so literal," Zhang Chong interjected, rummaging through his pocket to produce a pack of cigarettes, extending it with a sheepish grin. "This is my childhood friend. We all know his wife Lin Wei. It's true her ID was stolen. That woman is a con artist. Be wary, or your vehicle may never return." Li Ge weighed the cigarette pack in his hand, his eyes flickering. He recognized Zhang Chong, aware of his connections in the used car business. Moreover, Jiang Ye's request to swap for snow tires in the middle of summer had already raised his suspicions. "Fine, I'll take your word for it," Li Ge conceded, not accepting the cigarette but turning to his computer. "I'll check the GPS location of the motorhome. It was equipped to prevent theft." A moving red soon appeared on the screen, slowly heading westward. "There." Zhang Hao leaned closer, gritting his teeth. "Why is she heading toward the outskirts? Can you send that location to my phone?" Li Ge tapped the desk. "I can only provide the location. Don't ask anything else. If you have indeed been scammed, report it quickly. Don't implicate our rental agency." "Thanks, Li Ge." Zhang Chong pulled the still fuming Zhang Hao away. "Let us go. We must catch up to her. I'll make her pay." The Jetta surged forward again, but just as they were about to pursue, they were met with the heavy traffic of rush hour. Zhang Hao and his companion could only watch as the red on the screen inched closer to the desolate western outskirts. Meanwhile, under the veil of night, Jiang Ye successfully navigated the motorhome to the entrance of Hongfa Logistics warehouse. The moment she turned off the engine, she was drenched in cold sweat, feeling utterly drained. As she opened the heavy door of the driver's cabin and stepped outside, her legs trembled involuntarily. She cautiously opened the enormous rolling door of the warehouse and parked the motorhome inside. Glancing at the van where the hidden man was concealed, she noted the silence within. He would likely remain there until midnight. Sighing, she caught a whiff of her own scent, sweat mingled with dirt and anxiety, a most unpleasant combination. Locking the warehouse door, she climbed back into the motorhome to investigate the bathroom. After a prolonged struggle, she finally deciphered its operation, only to discover the water tank was completely empty. In a moment of desperation, she retrieved a large basin of precious spring water from her supplies, using it to wash herself. The frigid, yet invigorating water, upon contact with her skin, enveloped her in a profound warmth and comfort, washing away not only the grime but also alleviating her muscle soreness and mental fatigue. After her bath, she gazed at the murky water in the basin, which resembled used motor oil, and was taken aback. Goodness, am I really that dirty? Yet, the subsequent sensation of refreshment was undeniable. Her skin seemed smoother and more radiant under the dim lights of the motorhome. As she examined the calluses on her wrist from her labor, she was pleasantly surprised to find them noticeably diminished. This spring water was truly a treasure, filling her heart with gratitude and awe. The pale moonlight filtered through the rusted iron grating of the warehouse's high windows, casting cold, fragmented patterns on the ground. The air was thick with the scent of aged dust and a faint hint of feed mold. Just as Jiang Ye reclined on the soft bed of the motorhome, attempting to quell the anxiety of driving the large vehicle and the fatigue of the day, the shrill ring of her phone abruptly shattered the warehouse's silence. It was a call from the farm owner. "Miss Jiang, The goods are loaded and will arrive at your warehouse in about 10 minutes. The owner's voice carried a barely perceptible excitement. Understood, Jiang Yeye replied, hanging up the phone. Taking a deep breath, she repressed her inexplicable unease and swiftly arose from the bed. The comfort brought by the spring water lingered, yet the tension in her spirit intensified. Approaching the door of the motorhome, she hesitated before stepping outside, instead peering cautiously through the small window at the tightly shut rolling door of the warehouse. The distant sounds of heavy trucks grew louder, mingling with the agitated cries and stomping of animals, resonating sharply in the quiet suburban night. Soon, glaring headlights pierced through the gaps in the rolling door, followed by a resounding knock. "Miss Jiang, the cargo has arrived. Open the door to unload," called a rough, unfamiliar voice. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yeye noted the absence of the farm owner. In an instant, she retrieved her electric cattle prod from her supplies. Not turning on the main lights, she cautiously opened a side door of the warehouse, illuminated only by the glow of the truck's headlights. Outside, 2 enormous trucks, reeking of livestock, were parked. 3 men stood beside them. The leader, a burly bald man clad in a stained work vest, scrutinized Jiang Yeye with piercing eyes under the dim light. Behind him, 2 younger men, one smoking and the other fiddling with a wrench, regarded her with equally sinister expressions. "Where is the owner?" Jiang Yeye stood firm at the threshold, preventing their entry, striving to keep her voice steady. "The owner is busy. We can deliver just as well." The bald man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Meanwhile, in the Jetta stuck in traffic, Zhang Hao slammed the steering wheel in frustration, while Zhang Chong sighed at his phone in the back seat. "Damn it, this road is going to take forever." Suddenly, Zhang Hao's phone rang. It was Lin Wei calling, her voice trembling. "Captain Li Feng just called. He said they found a lead. We need to hurry to the police station for verification." Zhang Hao suddenly sat upright, fixating on the almost stationary red on the navigation screen, gritting his teeth and muttering, "These police officers are finally proving useful. Once I catch Jiang Yeye, I'll make her spill everything she has stolen, and then I'll head to the precinct." However, the whiteness of his knuckles revealed the turmoil within. He understood that the police's leads might indeed be the swifter route to locating Jiang Yeye. He turned to Lin Wei and instructed, "Inform the police that Jiang Yeye is at the location provided by the car rental at Hongfa Logistics. My vehicle is en route there now." Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Zhang Hao had genuinely discovered the woman's whereabouts. She promptly hung up and dialed Li Feng. "Captain, Zhang Hao claims Jiang Yeye is at Hongfa Logistics. We're heading there immediately." After disconnecting, Lin Wei gazed out at the swiftly passing cityscape, her heart pounding with uncertainty. She found it hard to trust Zhang Hao's words, yet at this moment, it was the sole lead they had, and she had no choice but to take a gamble. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Hongfa Logistics, 3 individuals were casting avaricious glances over Jiang Yeye, greedily surveying the vast warehouse, which was both empty yet filled with brand new RVs and vans. Miss Jiang is indeed quite extravagant, renting such a large warehouse and acquiring so many pigs. I hear she even paid in cash? Their gaze ultimately fixated on Jiang Yeye's bulging backpack to conceal her identity. She had taken out some cash from her space and stashed it within. Jiang Yeye's heart sank. She sensed danger. Clearly, they were eyeing her cash with intentions of robbery. Chapter 14. The warehouse incident. The bald, muscular man fixated on Jiang Yeye with a greedy glare, his attention firmly locked onto her bulging backpack. His 2 lackeys, abandoning their playful banter, adopted a menacing demeanor, blocking her retreat towards the small door of the warehouse. The pungent odor of livestock mingled with diesel, particularly acrid in the cold night air. "Final payment? Fine." Jiang Yeye forced herself to suppress her wildly beating heart, deliberately adopting a cold and rigid tone to project an air of intimidation. "But the rules dictate that the boss verifies the cash in person. You are merely the delivery crew. Step aside, I'll call the boss to confirm." Pretending to reach for her phone, her other hand discreetly gripped the electric baton concealed within her sleeve. The frigid touch offered her a semblance of false courage. "Confirm what?" The young man, puffing on a cigarette, spat disdainfully, discarding the cigarette butt onto the ground. "The money is in your bag. Be smart and hand it over quickly. We'll unload and leave." He emphasized unload with particular weight, his eyes darting towards the brand new RVs and vans deep within the warehouse. One of the taller men suddenly squinted. "Why does that van look so familiar?" "Right, Don't say we didn't warn you. The one wielding the wrench stepped forward, brandishing the heavy tool as a significant threat. The bald man grinned broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, dropping any pretense. Miss Jiang, look at this desolate place. You're the only woman here at this hour, guarding such a large warehouse filled with valuables. How about letting us keep an eye on things for you? We'll take good care of both you and the goods. His last words dripped with filth and innuendo, inciting lewd laughter from his companions. Jiang Ye felt blood rush to her head, then freeze instantly, a chill seeping from her feet to the crown of her head. Her ears perked up at the tone of his voice. The grotesque features of his face were unmistakable. This was the brute who had tormented her in her past life at Zhang Hao's home. The very one who had struck her down with a knife. And the one wielding the wrench had chased her during that incident in the abandoned warehouse, smashing her van's window. They were still alive. Jiang Ye's nails dug painfully into her palm, cold sweat soaking her back. These men were not just here to rob her. Their predatory glances indicated they intended to devour her whole. The most pressing danger was the van in the warehouse. Should they recognize her as the one who had collided with them, she would be left with nothing but bones. An overwhelming fear mingled with a burning hatred, igniting a fierce resolve within her. She tightened her grip on the electric baton, knuckles turning white. She could not afford to hesitate. Just as the bald man's lewd laughter echoed in the air, Jiang Ye suddenly shrank back, like a cornered cat, while simultaneously gripping the edge of the small door with both hands, pulling with all her might. Damn it! Trying to escape? The bald man reacted with alarming speed, his heavy work boots pounding against the thin metal door, leaving an indented mark. Jiang Ye's arm went numb, nearly losing her grip, and the door that had begun to close was forcefully shoved open again. Almost concurrently, the wrench-wielding thug lunged at her with a menacing grin, raising the tool high above his head, ready to bring it crashing down on her hand gripping the door. If struck, her bones would surely shatter. At this life-or-death moment, Jiang Ye's mind went blank, leaving only the instinct to survive. She abruptly released her hold on the door and recoiled, as the wrench swung past her fingertips. Her concealed electric baton shot forth like a viper, plunging directly into the belly of the bald thug blocking the door. Simultaneously, her thumb pressed down on the maximum power button.
Zizi.
A jarring explosion of electricity erupted at the warehouse entrance. An intense blue arc enveloped the upper body of the bald man in an instant. Ah! The bald man let out a scream that was more beast than human. His robust body convulsed violently, eyes rolling back in his head, drool spilling from his mouth. He neither struggled nor fought back, collapsing backward, limbs twitching uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events left the other two men dumbstruck. The cigarette-smoking youth dropped his cigarette, and the wrench-wielding thug froze, staring at the writhing body of his comrade and the dangerously glowing baton in Jiang Ye's hand with expressions of utter disbelief and terror. Big brother? The youth's voice cracked with fear. Jiang Ye, too, was astonished by the power of the electric baton, her heart racing. But the current surging through her fingertips reminded her that pausing for even a second could lead to her demise. The agony of the knife wound from her past still burned within her, and the fierce visage of her assailant began to merge with the face of the man before her. With a steely gaze, she redirected the baton without hesitation, aiming it at the young man closest to her, who was brandishing a weapon. Stay back. Jiang Ye's voice trembled from rapid breaths. Yet it resonated with undeniable ferocity, a warning as much for him as for herself. The wrench-wielding thug, seeing the terrifying electric baton aimed at him, instinctively raised his weapon to defend himself. Yet, Jiang Ye was faster. The baton struck his raised forearm with brutal force. Another explosion and flash of blue light erupted.
Ah!
The wrench-wielding thug screamed, dropping his tool as he too fell victim to the electric shock, convulsing violently before collapsing, his body even bouncing slightly upon impact with the ground. In mere seconds, two of the three assailants lay incapacitated. Only the cigarette-smoking youth remained, utterly terrified, witnessing his two convulsing companions on the ground, and then glancing at Jiang Ye, who clutched her weapon with a fierce glint in her eye. The bravado he once possessed had completely evaporated. With a panic shriek, he cried out, "Ah, a ghost!" before scrambling away, desperately seeking refuge in the cab of the truck. Intent on fleeing this cursed place, Jiang Ye gasped for breath, her heart threatening to leap from her throat. She glanced at the two unconscious assailants on the ground, then turned to the fleeing driver.
No.
I can't let him get away. If he returns to alert others or calls the police, it will all be over. Resolute, she gritted her teeth and summoned her remaining strength, hurling the electric baton at the driver, who was frantically attempting to climb into the vehicle. The baton soared through the air, striking him squarely between the shoulder blades with a resounding crack. Though the distance was great, the powerful current seemed to transmit through the air or his damp work uniform, making an impact. Or perhaps it was simply the terrifying sound and blue light that was sufficient to instill fear.
My God.
An electric baton. The driver felt a tingling sensation race down his back, and in a panic, he let out a scream that shattered the night. He believed that the life-threatening entity had come for him once more, tumbling out of the driver's cabin in a desperate scramble. Paying no heed to his companions on the ground, he fled into the dark wilderness, frantically, soon vanishing into the night. At the warehouse entrance, only 2 trucks filled with terrified pigs and sheep, incessantly bleeding, remained, alongside 2 unconscious and twitching assailants on the ground. The immediate danger had subsided. Jiang Yeye, fatigued to her core, leaned against a cold warehouse wall and slid down to the ground, gasping for breath, her sweat-soaked clothes clinging to her. The hand gripping the electric baton trembled. Though the fight had been brief, it had drained her of all strength. The night wind carried the distant cries of restless livestock, mingling with the commotion of the pigs and sheep in the trucks. Moonlight filtered through the high windows of the warehouse, casting a cold glow on the 2 unconscious criminals, as well as on Jiang Yeye's pale, yet resolute face. She struggled to her feet, first locking the small door from within. Then, with a frigid gaze, she turned towards the 2 men on the floor, particularly focusing on the bald one. She approached him, suppressing her disgust, for she knew that such individuals often concealed their malice in the most inconspicuous places. Perhaps within his phone lay clues about his accomplices. Soon, her fingers brushed against a cold, old-fashioned mobile phone. She powered it on and scrolled through the call history and messages. The latest call was noted as Old Qian, time-stamped at the moment she had left the pig farm. The only message sent read, "Warehouse fat sheep, plenty of cash, and good vehicles, act now." Jiang Yeye's heart sank. There was indeed an insider. This Old Qian. She flipped to the photo album, discovering several blurry snapshots. One capturing her silhouette as she exited the pig farm, her bulging backpack slung over her shoulder, while hailing a taxi. Rage coursed through Jiang Yeye as she gritted her teeth. Just then, the bald man's phone screen lit up, revealing an unnamed incoming message. Chapter 15. The Rules of Space Scar? What are you dawdling for? Have you secured the goods and the people? Old Qian says there's only 1 fat sheep. Be swift and efficient. Once the goods are settled, send them over quickly. Don't delay, brother who's coal truck. Brother who? The coal truck. Jiang Yeye's heart jolted. Qian who? The coal dealer introduced by the pig farm owner. In the impending ice age, coal would be the most precious resource. It seemed that this Qian who, while ostensibly selling coal, was secretly engaged in robbery and even human trafficking. The word goods pierced her heart like an icicle, instantly resurrecting the horrific memories of being locked away like reserve rations in a frozen cellar, despair, coldness, and the agonizing pain of being cut. Could it be that they referred to people as goods? A deeper, more chilling hatred surged within her, eclipsing the fear she had felt moments ago when facing the criminals. The deception of Zhang Hao, the sinister laughter of those who had feasted upon her, and the darkness of brother whose gang seemed to converge. This was not merely a robbery. She had inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden malignancy, a malignant entity that could continue to inflict harm in the apocalypse. And the coal truck. Was Qian who controlling the coal? Did he know the end was nigh? Or was he merely using it as a cover for his crimes? Regardless, she had encountered this coal and this enmity. Suppressing the surging urge to kill and her fear, she mimicked the bald man's tone and typed out a few words. Be quick, the deal will be wrapped up shortly. Then, she swiftly powered down the phone. Cold sweat soaked her temples, but a voice within her roared, "Time. The ice age is approaching." She could not remain here. With a fierce shout, she seemed to declare war not only on her fate, but also on the troubles that lingered here. Whether for revenge, survival, or the coal that could provide warmth, she was resolute. Jiang Yeye gritted her teeth and rose, conjuring from her spatial storage the coarse hemp ropes she had prepared. She had stocked several bundles, anticipating the need to bind items in the apocalypse. Gripping the end of the rope, she strode forward, brutally tightening it around the flesh of the criminals, her gaze as frigid as ice. Observing the bald man and the wrench-wielding thug lying on the ground, Images of her past life, bound and slaughtered, flashed uncontrollably before her eyes. With a sudden tightening grip on the hemp rope, the thought of killing these two beasts surged within her. It would avenge her past life's murder and eliminate future threats. After all, the space could conceal corpses. A thought sparked, and a kitchen knife materialized in her hand. To dispose of them would mean avenging her past life, she muttered to herself. But could the space really store bodies? Or should she toss them far away to feed the beasts? Her gaze drifted to the restless pigs in the adjacent truck. Just then, her wrist felt heavy, and she was about to bring the knife down. However, as she neared the man's neck, she hesitated. A cold, practical thought flickered through her mind, but was swiftly overshadowed by a deeper revulsion. It would be too merciful for these scum to die so quickly. The priority now was to extract information about the coal. Then, she would cast them into the apocalypse, forcing them to endure torment, bleeding to death from countless wounds, just as she had in her past life. Jiang Ye's taut nerves instinctively drew her gaze to the nearby van. The half-conscious man inside. Why had he not awakened yet? If he remained unconscious, even if he knew how to upgrade the space, she wouldn't have time to wait for him. Taking him along would be too troublesome. Jiang Ye approached the large truck, filled with bleeding pigs and sheep. She took a deep breath, focusing her thoughts. Collect. In an instant, the entire truck, along with the agitated livestock, vanished from sight.
Ugh.
Jiang Ye groaned. Darkness surged before her eyes, and two streams of warmth cascaded from her nostrils. Her temples felt as though they had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a wave of intense dizziness crashed over her. Her legs buckled, and she fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air as the world spun chaotically around her. What was happening? Did collecting a large number of living beings take a toll on her body? She recalled a similar sensation when she had collected chickens and ducks. But this time, it felt as if her very soul had been drained. A wave of panic seized her. Struggling, her trembling hands retrieved the spiritual spring water from her spatial storage, nearly gulping it down greedily. The cool, sweet liquid slid down her throat, momentarily easing the excruciating pain that threatened to tear her head apart and diminishing the dizziness. But her body still felt hollow, devoid of strength. Regaining her senses, Jiang Ye felt a wave of dread wash over her. Cold sweat dripping down her back. That was close. Thankfully, she hadn't collected those two criminals into the space. Had she done so, she would have collapsed right then and there, rendering herself vulnerable to capture. She could not linger here. It was far too dangerous. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Ye summoned all her strength, crawling to her feet. Her body swayed as if it were a candle flickering in the wind. She stumbled, nearly making her way back into the warehouse. Gazing at the camper van nearby, she felt a flicker of conflict. While the clues about the coal truck were crucial, this movable fortress would prove even more vital in the apocalypse. With a decisive bite of her lip, collect, the camper vanished in an instant. Fortunately, though she felt her mental strength being yanked, the terrifying sense of exhaustion and dizziness did not resurge. It seemed that the larger the mass and the greater the number of living beings, the greater the consumption. The burden on her psyche intensified. Leaning against the cold wall, Jiang Ye gleaned this critical insight. She gulped down a few more mouthfuls of spiritual spring water, barely suppressing her overwhelming discomfort. Gritting her teeth, she made her way to the van. Staring at the two criminals, tightly bound and resembling fat pigs, her eyes turned cold. She had initially intended to take them along to extract information about the Cole and brother who, and even if she couldn't take them this time, these two fools shouldn't be able to escape when she recovered. There would come a time for reckoning. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Ye truly felt utterly drained. Do not speak of interrogating others. Even dragging these two bodies, as heavy as if filled with lead, onto the van proved impossible for her. Her fingertips trembled. Her arms felt as though burdened by iron weights, and with each bend at the waist, darkness enveloped her vision momentarily. Cold sweat trickled down her temples, staining her trousers with small, damp marks. Damn it! She gritted her teeth and muttered under her breath, her fingers digging into her palm just to maintain her composure. Ultimately resolving to abandon the attempt, forcing them away now would only ensnare her as well. She leaned against the door frame and painstakingly climbed into the driver's seat. As her back met the seat, she could not help but gasp for breath, her shirt already clinging to her from the cold perspiration. The instant she closed the car door, she felt a flicker of fragile safety. Through the rearview mirror, she glanced back at the man still lying motionless in the back seat. eyes shut, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible, resembling someone who had merely drifted into a tranquil slumber. Jiang Ye stared at his silhouette, her voice hoarse as though it had been sanded down, tinged with a hint of weary self-deprecation. You are indeed a relief, not having to concern yourself with anything. And yet you've reclaimed your life. After a brief pause, she added softly, as if speaking to him, yet also rallying her own spirits. When you awaken, you must explain to me what exactly was in that bag. Otherwise, this endeavor to rescue you has yielded little reward. Without further delay, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, ignited the engine, and pressed the accelerator in one fluid motion. The van roared forward, neglecting to close the heavy iron door of the warehouse. Wind rushed through the open window, and the roar of the engine exploded in her ears. Jiang Ye fixed her gaze on the road ahead, a singular thought consuming her. She must leave quickly. The farther away, the better. This cacophony became the only semblance of security she could grasp at that moment. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ye, less than 10 minutes after her escape from the warehouse, the piercing wail of police sirens shattered the stillness of the night. Several police cars sped towards the scene, encircling the Hongfa Logistics warehouse. As the doors swung open, armed officers swiftly dispersed to establish control. Led by the captain of the criminal police team, Li Feng, who was in charge of the Zhang Hao case. Outside the warehouse, a taxi had just come to a halt. The door burst open, and Zhang Hao nearly tumbled out, followed closely by the pale-faced Zhang Chang and the frowning Lin Wei. The three had abandoned their stranded Jetta mid-journey, taking 40 minutes to hail this cab. Their insides jostled about with each bump along the way. Where is she? That wretched Jiang Ye? Zhang Hao bellowed, his gaze darting across the empty shelves of the warehouse, the open roll-up door, and the two men bound on the floor. Officer. She must have fled. With my money. Hurry, pursue her. Zhang Chang yanked him back, hissing, keep your voice down. Can't you see Li's expression? Let us assess the situation first. He glanced at the unconscious man on the ground, then at the police cars, swallowing hard. These two clearly did not appear to be benign, and could Jiang Ye truly escape their grasp? Lin Wei also tugged at Zhang Hao, her expression complex. Don't shout. Let us wait for the police to ascertain the facts. Li Feng ignored their bickering, his countenance grave as he directed the officers to investigate the scene while instructing the technicians to verify the identities of the two men on the floor. Captain, we have a discovery. A young officer shouted, holding a walkie-talkie. These two have criminal records. The bald man, nicknamed Scar, is a robbery suspect wanted online. The other is his accomplice, also on the run. Robbers? Both Zhang Hao and Lin Wei's faces paled simultaneously. Exchanging a glance filled with disbelief, Jiang Ye was involved with such individuals? Yet Zhang Chang felt a chill run down his spine, quietly stepping back. He had heard of Scar during his time at the second-hand car dealership, rumored to be linked to the notorious Tigers gang, a figure he had never dared to cross. He glanced at Zhang Hao, suddenly realizing they were wading into treacherous waters. Chapter 16. Exhaustion. The red glow of police lights swept across the muddy ground at the warehouse entrance, revealing a deep tire tread that stood out starkly in the light. Zhang Hao's gaze was magnetically drawn to it, halting abruptly at the sight of wide tires, deep grooves, and fresh blades of grass clinging to the edges, matching the snow tread pattern of the C-Class RV from the rental agency perfectly. Tire prints. He gasped, as if someone had stepped on his tail, rushing towards Li Feng, his voice trembling with urgency. Officer, look at this. That's the RV. She must have driven it away. I had my Mercedes pawned. And now she's using my wife's ID to rent an RV for the loot. This is a disaster for us. Li Feng had just finished examining the mud in the tire prints when he looked up at Zhang Hao, speaking calmly. The rental records confirmed she did indeed rent a C-Class RV, having switched to snow tires. Without waiting for Zhang Hao to respond, he turned to the officers. Follow this tire trail closely and coordinate with the highway police to set up a checkpoint at the city's west entrance. Focus on the C-Class RV with snow tires. It's a distinct feature, but do not alert the target. Zhang Chang nodded in agreement, but subtly recoiled, pondering. This tire path heading west coincided with the route often taken by Tiger's coal trucks. Once Li Feng had completed his instructions, he turned back to Zhang Hao. Scrutinizing him, Mr. Zhang, you claim Jiang Ye kidnapped you and stole your money. What connection does she have with the two robbers on the ground? You never mentioned her acquaintance with such individuals. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flickering. How was he to know Jiang Ye was mixed up with Scar? Yet at that moment, He only wished to extricate himself from any blame, hastily waving his hands. How would I know? She must have colluded with these criminals once she fled, intending to harm me. She is undoubtedly a habitual offender. As he spoke, he pointed vehemently at the bound Scar duo, his voice rising sharply as if seizing upon irrefutable evidence. Look at these two hulking brutes. They were tied up by her. Does that not indicate something? She must have drugged me and stolen my money. This is all without a doubt. She is a dangerous criminal. He leaned forward, eager for leaf foam to see the menacing demeanor of the criminals, in hopes of solidifying his victimhood. Lin Wei stood nearby, observing the unconscious criminals and then glancing at her husband, whose face was flushed with agitation. Furrowing her brow, she twisted the hem of her shirt, murmuring softly, "Something doesn't add up. If they were in cahoots, why would she bind them?" Zhang Hao's assertion seemed increasingly incongruous. If Jiang Ye truly allied with robbers, why would she instead restrain them? Meanwhile, a kilometer away, beside a roadside dumpster, a disheveled and terrified driver was trembling as he made a phone call. His voice quivering with distress. "Boss, the cargo has run away. Scar is down. That woman is too terrifying. She has a stun baton. Her strength is astonishing." From the other end of the line came a chilling reprimand. "Useless," followed by a harsh disconnection. Setting down the phone, a man with a grim expression, reclining on a lavish bed, narrowed his eyes with a glint of cold light and immediately commanded, "Send someone to the Hongfa warehouse on the outskirts of the city. Quickly." Inside the van, Jiang Ye gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white. Dizziness and exhaustion crashed over her like a tidal wave. Every bump felt like a hammer striking her nerves. The warehouse had long vanished into the darkness. Yet the chilling presence of Tiger and the cold goods from the text haunted her more deeply than the night itself. She could not afford to stop. Halting would mean disaster. Her teeth chattered as she repeated to herself. A quick gulp of spring water, the icy liquid barely stifling the searing headache. But her body remained unbearably heavy. The city? Zhang Hao must have alerted the police. The countryside? The pig farm lies in the countryside. And Tiger's men may be lurking nearby. In her current state, it would be akin to walking into a trap. A vague memory surfaced of a cave she had visited in her childhood. Remote, the entrance hidden deep within the mountains. That's where I'll go. A resolute glint flashed in her eyes as she suddenly twisted the steering wheel. The van roared, swerving sharply, skimming past a dirt embankment, and barreling into a side road. At the moment the van turned onto the fork, a black SUV, blaring its high beams like a specter, came barreling toward her. Inside, several imposing figures could be seen, brandishing clubs, heading in the direction of the warehouse. Tiger's men. The two vehicles narrowly passed each other on the narrow dirt road. Shouts of anger and surprise erupting from within the opposing car. Jiang Ye's heart raced wildly, and she dared not slow down. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, the van roaring as it sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust. In the rearview mirror, the high beams of a black SUV flickered momentarily, as if hesitating to turn back. The jarring bumps made the vehicle groan, while muffled sounds of pain emanated from the back seat, where a bound man struggled against the torturous jolting. The mountain road seemed endless. Jiang Ye fought to keep her heavy eyelids open. Cold sweat drenched her back as she battled dizziness and fatigue. The road had vanished entirely. Damn it! Her mind felt like it was on the verge of shutting down. Gritting her teeth, she cursed under her breath and abruptly yanked the steering wheel. The van screeching as it scraped against the bushes and finally came to a jolting halt. She felt as if the last vestiges of her strength had been drained away. Collapsing in the driver's seat, too exhausted to even lift her hand. Outside, a glimmer of despairing gray broke through the thick darkness of night. Dawn was approaching. Yet she couldn't even find a place to hide. With great effort, she lifted her gaze toward the thicket of thorns in the valley from her memories, which intertwined with the twisted shadows of trees, forming an impenetrable curtain of darkness that completely obscured the gap where the cave had once been. She wanted to wipe the cold sweat from her face, but her arm felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Her hand slipped and fell heavily onto the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. Her cracked lips moved, releasing a fragmented and desperate whisper. How could it be lost? Just as the suffocating silence threatened to suffocate her, a stifled groan suddenly erupted from the back seat. Jiang Ye's heart stopped. She whipped her head around to the back. There. The The bound man had his brows furrowed tightly, his eyelids fluttering as if trying to break free from a tempest, while his parched lips moved, struggling to form sound. A faint wheeze escaping his throat. Clearly, he was fighting to break through the darkness. Fear coursed through her veins, freezing her limbs. A piercing scream echoed in her mind. He-s waking up?
Not now.
In her panic, she suddenly recalled the axe hidden in her space. A ruthless thought surged within her. She had no idea who he was. His awakening was an unpredictable variable. Better to act now. As that thought settled, she gritted her teeth and summoned the last vestiges of her strength, her will reaching out like a hand, desperately probing the corner of her space to grasp the cold axe handle. But just as her fingertips were about to touch it, boom! The terrifying backlash from earlier, when she had stored the entire truckload of living beings, surged forth like a mythical beast awakening from a millennia-long slumber. A deafening roar echoed in her mind. A searing pain exploded within her, tearing at her very soul as if a blunt knife had forcibly ripped her apart, causing her to tremble with every breath. Her already exhausted body had held on thus far, but the despair of not finding the cave blocked her chest, stifling her. This mental backlash descended like a heavy hammer, crashing down in a triple torment, shattering her last line of defense. Her body felt as if it were bound by a massive stone. Everything in her vision spun and shattered, the man's struggles in the back fading into the distance, becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz. "Move, Jiangye! You cannot fall here." A voice in her mind cried out, nearly breaking, yet her hands felt glued to the steering wheel. Her fingertips devoid of the strength to even bend. Her head thudded against the cold car window, the chill barely grazing her skin before an overwhelming darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping her completely, leaving no trace of light. In the suffocating silence of the van, only the engine emitted a feeble hum, the beams of the headlights piercing through the thorny thicket ahead, a pitiful glimmer. Jiang Ye's head hung low, her long hair obscuring her face, her breaths so soft they were almost imperceptible. Yet, in that eerie stillness, a sudden sound erupted from the back seat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The man's throat emitted a low, heavy rasp, laced with unyielding pain and suppressed fury, piercing through the silence and tightening her ears. Chapter 17. Full revival. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The man's voice grew heavier in the stillness of the van, the clarity seeping through his eyelids like light through a torn black cloth. His hoarse voice, mingled with agony, forced out fragmented words. "The warehouse bag is mine, mine." In an instant, the man's eyes flew open. "Where are my things?" The thought struck him like lightning, slicing through the fog of confusion, igniting an unprecedented panic. He struggled violently to sit up, yet a wave of excruciating pain surged through him. He quickly scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. A van? Am I in the back of a van? Is there someone in the driver's seat? A girl? Her head resting against the window, motionless? Is she dead or alive? He looked down at himself, shocked to see his upper body wrapped in thick bandages. But outside the bandages, coarse twine was wrapped around him multiple times. This bizarre combination left his mind blank. He needed to calm down and assess the situation. He turned his gaze toward the silhouette of the girl in the driver's seat. Is it her? Did she bandage me? Did she bind me?
Why?
What happened to her? Is she unconscious? Or dead? His eyes darted around the interior of the van. The engine was still running. The low rumble of the engine persisted. Yet the person inside remained oblivious to her fate. He strained to rise, attempting to see whether the driver was alive or dead, but his body refused to obey. Bound like a giant caterpillar, he couldn't even free his hands. Ultimately, he had to rely on his ears, straining to catch the faintest sounds from the driver's seat. A breath? A groan? As he held his breath, as if he were the most precise instrument capturing the faint rise and fall of her breath. Time slowed in the face of the engine's growl and the desolate silence of the wilderness, moving like thick tar, until Jiang Ye was awakened by the blinding, scorching sunlight piercing through her closed eyelids. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if weighted with lead. In that first second of awakening, she turned abruptly to the back seat, startled like a frightened rabbit. The last groan she had heard before losing consciousness rang like an alarm in her mind. She saw the man with tightly shut eyes, breathing weakly but steadily, seemingly still in a coma. Was it an illusion? Her heart filled with doubt. Her fingertips stealthily reached for the small knife hidden at her waist. This man was gravely injured. Could he truly remain unconscious for so long? That groan had sounded so real. At the same time, she tapped the back of the man's face with the knife's back, observing him closely for a long moment, only to find that he remained still. With a sigh of relief, she swiftly exited the vehicle to check her surroundings. The parking spot was relatively concealed, with only the sound of birds chirping in the vicinity. Returning to the van, she steadied herself. Her body, previously drained, now felt like a parched riverbed experiencing a torrential downpour, the terrifying weakness and pain dissipating. She had survived. As she felt her strength returning, the relief of having narrowly escaped death nearly brought her to tears. Glancing back at the still unconscious man in the back seat, she mused, "In this vast world, nothing is more vital than food," and began to eat ravenously. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she felt completely revitalized. She eyed the man in the back seat with a hint of concern, thinking, "I hope he doesn't starve to death. I still rely on him to know what can upgrade my space." Feeling sympathetic, she retrieved a bowl of spiritual spring water and a portion of pumpkin porridge from her space. She pried open the man's mouth and poured the contents inside, chastising him. "You wretched man, wake up. Don't waste my food." The man, eyes still shut, felt a storm of thoughts surging within. Hot food? Appearing out of nowhere? The warm liquid flowing into his stomach eased the pain even in the depths of his bones. And what about the porridge and knife she had conjured? What was going on? This woman, though seemingly young, was both ruthless and precise. She had bound him without mercy, yet when feeding him, she showed restraint.
Who was she?
Was she saving him or treating him like live bait? He resolved to feign unconsciousness, a flurry of questions and wariness swirling in his mind. After finishing the porridge, Jiang Ye pried his mouth open once more and forcefully shoved in 2 anti-inflammatory pills. The bitter taste made the man's tightly closed brows twitch imperceptibly, his heart aching with bitterness. Did this woman really not even provide water to wash it down? Jiang Ye, looking at the things she had administered, felt a sense of pride. "Now you won't starve to death. A meal every 3 days, and you won't soil yourself."
"I'm truly clever."
The man heard Jiang Ye's words and felt a wave of silence within. Jiang Ye clapped her hands and jumped out of the vehicle. Glancing back at the man inside, he must still be unconscious. Even after all that commotion, he showed no signs of distress. If he remains unaware, the apocalypse will soon descend, and my space may never have the chance to upgrade. After observing for 2 days, if he still does not awaken, I will have no choice but to send him on his way, which means I will waste another 2 days' worth of food. She then drew her machete and began to hack at the rampant thorns and weeds nearby. Crack, crack. Wood chips and grass flew everywhere. What on earth has happened? She gazed at the valley before her, memories slowly resurfacing. After her mother passed away, she was sent to her uncle's house, living under someone else's roof. At that time, whenever she felt wronged, she would run up the mountain, and it was there that she discovered this place. Later, she buried her most cherished doll in the air raid shelter. Eventually, her father took her to the city. But wait, as a child, she had felt that her uncle's village was so far away. How could it be that now? Filled with questions, she irritably returned to the van. The man in the back seat, still in a coma, sensed her return but remained utterly still, his breathing controlled, as if in deep slumber. Jiang Ye paid him no mind, ignited the engine, and the van roared back to life. She followed the direction of her memories, searching through this once familiar mountain wilderness. "I remember being able to see my uncle's village chimney from the cave entrance," she murmured. The vehicle traveled along the road, and soon, the outline of a familiar village appeared in the distant valley. It was indeed her uncle's home. Gazing upon the land that bore her childhood memories, Jiang Ye's expression grew complex. Her grandmother's favoritism, her uncle's family's indifference, her father's tuition fees swallowed whole. Forced to drop out of school and work at the tender age of 15, ultimately leading to her demise. She slammed her fist against the steering wheel, hatred and resentment burning like poison within her chest. In this lifetime, Jiang Ye, will live well, better than anyone else. Just as her frustration had nowhere to go, her gaze fell upon an unremarkable hill in the distance. That's it. A powerful instinct surged within her. Excited, she pressed the accelerator. Racing down to the foot of the hill, she leapt from the vehicle, wildly swinging her machete at the dense thorns and weeds. Crack, crack. Branches and leaves flew. As Jiang Ye slashed through the last stubborn vine, a semicircular opening, approximately human height and 2 meters wide, finally revealed itself. 30 kilometers away at the western toll gate of the city, Li Feng frowned at the walkie-talkie. Still not found? We checked all the surveillance. The C-type RV with snow tires hasn't entered the highway? No, Captain. The voice on the other end replied, we have scoured all the intersections for nearly 3 hours. And it's as if that RV has vanished into thin air. The rental car's GPS signal cut out near the Hongfa warehouse and hasn't reappeared since. Li Feng tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, glancing at the anxious Zhang Hao had been pacing for half an hour, cursing under his breath. This is impossible. That RV is so large, it can't just disappear. You must have missed something in the surveillance. Or she has hidden it. Zhang Chang, standing nearby, turned pale as he received news that the two tied up in the warehouse last night were indeed members of Brother Hu's gang, notorious on the streets. Brother Hu is currently furious, searching for those who thwarted him. He pulled Zhang Hao's arm. Brother, stop yelling. The RV might genuinely be hidden. There are many abandoned factories nearby, and it's normal for the GPS signal to be blocked. Zhang Hao wouldn't listen. It definitely ran into the mountains. That woman rented snow tires to navigate rough terrain, so go search the mountains. My money, my car, are all in that RV. Li Feng shot him a cold glance. Mr. Zhang, the police require evidence to proceed with the GPS signal cut off and no surveillance leads. Searching the mountains is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. We will expand our search area, but you should prepare for the possibility that the RV has been dismantled. He hesitated but made his meaning clear. Zhang Ye may have abandoned the RV and switched to another mode of transportation. Zhang Hao's face turned a shade of deep crimson, fixated on the now dim location icon on his phone, the GPS shared link from the rental company. Consumed by a singular thought, Zhang Ye cannot have gone far. That RV contained so many belongings, she wouldn't just leave it behind. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the RV he was so fixated on lay quietly within Zhang Ye's space, devoid of signal, unmoving, thus transforming into a mystery that had seemingly vanished into thin air in the eyes of the police and himself. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Zhang Ye's eyes sparkled with ecstatic light. She immediately retrieved a powerful flashlight from her space. With a snap, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the impenetrable darkness, ahead like a sword. Chapter 18. The Secret of the Cave. Standing at the familiar cave entrance, Zhang Ye's gaze was filled with vigilance. Years had passed, and the entrance was half hidden by dense vines, resembling a monstrous mole ready to devour. She did not rush inside, but first carefully examined the edges of the entrance and the surrounding ground for any fresh animal tracks, droppings, or snake skins. After confirming there were no signs of large animals in the vicinity, she finally felt a bit of relief. Safety first. With a thought, the powerful flashlight appeared in her hand. Pressing the switch firmly, click. The flashlight illuminated a significant portion of the cave, its beam sweeping across the space like daylight. Only then did Zhang Ye step into the cave, a mix of rust, earth, and decaying plant scents overwhelming her senses, causing her to sneeze violently.
Who's talking bad about me?
As she walked deeper into the cave, the light instantly filled the interior, illuminating every corner. The cave was not particularly dark. It was merely that the entrance was shrouded by thorns and weeds, blocking most of the sunlight. However, after clearing some of them, sunlight could now filter in, and with a moment to adapt, she could see clearly. As Zhang Ye swept the flashlight over the cave walls, she noticed the relatively dry soil, with some areas still bearing vague traces from her childhood markings. The ground was littered with small stones and dust, yet overall, it remained fairly level. This was her sanctuary of memories, a refuge for her grievances and secrets. Zhang Ye wandered the cave with a flashlight, and just as the beam passed over the graffiti she had drawn as a child, it caught on a shadowy corner near the ground. Zhang Ye's gaze froze, her heart racing. The sharp beam of the flashlight revealed an extremely unnatural, rectangular outline. It was covered with thick, dark green moss and years of dust and cobwebs, almost blending into the rough rock wall. Had it not been for the astonishing power of the flashlight, it would have gone unnoticed. Is that a door? How could there be a door here? Zhang Ye was both startled and delighted. After so many visits in her childhood, she had never noticed a door here. Was it because I was too short back then to see? With curiosity bubbling within her, she stepped closer and touched the surface of the moss. At the same time, with a flicker of thought, the moss and dust covering the doorframe instantly vanished, revealing a dark, rusty metal doorframe. A massive iron door. approximately half a meter wide and 2 meters tall, appeared coldly embedded in the wall. The door panel was corroded like a hideous scar, dark red intermingling with brownish yellow. The hinges were enveloped in thick rust, and the door seams were sealed tight with dirt and rust debris. It has always been here? Jiang Ye's fingertips brushed against the cold door panel, a chill racing up her spine. She shivered involuntarily. There can't be monsters inside, right? After visiting so many times as a child, thinking back, it was quite terrifying. What if something suddenly emerged?
I was so small back then.
She attempted to summon it into her space, but it wouldn't come in. It is likely not independent. However, after observing for a while, Jiang Ye used her spatial axe to scrape away the moss covering the surface. The door had rusted beyond recognition, with only a small portion still attached to the wall. Jiang Ye attempted to chop at it with the axe, and after a few strikes, it broke free, filling her heart with joy. It seemed there was hope. She continued to chop, exerting all her strength until she finally severed the last connection point. With a thought, she commanded it to vanish. The massive iron door instantaneously disappeared, revealing what appeared to be another space within. Jiang Ye was both astonished and delighted, but a flicker of hesitation arose in her heart. Would there be monstrous creatures lurking here? Or, as depicted in films, treasures waiting to be discovered? Ultimately, her insatiable curiosity triumphed over her fear, bolstered by her spatial abilities. If things went awry, she could always retreat into her space, though it might leave her feeling dizzy and disoriented, as it had previously. Cautiously, she resolved to explore further. With a thought, the electric baton reappeared in her hand, its faint buzzing sound resonating at the silent cave entrance, akin to an invisible safeguard. Fully equipped, she rose and ventured inside with trepidation. The passage was composed of rough rocks and poured concrete, towering nearly to her height, mixed with fine gravel that crunched beneath her feet. The beam of her flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the cave walls on either side. The concrete surface was covered in droplets of water, forming meandering trails. Jiang Ye focused the beam on the passageway, carefully probing its depths. Curiosity and anxiety mingled within her, as if she were traversing the belly of an unknown creature, each step taken with caution. After advancing approximately 10 meters, the passage forked like a tree branch. To the right, a dim light flickered through, suggesting a small exit. A glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Scattered on the ground were rusted military cans resembling scrap metal, shattered enamel bowls akin to wreckage, and tin labels with inscriptions faded like ancient codes. As her gaze swept past the pile of rubble beside the tin label, Jiang Ye abruptly halted. In the beam of her flashlight, beneath a palm-sized rag, a half-buried rusted metal shell rolled into view, crowned with a crooked iron ring, reminiscent of a grenade she had seen in a documentary. Instinctively, she took a half-step back, the flashlight trembling in her grasp. Crouching down to remove the rag, she was astonished to discover not just one, but 3 grenades crammed into a dilapidated wooden box, with the grenade bodies obscured by rust, their fuses resembling dead twigs leaning askew. One grenade's wooden handle bore a crack, revealing dark fibers within. Beside the box lay an open tin container, its contents spilling forth, bullets with brass heads tarnished to a verdant hue, resembling aged copper corrosion, military cans, enamel bowls, weaponry. These items gathered in one place suggested not an ordinary cave, but rather a temporary stronghold from wartime, possibly the site of past battles. She dared not touch anything, shining her flashlight deeper into the right fork, where the faint light suggested more clutter. She wondered if there were more of these dangerous items. Deciding on the left path, she acted promptly. The right fork held light, appearing secure, yet who could say what more grenades might lie hidden behind that faint glow? The left, though dark, at least revealed no such deadly objects. As she stepped back, her pants accidentally brushed against the wooden box, causing a grenade to roll out and come to rest at her feet. Jiang Ye's heart momentarily skipped a beat, her body frozen in place. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, no explosion. Only then did she dare to slowly lift her foot, sidestepping the ticking time bomb, gripping the electric baton tightly as she proceeded down the left passage. After taking 2 steps, she turned back, resolutely thinking, "Collect." With a thought, the 3 grenades and bullets from the tin vanished in an instant. Thank goodness. The space could contain such items. She whispered words of encouragement to herself, though anxiety gnawed at her. If they were to explode in her space, would she and her realm be sent flying? But reconsidering, surely that wouldn't happen, right? The space was static after all. She hoped nothing would go awry. As she continued down the left passage, it suddenly narrowed, with water seeping from the concrete above, its dripping sound echoing sharply in the stillness. Jiang Ye shook her head, suppressing thoughts of grenades exploding within her space. Now was not the time for such worries. The dangers concealed in this place far exceeded her expectations. She needed to tread carefully. Who knew what she might inadvertently trigger with her next step? Was this once an air raid shelter? Jiang Ye, driven by curiosity, pressed on deeper, the passage widening as if a colossal beast were unfolding before her. Brilliant light tore through the darkness beyond the passage, revealing a space far larger than the entrance. A hidden paradise. It appeared to be at least half the size of a basketball court. The ceiling soared higher, supported by several rough-hewn stone columns. The brilliant light could only illuminate the area near the entrance, revealing a relatively clean ground, devoid of the debris found in the smaller cave, save for a thin layer of dust. How could such a vast space exist, so dry and cool? She was taken aback. In her memory, she had only played in the small cave outside, never venturing deeper into this passage, believing it led to a solid rock wall. The ground near the entrance was surprisingly clean, with only a delicate layer of dust like gossamer. Although the air bore the scent of ancient earth, it was remarkably refreshing and cool, like a natural air conditioner, contrasting sharply with the oppressive heat outside. This place was far superior to the previous cave. If it were properly reinforced and stocked with some coal for warmth, perhaps she could survive the impending ice age here. Just as Jiang Ye reveled in her musings, she stumbled forward, the weight of her flashlight causing it to slip from her grasp, tumbling to the ground. As she reached to retrieve it, the beam of light inadvertently swept across the shadow beneath the stone column, revealing two faint green glimmers in the thick darkness. Small, yet strikingly conspicuous in the gloom, they resembled two ghostly flames, fixated on her without movement. Jiang Ye's heart raced, the hair on the back of her neck standing on end. Could the object that tripped her have been remnants of this creature, Esmiel? She quickly tightened her grip on the electric baton, while her other hand fumbled to retrieve the flashlight, pressing the switch firmly. The beam stabilized once more, though the range had diminished, clearly damaged. "Who is there?" she called out, her voice echoing in the cavern, sounding unnervingly hollow. The two green glimmers remained unmoved. Chapter 19. It turned out to be an air raid shelter. The beam of light pierced the darkness, firmly locking onto its target. It was neither a venomous serpent nor a lurking predator. Beneath the cold stone column, in a shallow pit, huddled a small, scruffy creature. With its pointed ears and bushy tail, it resembled a puppy, yet bore some resemblance to a tiny fox. At that moment, it was caught off guard by the sudden brightness, its little heart racing in terror. Its soaked fur stood on end as if electrified, its frail body shivering uncontrollably. Those large eyes, reflecting a ghostly green glow in the darkness, widened in sheer fear, filled to the brim with unadulterated terror, as it emitted a feeble whimper, like that of a frightened insect, as if it were about to be scorched by the blinding light. Nestled closely beside it, in a denser shadow, lay the motionless form of a larger creature, long deceased. Its once lustrous fur had lost all sheen, clinging tightly to its emaciated skeleton, clearly lifeless for some time. Its posture had frozen, as if it had expended its last ounce of strength in a futile attempt to shield the quivering little creature behind its already cold body. This poignant scene pierced Jiang Ye's heart like an invisible needle. She gasped sharply, instinctively patting her chest. "What a fright! You nearly scared me to death." It turned out the glimmer in the little creature's eyes was merely a reflection. The heart that had nearly leaped from her throat settled heavily back into place with a resounding thud. However, as the initial shock faded, a complex and indescribable sensation washed over her, a mix of amusement at her previous paranoia and a poignant ache, as if something had lodged itself in her chest. She switched off the electric baton, silencing the unnerving crackle of electricity, leaving only the steady, gentle glow of her flashlight. The light, no longer aggressive, softly enveloped the small corner where she stood. Crouching slowly, she intentionally kept her distance, wishing not to frighten the fragile creature any further. The little one remained huddled closely against its mother's lifeless, cold body, curling itself into an even smaller ball, its damp little nose quivering, and its big, dark eyes fixed intently on Jiang Ye, filled with a mix of vigilance, helplessness, and profound confusion, as if it could not comprehend why its mother lay still, and why this enormous being had intruded upon its home. observing the trembling creature, now devoid of its protector in the cold cave. And glancing around at the desolate emptiness surrounding them, a powerful sense of shared suffering seized Jiang Ye. She sighed softly, her gaze softening involuntarily, tinged with an unrecognized compassion. Like her, this little soul had been cast aside by the cruel world, a pitiable being adrift and lost. Extending her hand, she conjured a box of room-temperature milk and a vacuum-sealed sausage. Suddenly frowning, she muttered to herself, "Can something so small eat sausage?" But dismissing her doubts, she decided to give it a try. The plastic wrapping of the sausage emitted a sharp crack in the otherwise silent cave.
Yep.
The little puppy was startled by the sudden noise, its tiny body springing up and nearly colliding with the stone ceiling, landing with quivering limbs and wide-eyed terror. Staring at the unfamiliar object in Jiang Ye's hand, whimpering as if it were a monster ready to explode. Jiang Ye, holding the freshly unwrapped sausage, nearly burst into laughter at its reaction, quickly stifling it, feeling a twinge of unkindness. Tsk, such a timid little thing, even more so than a rabbit. She then took a bite of the sausage. Delicious. The puppy, watching her savor the treat, actually drooled. In just a few bites, Jiang Ye finished the sausage and glanced at the little creature, thinking, this little guy has quite the restraint, not even tempted by such a delectable morsel. After a moment's contemplation, she magically produced a clean plastic bowl and a cup filled with spring water. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with a gentle luster under the light, exuding an essence of purity that seemed to harbor the breath of life itself. Carefully, she mixed the milk with a small portion of the spring water in the bowl. An aromatic blend of creamy sweetness and a unique freshness filled the air, as if an invisible hand gently stirred the puppy's hungry stomach and parched throat. Jiang Ye inhaled deeply. Wow, it smells divine. If you don't drink it now, it'll be gone. She gently placed the bowl a few steps away from the little creature and observed, as if watching a performance, secretly challenging. Let us see how composed you are this time. The small creature's nose twitched like a radar, its large, fearful eyes igniting with an uncontrollable yearning for food. Its tiny tongue licked at its cracked nose and lips uncontrollably, glancing at its cold, rigid mother, no longer able to protect it, and then at the bowl emanating an enticing aroma. An intense internal struggle ensued within its tiny body. Its little paws scratched anxiously at the ground, emitting faint rustling sounds, betraying its inner turmoil. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overpowered the pup's fear of the unfamiliar giant and the unknown food. It shakily stood, its fragile legs trembling like a drunken toddler, cautiously making its way toward the bowl with hesitant steps, each one filled with trepidation and readiness to flee. Finally reaching the bowl, it carefully extended its delicate tongue, swiftly tasting the surface of the milk mixture.
Huh.
The puppy paused, seemingly surprised by the absence of any bitter poison, instead experiencing a sweetness it had never known. Its large eyes sparkled with disbelief. Without further hesitation, fearing that this divine gift might vanish, it plunged its entire little head into the bowl, gulping greedily as if it were a tiny water pump. Its small body trembled from the effort and lingering tension, yet its tail unconsciously swayed slightly from side to side. This was the first time it had tasted such sweetness since entering the world, watching the puppy devour the milk with such reckless abandon. As if it were trying to lick the bowl clean, a faint smile slowly crept onto Jiang Ye's pale, weary face, like a glimmer of light breaking through the gloom. Huh, I thought you were so dignified. But you've been won over by me, since you've eaten my food. You're mine now, just take it slow, little one, it's all yours. She spoke these words with a softness she was unaware of. But this gentleness lasted only a moment before her rationality returned. Observing the puppy's dirty, matted fur, potentially infested with fleas, her brow furrowed again. Tsk, so filthy. Who knows what viruses it carries? If it bites me, I have no place to get a rabies shot in this cursed location. Her heightened vigilance from her rebirth made her cautious. Well, I suppose I'll take my chances. Better to feed it and keep it alive than let it freeze or starve. If it does bite me, I'll deal with it then. She silently noted the potential risks posed by the little pup. Seeing the creature lick the bowl clean, its belly slightly rounded, and its spirits appearing a bit lifted, Jiang Ye felt a slight sense of relief. All right, it seems you won't die just yet. Pushing herself up, she surveyed the cold, damp cave littered with garbage and decay, contemplating. The structure here is decent. Once the extreme cold sets in, a small stove should keep it warm. But for now, disdainfully kicking aside a piece of moldy cloth, which resembled a giant rubbish heap, she resolved to tidy up, stretching her stiff neck and shoulders. She heard a slight crack and glanced toward the cave entrance, her tone tinged with resignation. But right now, the priority is to hide that conspicuous old car outside, and deal with that even more troublesome large piece of luggage. Resolutely, Jiang Ye turned to leave. As she took a few steps, she felt something gently brush against her heel. Surprised, she looked back, not at the puppy, but at a pile of half-collapsed wooden crates at her feet. In her earlier focus on the little creature, Xianti noticed the tangle of vines wrapping around the dilapidated boxes. As she turned, a gust of wind knocked a rotting wooden plank off the top, revealing what lay beneath. What's this? Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened. In the beam of her flashlight, she saw a rusted, deep brown metal pipe partially buried in the debris, with a twisted iron ring at one end, and pieces of dark fabric stuck to it. It was a landmine. Jiang Ye gasped in shock. No way. This can't be the real thing. Upon closer inspection, she noticed there was not just one, but two more outlined in the crevices of the boxes, their surfaces marred by rust, resembling landmines buried for years.
Wow.
This place truly is an arms cache. She clicked her tongue, instinctively taking a step back. Moments ago, the few items discovered at the fork still lay in the space. And to her surprise, the main cave entrance also concealed such treasures. After steadying her nerves, she gradually crouched down, illuminating the area with her flashlight. A wooden crate bore indistinct markings of military supplies, while a few rifle cartridges lay scattered nearby, their brass casings tarnished green with age. Clearly relics of a bygone era. Goodness. It seems this air raid shelter was once a legitimate stronghold, complete with weaponry. Jiang Ye mused to herself, her fingertips hovering in indecision. Should I take them? Rapid calculations coursed through her mind. If I take them, who knows how many years they've been lying here? The space may be static, but heaven knows if they might explode the moment I retrieve them. Conversely, leaving them here could be even more perilous. What if that little pup starts nosing around? This could very well become my home, and a careless moment could lead to disaster. She glanced at the small dog still licking an empty bowl. The little creature seemed to sense her hesitation, lifting its damp head to gaze at her. Its large eyes devoid of the earlier fear, replaced instead with a hint of confusion.
Ah.
You seem fortunate. Jiang Ye gritted her teeth, and with a mere thought, the landmines, the cartridges, and the decayed wooden crate vanished from sight in an instant. A faint click echoed in the space as she intentionally relocated the hazardous items to a corner, far from her provisions and living creatures. Taking them was one thing. She would need to find a secluded spot to discard them later. However, if she could wield them herself, they would indeed serve as weapons. She dusted off her hands, a twinge of unease still lingering in her heart. She scanned the surrounding clutter and, under another bundle of rotting canvas, discovered a tin box. Upon opening it, she found 5 signal flares, their tips glowing faintly red, still reasonably well sealed. This is useful, but who knows if it still works? After all, it is an antique. No matter, I shall take it. With these tasks accomplished, she finally stood up, casting one last glance at the small dog huddled beside the carcass of its mother. The little creature seemed weary, clutching the empty bowl with its paws, occasionally sweeping its tail across the ground. As for food, I'll leave that for later. Jiang Ye pouted, turning towards the cave entrance. Once I manage to bring the vehicle and that troublesome man in, I will tidy up this place thoroughly. Chapter 20. Initial settling the beam of her flashlight swept across the cave walls, and she suddenly recalled the half-broken military belt she had seen by the pile of wooden crates. Though the brass buckle was rusted, it remained sturdy. Perhaps it could be used for binding things. She bent down, picked it up, and tucked it into her space. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she paused deliberately, glancing back into the depths of the main cave. In the darkness, she spotted the little black pup, now following her closely, mirroring her movements. Upon noticing her sudden halt, the small creature halted as well, raising its head cautiously to observe her, its little tail tightly tucked. Yet, within its big, round eyes, alongside lingering caution, there was also a glimmer of dependence and curiosity towards its potential provider. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the pup's newfound boldness. Oh, full and emboldened, are you daring to follow me now? Feigning a stern demeanor, she took a step forward. The little dog swiftly recoiled, increasing the distance.
She halted again.
After a moment of hesitation, the pup inched forward cautiously. In the dim light of the cave entrance, the two engaged in a silent game of retreat and advance. Observing its conflicted expression, a mixture of fear and desire for closeness, Jiang Ye's earlier distaste faded, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Very well, she turned around, no longer intent on scaring it. If it wishes to follow, so be it, little tail. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye returned to the side of the van. Looking at the man she had wrapped tightly, resembling a mummy, she found herself perplexed. How am I to get such a large figure inside? I can't possibly let him crawl in by himself, can I? She poked at the bundle. Hey, wake up. No response, save for the faintest breath confirming he was alive. The man's inner thoughts raced. Boss, I'm an injured man. Could you be a bit gentler? This wretched woman. Pretending to be unconscious is exhausting. And stop poking me. The wound hurts. Alas, he remained as unresponsive as a dead pig. Jiang Ye grimaced, gritting her teeth before dragging the man off the vehicle. Thud. The sound echoed as he was unceremoniously dropped onto the cold ground, causing stars to dance before his eyes and nearly displacing his internal organs. Ow! My back. My ribs. Is this woman from a demolition team? I need gentleness. Where's the gentleness? The inner voice of despair lamented. Startled by the commotion, the little pup darted over, seeking refuge behind Jiang Ye's legs, peeking out with a cautious expression at the enormous, breathing mystery on the ground. Jiang Ye gazed at the timid pup, thinking, with such a small amount of courage, how can I rely on you to protect me when you grow up? It seems unlikely. With a resigned shake of her head, she turned back to the van. Gently placing her hand on the vehicle, she murmured a command. Whoosh. The van vanished in an instant, although the man lay with closed eyes. The peculiar angle at which he fell allowed him to catch a glimpse of a corner of the vehicle just before it disappeared. He distinctly saw the van vanish into thin air, as if by magic, the moment the woman touched it. What the hell? What is going on? Where did the van go? That massive vehicle just vanished. Am I hallucinating? Or did I hit my head, and now I'm seeing things? This woman has magic. Or is my brain genuinely damaged? His inner monologue was overwhelmed with shock and fear, the will to feign unconsciousness teetering on the brink of collapse, nearly prompting him to leap up and scream. He clenched his teeth to suppress any sound, his body trembling uncontrollably from the sheer astonishment. Jiang Ye remained oblivious to the slightest tremor. She was too pleased with having cleared space. Next, she retrieved a thick old quilt from her space and spread it beside the man. Glancing at him, she frowned and sighed. I hope this saves some effort. She then began to push him onto the quilt with all her might. At that moment, the man was still reeling from the shock of the vanished vehicle. His mind blank as Jiang Ye struggled to hoist him onto the quilt like a heavy sack. Ha! Jiang Ye grasped the corners of the quilt, inhaling deeply, and began to drag with all her strength. Internally, she mused, this is indeed slightly less strenuous than dragging the man directly, as the friction is reduced a tad. However, the quilt itself has weight. Moreover, dragging it over the uneven, rocky ground was an arduous task, with the corners frequently snagging on stones. Thus, outside the cave, a curious scene unfolded. Jiang Ye, hunched over like a laborer, her face flushed and teeth gritted, struggled to drag a massive quilt containing a man over the rugged path. The man wrapped within the quilt felt as though he had been stuffed into a tumble-dryer. As the quilt was dragged, he was jolted against rocks, dirt clumps, and tree roots, nearly dislodging his insides. Help! This is even worse than being dragged directly. Where's the gentleness? How can this woman be so strong? He bit his lip tightly, fearing that even a slight sound would expose his consciousness. Meanwhile, the little pup viewed the entire ordeal as a delightful game. It would dart ahead to curiously sniff the dragging quilt. The man held his breath in anxiety. Then, it would scurry behind, pawing at the edge of the quilt, attempting to assist in the dragging, only to nearly trip over itself. More often than not, it excitedly circled around this slowly moving giant quilt, treating it as an intriguing new adventure, issuing a series of plaintive cries, as if to cheer on Jiang Ye, or perhaps simply out of sheer amusement. She found herself utterly exhausted. Jiang Ye paused, panting heavily, and wiped the sweat from her brow. Glancing at the pile of blankets, she cursed, What happened to the promised ease? My physics teacher has deceived me. She then looked back at the shallow marks carved into the ground by the quilt and rolled her eyes at the lively little black ball of fur bouncing nearby.
And you.
Stop causing trouble and go play. The little puppy tilted its head, looking innocently at her, as if to say, but I thought I was helping. Thus, the trio, a girl, a bundle, enveloping a man in mental turmoil, and a small dog, moved in a comically arduous manner toward the entrance of the cave. The man, jostled and bewildered, silently shed tears of despair, pondering, what kind of devilish journey is this? After considerable effort, Jiang Ye finally managed to drag the man into the cave. Feeling like a beached fish. This is far more exhilarating than lifting weights at the gym, she gasped, just as she was about to collapse for a moment's rest. A small black shadow darted past her. The little puppy halted a few steps away, tilting its head with a hint of wariness, yet no longer with a stiff tail. Instead, it cautiously moved closer to Jiang Ye's feet, as if ensuring its source of sustenance hadn't vanished. Seeing that the little creature was no longer afraid of her, Jiang Ye stood up, hands on her hips, and looked down at the fluffy little sentinel. Hey, little black ball. This is my territory now, got it? If you want to hang around here, you need to help guard it. Do you understand what guarding means? If any bad guys come, you need to bark.
Woof, woof, woof.
The puppy, head tilted in confusion, seemed to question, what on earth is this human rambling about? Chapter 21. A thorough cleanup unexpectedly. The little puppy appeared to grasp some semblance of command or boundary. Perhaps it was the authoritative stance Jiang Ye took that conveyed her dominant aura? It indeed retracted its curious little head, hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then, at a safe distance, neither too close nor too far from Jiang Ye, lowered its body solemnly, adopting a posture that allowed it to either flee at a moment's notice or feign vigilance. Its small ears twitched like radar antennas. Scanning the surroundings, its round, dark eyes widened in earnest imitation of the seriousness expected of a sentry, as if preparing to bark fiercely at any approaching intruders, guarding something of immense value. Yet, its rotund little body lying flat resembled a panting ball of fluff, immediately dissipating any semblance of seriousness. Jiang Ye, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Ha ha, you actually seem to understand. All right, consider yourself officially on duty. I shall name you Little Black Sentinel.
Do well.
And there might be treats in store. The puppy's ears perked up at the mention of treats, and its tail wiggled slightly before it stiffened up again, returning to a comically serious expression, as if it were deeply engrossed in its work. With the brief interlude concluded, Jiang Ye began her preparations, starting with the lighting system. In a hushed tone, she declared, and with a mere thought, a high-lumen LED light, accompanied by a large-capacity battery pack, landed heavily on the ground with a resounding thud. The little puppy, startled by the sudden appearance of this monstrous object, leapt half a meter into the air, landing with its fur bristled and teeth bared at the LED light, emitting a feeble growl that was filled with feigned bravado, as if to challenge, "Who goes there? Identify yourself, or I shall take action." Jiang Ye, preoccupied with connecting the wiring, recalled the grim circumstances of her past life. The third day of a brutal cold snap had plunged the city into darkness. The meager glow of a flashlight unable to pierce through the howling blizzard at -40 degrees. She glanced at the battery pack as capacity display, her brow furrowing slightly. I must conserve energy. This battery needs to last at least the first half of the month, no waste allowed. The moment she pressed the switch, a soft hum resonated, and a blinding white light erupted, akin to a miniature sun rising within the cave, illuminating every inch of the main chamber and banishing all shadows. Arr! The little puppy let out a pitiful yet high-pitched yelp, akin to a spring that had just been stepped on, darting to the farthest corner from the light source. Pressing itself tightly against the cold stone wall, its tiny front paws covering its eyes, trembling incessantly. It appeared to be protesting. Despicable human. You dare to ambush me, with a flashbang. My titanium-coated doggy eyes are blinded. Jiang Ye, struggling to suppress her laughter, coughed lightly. Just get used to it. This is light, the future. Bathed in the bright glow, Jiang Ye operated like an efficient scavenger, meticulously clearing and organizing. Her gaze swept over the scattered remnants of rusted military rations, shattered enamel bowls, and faded tin labels. These remnants of war, potentially valuable in information or materials, were neatly collected into her spatial storage. Each time she pointed at an object, and it vanished with a whoosh, the little puppy would peek from between its paws. its eyes widening in astonishment, despite them squinting from the brightness. Its little mind raced, questioning. Where did it go? That large can? Did this giant consume it? She didn't even move her mouth. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Nearby, several cumbersome stones also disappeared without a trace. The puppy grew even more bewildered, beginning to doubt its very existence. Stones too? This giant even devours stones? Is her digestive system made of a black hole? Approaching the spot where the animal carcass lay, the little puppy, despite its fear of the blinding light and the stone-eating giant, was driven by a concern for its mother, overcoming its trepidation. Keeping a safe distance, it cautiously followed Jiang Yeye, its eyes a complex mix of vigilance, sorrow, confusion, and a hint of curiosity towards the giant. Jiang Yeye's tone remained utterly calm. More so an objective statement than anything else, as she informed her potential companion, Little Black Ball, look closely. Your mother has passed away. She cannot remain here. Or, it will smell. You wouldn't want to endure that, would you? Moreover, it will attract other large creatures, which is dangerous. Regardless of whether the puppy comprehended her words, it was clear it had not grasped the deeper meanings of smell and danger, but it did catch the mention of mother. Jiang Yeye's thoughts directed the desiccated carcass of the mother beast to vanish instantaneously.
Ah.
The little puppy was utterly bewildered. Its round eyes wide open as it dashed to the spot where its mother had vanished, frantically sniffing the empty ground with its tiny nose, spinning in circles, and emitting anxious whimpers, as if it were a lost child searching for home. It glanced up at Jiang Yeye, then back down at the empty space, and finally back to her, its little eyes filled with existential inquiries. Where's my mother? Where did you take her? Such a large mother. How can she just disappear? Desperate, it darted around Jiang Yeye's legs, its small paws tugging at her pants as if demanding an explanation. Return my mother. You, the giant who performs magic. Seeing the puppy's distress, Jiang Yeye felt a twinge in her heart but steeled her resolve. Stop tugging at me. If you stick with me, I promise you won't go hungry. With that, she casually retrieved a small piece of jerky from her spatial storage and tossed it toward the puppy. The aroma of the jerky wafted through the air, instantly capturing the little puppy's attention. It gazed at the jerky on the ground, then glanced at Jiang Yeye, clearly embroiled in a fierce internal struggle between sorrow and hunger. Ultimately, appetite triumphed. Cautiously, it picked up the jerky and darted back to a corner, keeping a wary eye on Jiang Yeye while devouring it ravenously, momentarily pushing thoughts of its missing mother aside. Sometimes, the grief of a young one can be effortlessly diverted by a piece of jerky, remarkably efficient. Meanwhile, Jiang Yeye had transformed into a scavenger, clearing away all the unsightly debris and stones from the interconnected chambers, including the scattered trinkets from the previous passage, seamlessly collecting them into her space. The ground instantly became level, reducing the risk of tripping and facilitating future planning. The little puppy acted as a supervisor throughout, though its primary focus remained on consuming its food, occasionally glancing up to observe Jiang Yeye's enchanting magic that made objects vanish, its curious eyes sparkling. After tidying up the interior, Jiang Yeye turned to the exit on the other end, peering outside to find that it was approximately 100 meters away from the main entrance, hidden within the desolate forest, devoid of human presence or pathways, remarkably concealed. The dual exit structure filled her with a mix of surprise and delight. How splendid! In case anyone intruded, there was an escape route. However, it also posed the risk of allowing someone to sneak in, necessitating reinforcement. For safety's sake, she stepped outside the cave to a boulder the size of a sedan and, with a flicker of thought, made it vanish in an instant.
Ha!
The little puppy, who had been savoring the jerky while licking its paws, looked up to find the giant had disappeared. It hurried to the cave entrance, just in time to see Jiang Yeye outside casting her spell, efficiently and precisely summoning a series of appropriately sized boulders, collecting more than 10 in total. The little puppy, observing the stones disappearing into thin air, wore a look of numbness on its face. All right, this giant indeed consumes stones. As long as she's happy, that suffices. Returning to the cave with the collected boulders, Jiang Yeye's gaze sharpened as she solemnly commanded, block the secondary exit. With her intent, two of the largest and most fitting boulders appeared outside the cave entrance, crashing down with a thunderous sound, tightly stacked together to nearly seal off the passage, leaving only a tiny gap for ventilation. The sudden noise startled the little puppy. causing it to yelp and scuttle back into the cave, hiding behind a small stone with only half its head and two terrified eyes visible, vigilantly watching the entrance as if to say, "You scared me to death." This giant not only makes things disappear but also conjures loud boulders. How terrifying. Jiang Yeye meticulously inspected the stability of the boulder pile, ensuring it could not be easily disturbed by mere humans or ordinary beasts. Dusting off her hands, though they were, in fact, clean due to the space's tidiness. She spoke with satisfaction at having completed the defensive measure. This should at least deter most unwelcome visitors and provide wind protection and warmth. The little puppy glanced at the sealed entrance and then at Jiang Yeye, its round eyes spinning as if it were contemplating the meaning of closing the door. Tentatively, it approached the newly stacked boulders, raising a hind leg in an obvious attempt to mark its territory, asserting its claim as the indigenous inhabitant, even if it was currently a guest.
Hey,
Little coal ball. Jiang Yeye swiftly dashed over, expertly grabbing the scruff of the little puppy's neck and lifting it up. No peeing everywhere. This is now indoors. Do you understand? We must maintain hygiene. Hold it in, or I'll teach you where to go. Suspended in midair, the little puppy kicked its paws in a futile struggle, its face expressing a mix of grievance and stubbornness. Yet it could not escape her grasp. With the initial defense established, Jiang Yeye did not dare to relax, still holding the squirming puppy. She quickly returned to the central light source of the main cave. Not bad, not bad. She gently placed the little creature down, and it immediately dashed to the corner, pretending to groom itself, though its ears drooped slightly, clearly trying to hide its earlier embarrassment. Jiang Yeye's gaze swept across the freshly cleaned space when suddenly something seemed to strike her memory. She paused, then hastily moved toward the entrance of the main cave. Crouching down, she began to feel around the ground, dusting her fingertips over the thin layer of dirt, murmuring to herself, "I remember it being buried around here." Chapter 22. Locking the safe haven. The little puppy, noticing Jiang Yeye digging, instantly perked up. Digging? That's something it excels at. It promptly forgot the earlier embarrassment of being grabbed by the scruff. It scampered over, sniffing the ground, and selected a spot beside Jiang Yeye. Its front paws began to dig furiously, as if equipped with electric motors, kicking up mud with great enthusiasm. As if proclaiming, "Giant, digging is my specialty. Professional team. Woof woof crew at your service." Jiang Yeye was both amused and exasperated by the puppy's sudden enthusiasm and the splattered dirt. Hey, little one. You're digging in the wrong place.
not there.
Save your energy. She quickly reached out to stop the dog-shaped excavator. A woof. The little puppy, engrossed in its digging, thought Jiang Yeye's hand was part of a new game. It excitedly grabbed her sleeve with its mouth, shaking its head vigorously, making playful sounds in an effort to remove this obstacle and continue its treasure-hunting adventure. As they engaged in a tug-of-war at the cave entrance, Jiang Yeye, both amused and bemused, finally felt something solid beneath her fingertips. She had found it. Her spirits lifted, and she disregarded the little puppy clinging to her sleeve, vigorously clearing away the surrounding dirt. Before long, a small wooden box, covered in dirt and seemingly aged,
Came into view. Woof.
The little puppy, spotting the box, immediately released Jiang Yeye's sleeve and excitedly circled around it, sniffing it with its wet nose, its tail wagging like a propeller. It was convinced this treasure was a result of its diligent digging. Proudly, it barked at Jiang Yeye, as if to say, "See, I told you I'm the best at digging. Open it up and see if there's jerky inside." Jiang Yeye observed the ecstatic little fur ball and the mysterious wooden box before glancing at her now saliva-soaked and muddy sleeve. With a helpless yet amused sigh, she remarked, All right, you have your share of the credit, little one. However, next time you dig, please aim correctly and don't chew on my sleeve." She gently flicked the little puppy's wet nose. The little puppy responded with a puzzled, "A whiff?" tilting its head, looking innocent. Jiang Yeye wiped the dirt off the box and opened it. Inside, she found a faded, moldy cloth doll and a few dusty little stones. The familiar, bittersweet scent of nostalgia instantly pierced through time. The tattered doll named Xiaohua, sewn by her mother, lay there. The small stones were treasures her father had whimsically picked up during rare visits to cheer her up. In the years spent enduring disdain and hardship at her uncle's home, this cold cave had been her only sanctuary. Countless nights, she had held Xiaohua tightly, crying silently, whispering to those stones, "Father, please come back for me." At last, her father had taken her away. On the eve of her departure, She had come to the cave one final time, her heart brimming with the joy of escaping suffering. She had solemnly buried Xiaohua and the stones, which symbolized her last hope for her father's love, in this small wooden box. "I'll return for you once I settle into my new home," she had softly promised, bidding farewell to a past filled with tears. The days that followed were another chilling nightmare: new home, stepmother, quarrels, and estrangement. The box containing her childhood's final remnants was intentionally left buried deep in her memories. She never returned. Fate twisted and turned, like a cruel jest. In her childhood, this place often served as a refuge, and now, unexpectedly, it has become her means of survival. Jiang Ye forced a bitter smile, tinged with irony, as she tucked away the wooden box that held the last vestiges of her childhood warmth and dreams into her spatial realm. Rising, she dusted off her clothes and stepped into the main cave. Upon seeing the man lying unconscious on the ground, a surge of frustration over the capriciousness of fate welled up within her, and she kicked him lightly twice, muttering, "Tsk, still not awake." With that, she turned her attention elsewhere. Approaching a nearby open space, she concentrated her thoughts, and a camper van materialized instantly within the cavern. Glancing at the small puppy beside her, and then back at the man, she spoke to herself, "Little one, guard the entrance, and I'll treat you to some jerky once I'm done washing up." She boarded the van, secured the door, and made her way to the shower area, retrieving her bathing basin and the enchanted spring water from her spatial realm to cleanse herself. The last time she had bathed with the spring water had been quite effective, and this time was no different. She felt a significant relief wash over her, shedding the fatigue clinging to her. She pondered whether those thugs had sent someone to capture her. Returning to the warehouse was out of the question, and her online purchases would go unclaimed. The thought stung her heart. It was all money. Moreover, the cave needed fortification, and she had yet to stockpile essential coal and fuel. She had to devise a plan to gather more supplies before the extreme cold arrived in less than a week. Realizing this, Jiang Ye dressed quickly, retrieved her phone from her spatial realm, and attempted to access the shopping website to see if she could return some items, only to find there was no signal here. She sighed, putting the phone back into her space, deciding to check for a signal outside later. As she exited the camper, she felt a twinge of unfamiliarity with it. However, exercising caution, she decided to store the camper in her spatial realm. At that moment, the small puppy curiously inspected the unconscious man. Occasionally gnawing at his bandages, the man internally lamented, "What is this? Why does it keep biting me? I really want to kick it." Jiang Ye approached the man and muttered, "Having you around is such a hassle, but leaving you here, won't the puppy chew you to bits? It shouldn't, right? This dog is so small." She retrieved jerky and a large bowl of spring water from her space and addressed the puppy, "Little one, stop biting him. There will be no jerky left if you continue." Remarkably, the puppy seemed to understand, ceasing its nibbles on the man. Jiang Ye looked down at the man and sighed. "What a bother. If you don't wake up before the extreme cold hits, I might just have to toss you outside." Subsequently, to conserve electricity, she turned off the lights and, wielding a powerful flashlight, made her way outside. At this moment, the man, hearing Jiang Ye's complaints, felt astonished. Extreme cold? What does that mean? Upon exiting the cave, she surveyed her surroundings, wary of being discovered or encountering wild animals. With a flick of her intention, 2 large stones appeared at the cave's entrance. She clapped her hands in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Now no one can enter. Excellent. Jiang Ye, you are becoming increasingly clever." Turning, she gazed down the dim path leading to the road, inhaled deeply, and clenched her fists. The road ahead was uncertain and fraught with peril, but to survive and prepare for the impending extreme cold, she had to venture forth. Chapter 23. New abilities. Jiang Ye turned towards the roadside, collecting appropriately sized stones along the way and storing them in her spatial realm. Her recent experiment revealed a new discovery. She could now retrieve items from a distance of half a meter. This eliminated the hassle of direct contact, marking a newfound ability of her spatial realm. She was filled with joy. Upon reaching the road, she summoned the broken windshield van from her space. Climbing into the driver's seat, she noted the glaring fuel warning light on the dashboard. There was hardly any fuel left. She needed to refuel. However, before that, she had a more pressing matter to attend to: returns. Pulling out her phone, she quickly navigated to her shopping site, initiating returns for all the items she could, many of which hadn't even shipped yet. The online shopping site was indeed convenient, offering a 7-day no-questions-asked refund policy, allowing her to save a tidy sum. Feeling considerably uplifted, she swiftly opened her Maps app, pinpointed the nearest gas station, and started her vehicle. The previous night, those thugs had arrived near the warehouse only to find a heavy police presence. Assuming Jiang Ye had alerted the authorities, they, having criminal records, dared not approach and left in frustration. Meanwhile, the police could not locate Jiang Ye as she had concealed the camper in her space during her escape. Even after reaching the cave, there was no signal and GPS was ineffective. Additionally, she had traversed less monitored mountain paths, leading the police to mistakenly believe she would take the highway or main roads. It could be said that Jiang Ye was extraordinarily fortunate, having successfully evaded a dire situation once again. However, not everyone had given up. Zhang Hao jumped at the sound of a knock at his door, opening it to find the scarred woman standing there, arms crossed, her red nail polish glinting ominously. Jiang Ye had borrowed a substantial sum under his name from this woman, and now it had become a death warrant. Zhang Hao, where's the money? She demanded, her tone icy, flanked by two lean men, former associates of the scarred man. Zhang Hao turned pale, hastily ushering her inside. Sister, please sit. That money wasn't borrowed by me. It was that Jiang Ye's doing. Look, she even stole my car and emptied my home. I'm a victim too. As he spoke, he offered her a cigarette, bending almost to the floor in supplication. The woman raised an eyebrow, refusing the smoke. You've played your cards well, but you've been outwitted by a woman. However, don't think you can wriggle your way out of paying me back. I don't care who tricked you. Return my money swiftly. Sister, my dear sister. I truly have not a single cent. Zhang Hao wailed, his eyes glinting with calculation. The woman, upon hearing Jiang Ye's name, recalled that the previous night, while the bald man had slept at her place, he received a call from his boss, instructing him to capture Jiang Ye, who seemed to have entangled the scarred man in trouble too. She left in haste. Seeing that the woman appeared interested in Jiang Ye, Zhang Hao intensified his lament, knowing how to charm women with his appealing looks. Sister, if I can find Jiang Ye, I guarantee I will repay the tens of thousands I owe you. And I'll even offer you a token of gratitude. As he spoke, he subtly placed his hand on hers. The woman, already taken by his looks, patted Zhang Hao's face, saying, Don't try to charm me with tricks that work on little girls. I'm well aware of those games. However, it seems that Hu Ge is indeed searching for a woman named Jiang Ye. If you can provide a lead, that would be beneficial. Just then, Zhang Hao's phone rang. Seeing it was Qiangzi, he quickly answered, Brother Hao, I have news about that woman. A buddy of mine said she rented a van, and it has a tracking device. Zhang Hao's spirit soared. Great, Qiangzi. Quickly send me the location. I promise, once we catch that woman, I'll repay you the 5,000 and give you an extra 2,000 for your trouble. Thanks, brother. After hanging up, he eagerly presented the tracking information to the woman. She scoffed, pulling out her phone to call the bald man, putting it on speaker. The bald man's voice, hoarse from lack of sleep, came through. What's up? Are you still looking for a woman named Jiang Ye? I know where she is. However,
You must buy me that bag, I like.
the woman instantly adopted a sweet tone. Upon hearing that they had a lead on Hu Ji's target, the bald man perked up. Where? Tell me quickly, and I'll buy it for you once we catch her. Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. Send it. I'll send it right away. After hanging up the phone, the woman cast him a glance, stating firmly, If you can't catch her, every penny of the debt you owe remains unchanged. I will catch her. I must. Zhang Hao nodded obsequiously while escorting the woman to the door. Only after closing it did he dare to wipe the sweat from his brow, realizing he had placed all his hopes on the man known as Tiger, pushing Jiang Ye further down a perilous path. Just wait until I catch that woman. Then you'll see how I deal with you. Meanwhile, the bald man ended his call and immediately dialed Tiger's number, speaking with deference. Tiger, I have located Jiang Ye. On the other end, Tiger simply acknowledged with a nonchalant HM, the faint sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled in the background. You and Lao Hei take a few men and bring her back to me. Understood, Tiger. After hanging up, the bald man glanced outside to see a black SUV slowly revving up, its tires whispering against the ground like a predator poised to strike. Jiang Ye cautiously drove into a gas station, stopping at the self-service pump. After filling her tank, she instinctively surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her heart raced as she spotted a massive fuel tanker preparing to unload, its gleaming metallic surface reflecting the sun's rays. So much fuel. An exhilarating surge coursed through her body. This was akin to liquid gold in a frozen hell. With it, her chances of survival would skyrocket. A wild thought crept in. Just get close, within half a meter, and it will be mine. But guilt gnawed at her conscience. No, this is theft. The instincts of the law-abiding citizen she once was screamed at her. Yet the harrowing struggle from the night before and the blinding pursuit lights at the intersection flooded her mind with memories of her past life as tragic end. In this apocalyptic world, morality seemed irrelevant. Survival was the only truth. Morality? Did Zhang Hao speak of it when he deceived me? Did those villains consider it when they sought to kill me? A chilling voice roared within her. The apocalypse is upon us. Order will collapse. Survival is the only law. She scanned the bustling workers, the rotating surveillance cameras, and the evident risks of the traffic. This was not the time to act. She would have to wait for a better opportunity. After stealing one last glance at the enticing fuel tanker, she abruptly started her vehicle and drove away. In the rear-view mirror, the tanker vanished, but a seed named survival at all costs had already taken root in her heart. Jiang Yeye contemplated her primary destination, the largest wholesale market in the city. She could not return to the warehouse. Her online purchases of cotton clothes, bedding, thick blankets, and wood stoves were all gone. These items were essential for survival in the extreme cold, and she needed to replenish them swiftly. Then a more pressing thought emerged. Coal for heating. Without it, how could one survive in frigid temperatures of -60 or 70 degrees? She had to acquire coal. She recalled the coal merchant, Qian Hu, introduced by the pig farm owner. Jiang Yeye's grip on the steering wheel tightened. The Scarface thugs found the warehouse so quickly, indicating they likely had local connections. Could Qian Hu, as a local coal merchant, be in collusion with them? Or could he be the mastermind behind it all? She resolved not to contact Qian Hu using the number given by the pig farm owner, if they were indeed in cahoots. It would be tantamount to walking into a trap and could expose her. Perhaps the trade city could yield new coal suppliers or alternative leads. The Zhejiang Trade City, the largest wholesale market in Jiang City, spanned 3,000 acres with a total construction area of 3 million square meters. It primarily offered a variety of wholesale goods, including clothing, footwear, home goods, electronics, cosmetics, and more, integrating trade, e-commerce, warehousing, logistics, and exhibition services into one. She had no choice but to place her hopes in the chaotic environment of the wholesale market. With a press of the accelerator, her battered van sped toward the market. The roar of the engine seemed infused with an eager excitement. Just as Jiang Yeye drove her van, calculating the layout of the wholesale market, identifying areas with numerous warehouses and managers who appeared easy to deceive, even slightly smiling at the thought of the space being filled with warm supplies, a pitch-black SUV quietly followed behind her, maintaining a steady distance of 3 to 4 car lengths. Chapter 24. Being followed, the brilliant sunlight bathed the road as Jiang Yeye drove her van cheerfully ahead. With the window broken, it was wide open, allowing a refreshing breeze infused with the pleasant warmth of early summer to flow in. She even hummed a tuneless melody, tapping her fingers on the steering wheel in rhythm with the engine's growl. Immersed in the vast potential brought by her newfound abilities and the joy of impending abundance, she remained blissfully unaware of the deadly threat shadowing her. Suddenly, she sneezed twice, followed by a shiver. An unsettling premonition crept into her mind. Is it just my imagination? Why does it feel like someone is tailing me? Instinctively, she glanced in the rear-view mirror. The reflection was a bit blurry, coated with dust and specks of mud from last night. In the mirror, a plain white sedan steadily followed at a normal distance. Further back, there appeared to be a truck. Nothing unusual. Jiang Yeye shook her head vigorously. Stop overthinking. I probably didn't sleep well last night. Soon, I'll have plenty of supplies. As she drove past an intersection, the vehicle hit a bump, causing her to unconsciously glance at the rear-view mirror again. A fleeting shadow of a black SUV caught her eye. Jiang Yeye rubbed her eyes and looked again. There was nothing but the white sedan and the blurred outline of the truck. I'm just scaring myself. She pushed down her rising panic, quickly pressing the gas pedal to speed up the van. Something feels off. Her eyes instinctively drifted back to the rear-view mirror, and her conviction grew stronger. There's definitely something wrong. She looked again. The white sedan remained at a steady distance, but behind it, the black SUV was still closely tailing her. Jiang Yeye's heart sank. The SUV from last night's incident rushed back into her mind. Could it be the same one? What terrible luck to be targeted right after stepping out. Are they associates of those thugs from last night? Or has Zhang Hao reported me? And the police are chasing me? Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, and she gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear. No matter who it is, having someone follow me can only lead to trouble. I need to test them. She quickly scanned the road ahead, pinpointing a junction, and abruptly jerked the steering wheel. The van swerved sharply, causing the vehicles behind to honk loudly, their horns blaring in protest as if cursing the female driver. Jiang Yeye paid no mind to the commotion, her eyes glued to the rear-view mirror. The white sedan did not follow her, it continued straight ahead. But in the next moment, the black SUV sharply turned its wheel, tires screeching as it pursued her into the junction. It was not an illusion. Jiang Yeye gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white. She was indeed being followed. But who were they? The robbers from last night who sought to end her life. Or perhaps the police investigating the case. Whatever it is, I need to escape. Not wanting to dwell on the confusion, she slammed down on the accelerator, increasing her speed. The wind suddenly turned hot, carrying the scent of melting asphalt into the car, causing her hair to stick to her sweaty forehead. The once brilliant sunlight now felt like needles, stinging her eyes. The white poplars along the roadside rushed past, their leaves rustling as if they were urging her to hurry. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a warning sign ahead indicating construction, narrowing the road. Her heart raced. It was a temporary single-lane detour, and the bulky SUV might struggle to keep up. The bald thug in the driver's seat snickered mockingly into the communicator. "Boss, it's confirmed. It's that woman, driving a junk van, and the glass is shattered. Her skills are pathetic. Look at her, terrified. She can't even grip the steering wheel." The tall, lean figure in the passenger seat licked his lips and sneered. "Perfect. Let us see where she runs. Once we get to a less crowded area, I'll make sure she knows the consequences of crossing Tiger Brother." The bald thug suddenly slapped the lean man's arm and pointed ahead, that side road. "Block her. Tiger Brother wants her alive." He sharply turned the steering wheel, the tires screeching against the gravel roadside. "Don't worry, that van's chassis will fall apart after hitting the potholes. I'll take out a leg first, and then we'll see if she dares to play tricks." Inside the van, Jiang Yeye suddenly grabbed an empty mineral water bottle from the passenger side and threw it out the window, not to smash the car, but to gauge the reaction of the SUV. The bottle thudded against the SUV's hood, indeed causing the driver to jerk the steering wheel, momentarily slowing down. A reaction. Jiang Yeye's eyes brightened. She quickly retrieved a fist-sized stone from her bag, ready to get even closer. The stone's sharp edges dug into her palm, the cold sensation pricking her taut nerves. She stared intently into the rear-view mirror, the growl of the black SUV growing louder like a ravenous wolf closing in. The distance shrinking to less than 3 car lengths, even the bald thug's cursing face becoming clearer. Suddenly, her eyes caught a road sign. Jiangcheng Clothing Wholesale City. 500 meters. Her heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed in her mind. The market is crowded, the stalls are dense, and the roads are narrow. No matter how big the SUV is, it can't match the agility of my van. Almost simultaneously, the bald thug seemed to lose patience. The SUV suddenly accelerated, nearly crashing into her rear bumper. The tires screeched against the pavement, startling her back. Jiang Yeye took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety. Now or never. She didn't wait for the SUV to get closer, tightening her grip on the stone with her left hand, while sharply turning the steering wheel to the right with her right hand. The van surged forward like it had been whipped, tilting violently as it sped through the intersection, its tires emitting a burning smell on the asphalt, heading straight for the bustling entrance of the wholesale market. Damn it, this woman is crazy. The bald thug was thrown against the car door by the sudden turn, his curses filled with shock and rage. The lean man in the passenger seat seized the armrest, his eyes dark and glistening as he stared at the van charging into the market. Chase. Once she's south in this place, she's as good as caught. The SUV followed closely, turning into the entrance, its massive frame nearly scraping against the guardrail, engines roaring as it plunged into the chaotic traffic of the market. Meanwhile, that shabby van, like a startled and furious bull, plunged deep into the boiling sea of the clothing wholesale market. Instantly, a cacophony of honking horns, vendors shouting, and the clamor of bargaining filled the air, creating a suffocating wall of sound. As far as the eye could see, there were densely packed stalls, mountains of packages, tricycles weaving through the throngs of hurried merchants and customers. Damn it, this woman is seeking death. inside the black SUV. The bald thug was caught off guard by the sudden change in direction and the influx of people and vehicles, slamming on the brakes, nearly colliding with a slow-moving delivery truck ahead. He slammed the steering wheel in frustration, the horn blaring angrily, drawing annoyed glances from the surrounding crowd. "Calm down." The lean man's eyes were cold and predatory, fixated on the van struggling through the crowded traffic. She's panicking, running blindly into a dead end. The market is even better. No matter how many people there are, she can't escape. "Stay close. Don't let her get away," the boss said, alive or dead. "We need to see her." The last remark dripped with a chilling intent. Jiang Ye's heart thundered in her chest, each beat tugging at her nerves of fear. In the rearview mirror, the SUV tailgate her relentlessly. She had to shake it off. She sharply turned the steering wheel, the van screeching as it forced its way into a relatively narrow passage, flanked by piles of fabric and clothing packages. The flow of vehicles slowed down here, but the foot traffic was denser, making it difficult for large vehicles to maneuver.
"Keep up."
"Hurry," the lean man urged sharply. The bald thug gritted his teeth. The SUV's vast body seemed cumbersome in the narrow passage, nearly scraping the stacked goods several times, provoking the vendor's anger. "Watch where you're going," yelled one vendor. Furious, the distance between them widened slightly, but Jiang Ye could sense that cold gaze never leaving her. She could even see the lean man leaning out halfway, his hawk-like eyes locked onto the rear of her van. A chilling despair gripped Jiang Ye's throat like a vice. Biting her pale lip, she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed ahead on the narrow passage. Suddenly, she remembered the large stones she had prepared earlier. With lightning speed, she extended her left hand out of the window, as if nervously adjusting the doorframe. But in that instant whoosh, a stone the size of an adult goat appeared out of nowhere, rolling towards the pursuing SUV. What the hell? The bald thug's pupils dilated, panic taking hold of him. Instinctively, he jerked the steering wheel to avoid it, simultaneously slamming on the brakes. Screech! The SUV's tires let out a deathly scream, the massive body swinging wildly in the narrow passage, the front narrowly avoiding the largest stone. But the rear slammed hard into the left side, crashing into the stacked fabric packages.
Boom!
It was like triggering a miniature avalanche. The colorful fabric packages and the makeshift shelves collapsed in a thunderous crash, instantly blocking the narrow passage. Dust filled the air, and fabric flew everywhere. Damn it! What is happening? Where did that big stone come from? The bald thug, still shaken, cursed furiously. We crashed.
Blocked.
My goods. My fabric. Who did this? Pay for it. The vendor's heart-wrenching cries and furious shouts erupted into chaos. The confusion escalated instantly. Vehicles behind, confused by the situation, honked frantically while pedestrians scrambled to avoid the mess. The scene was a complete disaster. At that moment, a barely visible fork in the road appeared ahead, just wide enough for a small car to squeeze through, partially obscured by a few discarded plastic mannequins. Jiang Ye's heart raced. An opportunity. Without hesitation, she sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, almost flooring the gas pedal. The van emitted its last wail, the front crashing through the obstructing mannequins, scraping against the wall as it forced its way into the even narrower alleyway, cluttered with debris and trash. "Stop her!" the lean man shouted in frustration, struggling to push open the deformed car door, but it was wedged tight by the collapsed goods. He could only watch helplessly as the van scurried away like a frightened mouse, disappearing into the dim and chaotic depths of the alley. "Damn it! Get out of the car!" The bald thug glanced at the GPS on his phone, the flashing red, indicating her route. Take a shortcut to cut her off. She couldn't escape far. The lean man kicked open the car door and shouted frantically into the communicator, 4th and 5th. The target abandoned the vehicle and fled into the small alley behind Area C warehouse. Wearing dark clothes, driving a junk van. Block all exits. She cannot fly away. The bald thug clumsily climbed out, and the two men roughly pushed past the obstructing goods and angry vendors, sprinting in the direction the van had vanished, while calling on their accomplices to encircle her. In the dimly lit passage, it seemed to be behind the warehouse area, filled with discarded cardboard boxes, rotting vegetable leaves, and the stench of garbage, the air pungent and the foot traffic sparse. Only a few stray cats startled and darting into the shadows. As Jiang Ye gasped heavily, sweat drenched her back, and her hands trembled uncontrollably on the steering wheel. That last maneuver had been perilously close. The stones in the space had aligned perfectly. But the ominous smoke billowing from beneath the hood and the unsettling vibrations of the vehicle signaled that it had truly reached its limits. She glanced through the rearview mirror at the completely blocked entrance, chaos reigning supreme. The black SUV had been engulfed by the collapsed packaging, momentarily vanishing from sight. An angry crowd and vendors had already gathered, their shouts echoing. Yet in the distance, hurried footsteps seemed to be approaching this way. For the moment, she had shaken them off. However, Jiang Ye dared not relax. It appeared the pursuers were affiliated with the two assailants from the warehouse, judging by their ruthless methods. They would undoubtedly not relent easily. Although the wholesale market was vast, the exits were limited, and her pursuers could very well be encircling her or lying in wait at the exits. She could even hear faint sounds of running and shouting from different directions. She had to abandon the vehicle immediately. The van was too conspicuous, too noisy, and was on the verge of falling apart. Continuing to drive it would make her an easy target. She quickly scanned her surroundings. At the end of the passage ahead, there seemed to be a corner piled with large green garbage bins, relatively concealed, next to an abandoned, rusty tool shed. She sharply turned the steering wheel, driving the smoking, battered van into that corner, crashing into an empty garbage bin before it finally came to a halt with a loud noise. Shut off the engine. Remove the key. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ye pushed open the car door and leaped out like a startled rabbit. The cold air, mingled with the stench of garbage, filled her lungs, awakening her senses slightly, yet her heart continued to race. No traces must be left behind. Pressing her palm against the scorching car door, a thought struck her. In an instant, the dilapidated, mud-stained van, along with the overturned garbage bin, vanished into thin air. Only the faint imprints left on the ground and the peculiar scent of oil mixed with refuse lingered in the air. This bizarre spectacle would have been astonishing if witnessed. Yet there was no one around at that moment. Jiang Ye had no time to catch her breath. She sprang into action. She swiftly retrieved a deep gray fisherman's hat, a black sun-blocking mask, and a loose-fitting deep blue sun-protective jacket from her space. She quickly removed her conspicuous outerwear and stowed it away, donning the protective jacket, zipping it to the top, pulling the hat down low, and ensuring the mask tightly covered her mouth and nose, leaving only her vigilant, sharp eyes visible. In an instant, her demeanor transformed into that of an inconspicuous, sun-shy laborer. Having completed her transformation, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, and carefully discerned her direction. The main thoroughfare of the wholesale market was bustling with voices, but it was too perilous, heavily monitored by her pursuers. She needed to find a more secluded path leading to the outside. The freight passage? Or perhaps a small door in the warehouse area. Her gaze swiftly swept over the rusty tool shed and the towering, cluttered warehouse wall beside it. Just then, she thought, split up to search. They must have hidden the vehicle nearby. It couldn't have gone far. Damn it, the tracking shows it right here. How could it suddenly disappear? And, with such a loud commotion, how could it vanish just by turning a corner? Search meticulously. Don't overlook any nooks and crannies. And that tool shed. A flurry of urgent, heavy footsteps accompanied by harsh shouts echoed from the nearby passage. It was the bald man's voice. They had managed to shake off the chaos so quickly and were already chasing after her. Tracking? What tracking? Could that have been tracked? Moreover, judging by the footsteps, at least 3 individuals were dispersing, encircling the corner where she was hiding. One set of footsteps was clearly approaching the area behind the garbage bin and the tool shed. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted, and she held her breath, pressing her body tightly against the cold, grimy warehouse wall, swiftly retrieving the electric baton. Chapter 26. Encountering the scoundrel again at this moment, Jiang Ye gripped the electric baton, contemplating. I cannot wait any longer. If that person gets too close, and I cannot overpower him, I will have to pull him into the space. Though it may backfire, it is certainly better than being captured now. Resolute in her decision, she pressed her body against the cold, rough wall, her right hand clutching the electric baton, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She held her breath and anxiously scanned her surroundings within half a meter. Suddenly, she felt as though an invisible hand had propelled her forward, penetrating the sturdy brick wall. Inside the warehouse, a soft, fluffy sensation brushed against the wall. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat. She quickly probed again with her mental energy. Truly capable of penetrating walls. This unexpected discovery made her pupils dilate, a mix of surprise and excitement flooding her mind. A bold thought was barely taking shape when the footsteps at the alley corner circumvented the green garbage bin, abruptly pulling her thoughts back. In the next moment, a muscular man adorned with tattoos appeared at the alley corner, his fierce gaze sweeping through the shadows, locking onto Jiang Ye pressed against the wall. Before he could utter a word, she sprang from the shadows. Without waiting for the man to react, a crackling sound erupted as the electric baton struck his waist.
Ugh.
The man couldn't even utter a complete syllable, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Limbs twitching a couple of times before falling silent. I can't believe it worked so well. It took less than 2 seconds to finish him off. Jiang Ye stared at the fallen figure, astonished, though her heart raced with the potential for noise attracting his companions. Indeed. Urgent shouts immediately rang out from both sides of the alley. Big Bear? What the hell is going on? There's movement over there. Hurry and check it out. Jiang Ye turned and dashed, not deeper into the alley, but directly towards the side of the rusty tool shed, where a small door, smeared with grease, stood ajar. She practically burst through the door, stumbling inside. The shed was cramped and cluttered, filled with old tires and oil drums, the dust clouding her vision. Yet she did not pause for even half a second, rushing toward the innermost part, where the red brick exterior wall of the warehouse met. And at the base lay a rusted louvered window, now only a cat could squeeze through. Jiang Ye flung herself down. Pressing her right hand firmly against the wall beside the opening, her mental energy wildly probing outward. This time, it truly penetrated the wall, which was over 10 centimeters thick. The warehouse interior was dim, but within her mental energy vision, a burst of white revealed a pile of blankets and pillows stacked almost to the ceiling. The nearest pile, less than half a meter from her palm. Excellent. Fortune favors me. Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as her racing heart steadied significantly. Her mind filled with a singular thought: create chaos. Absorb. The intention surged forth, and the blankets pressed against the wall vanished, as if devoured by an invisible maw, creating a gaping hole in the pile of goods within half a meter deep. Instantly, 2 startled voices erupted from the depths of the warehouse. One coarse and one hoarse colliding. What the hell? What is going on? Coarse voice. Where did the blankets go? Hoarse voice. Jiang Ye couldn't help but smirk. Secretly delighted. It worked. This chaos came just in time. Yet her momentary triumph was abruptly extinguished by the sound of footsteps at the door. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, palms clammy with sweat. The footsteps outside the tool shed were already thudding at the entrance. Big Bear. Wake up. Damn it, he has been taken down by the electric baton. The bald man's furious roar resonated like thunder, vibrating the metal shed's roof. The person must be hiding inside. Surround the tool shed quickly. Don't let her escape. The voice of the 5th man followed closely, urgent and fierce, evidently fearful of her slipping away. She is in there. The bald man's roar pierced through the door's gap. Jiang Ye quickly withdrew her hand, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Damn it. Are these people a bunch of rabid dogs? She swiftly scanned the interior of the tool shed. No good. It's too small. Nowhere to hide. They would burst in any moment. Her gaze swiftly fixated on the thin metal wall of the tool shed, which bordered the main passage of the market. Even through the cold steel, the distant clamor of the bustling crowd beyond was palpable. It was her only avenue of escape. She rushed forward, pressing her ear against the metal, her fingertips trembling as she wondered if her earlier success in penetrating the brick wall had merely been a stroke of luck. The thin steel was entirely different. Could her mental prowess truly transcend such a barrier? She could not afford to falter at this critical moment. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and summoned her mental energy, extending it like a cautious tendril, probing towards the wall. Within half a meter beyond the wall lay a pile of cardboard boxes and a crooked plastic mannequin. Jiang Ye felt a wave of relief wash over her. Accompanied by a bemused smile, the haphazard clutter of this shabby market might serve her purpose after all. Yet, a flicker of doubt ignited within her. Could she truly sense it? Earlier, when she had gathered the blankets, proximity had been her ally, but this metal wall, though thin, still posed a barrier. There was no time for contemplation. The door to the tool shed suddenly crashed open with a violent kick. The menacing visage of a bald man appeared at the threshold, a glinting dagger in his hand. Damn woman! Let us see where you run. He bellowed as he lunged forward, his murderous intent brushing against the nape of her neck. In a moment of sheer desperation, Jiang Yeye's mind blinked, leaving her with a singular thought. She had to take a gamble. Without looking back, her hand pressed against the wall, turning white from the effort, her intention trembling with uncertainty as she locked onto the cardboard boxes outside. Gather. The incantation in her mind was laced with hesitation, as if testing a newly discovered switch. Suddenly, the boxes vanished. Jiang Yeye was momentarily stunned, hardly able to believe her own success. Yet, at that instant, the bald man's dagger grazed the spot where she had just stood. With a jolt, she regained her senses, rolling sideways as if scalded, narrowly evading the cold blade. As she pushed off the ground, her movements were more a frantic scramble than a practiced escape. With a thud, she landed amidst a pile of refuse. Her mind still reeling. How far could this newfound ability take her? But the furious shouts behind her left no room for reflection. She crawled into the sea of humanity, her palms still warm, the mental energy that had pierced the metal wall akin to a frayed wire, buzzing in her consciousness. Clad in a deep blue sun-protective jacket, a fisherman's hat, and a black mask, she felt as if she had merged into the ocean of people. Where is he? The bald man had lunged at empty space, his dagger striking the ground as he looked up, fury and bewilderment etched across his face. All he saw was the gaping hole in the wall and the blurred silhouette of a figure vanishing into the crowd. The tool shed stood empty, save for fallen coins and swirling dust. Ghost? Old Five, who had followed in, gaped at the vacant wall and the vanished boxes, a chill racing up his spine. What nonsense! It's definitely that woman's trick. After her, the bald man, filled with a mix of surprise and rage, screamed into his communicator. The target has entered the main passage. She's in a blue outfit, wearing a gray hat and black mask. Stop her. Yet. The flow of people in the market's main passage surged like a torrential river. Jiang Yeye kept her head down, weaving swiftly and adeptly through the crowd, her heart racing. But her eyes ignited with the flames of survival and an indescribable thrill. The massive warehouse, separated by walls, held an abundance of bedding. As she moved eastward with the throng, the brim of her hat nearly obscured her vision when suddenly, a powerful grip seized her wrist, crushing it as if to shatter her bones. Running? Let us see where you think you're going. Zhang Hao's voice was frigid, causing Jiang Yeye to shiver. She looked up abruptly to find him panting, sweat glistening on his brow, his eyes fierce and locked onto her. Despite her disguise, the malice in his gaze was unmistakable. I recognize you even if you turn to dust. Zhang Hao seethed, and in that moment, his expression was not just one of pure hatred but also of contempt, as if to say she was merely playing a foolish game of escape. His tone was urgent and threatening, yet laced with a patronizing arrogance. Jiang Yeye, you really are something else. He scoffed, loosening his grip slightly only to tighten it again, as if to remind her of his dominance. You think hiding a little money and taking off in my car will let you escape? Your cleverness is child's play in my eyes. He paused, scrutinizing her masked face with a sudden fury, his voice dropping to a menacing growl. Stop playing dead. Where's my money? And what have you done with my car? Don't waste my time. Hand it over and I might shield you from the bald man. Otherwise his arrogance was palpable. He still believed her counterattack was mere luck, and that with a hint of intimidation, she would submit as before. But as Jiang Yeye shot him a cold glance, devoid of her former panic and denial, he realized something was amiss. His expression hardened, the mask of civility torn away. Playing dumb, are we? You think changing your clothes makes you unrecognizable? I'll tell you, even if you wrapped yourself in a cocoon, you wouldn't evade my gaze. Jiang Yeye felt a surge of anger. How had this scoundrel found her here? Though her wrist ached from his grip, her mind raced. There were too many people around for a direct confrontation. She needed a swift resolution. Let go, she hissed, swiftly pressing down on Zhang Hao's hand that gripped her wrist, while her knee bent, delivering a powerful kick to his groin. Ah! Taken by surprise, Zhang Hao's grip slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yeye wrenched her arm free and darted towards a nearby stall. Jiang Yeye, you better stop, he howled, grimacing in pain as he clutched himself, spinning in place. Jiang Yeye did not look back, elation coursing through her. That despicable man would pay dearly for this. She would settle the score when the apocalypse arrived. She slithered into the dense crowd like a slippery eel, the hem of her sun-protective jacket snagging on a passing cart. But she continued without hesitation. Behind her, Zhang Hao's frustrated shouts mingled with the complaints of those he collided with, but she pressed onward. He knew her too well. He could recognize her flaws even if she disguised herself. But what of it? Jiang Ye suddenly veered into a narrow alley piled with bags, listening as his footsteps receded into the distance, and finally leaned against the wall to catch her breath, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes beneath her hat. That vile man, who had concealed his marital history to deceive her for both wealth and affection, would not escape her reckoning. She hoped he would face a fate of eternal solitude. Meanwhile, the bald man and his crew were pushing through the crowd, their foul language drawing nearer. Chapter 27. The commercial district in turmoil. The deep blue figure darted through the throng, akin to a fish merging with a stream. Jiang Ye's heart raced. Yet the initial panic had transformed into a curious thrill, tinged with immense risk and even greater temptation. She was no longer a mere prey. She felt like a thief who had stumbled upon a treasure trove, and the door to this vault had just been inadvertently ajar. The bald man's furious roars faded into the cacophony of the crowd. Yet the responses from other directions through the communicator reminded her that the net of pursuit had not yet been lifted. She needed to move faster and more stealthily. Her mental energy functioned like an invisible radar, scanning and penetrating the walls of the adjacent shops. The chilled beverages? They were just on the other side of the wall. With a flicker of intention, whoosh! The stacked boxes of carbonated drinks vanished without a trace, leaving behind a glaring void in the corner. A passing shop assistant rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had hallucinated due to a sleepless night. Success. Near perfection. The curvature of Jiang Ye's lips deepened, as if this extraordinary ability had been tailor-made for her in this very moment. No longer did she run blindly. Instead, she began to consciously navigate the external walls of the shops flanking the main corridor of the market, her fingers casually grazing the rough or smooth surfaces, while her mental energy greedily penetrated within. Her objective was clear: the warehouse. The principal structure of the market often featured modest storefronts, yet behind or beside them lay vast storage areas. There, she would discover the true ocean of supplies. Before long, she sensed the exterior wall of a large clothing wholesale warehouse. As her mental energy surged inside, a resonating hum enveloped her consciousness, which seemed to fill with an overwhelming abundance. No longer were there scattered boxes of beverages, but rather a torrent of colors and materials. Rows upon rows of summer t-shirts, shirts, dresses, shorts, hanging and stacked, cascaded like a vibrant waterfall from the floor to the ceiling. The air was thick with the scent of new fabric and dust-proof agents. The nearest row of shelves stood just inches from the wall. Gather. Her thoughts surged like an invisible hurricane. In an instant, 3 entire rows of shelves, along with all the garments hanging and piled upon them, vanished as though erased by an unseen eraser. The warehouse suddenly appeared vast and empty, the light brightening considerably. Workers handling goods in the distance gaped at the abrupt emptiness, dropping their hangers with a clatter, and then screamed in terror. The goods. They're gone. Someone come quickly. This commotion pierced through the surrounding chaos. Jiang Ye did not hesitate. She quickened her pace, striding along the warehouse's outer wall. Her palm hardly left the surface, while her mental energy extended frantically, consuming everything in its path. Trendy summer dresses? Gathered. Bundles of jeans? Collected. Piles of pure cotton t-shirts? Taken. Her space seemed to transform into an abyss, greedily engulfing all goods adjacent to the wall. With each collection, new, astonishing voids materialized within the warehouse. Panicked cries and chaotic footsteps began to echo from the depths of the warehouse, though they were mostly drowned out by the din of the market's main corridor. She turned a corner, entering a relatively quiet auxiliary path flanked by towering warehouses designated for bulk storage. Here, pedestrians were scarce, yet the shouts of pursuers seemed to grow nearer. Greater opportunities, but with them, greater risks. Jiang Ye's sharp gaze swept across the massive, closed roll-up doors of the warehouses. She swiftly approached one labeled for winter clothing storage. It was midsummer now, and winter apparel was undoubtedly unwanted surplus. Her mental energy, eager, penetrated the thick metal doors and brick walls. Boom. Her consciousness was engulfed by a dense, fluffy sea of clouds. Coats, down jackets, fleece-lined pants, thermal underwear, and countless boxes of cotton shoes and snow boots. Like a colossal, colorful mountain of cotton, they lay quietly, occupying the majority of the warehouse space. Dust danced in the dim light. The nearest stacks of bundled coats were almost touching the frigid wall. A thought of wealth surged uncontrollably, accompanied by a tremor of elation. In this frigid, apocalyptic world, these were treasures beyond price. They were the very guarantee of survival. Gather, gather, gather. Her intent cascaded forth like a flood breaking its dam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bundled coats, boxes of shoes, were whisked away as if by an enormous vacuum. Layer after layer, all the winter supplies within half a meter of her palm vanished into thin air. An area near the main entrance of the warehouse was completely cleared, revealing the bare concrete floor and a precariously stacked pile of goods behind it. Dust swirled like smoke. Cough, cough. Who's over there? A terrified cough and inquiry echoed from deep within the warehouse. An elderly man in a tattered cotton jacket stumbled forward, trembling as he shone his flashlight across the vast, glaring emptiness, his entire being struck as if by lightning, causing the flashlight to clatter to the ground. Good heavens! Where are my goods? Call the police. Hurry! Call the police! He cried hoarsely, his voice filled with despair and disbelief, stumbling back toward the warehouse's exit. This desperate wail rang out loudly, clearly reaching the ears of a group of bald men searching nearby corridors. One of the younger men paused, listening intently, a look of suspicion on his face. Boss, did you hear? It sounds like something's happened in that warehouse. Someone's shouting about missing goods. They're calling for help. The leader, irritated, scanned the surroundings and snapped his gaze at the speaker. Missing goods? So what if they're gone? That's not my concern. He shoved aside the obstructing younger man, his eyes narrowing as he glared toward the auxiliary path. Everyone, get your act together. That woman is definitely around here. If we don't find her and bring her back, we won't be able to report to the boss. Get moving. He cared little for the lost goods. His mind was consumed solely with the command to capture the target. Jiang Yeye, oblivious to the turmoil outside, seemed entranced as she hurried along the exterior walls of the vast winter clothing warehouse, her palm pressed against the icy surface, her mental energy acting as the most precise harvester, relentlessly sweeping through all goods adjacent to the wall. Thick down comforters? Gathered. Cashmere scarf and glove sets? Collected. Boxes of thick socks? Taken. She felt as if she were a person on the brink of death in a desert, suddenly plunging into a clear spring, greedily and recklessly drinking in the life-giving water. Leaving the winter clothing warehouse, her storm of collection showed no signs of abating. The next warehouse exuded the fresh scent of detergents. Her mental energy penetrated. Dish soap, laundry detergent, soap, bath gel, shampoo. Various brands and sizes were stacked in boxes and piles, resembling a forest of chemicals. Gather. Her thoughts swept through, and rows of shelves adjacent to the wall were instantly emptied, bottles and jars disappearing without a trace, leaving only emptiness and a pungent blend of fragrances. Not far away, a hardware store owner's anguished cries echoed. My screws. Where are the entire boxes of wrenches? Who did this? Following that were the sounds of heavy objects crashing and employees exclaiming that the boss had fainted. In the next warehouse, she entered the home textile section. Bedding sets, sheets, duvet covers, pilocores, towels, bath towels. Various patterns and materials were stacked like mountains, exuding a gentle aroma of cotton and linen. Gather. Again, a vast area of emptiness emerged. Cosmetics warehouse, skincare products warehouse, small goods warehouse. Jiang Yeye moved like an indefatigable specter, swiftly traversing the outskirts of the market's extensive storage area. Her palm was the key, her mental energy the labor, and her space a greedy pocket. Wherever she passed, within half a meter of the wall, all neatly stacked and suitably sized supplies were swept away. Her space filled at an astonishing pace. Comforters, winter clothing, summer apparel, bedding, cleaning products, entire boxes of beverages and snacks, even stacks of plastic basins and stainless steel pots. Everything was condensed into the palm of her hand, embodying the quintessence of half a wholesale trade city. Faster. Even faster. The footsteps of her pursuers and the crackling of communication devices grew ever closer, mingled with a sharper, more frantic shout that echoed through the warehouse walls. Jiang Yeye, get out here. I'll take you down. It was Zhang Hao. Jiang Yeye paused her gathering for half a second, a chill flickering in her eyes. How could that dog of a man still be pursuing her? It seemed that kick had not yet put him down for good. The merchants she had just passed seemed to be discussing. There's a man over there, limping with his hands over himself, cursing like mad. Has he lost his mind? Clearly, Zhang Hao's dismal state had not deterred him. Instead, it had fueled his rage. Even with his impaired mobility, he pressed forward into the storage area with a fierce determination. At this moment, a cacophony of footsteps shattered the echo of the warehouse. The distinctive, grating voice of the bald man erupted like a thunderclap, resounding at least 10 meters closer than Zhang Hao's shouts. Where the hell is she? She was just here. Another throaty voice interjected, accompanied by the dull thud of a kicked door. The warehouse. She must have hidden in one of the warehouses. Split up and search. If you can't find her, pry open the doors and take a look. The last command was nearly a roar, reverberating through the air, causing Jiang Ye's back to tingle against the wall. She could even discern that the speaker was moving toward the very storage room she had just emptied. The sensation of the cardboard box lingered on her fingertips as she heard the words, causing a chill to grip her heart. She swiftly withdrew her hand and concealed herself in a narrow shadow between two massive warehouses, holding her breath. Outside the crevice, less than 5 meters away, a suppressed groan of pain escaped Zhang Hao's lips. Instantly, Jiang Ye's nerves tightened, her eyes peering cautiously from beneath her cap's brim toward the source of the sound. There he was, limping and leaning against the exterior wall of the warehouse. Panting with pain, his hand pressed firmly against his abdomen. Zhang Hao, the very man she had kicked. Clearly, he too was attempting to evade the bald man's gang. Staggering into the shadows of a stack of discarded cardboard boxes, he collided heavily with the cold brick wall, gasping in agony yet gritting his teeth to pull out his phone. The screen flickered with light across his contorted face. However, the dial tone was quickly drowned out by his deliberately hushed, hurried breaths. When the call connected, his voice, roughened like sandpaper, barked. Wei Wei, did you clarify things with the police? Where the hell are they? I just saw Jiang Ye enter the storage area of the Commerce City. That place is like a labyrinth, with warehouses one after another. If she slips in and hides, finding her again will be nearly impossible. He intentionally omitted mentioning his own injury, instead emphasizing Jiang Ye's escape, shifting the anxiety onto Lin Wei. Tell the police to rush directly to the storage area. They should bring backup. That woman is slippery. Don't let her slip away again. Lin Wei on the other end might have asked where he was or how things were going, but he immediately interrupted, urgency flooding his tone. I'm keeping an eye on things here. There's no time for details. The money is crucial. If she gets out of the Commerce City with that money, we'll never get it back. He urged her to press the police, insisting that the suspect was in the storage area and that he would send her the location on his phone, demanding they hurry. Do you hear me? His hands trembled as he ended the call, partly from pain, partly from the fear that Jiang Ye might seize the chaos to escape. After hanging up, he muttered an expletive about the police's sluggishness and hobbled deeper into the storage area, needing to keep an eye on the general direction. Should the police arrive, he must be the first to identify Jiang Ye's location. He could not allow the opportunity to slip from his grasp. In the narrow shadow of the crevice, Jiang Ye's back pressed tightly against the cold, rough concrete wall, her heart pounding louder. The bald man's earlier proclamation that the police were on their way felt like a stone dropped into her taut nerves. She heard the bald man's voice echo against the warehouse walls, brimming with a sense of urgency. This group of fools continued to squabble over the supposed haunting. Oblivious to the real peril, the uniformed officers who were racing toward the location Zhang Hao had provided. Haunting? Jiang Ye silently scoffed, her eyes scanning the scene outside the crevice, where the bald man was kicking down the last remaining shelf, while two lackeys frantically brushed off the dust from their clothes. Unaware of the shadowy corner engulfed in darkness, the materials within the space took on solid contours in her mind, the fluffiness of winter garments, the rigidity of cleaning bottles, silently rallying her courage. The prickling sensation in her temples persisted, but the chilling approach of the police dulled it to a mere layer of numbness. Jiang Ye shifted slightly, her fingertips grazing the brick seams until they suddenly encountered a familiar sensation, the metal shelves of the adjacent warehouse, their edges brushing against the wall, laden with heavy items that bore the cold hardness of canned goods. Canned food. She inhaled sharply, realizing she had overlooked this treasure while clearing the small goods warehouse. Suddenly, a shout from one of the lackeys pierced the air. Boss, this crevice is deep. Someone could be hiding here. Footsteps approached, and the beam of a flashlight flickered at the mouth of the crevice. Jiang Ye's heart raced, her grip tightening around the electric baton, her knuckles pressing against the cold surface. These fools had finally caught on, she mused, but soon they would be in deep trouble. Once the police arrived, this group, breaking into warehouses and kicking down doors, would find themselves pressed to the ground. Grabbing the cans was crucial. She focused on the wall seam, knowing she wouldn't have time to gather anything else when the confrontation began. Jiang Yaya narrowed her eyes, listening to the increasingly near footsteps, her resolve solidifying. Her fingertips pressed against the wall once more, her intent to gather coalescing with greater steadiness. First, the cans, then she would watch as these fools tangled with the police. The heavy warehouse shutter was violently pried open, emitting a screech of tortured metal. The bald man, accompanied by 2 lackeys, stormed in, their flashlight beams slicing through the gloom. "Ladies, get the hell out!" His roar abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand choked him. The lackeys halted, eyes wide like saucers, mouths agape, gasping for air. Under the flashlight's glare, the scene was so bizarre it sent chills down the spine. The warehouse was nothing like they had imagined, either meticulously organized or in utter disarray. The beam swept across the pried-open wall, and the group froze, staring at the indentation near the entrance, as though a wild beast had gnawed away a chunk of flesh. This hollow space was disturbingly uneven. Some areas were sunken deeply, while others merely had the surface layer missing, leaving the remaining stacks precariously tilted, a sight that was utterly precarious. Most alarming was the nearby shelf that had not collapsed. The stacks of goods that had once stood against the wall were now unsupported, the shelf leaning dangerously close to a 45-degree angle, with boxes, metal parts, and rolls of fabric swaying, as if inebriated. The wooden structure creaked ominously, a sound that set teeth on edge. With this setup, a stronger wind or a careless touch could send the entire pile crashing down, perfectly filling the hollow space. The beam of light swept across that void, appearing like an endless pit, swallowing even the light itself. Cold sweat crept up the backs of the men's necks. What kind of human could have created this? What the hell? One of the bolder lackeys beside the bald man stammered, his voice quivering like a leaf. The flashlight beam shaking uncontrollably as it illuminated that glaring void. What kind of madness is this? Did we get robbed? Which thief could have caused such destruction? It looks like a dog has been gnawing at it. Another subordinate's face turned pale, instinctively retreating half a step as if the vacant edge might bite. "Boss, do you see how sinister this is? Only the goods against the wall were taken? And so finally chewed? How many people would it take, and how long, to achieve this?" The bald man felt his heart race, a chill creeping up his spine. After years of navigating treacherous terrain, witnessing brutal scenes, this bizarre disregard for rules sent a shiver of unknown fear down his back for the first time. At that moment, a crackling noise erupted from the communicator, mixed with another subordinate's panicked cries and distant shouts from merchants. "Boss." The old man at the hardware store fainted from crying. The entire box of wrenches and screws piled against the wall just vanished. The ground is bare, and the shelves are about to topple. The clothing and cleaning product vendors are all shouting. Only the goods against the wall were stolen. Not a single inch more. This is eerie. When the world did this? The subordinate beside him was as white as a sheet, his hand trembling around the flashlight, the wails from the communicator still echoing. He stared at the jagged empty space at the wall's base, reminiscent of a beast's ravaging. A chilling thought shot through him, his tongue tying in knots as he yelled, "B-boss." Just now, the communicator said that only the goods against the wall were taken. Could it be that woman who did this? "Shut up." The bald man stepped forward, spitting droplets onto the subordinate's face, his finger jabbing at the disorganized emptiness at the wall's base. The nearby pile of goods was precariously leaning, threatening to collapse. His voice thundered. "Are your eyes just for breathing? Look at this hole. It looks like a dog chewed it. No human could have done this. That woman is delicate. How could she move this much?" He kicked a nearby empty cardboard box, which crumbled into pieces. Even with a big truck, moving these goods would take half a day. This isn't theft, it's something sinister. We've encountered a ghost. He kicked the shelf with force, causing the already unstable pile of goods to crash down, raising a cloud of dust that sent several subordinates scrambling for cover. "The boss is right," another subordinate quickly echoed, staring at the ominous emptiness with a tingling scalp. "This doesn't look like something a human would do. Who steals and leaves a hole that looks like it was chewed by a dog? And only the goods against the wall? Shut your mouth. Quit your nonsense." The bald man's scolding was fierce, yet his gaze involuntarily swept over the vacant ground, a chill creeping up his spine. He forced himself to dismiss thoughts of the supernatural. redirecting his focus to the task at hand. Regardless of whether it was a thief or a ghost, the boss wanted that woman named Jiang. She must be nearby. The old man just called the police. They would arrive soon, and he had to find her before they intervened. In the narrow crevice, the rough wall pressed painfully against Jiang Ye's shoulder blades as she pressed herself tightly against it, her breath shallow and rapid, her heartbeat echoing against her ribs. Her eardrums vibrating. Yet, her ears perked up, catching the bald man's frantic shouts about ghosts coming through the wall, each word laced with panic. She smirked slightly, her lips curling toward her ears. Ghosts?
Ha!
Aren't they hiding right beneath your noses? Jiang Ye's awareness swept across the space. The piles of supplies providing her comfort. The winter clothing section was stacked high with down jackets, fluffy enough to swallow half a person. The shelves of toiletries were neatly arranged, labels visible, and the bottom row of metal cans gleamed with a cold edge, adding weight to the space. These items formed a fortress, their solidity filling the air with a reassuring scent, like carrying a warm stone in her embrace, silently boosting her morale. The throbbing in her temples intensified. Jiang Ye rubbed her head, secretly thinking, it seems one cannot be overly greedy. Chapter 29. Within half the meter, Jiang Ye slowly released her tightly clenched fist, the sweat from her palms leaving two shallow grooves on the rough wall. The space was full, but the threat remained undiminished. The stabbing pain in her temples felt like needles, reproaching her for greedily hoarding supplies. Each pulse seemed to drill deeper into her mind. She couldn't afford to focus on the bald man's curses echoing through the depths of the warehouse. His coarse voice mixed with the clatter of overturned metal buckets, shaking the dust from the corners, clearly undeterred in their search. What tightened her heart even more was Zhang Hao, that scoundrel, had reported their position, and the police were likely already encroaching on the market's outskirts. The crunch of gravel under their boots sounded like a drumbeat in her ears, growing ever closer. Jiang Ye glanced toward the crevice's edge. The heavy shadows wrapping around her tightly, this temporary cover wouldn't last long. That group was like starving mad dogs, their noses keen. They would soon comb through every wall crack and pile of debris. Desperate calculations filled her mind. Should she charge through? The exit was probably blocked by them. She could hear the footsteps of those guarding the entrance. Hiding? That was merely waiting for death, waiting for them to search her out, with no chance of escape. Suddenly struck by a brilliant thought, she recalled the piles of winter clothing, canned goods, and toiletries stacked to the ceiling. The sense of solidity surged in her heart, and an idea ignited like a spark. The vehicle. The bald man and his crew must have come by car. Jiang Ye's mind raced, her fingertips unconsciously digging into the wall's crevice, grime embedding beneath her nails as she frantically scraped. Earlier, in her haste, she had caught a glimpse of a black SUV parked outside the warehouse, and later, the communicator had fussed about getting the third person to bring the car closer. There must be more than one. What if she could pull those vehicles into her space? The thought sent her heart racing against her ribs, making her gasp in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in her temples. Not only could she sever their escape routes, rendering them immobile, but she could also procure a means of transport for herself, a sliver of hope amidst despair. Just as she began to commend her own cleverness, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision, making even the shadows appear disorienting. Jiang Ye gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath to avoid alarming anyone outside. Damn it. I've gathered too much today. My mental stamina has clearly hit rock bottom. With a thought, a bowl of spiritual water materialized in her hand, and she quickly gulped down 2 mouthfuls. The coolness coursed down her throat, refreshing her like a splash of cold water, yet the dizziness only receded halfway. Her head still feeling heavy as if struck by a blunt object. Jiang Ye shook her head, cursing softly. It's now or never. If she didn't attempt, she would either be caught by the bald man or cornered by the police. 2 paths leading to certain doom. If she succeeded, she would have a chance at survival. With this resolve, she began to inch forward, using the shadows as cover, moving stealthily like a cat stealing oil, her back nearly touching the ground. Her pant legs brushing against her shins, covered in dust. The sharp stones dug painfully into her knees. But she paid it no mind. A little pain was better than death. Her eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the black vehicle outside the warehouse. Her heart tightening, she had to get within half a meter. That was the limit of her abilities. No closer, no further. Not far behind her, the bald man stood at the entrance of the winter clothing warehouse, shouting into the communicator, his face flushed with rage. Send more people. Seal off the entrance completely. I refuse to believe that woman can fly away. If we don't find her today, none of you will have it easy. The fifth subordinate beside him was anxiously pacing, his boots crunching the gravel like ants on a hot pan. Brother Tiger is pushing hard. If that woman escapes, we're all in trouble. If only we had brought a couple more people. The two men were entirely focused on the warehouse corner and the curses emanating from the communicator, completely oblivious to the shadows at the wall's base. Jiang Yeye bit her lip hard. Now was the moment. Her muscles tensed as if wound tightly, ready to spring. As she edged closer to the wall's base, her steps were as light as if trying not to wake the scattered stones beneath her. With each movement, she mentally chanted, lightly, more lightly, no sound. Her gaze was locked on the rear wheel of the SUV, her heart pounding like a drum, the rhythm threatening to burst from her throat. Half a meter, just half a meter. As she reached a point where her fingertips nearly grazed the mud on the tire, the tension in the air was tauter than a drawn bowstring. She could even count the 4 tiny stones embedded in the tire's crevices. With each inch she moved, the sweat on her back seeped further into her thin garment, clinging to her skin in a clammy embrace. Yet, the thought of raising her hand to wipe it away never crossed her mind. There was no time for such distractions. She had to reach her destination first. She could not afford to be caught. Suddenly, the grating voice of the bald man erupted, causing a buzzing sensation in Jiang Ye's ears. As if a thunderclap had struck, the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end, and her entire body stiffened like a stone. As she turned, her gaze collided with the bloodshot eyes of the bald man, sending her heart plummeting to the depths of despair. This was no mere gaze. It was that of a famished wild dog fixated on its prey, the veins on his forehead bulging, as if they might burst forth. In that moment, she cursed internally. How could this be? Wasn't he supposed to be watching the warehouse? This scoundrel was sweeping the perimeter. Panic surged through her. She had no choice but to flee. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, not only from fatigue but also from the dull ache in the back of her head. Each step made her dizzy, as if she were treading on cotton, stumbling with every stride. The narrow passage constricted her movements, causing her elbows to bump against the rough walls, sending jolts of pain through her. But one thought dominated her mind. Do not stop. She could not afford to be caught. These beasts would devour her without hesitation. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer, their labored breaths brushing against her neck. The stench of sweat mingling with smoke made her stomach churn. The oppressive weight of danger bore down on her, leaving no room for even a moment to retch. She urged herself onward. Run faster, just a bit faster. At that moment, a hand lunged for her collar. Jiang Ye's heart raced, and she instinctively twisted away, gripping the electrified baton that crackled with an eerie blue arc. Without a second thought, she thrust it backward, aiming to fend off her assailant. With a crackle, a scream erupted as the burly man at the forefront collapsed, his body convulsing as if afflicted by a seizure. The thud of his fall kicked up a cloud of dust. Yet, this brief reprieve granted the bald man and his companions time to respond, encircling her and cutting off her escape route at the narrow alley's end. The bald man, along with his accomplices, formed a triangle around her, pushing her into a corner. They flicked a glance at their writhing comrade on the ground before fixing their predatory gazes on Jiang Ye's peculiar weapon, their eyes gleaming with menace. Their instincts, however, caused them to inch back, clearly intimidated by the earlier electric shock and their comrade's plight. Damn it! The filthy wench has a weapon. The bald man spat, his voice dripping with rage as he unsheathed a machete from his waist, the blade sparking against the wall, a sight that sent shivers down her spine. It was an odd-looking contraption, not quite resembling a baton. Even if you have that thing, it won't save you. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Despite his bluster, his voice quivered slightly. He exchanged a furtive glance with his accomplice, both hesitant to advance, their eyes fixated on the baton as if it were a viper ready to strike. The second man gulped nervously and tugged at the bald man's shirt, whispering, "Brother, who? That thing seems cursed. Should we wait for the others?" With her back against the icy wall and the electric baton held firmly across her chest, Jiang Ye panted heavily, each breath filled with the musty scent of the warehouse. She quickly calculated her odds. Confronting 3 armed men head-on would be tantamount to suicide. They were already on guard, and it would be exceedingly difficult to strike another blow with the baton. In that moment, a reckless plan formed in her mind, fueled by desperation. With a fierce determination that even surprised herself, she allowed a glimmer of despair to fill her eyes, her gaze turning glassy. Letting the baton clatter to the ground, It rolled to a stop against the wall, with a sharp sound. Then, as if her bones had been removed, she crumpled to the ground, her back hitting the wall with a thud. She didn't even bother to raise her head, her voice trembling with feigned sobs. "Please, don't kill me. I'll go with you. I realize now that running away was a mistake."
Ah.
"So you're scared now? No more running?" The second man, unable to resist her pitiful display, burst into laughter, his smug expression blossoming as he relished her misfortune. The bald man joined in, his grin grotesque as he waved his machete. But his eyes remained glued to the electric baton, and he gestured to the nearest henchman, cautioning, "Go, remove that thing. Keep your distance. It might explode." The henchman complied, crouching forward with exaggerated stealth, as if tiptoeing through a minefield. He nudged the baton with his foot, kicking it into a pile of debris, and ensuring it was rendered harmless. With the weapon disposed of, the last vestiges of hesitation dissipated from the bald man and his accomplice, their predatory grins returning. They advanced, closing in on her, their footsteps crunching on the gravel like a death knell. As they drew nearer, the stench of sweat mixed with cheap smoke assaulted Jiang Ye's senses, causing her nose to sting. "Seize her. The boss wants her alive. Don't harm her, or we'll have trouble." The bald man reached out, his rough fingers poised to grasp her shoulder. Now was the moment. Jiang Ye, still sitting on the ground, felt a sudden surge of energy. Her eyes snapped open, no hint of despair remaining. They glinted with fierce resolve, as though a dying wolf had spotted the throat of its hunter. A low growl emerged from her throat, igniting her spirit with a ferocity that coalesced into an unyielding scream. Now, an unseen force erupted, the air swirling chaotically as if being drawn into her palms. The trio, their malicious grins frozen in shock, stood as if turned to stone. The bald man's hand remained suspended midair, while the second man's smirk morphed into a grotesque grimace. Before they could comprehend, a powerful pull enveloped them, dragging their limbs and thoughts into an invisible void. The world around them twisted and blurred, as if they were being thrust into a meat grinder, their consciousness splintering into fragments. This was the final thought that crossed their minds. In an instant, the three figures, along with their weapons and the scent of sweat, vanished without a trace, leaving behind an eerily quiet space, as if the menacing brutes had been but a figment of Jiang Ye's anguished imagination. Almost at the very moment of their disappearance, Jiang Ye felt as though a searing iron rod had pierced her chest, causing her to lurch forward violently as a torrent of scalding blood gushed from her mouth, splattering onto the cold, cement floor like spilled crimson paint, seeping through the cracks in the tiles, a sight that was utterly chilling. The backlash was more ferocious than a tsunami, far exceeding the intensity of the last occasion when she had collected 500 live pigs, which had merely resulted in a bit of nosebleed, their vitality akin to that of cotton. She had dismissed the situation, believing it was merely 3 individuals, their combined weight less than that of a single plump pig. At most, they would be dazed for a couple of days. A mere trickle of blood was insignificant. Yet now, the agony she endured felt as though her very soul was being torn apart and fed to the dogs. She had grossly miscalculated. The disparity was absurd. This was not merely a matter of quantity, it was a chasm of qualitative difference. The space had no regard for anything that could breathe or curse. The repulsive force was akin to encountering a ghost, nearly collapsing her mental defenses into a state of disarray. The chill of death crawled up from her feet, tightening around her neck, each breath laced with icy shards. "No, I cannot die," she managed to squeeze out a few words through her clenched teeth, blood dribbling down from the corner of her mouth. The supplies she had just acquired danced before her eyes. The thick down jacket could envelop half a person, the soft quilt warmed by the sun, the fragrance of the toiletries seemed to waft into her nostrils. This was her lifeline in the apocalypse. To perish for these? It would be too much of a loss. With a tremor in her hand, Jiang Ye, almost by muscle memory, reached into her space, her fingertips colliding with a jumble of canned goods until she retrieved a chipped, coarse porcelain bowl. The rim struck her gums, eliciting a hiss of pain, as the icy spring water trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Yet this time, the spring water felt as though it had been diluted, vanishing as soon as it reached her throat. The wave of backlash paused momentarily before surging back with even greater ferocity. Coughing violently, blood froth splattered against the bowl's rim, a glaring crimson. A torrent of regret surged from her heart like lava, nearly consuming her.
Fool.
Jiang Ye, you are such a fool. For the sake of 3 worthless individuals, you have reduced yourself to this state. Having acquired the supplies, even if she had to hold out until the police arrived, even if it meant fighting until her last ounce of strength, it would have been better than the current predicament. Collecting 500 pigs had yielded space for meat. A mere nosebleed was a profit. What had she gained from these 3 miscreants? Aside from nearly losing half her life, what had she obtained? This transaction was a loss so great it could bring tears to the ancestors. She mentally berated herself, the supplies still warm in her grasp. Was she really going to die here, suffocated by her own assumptions? The thought of surviving to mitigate her losses burned in her mind like a red-hot iron wire, piercing through her consciousness. Her bloodied hands clawed desperately at the ground, nearly tearing her nails off, scraping against the cement with a piercing screech, leaving half-inch deep white marks. Fueled by an unyielding resolve, she gritted her teeth, blood seeping from her gums, mingling with her saliva as she swallowed it down, and with a sudden surge of determination, she pushed herself up. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, as if she were walking on a mound of cotton. Each step was accompanied by a dull ache, causing her vision to warp and twist like a crumpled painting. She stumbled forward, her body swaying like a marionette without strings, each step leaving a trail of blood, which dripped from her chin and nostrils, creating a disjointed crimson line on the ground, reminiscent of a crushed red earthworm. Closer, closer, at last. Her hand grasped the icy door handle of the vehicle. Her knuckles turned white with exertion, the blood crust on her fingers cracking, oozing anew, staining the black plastic handle with mottled red. Just then, the low hum of the engine reached her ears, like a small insect buzzing within. The vehicle was still running. This realization ignited a spark of hope within her darkened mind. The key must still be in the ignition, with no need to strain to start it. All she had to do was climb in for a chance. Clinging to this lifeline, she wrenched open the car door, using her last ounce of strength to tumble into the driver's seat. Close the door. Lock it. The 2 actions were executed with instinctual speed. Afterwards, her arms felt too weak to lift, as though her very soul had been partially extracted. Next, she squinted through her blood-soaked vision, feeling her way to the keys, her fingertips trembling as she turned them. Click. The engine's hum abruptly ceased. The interior of the vehicle fell into an eerie silence, broken only by her own ragged breaths, echoing like a broken wind instrument within the confined space. She could not afford to fall. This was the last of the spring. Her eyelids felt as heavy as if glued shut, yet driven by her will to survive, she fervently reached into her space, not to fetch a bowl, but to draw the spring water directly to herself. The cool spring surged forth, enveloping her head and neck, cascading down her cheeks, mingling with blood froth and pooling beneath her chin, dripping onto her shoes. The spring struggled to seep into her flesh, attempting to soothe the excruciating pain, but the effect was minimal. Nevertheless, this refreshing sensation was her only hope at that moment. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, threatening to break her apart. Had she known collecting these 3 miscreants would be so life-threatening, she would have preferred to confront them with electric batons. The endless fatigue and the agony of her soul being torn apart felt like a massive stone pressing down on her, finally extinguishing the last vestiges of cool relief. Jiang Ye's head drooped, crashing against the steering wheel, her body turning soft as clay, completely silenced. The blood from her forehead mixed with the spring water, forming a grotesque amalgamation on the steering wheel, a shocking sight of red and white. She had barely lost consciousness when, from the shadows of the warehouse corner, a creaking sound emerged, and Zhang Hao limped into view. He did not walk out. He stumbled forth, clutching his wounded abdomen, his fingers digging into the flesh, grimacing in pain, yet his other hand trembled not from fear, but from excitement. His expression was a mixture of surprise and delight, tinged with a venomous glare as he fixated on Jiang Ye in the vehicle, a sinister smile spreading across his face, revealing through clenched teeth, "Jiang Ye, oh Jiang Ye, today is your day." Chapter 31. The chaotic trade city. As soon as Jiang Ye's forehead rested on the steering wheel, Zhang Hao emerged from the shadows of the cargo piles. He did not merely step out, he staggered forward, the pain in his abdomen gnawing at him. Yet he could not afford to rub it. His eyes, as if magnetically drawn, were fixed on the vague figure in the driver's seat, Jiang Ye. It was truly her. For a brief moment, he was stunned, before a surge of rage flooded from his feet, tightening his fists until his knuckles turned white. Damn, that filthy bitch. She has finally fallen into my hands. Just wait for your jail time. However, the police were notoriously slow. He needed to see for himself where this woman had hidden her money. Suddenly, pain flared up in his groin. The kick Jiang Yeye had delivered earlier feeling as if it were swelling. He reached for the driver's side door, but with a dull thud, it was locked tight. This exertion sent a tremor through his hand, causing his palm to tingle, while Jiang Yeye's had bobbed slightly, yet she remained unconscious. Damn it! Don't think you can fool me by playing dead, he muttered under his breath. He glanced up at the sky. The sound of police sirens seemed to grow closer. A thought suddenly struck him. These useless police were finally arriving, and that was a good thing. At least the police could open the car door. At least with the police present, Jiang Yeye would be unable to escape. At the very least, he could compel her to reveal where the money was hidden. He took out his phone and dialed Lin Wei, exclaiming, "Why are you so slow to arrive? I've located Jiang Yeye, just over here by the warehouse. Hurry up."
What?
You aren't the first ones here? You still need another 10 minutes? Then whose sirens did I hear? Fine, I'll wait here. She won't escape. After hanging up, he leaned against the car, his gaze fixed in the direction of Jiang Yeye. The wind slipped through the gaps in the piles of goods, carrying a hint of dust, sending a chill down his neck. He remained vigilant, awaiting the police's arrival and the opening of the car doors. No matter the outcome, there had to be some resolution today. Jiang Yeye slumped over the steering wheel, her consciousness sinking into darkness, her body enveloped by the ethereal spring water, exhibiting only the faintest yet resilient signs of life. Outside the car window, the chaos of the commercial city continued unabated despite her unconsciousness, escalating even further. The sharp wail of police sirens grew louder, finally halting at the entrance of the market, the red and blue lights piercing through the dimness. The police had arrived. Police officers. Hurry, catch the thief. The elderly hardware store owner, who had fainted from distress, was revived by his companions and scrambled towards the freshly arrived officers. Tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse. My goods! Entire boxes of wrenches and screws, all stacked against the wall. Gone in the blink of an eye. Just an empty space left. The shelves are about to collapse. It's uncanny. He clutched a young officer's arm, his fingers trembling with agitation. And my down jackets. Thousands of them, piled up against the wall. Not a shadow remains. My warehouse's dishwashing liquid and laundry detergent. Entire pallets against the wall. All vanished. Officer, this is madness. It's absolutely insane. How can one steal like this? Only the items against the wall were taken. It looks like a dog got to it. Exactly. My warehouse too. A massive hole. The adjacent shelves are nearly toppled. The merchants had found their voice, encircling the officers in a cacophony of cries, accusations, and terrified descriptions, creating a scene of utter chaos. Each face was etched with disbelief and the anguish of substantial loss. The officers exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowed. The seasoned detective, Captain Chen, spoke gravely. Everyone, calm down. One at a time. Where exactly is the location? Have you secured the scene? Over there. The winter clothing warehouse. And the hardware section. That way. The cleaning supplies storage. The crowd gestured frantically. At that moment, several bald henchmen, who had been searching for Jiang Yeye nearby, saw the flashing police lights and the officers entering the chaotic epicenter. Their faces turned pale. Damn it. The cops are really here. Where's the boss? Where's the fifth guy? Why can't we reach them? Just a moment ago, they seemed to have chased that woman towards the car. Forget it. The wind is tight. Let's retreat. One of them decisively shouted. The boss's orders were crucial, but being caught by the police would have far graver consequences. The group, like startled birds, took advantage of the confusion and the merchants' cries to swiftly retreat into the shadows, fleeing towards other exits of the market, disappearing into the maze of goods and corridors. Captain Chen directed some officers to calm the merchants and maintain order while he, accompanied by technicians and key personnel, quickly made his way to the winter clothing warehouse, the first point of the reported break-in led by the bald gang. As they entered through the violently pried open rolling door, even the seasoned Captain Chen's pupils dilated with shock. Under the beam of his flashlight, a vast, irregular, gnarled area, as though gnawed by a monstrous beast, lay bare, silently narrating an enigma. The cold concrete floor and walls were exposed, starkly contrasting with the towering, precariously stacked shelves nearby. The air was thick with dust and an indescribable sense of desolation. A young technician gasped, instinctively stepping back, while Captain Chen's expression grew gravely serious. He crouched down to examine the jagged edges of the gnawed area, his fingers brushing against the cold concrete. There were no drag marks, no scattered fragments of goods.
No footprints, terrifyingly pristine.
The heavy boxes and goods on the slanted shelves creaked ominously in the faintest breath of air, as if about to collapse and fill the haunting void. Consistent with the merchant's descriptions, Captain Chen stood up, his voice low. The disappearance of the goods stacked against the wall is unfathomable. He swept his flashlight across other areas of the warehouse, noting that items farther from the wall remained intact, further emphasizing the strangeness of the void. How could this be accomplished? Another officer murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Even large machinery would leave traces. It's impossible to only remove the wall-adjacent portions. There's something even more bizarre. A female merchant selling bedding pointed towards another wall deep within the warehouse. That side too. Several large bundles of down comforters along the wall are also gone. Just an empty frame leaning there. Captain Chen's heart sank. This was clearly not an isolated incident. He immediately contacted other colleagues entering the market via the radio. All units, take note. The reported situation appears to be true. The scene is exceedingly strange, with multiple warehouses exhibiting vast areas of disappearance without any trace, specifically where goods were stacked against the walls. Immediately secure all related sites. Be vigilant in protecting evidence. Additionally, search for suspicious individuals, especially the gang previously identified. Also, look for a young woman. She may be a key witness or a related party. As he finished speaking, a voice from an officer responsible for perimeter security crackled through the radio, tinged with urgency. Captain Chen, a suspicious black SUV has been spotted at the eastern exit. It's parked by the roadside. The doors are locked. There seems to be someone in the driver's seat, completely still. There's blood on the front. Captain Chen's expression sharpened. Location.
Keep eyes on it.
I'm on my way. Stay safe. He cast one last glance at the eerily consuming void within the warehouse. Filled with countless vanished goods, as if it could absorb light, his heart heavy with unprecedented gravity and confusion.
This was no ordinary theft.
Where had the missing goods gone? Was the person in that suspicious SUV alive or dead? What connection did they have to this bizarre event? The red and blue lights flickered through the chaotic market, illuminating the terrified faces of the merchants and the vast, wound-like void within the warehouse. And at the center of this turmoil, within the tightly sealed black SUV, Jiang Yeye remained submerged in the ethereal spring water, oblivious to the world outside, her flickering flame of life akin to a candle in the wind. Weakly swaying amidst immense cost and chilling regret, Zhang Hao must make his appearance. He stood by the car, awaiting the police. In a state of readiness to hand Jiang Yeye over, as soon as the police arrived, he would approach, seamlessly connecting his report to the unfolding events and immediately lodging accusations of fraud, sharpening the focus of the situation. When Captain Chen and his team reached the eastern exit, the red and blue lights were casting an intermittent glow over the black SUV. Two perimeter officers stood guard by the vehicle, and upon seeing Chen, they immediately approached him. Captain Chen, the doors are locked, and the person in the driver's seat is unresponsive. There's blood on the front. Just as Captain Chen approached the driver's window, ready to raise his hand, a figure suddenly emerged from the side, limping. None other than Zhang Hao. Clearly anxious. He rushed forward upon seeing the uniformed officers, his voice urgent and hoarse. Officers.
You've arrived.
It's her. The woman in the car, Jiang Yeye. She defrauded me of 5 million. His hands clenched tightly behind his back, not out of urgency, but out of hatred, wishing for a sentence of 10 or 8 years to make her understand the consequences of deceiving him. He pointed at the unconscious Jiang Yeye inside the car. His agitation pulling at his abdominal injury, causing him to grimace, yet he still strained to shout, I just reported this to Officer Lee. She stole my loan and the money from the mortgage on my house. Now she's passed out here, surely pretending to be dead to evade responsibility. Open the car door quickly. She undoubtedly has my money. A young officer frowned. Have you been here all along? Yes. I was afraid she would wake up and flee. So I stayed here. Zhang Hao hurriedly nodded, his eyes darting toward the car window, anxious not to miss anything. Just now, I saw a group of bald men running this way. They might be her accomplices. You must search thoroughly. He deliberately mentioned the bald gang, hoping to muddy the waters and make the police more inclined to believe him. Old Chen remained silent, merely observing Zhang Hao's frantic and resentful expression, then glanced at the sight of Jiang Yeye, bloodied inside the car. Fraud? 5 million? Along with the mysteriously vanished goods from the warehouse, and those bald men who escaped? Open the door. Old Chen nodded toward the technician but kept his gaze fixed on Zhang Hao. You claim she defrauded you. Do you have evidence? Yes. The transfer records and fake contracts are on my phone. Zhang Hao quickly retrieved his phone, afraid of losing even a second. I'll show you right now. She's a habitual offender. She must be connected to the warehouse's missing goods. As he spoke, the technician had already pried open the car door lock. And with a soft click, the door swung open. A wave of blood mingled with a faint scent of water surged forth. Jiang Ye slumped against the steering wheel. A small pool of liquid accumulating in her neck, tainted with blood, a shocking sight. Zhang Hao leaned forward but was blocked by an officer. Desperately stomping his feet, he urged, "Search. The money must be in her bag or under the seat." Meanwhile, he secretly calculated, that dead woman, even if the money isn't found, this blood will not absolve her of the warehouse's losses. It's only fitting she bears the brunt of it. A longer sentence would be just. Old Chen bent down to glance at Jiang Ye inside the car, then turned back to the agitated Zhang Hao, his brow furrowing deeper. This man named Zhang Hao seemed not only anxious for money, but perhaps also concealed something else. Fear? Or a desire to hide something. Meanwhile, within the car, Jiang Ye's eyelashes fluttered slightly, stirred by the commotion outside, yet her eyes remained closed. The liquid continued to flow at her collar, like a thin layer of ice, protecting her last flicker of life. Chapter 32. A life on the line. The black SUV was tightly sealed off by police tape. The red and blue lights flickered across the vehicle, illuminating the tightly closed windows. The car door was locked, and the dark film on the windows obscured the interior view. However, several glaring, dried blood streaks flowed down the driver's side window, clearly visible. Captain Chun. The car door is locked. There are bloodstains on the window. It seems there is someone inside, unmoving. The officer who first spotted the vehicle reported nervously, his hand resting on his firearm. Old Chen approached swiftly, his expression grave. He shone his flashlight in an attempt to pierce through the window, faintly revealing a figure slumped over in the driver's seat, their head resting against the steering wheel. Life uncertain. The blood on the window was alarming. Break the window. Old Chen commanded decisively. In such an emergency, preserving any potential life took precedence. An officer quickly retrieved a window-breaking hammer.
Bang! Crash!
The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed as the passenger window was cleanly shattered. An officer cautiously reached inside and unlocked the driver's door from within. The door swung open violently, releasing a heavy wave of blood mixed with an indescribable yet faintly refreshing vapor, causing the nearby officers to instinctively hold their breath. In the driver's seat, Jiang Ye lay like a broken doll, her face pale as parchment, her mouth, nose, chin, and front stained with a mixture of dried and fresh dark red blood, a distressing sight. Her breathing was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, and her body temperature alarmingly low. Her wet hair and clothing appeared particularly eerie in the cold environment.
There are still vital signs.
Very weak. Quickly. Stretcher. Oxygen. Handle her with care. The experienced forensic expert immediately assessed the situation, directing the paramedics. As they carefully lifted her out, the officers noticed her upper body was unnaturally damp, and the floor of the vehicle bore a small amount of water mixed with blood. The car was locked, the windows intact, except for the broken one. How had she sustained such severe internal injuries? One officer observed the wet seat and floor, his brow furrowed. The blood was concentrated in the driver's seat. With no apparent signs of external intrusion or struggle, did it appear to be splatter caused by internal injuries? Yet, the amount of water puzzled the forensic expert.
Forget that for now.
Save her. Secure the scene and investigate thoroughly. Old Chen suppressed the heavy clouds of doubt in his mind and issued a stern command. The technician immediately stepped forward to begin a meticulous examination of the locked, yet enigmatic SUV. Jiang Ye was swiftly transported to the nearest hospital, directly admitted into the intensive care unit, ICU. The doctor reviewed the preliminary examination results, his brow furrowing, signs of severe internal bleeding, abnormal and extremely weak brainwave activity, complete bodily function failure, and multiple soft tissue contusions. Strangely, despite her weak vital signs, they were gradually stabilizing at an exceedingly slow pace, contrary to expectation, as if a feeble yet resilient force were clinging to her life. Blood samples also revealed some inexplicable abnormal cellular activity. It seemed she had suffered a combination of intense psychological shock and physical trauma. With the doors locked and the windows intact, how had she sustained such severe internal injuries? And what of these abnormal signs? The attending physician expressed his confusion to old Chin, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Whether she would awaken, or when she might regain consciousness, remained unknown. We will do everything in our power, he assured. Additionally, it is peculiar that her upper body was wet upon arrival. The wholesale market was completely sealed off by the police. Technicians were busy at various crime scenes, but the results were disheartening. Whether it was the pried open rolling shutter doors, the warehouse's vast and peculiar void, the tilted shelves, or the position where Jiang Ye had collapsed, no valuable fingerprints, footprints, or DNA, specifically pointing to any suspects, were recovered. The Bald Gang had evidently been very cautious. As for surveillance, unfortunately, the aging market surveillance system was either malfunctioning or failed to capture key areas. The merchants' testimonies were highly consistent, but even more disconcerting. Only goods near the wall were stolen. All losses were concentrated on entire pallets or large boxes stacked against the wall. The method of disappearance was bizarre. There were no signs of transportation, no scattered items. The goods vanished along with the pallets beneath them, if any existed, leaving behind jagged, gaping voids. The speed was swift, and the scope vast. Multiple warehouses across different areas were struck nearly simultaneously. Witnesses indicated that aside from seeing the Bald Gang prying open doors and pursuing a young woman, Jiang Ye, no one saw how the goods vanished. The sudden disappearance of the Bald Gang also became a mystery. All these descriptions culminated on old Chin's desk, forming a chilling conclusion. This was no ordinary theft. The technical methods, the modus operandi, and the scale of disappearance all pointed to something inexplicable. There were even whispers in the department regarding ghosts or extraterrestrials. The case was classified as a major theft, with extremely unusual methods and heinous nature, and reported to higher authorities, requesting more specialized criminal investigation and technical support. After the police arrived, the Bald Gang's subordinates seemed to evaporate into thin air. The police issued a notice for assistance based on the merchants' vague descriptions. But the results were minimal. These individuals were evidently experienced and adept at concealment. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the Bald Gang's boss, the powerful figure offended by Jiang Ye, soon received news of the complete failure of the operation. Goods from the trade city had mysteriously disappeared, and core members of his crew, the Bald Man, Lao Wu, etc., along with the target, Jiang Ye, were missing. He was unaware Jiang Ye was in the hospital. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Anger echoed in the luxurious office, accompanied by the sound of shattered porcelain. You can't even capture one woman. Where the hell are the bald men? In Jiang Ye's space, time seemed to have frozen. The materials, stacked high and organized with meticulous care, exuded the essence of human existence. Brand new winter apparel, soft bedding, boxes of beverages and food, and an array of cold metal tools filled the vacant spaces. Meanwhile, the three figures brought into this realm by Jiang Ye stood frozen, as if time had been halted, anchored on the dark soil, namely, the bald man, the fifth elder, and the young lackey who kicked the stick. They maintained the very poses they had assumed at the instant of their entry, the bald man reaching out, his face frozen in shock. The fifth elder with a twisted grin lingering at the corners of his mouth, and the young lackey leaning forward in confusion. Within the confines of the hospital's ICU, various machines emitted a rhythmic ticking sound. Jiang Ye lay on the hospital bed, her body adorned with tubes, her complexion still pallid, yet her breathing, aided by the ventilator, had stabilized slightly since her arrival. The doctors remained baffled by the source of her faint yet remarkably tenacious vitality. In the infinite abyss of pain and cold darkness, Jiang Ye's consciousness was not entirely extinguished. She felt herself submerged at the icy ocean's depths, her body and soul shattered. Yet occasionally, a faint coolness would seep in, akin to fireflies in the dark. It was the spring water from the spatial realm, continuously nourishing her crumbling body and delaying the inevitable approach of death. In this ocean of dark consciousness, some intense thoughts flickered like a lighthouse's beam, momentarily piercing through the chaos. Resources. A mountain of food, warm clothing, boxes of drinks. These images flashed by like a revolving lantern, imbued with a profound sense of belonging and security. They were hers, earned through her desperate struggle. They were her lifeline. What a loss. What a tremendous loss. 3 good-for-nothings. 3 useless beings. For them, she nearly sacrificed her life. This transaction was a monumental loss. A great wave of regret washed over her like frigid tides, relentlessly crashing against her. Those 3 individuals in the space. A vague and chilling realization emerged. They were not dead. A shiver coursed through her, quickly submerged by a more potent weariness. The car keys had been turned off, securing safety. The final fragmented memories before her unconsciousness clung to the car door handle, hearing the engine's roar. Locking the door brought a fleeting, vague sense of reassurance. These fragmented thoughts were the anchors that prevented her consciousness from dissipating entirely. Particularly, her intense obsession with resources acted like a magnet in the dark, weak yet persistently drawing her fragmented awareness towards the direction of life. Having painstakingly resurrected herself, having finally rid herself of the scoundrel, having accumulated these resources, this primal desire became her most potent weapon against the abyss of death. Jiang Yeye wrestled with death in the ICU, sustained by the spring water and her unwavering will to survive. The police were at their wits' end over the bizarre case of spatial theft. The inquiry was shrouded in obscurity. In the police station's interrogation room, Zhang Hao sat on the cold bench, clutching his phone, the screen lingering on the transfer record. "Are you certain Jiang Yeye was near the warehouse at the time of the incident?" asked the young officer for the 3rd time. Zhang Hao's voice rose in irritation tinged with disbelief. "I saw her with my own eyes." Jiang Yeye was frantically wandering around those warehouses. He glanced at the officer's notes, his heart racing. The police had just mentioned that the warehouse had lost goods worth over 10 million? Well, even better, if Jiang Yeye survived, she would still bear the burden of a massive theft case. Think she can turn her fortunes around? Dream on. The officer frowned while recording, and Zhang Hao leaned in, lowering his voice to feign the victim's grievance. "Officer, that 5 million was a mortgage loan. The bank is hounding Jiang Yeye for repayment. If she wakes up, you must inform me immediately. I need to confront her about it." His words were laced with a desire for money. Yet he never mentioned that Jiang Yeye remained in the ICU, her life hanging by a thread. To him, her life was worth far less than his 5 million. After the statement was recorded, Zhang Hao did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered outside the police station and smoked a cigarette. The summer night's wind carried a hint of heat, making the back of his neck sticky, yet he felt a thrill. Jiang Yeye was apprehended. The goods were lost. Regardless of whether the police could uncover the truth, she would not escape. Once she regained consciousness, even if it was on her hospital bed, he would demand his money back. If he could not retrieve it, then he would ensure she spent a lifetime in prison, avenging that kick she had given him. With that thought, Zhang Hao extinguished his cigarette and did not head home, for his residence had been barricaded 3 times by relentless creditors, its doors and windows splattered with red paint. He pulled out his phone and booked a small hotel near the hospital, planning to guard the ICU entrance come morning. First, to prevent Jiang Yeye from escaping, and second, to evade those debt collectors. 2 birds with 1 stone. In the eye of the storm, at the hospital, Jiang Yeye battled against death in the ICU, relying on the mysterious spring water and her indomitable will to survive. Meanwhile, the 3 figures in her spatial realm appeared to be gradually becoming transparent. Outside the hospital, red and blue police lights flickered silently in the night. As the head of the criminal investigation team, Old Chen arranged for the most competent officers to stand guard around the clock. Discovered inside a locked car with no signs of forced entry was a severely injured woman enveloped in layers of mystery, her bizarre injuries, the unidentifiable water stains, and her close connection to the shocking case of the wholesale market's goods disappearing into thin air. She was undoubtedly the key to unraveling all the enigmas, provided she could survive. Simultaneously, in the police station's office, the fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly as Officer Li pushed the case files onto the table, tapping Jiang Yeye's name with his fingertip. "Brother Chen, look, we have the suspect in custody, lying in the ICU with her life in limbo. But this situation is getting increasingly bizarre." Officer Chen, holding a porcelain cup, blew gently on the froth. "What's bizarre about it?" "Zhang Hao's wife came to cause a scene again today," Li remarked, adjusting his tie, his tone laced with resignation. "She cried and shouted that Jiang Yeye not only stole their car but also emptied their house, even taking Zhang Hao's ID to secure a loan. Now the bank's calls are bombarding them." "Emptied their house?" Officer Chen furrowed his brow, sipping his tea. "How large is their home? Even if Jiang Yeye were a strong man, it would be impossible for her to clear out an entire house overnight without the corridor's surveillance or the community guards noticing anything." "Exactly," Li replied. pulling out photographs provided by Zhang Hao. Look, Jiang Ye's physique doesn't suggest she could carry a refrigerator or a television. Moreover, for the vehicle theft and identity fraud, there is evidence from the car rental records and the bank signatures, though forged, they align with the process. But for the claim of emptying the house, even Zhang Hao himself cannot produce a specific inventory, merely asserting that many items are missing. He paused, pointing to the warehouse address in the case file. What is even stranger is that this secluded warehouse rented by Jiang Ye coincidentally falls within the scope of the wholesale market theft case. They lost over 10 million in goods, yet the surveillance footage yielded nothing, with no suspicious figures captured. Officer Chen set down his cup, his fingertip resting on the words "no anomalies" in the footage. 2 cases, one with no evidence of a home being emptied, the other with no footage of stolen goods. Yet both intricately linked to Jiang Ye. Do you think that's mere coincidence? It's hard to say, Li shook his head. But one thing is certain. If this woman does not wake up, these mysteries will remain unsolved. Zhang Hao is pressing hard. His wife comes to the station daily, threatening that if this isn't resolved, she will create a scene at the hospital. Let her create a scene. Officer Chen picked up his pen, drawing a question mark on the edge of the case file. Old Chen's people are guarding the hospital. It's not her place to act out. The key lies in understanding the evidence chain. What was Jiang Ye's motive? How did she accomplish this? With no surveillance and no witnesses, we can't establish guilt solely based on the accusations from Zhang Hao's family. Suddenly, the cicadas outside erupted in a chorus. And Li glanced at the 1-inch photo of Jiang Ye in the case file, her eyes calm and serene, betraying no hint of someone capable of stirring such turmoil. Let us wait, Officer Chen said, placing the cup back on the table. We'll wait for her to awaken. Regardless of whether she is divine or demonic, she must eventually speak. At the same time, in an underground gambling den's private room, Qian, whose fingers turned white as he gripped his phone. The screen displaying the bald man's last sent location at the wholesale market, timestamp half an hour ago. After that, the phone was no longer reachable, as if it had sunk like a stone into a deep pool. Worthless. He stubbed out his unfinished cigarette in the ashtray, leaving a black mark on the porcelain wall. The few brothers shuffling cards nearby wisely paused, leaving only the hum of the air conditioner in the private room. Brother, who should we send someone to check again? A small brother asked cautiously. Qian, who did not look up, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the table, checked the call logs. 5 minutes later, the printed call list lay spread out on the table. The bald man's last 3 calls were to Hong Jie twice and to Lao He once. Notably, the call to Hong Jie lasted the longest, ending just before they entered the mountains. Bring Hong Jie over. Qian, whose tone was flat, yet it chilled the already smoky air. When Hong Jie was escorted into the room by 2 burly men, she feigned calmness, clutching her freshly bought milk tea. The straw distorted from being bitten. Brother who, you need me for something? Haven't you heard from them? They're missing. Qian, who raised his eyes, the bloodshot veins in them resembling a spider's web. The lead you gave me, Jiang Ye, is in the mountains. Where is she? Hong Jie felt a jolt in her heart, nearly dropping her milk tea. No, it can't be. The location was given by Zhang Hao. He said he saw Jiang Ye drive into the mountains and that she owes him 5 million. She can't escape. Zhang Hao? Qian, who chuckled, his laughter laced with frost. The call records of the bald man did not mention this name.
Who was with you when you spoke to him?
Hong Jie felt a cold sweat break out on her back. When the bald man called, Zhang Hao was sitting right next to me. He must have heard his voice. Suddenly, she recalled Zhang Hao's slick demeanor. He charged her 2,000 for the information but only provided a vague location. When Jiang Ye was mentioned, his eyes were filled with malice, not the demeanor of a mere creditor. It was him. Zhang Hao is behind this. Hong Jie raised her voice, as if clutching at a lifeline, tears welling up. Brother who, I was truly deceived by him. He said you were looking for Jiang Ye and offered to provide a lead, claiming that once she was caught, he wanted you to help him collect that 5 million. Now that I think about it, he must have known there was trouble in the mountains and wanted to use your hand to get rid of Jiang Ye, dragging me down with her. As she spoke, her breath trembled, fixating on Qian, whose face, fearing he might not believe her. Yet Qian, who did not immediately respond, merely tracing circles on the table with his fingertips, his gaze heavy upon the back of her white-knuckled hand, the air in the room thickening. It was not until Hong Jie's legs trembled to the point of collapse that he slowly lifted his eyes and nodded at Huang Mao beside him. Send a few people to bring Zhang Hao back. He added, his tone devoid of emotion. Regardless of whether what Hong Jie said is true or false, since Zhang Hao is involved, he must have some value. As soon as he finished speaking, two small brothers immediately took their leave, armed with the address given by Hong Jie. However, upon circling around Zhang Hao's residence thrice, they found the door ajar, yet upon entering, the interior was starkly empty, covered in thick dust, with a few dead leaves on the sofa, resembling a place that had not been lived in for half a year. The leading Huang Mao kicked a cardboard box piled in the corner, the sound echoing sharply. He turned and glared at Hong Jie, his tone sharp. "Are you sure this is Zhang Hao's home? This wretched place is devoid of any life. How could he hide here?" Hong Jie's face turned pale, hastily pulling out her phone to dial Zhang Hao's number, her fingers trembling. Only a mechanical voice answered. "The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable." She cursed inwardly. That scoundrel has indeed hidden away. Previously, when she urged him for the outstanding debt of over 100,000, he always found excuses about being busy. Now, he must be terrified of Qian Hu's retribution. Having long slipped away. Worthless. Huang Mao cursed again, pulling out his phone to call Qian Hu. After just a few words, he was reprimanded, hanging up with a scowl. Turning to point at Hong Jie. "What brother, who ordered, must be found. Think quickly. Where else could he go? Check his recent transactions, hospitals, cheap hotels. List all potential hiding spots. If we fail to locate him, you must return to the room and explain to brother Hu." Meanwhile, at a small hotel near the hospital, Zhang Hao lay on a creaky single bed, staring at the debt collection messages on his phone, cursing under his breath. Damn it. His home was splattered with red paint by debt collectors, and he dared not return. He recognized the merciless nature of Qian Hu's men. If found, he would not only lose 5 million but his very life. With that thought, he pulled out a cigarette, lighting it just as he remembered the police at the ICU. Jiang Yeye was still unconscious, the only hope he had left. As long as that wretched woman lived, he could reclaim his money. If all else failed, she could take the blame for his debts. "Once you wake up, I will have my reckoning with you." He inhaled deeply, the smoke obscuring the calculations in his mind. He would stay here, evading debt collectors while keeping an eye on her, a win-win situation. During these 2 tumultuous days and nights, amidst the swirling undercurrents of external conflicts, the comatose Jiang Yeye was experiencing monumental changes in her mysterious realm. Chapter 34. Awakening, and the scoundrel outside Jiang Yeye was pulled back to consciousness by a persistent beeping sound. Her eyelids felt as though they were welded shut, and attempts to lift them were futile. However, in the next moment, a strange clarity surged within her, not visual, but perceptive. As if an invisible net disregarded the door and half a wall, capturing everything within a 10-meter radius. A needle was embedded in the back of her left hand, and the 4 medication dripped at a rate of 1 drop per second. She could even feel a faint coolness as the liquid coursed through her veins. 3 meters away, the heart monitor flickered, the green waveforms rising and falling with her heartbeat. Even the soft hum of its internal components penetrated her mind. 2 meters to her right, a nurse stood by the monitor, recording data. The sound of the pen scratching against paper and the brush of the white coat against the metal cart amplified in her ears. The door to the room was ajar, leaving a gap of about half a foot, but it felt more like a reminder that even if it were closed, she could still sense the commotion outside. 8 meters down the corridor, a pair of worn leather shoes shuffled along, the sound of soles scraping against the tiled floor carrying a hint of impatience, each step resonating on her perceptive net. Further away, near the nurse's station, just at the edge of her 10-meter range, 2 voices were hushed in argument, sounding like relatives. "The doctor says she needs to be observed. You want to take her now? If we wait any longer, we'll run out of money." The voices bounced off the corridor's walls, the faint echoes clear in her mind. She could even sense that a child in the diagonally opposite room, about 7 meters away, was quietly crying, the sound muffled beneath the blankets, like a frightened kitten. She could almost feel the wetness of tears on the pillow seeping through the wall. This sensation was bizarre. It felt as if every pore in her body had transformed into a receiver, with doors unable to block or walls unable to hinder the activities within 10 meters. The machines in the hospital room, the quarrel in the corridor, the sobbing next door, even the mixed scent of disinfectant and takeout wafting through the air penetrated her mind, so vividly that it made her scalp tingle. Suddenly, she realized that this perception was unaffected by doors or walls. Perhaps the nurse had failed to close the door properly. But even if it were shut, she would still know what transpired in the corridor. Jiang Yeye held her breath, forcing herself to stabilize her breathing rate. And the beeping of the monitor gradually eased. She dared not move, allowing the penetrating information to swirl in her mind. These sounds were surely more than mere noise. She suddenly recalled the last scene before her coma, not being taken to the hospital, but gripping her fists as she pulled the three men who sought to capture her into her own space. In that moment, it felt as if the space had been burst open, a surge of violent energy rushing from her arm to her mind. Yet she remembered pushing herself into that black SUV, had she not? Moreover, it seems that the car door was also locked. She had been drinking the spring water. And then everything went dark. How did she end up in the hospital again, especially in the intensive care unit? Was she brought here by a kind-hearted person or discovered by the police? It certainly wasn't the group of villains trying to capture her. Regardless of the scenario, it is best to maintain the current situation. Her space. Upon this thought, she concentrated slightly, and the white ceiling before her began to blur, as if shrouded in ink. In the next moment, the familiar black earth unfolded before her eyes, yet the sight almost took her breath away. The bald man, the fifth brother, and that little brother, all had vanished. Not a trace remained. Not only were the individuals gone, but even the remnants of their clothing and the splatters of blood on the ground had completely disappeared, as if those three had never been captured by her at all. Only the patch of land where they had vanished now shimmered with a deep purple glow, the soil dark and glossy, as if soaked in something, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Looking aside, the previously captured pigs, chickens, and ducks stood frozen in place, maintaining their postures as when they were collected, yet their feathers and skin had lost their luster. Their eyelids firmly shut, and they were clearly devoid of life. Her consciousness hung suspended in the space, a cold sweat trickling down her back. Where had those three gone? Were they consumed by the space? What was the meaning of this deep purple light and the darkened land? Suppressing her shock and fear, she resolved to experiment with the purple earth. She retrieved a packet of ordinary vegetable seeds from the towering pile of supplies and carefully scattered them onto a small patch of the glowing black soil. Then, she fetched a small bucket of spring water and slowly poured it over the seeds. Miraculously, as the spring water seeped into the purple soil, the seeds appeared to be pressed by a fast-forward button. They broke through their shells and sprouted visibly, pushing through the black earth with tender, vibrant green shoots. Jiang Ye was both astonished and delighted. She was amazed that this space indeed had a devouring ability, confirming it as the ultimate tactic against her pursuers. However, the cost was terrifying. She had nearly perished, and she must not use it again unless in dire straits. The combination of this purple soil and spring water was truly divine. The rapid growth implied that she would have an almost inexhaustible food source in this apocalyptic world. Her chances of survival had suddenly increased tremendously. Yet, the immense joy was soon overshadowed by a more intense urgency. The descent into the apocalypse was now less than 3 days away. She had to leave this place immediately. Moreover, the most crucial coal was still not stockpiled. That was an indispensable resource in the apocalypse. And there was a safe living space. A cave where there was still a person and a dog. Would they have starved by now? A wave of frustration surged within her. What if the person and the dog in the cave were already gone? Jiang Ye's heart tightened. The shabby bag she had snatched from that dying man had summoned the black earth as soon as it entered the space. And only then did she dare to use the spring water to save him. To put it bluntly, she had hoped to exchange it for the secret to upgrade her space. If that person were to die, the secret would die with him, rendering the spring water useless. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, a dramatic scene was unfolding. An undercover police officer was on the phone reporting to his superior, Team Chen. Zhang Hao and his wife are here again. Their emotions were completely out of control, shouting and demanding to see Jiang Ye, accusing her of being a fraud and a thief, hysterically demanding repayment for their lives. Additionally, the man who claimed to be her father, Jiang Jiangguo, had sat on a chair in the corridor all night without moving. Zhang Hao was being dragged out by 2 police officers when he heard the name Jiang Jiangguo. His struggling movements suddenly halted, as if a cat had its neck seized. The voice on the other end of the phone, tired yet authoritative, came through. Immediately remove Zhang Hao and his wife. Calm them down. They must not approach the ward even one step. Has his identity as her father been confirmed? Undercover Officer A. It has been confirmed without a doubt. He is her biological father, Jiang Jiangguo. He must have received the hospital or police notification regarding his daughter's critical condition and rushed here overnight. His state is extremely poor, looking utterly haggard, hardly speaking, and his eyes have not left the ICU door. Jiang Jiangguo? Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then squinted, his gaze shifting over the shoulder of the officer, fixating intently on the hunched figure at the end of the corridor. Is it him? This old fool had already quarreled with Jiang Ye, hadn't he? When Jiang Ye's mother left, the woman he remarried had withheld Jiang Ye's tuition fees, forcing the girl to drop out and work. This was all something he had learned from a distant cousin of Jiang Ye's when he was trying to pursue her. He had always thought Jiang Ye was an orphan, with no relatives, which is why he had been so ruthless when deceiving her. After all, even if things escalated, she had no family to back her up.
But now,
this old man was sitting at the ICU door, his eye sockets sunken like two black holes, his white hair disheveled, appearing more destitute than a beggar on the street. Zhang Hao couldn't help but sneer inwardly, his struggle suddenly diminishing as he allowed the officers to drag him down the corridor. Poor relationship? A poor relationship could still endure a night of waiting? There was definitely something more to this. Perhaps this old man knew where Jiang Ye had hidden her money? Or maybe Jiang Ye had other relatives who could repay her debts. As he was pushed around the corner of the corridor, he intentionally slipped, using the stumble to glance back at Jiang Jiangguo, who remained in his position like an unmoving statue, only his shoulders trembling slightly. Officer, I won't cause any more trouble. Zhang Hao suddenly softened his tone, smiling apologetically at the officers holding him. I was just in a panic. That 5 million is truly the life of my whole family. Can you allow me to wait here? Just standing far away, not approaching the ward? The officers frowned but loosened their grip slightly. Zhang Hao lowered his head to conceal the cunning in his eyes. Wait? What a joke. He had just seen that Jiang Jiangguo had an old canvas bag at his feet, the zipper not fully closed, revealing a crumpled bus card, indicating that he had probably taken the bus here, most likely not having driven. If this old man left, he would quietly follow behind. A poor relationship was easier to manipulate. An old man burdened with guilt for his daughter, just telling him that if he didn't help repay her debt, she would end up in prison. Wouldn't he yield something of value? Even if he couldn't extract money, he could at least uncover Jiang Ye's south whereabouts or the place where she hid her belongings. He shrank back against the wall, pretending to crouch dejectedly, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the figure at the end of the corridor. The late summer breeze wafted through the safety passage S window, carrying a hint of disinfectant, sending a chill down his neck, yet the calculations in his mind continued to clatter. Jiang Ye, you've hidden your secrets well. However, it matters not. Your father has arrived, and I have found your Achilles heel. Chapter 35. Internal and external stabs. As Jiang Ye emerged from her space, she encountered a nurse changing her bandages. Startled, she nearly revealed a crack in her facade, but she maintained her steady breathing, pretending to be unconscious. At this moment, 2 young nurses were tidying up clothes while conversing beside her. That old man is back again, one nurse remarked, nodding towards the door with a hint of sentiment. Indeed, he has been here for a whole day and night now, the other responded without looking up, placing syringes onto a tray. He just shifted a bit, probably to use the restroom, then returned to sit in the corridor, staring fixedly at the ward door, utterly motionless. What do you think his relationship is to the girl inside? The first nurse lowered her voice, her tone laced with gossip and curiosity. Family visits in the ICU are strictly regulated, yet he's out here keeping vigil, without causing a fuss. The nurse organizing the syringes hesitated, as if recalling something. I heard from an aide that he seems to be her father? Something like Jiang Jiangguo? Her father? Jiang Ye felt a sharp pang in her heart. Jiang Jiangguo? That old man could come? She swiftly directed her consciousness towards the silent figure seated outside the door. Just the outline alone was enough to identify the old man. Almost instantly, another thought forcefully penetrated the barrier of her fear. Father? Jiang Jiangguo is here? Has he been keeping vigil all night? Since her mother's passing and her father's remarriage, that household had long been a cold relic of her past. The stepmother's cruelty and her father's distant silence had caused her to erect an impenetrable wall around her heart, fostering a habit of independence and isolation. She had long believed herself inconsequential in her father's eyes, akin to how she had nearly forgotten this nominal father. How could he possibly have come? Moreover, how could he have stayed awake and waited outside? Suddenly, she recalled her previous life, where, for the sake of the scoundrel Zhang Hao, she had borrowed money from this father multiple times. Initially, he had complied, but his concern was palpable. Eventually, he had refused and advised her. Yeah, find someone reliable. A man who lives off a woman's money is not worth it. At that time, she had found his words bothersome, feeling he did not understand her love, and suspected he favored his new family. The faint smiles of her stepmother and the annoying demeanor of her stepsister made her dread returning home. Reflecting on her father's words now, she realized how painfully accurate they were. Zhang Hao was indeed a complete scoundrel. He likely had a far clearer perception of people than she did. But what about the apocalypse? In her previous life, once the cataclysm erupted, he had vanished, leaving her in the dark about his fate. Had he perished? Or was he now sitting outside, looking as haggard as a ghost? Save him or not? This dilemma pricked her heart, like a thorn. To rescue him would expose the secrets of her sanctuary, significantly heightening the risk. And bringing an old man into the chaotic early days of the apocalypse would undoubtedly be a tremendous burden. Yet, to abandon him, after all, he was her biological father, the only one outside her door who was worried and grieving for her. This belated, heavy paternal love appeared so fragile in the face of the brutal survival rules of the apocalypse, yet it stirred a tumult of emotions within her. At that moment, the monitor beeped twice due to her emotional turmoil, prompting the nurse who had just left to return. Jiang Yeye quickly steadied her emotions, holding her breath and forcing herself to regulate her breathing, causing the monitor's beeping to stabilize. The nurse entered, conducted a brief examination, and finding no signs of waking, left with the collected blood samples. The room fell silent except for the rhythmic ticking of the machines, echoing like a countdown clock to the apocalypse, tightening her nerves. Jiang Yeye then realized the nurse had drawn 3 full vials of her blood, her heart racing. What was the purpose of this blood draw? Were they planning to use her for some kind of research? Meanwhile, in the shadowed corner of the hospital corridor, Zhang Hao was covertly observing the ICU door through the reflection on his cell phone screen. His wife had been persuaded by the officers to step into the stairwell to calm down, while he, feigning a smoking urge, remained in place, gripping a sharpened key in his pocket until it grew uncomfortably warm. When the nurse had emerged, he had deliberately coughed twice. Catching sight of the blood sample tubes in her hands, had Jiang Yeye awakened? If not, why draw blood? If she awoke but pretended to be unconscious, those officers would have no means to deal with her. This delay meant he would never see his money again. His eyes shifted back to Jiang Jianguo, who was still trembling, the canvas bag clutched instinctively to his chest as if it contained a lifeline. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled the information he had researched yesterday. Jiang Jianguo was a retired machinist, and he likely had a sum of money from his severance pay, not much, but enough for him to repay the interest to the bank. That old man, regardless of whether his daughter fled or not, would have to cover some of that interest for her. Zhang Hao licked his parched lips, having noted Jiang Jianguo's address in his phone's memo. A mere 45 minutes by bus from the hospital. Hearing the nurse's footsteps approaching from the other end of the corridor, he immediately lowered his head, feigning interest in his phone, while keeping a keen eye on the ICU door handle. In the corridor, Jiang Jianguo slumped in a stainless steel chair, his back bent as if a section of his spine had been removed, collapsing into the chair. His bloodshot eyes were swollen, fixated on the ICU door, unblinking, as if it concealed the only salvation of his life. His pant legs were spotted with mud. He had rushed down the stairs and twisted his ankle without a thought to clean up. Clutching the fabric bag tightly in his arms were the awards from Jiang Ye's childhood, worn at the edges and polished smooth by his touch. When the hospital's call had come, he had been crouched in the kitchen, preparing vegetables for his wife, and the green beans had slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor. The words critical condition had struck his ears like a hammer, and memories of decades flashed before him, her small hand gripping his shirt, begging for candied hawthorn, her tear-filled eyes in junior high as she pleaded, "Dad, can you please do something about her?" Later, she had avoided him, and their phone conversations had dwindled to mere acknowledgements. His wife had muttered, "If I had known this would happen, why did we marry?" He had stood abruptly, the chair tumbling to the ground, the sound echoing louder than any he had ever made. "Shut up." Now he sat there, the wind from the corridor seeping through the window cracks, causing his thin shirt to cling to his back. He felt a cough rising within him but stifled it, fearing it would disturb those inside. His hand rubbed repeatedly on his knee, the roughness of his palm fraying his pants, while his throat felt constricted, as if a lump of cotton were lodged within it. Only one fragmented thought lingered on his tongue, repeatedly grinding away. Yeah, Dad was wrong. This wrong stemmed from not safeguarding her tuition, from failing to prevent her from stepping into the fire pit, from years of hiding in silence while she bore everything alone. He pulled a crumpled apple from the fabric bag, which he had absent-mindedly taken with him, now warmed by his body heat. He wished to offer it to her, but remembered that the ICU prohibited the introduction of items, forcing him to return it to the bag, leaving a shallow indentation on the fabric. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Ye's breath caught for a moment, and a tear, suspended at the corner of her eye, finally fell, soaking into the pillow and leaving a small wet mark. The sound of her father's choked sobbing drifted from outside, a soft thorn piercing her heart, causing a mix of bitterness and swelling within her. Yet in the next instant, the shrill voice of her stepmother and the triumphant smirk of her stepsister as they snatched her belongings flashed into her mind. Rescue him? She tugged at the corner of her mouth, managing a silent smile tinged with self-deprecation and lingering resentment. If she were to save him, he would first have to taste the bitterness of his past. He should witness what the home he had once protected, the mother and daughter duo, could offer him in this world. When her stepmother had withheld her tuition, he had sat nearby smoking. When her stepsister had stolen her savings to purchase a gaming console, he had merely said, "Children don't understand." When she had nearly leaped from a building due to Zhang Hao's deceit, he had only sighed, "Why are you so reckless?" He had always believed that a harmonious home would yield prosperity, mistaking his cowardice for tolerance, thinking that his neglect would be understood as she matured. Why should she accept this? Jiang Ye's fingers curled into a fist beneath the blanket, her nails digging deeply into her palm. If she were to take him away, he must first witness the reality of the apocalypse. The complaints of her stepmother would transform into curses, the playful pouting of her stepsister would morph into clawing for food. Only then would he understand that the home he had guarded for half his life was merely a pile of rotting wood, incapable of withstanding the storms of fate. Let him experience the taste of abandonment, the challenges of being uncared for, just as she had in the past. Only then would he comprehend who genuinely wished for his survival. This thought startled even her. It became evident that the resentment within her had never truly dissipated. It was not forgiveness. Rather, it had been temporarily buried beneath the weight of survival anxiety. Her father's sleepless vigil had served as a key, not only unlocking her softened heart, but also prying open the long-standing bitterness that had been steeped in hardship. She sensed the figure of Jiang Jiangguo outside the door stir once more. Perhaps he had sat too long, his knees numbed, and as he rose, he stumbled slightly, nearly dropping the fabric bag. He hurriedly clutched it to him, as if it were a precious treasure, then obediently returned to his seat, fixing his gaze once again on the door. What could possibly be inside the fabric bag? Jiang Ye's perception reached forward slightly, faintly detecting what seemed to be a notebook. She suddenly recalled the first certificate she received in her childhood, which her father had proudly displayed on the wall of the main room, pointing it out to everyone. "Look, my daughter achieved this." A pang of emotion pierced her heart. Though she felt a surge of defiance, the idea of letting him fend for himself under his stepmother's care felt impossible. The bitter cold was approaching, and without food or drink, that mother-daughter duo would merely use him as a shield. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her. Very well. She would save him, but under her own terms. First, she would venture out to stockpile coal and find a secure hiding place. Once she was settled, she would return to see him. By then, if he still failed to recognize the reality of the situation and continued to cling to that mother-daughter pair. She closed her eyes, her lashes still damp with unshed tears, her tone chilling. Then let him choose. If he chose them, he could go back to his home and freeze or starve. If he chose her, he must acknowledge who is truly capable of ensuring his survival. This suffering, he must endure, not for revenge, but to awaken him. Otherwise, no matter how close she kept him, his muddled heart would inevitably become a burden. The beeping of the monitor stabilized, resembling the soft yet prickly thoughts she harbored, a coldness wrapped around unspoken hopes. For now, she had to focus on the immediate concerns. Coal was the priority. As for her father, she would settle that score once she had the chance. Chapter 36. The escape in the pipeline. The monitor's beeping had barely steadied for half a minute when Jiang Ye's senses suddenly picked up movement at the end of the corridor. Two plainclothes officers changing shifts, their footsteps pausing at the corner as they moved toward the nurse's station. The inner turmoil within her, her father's cloth bag, her stepmother's demeanor, the weight of coal, was abruptly shattered by a surge of resolve. Outside the door, Jiang Jiangguo remained in his position, clutching the cloth bag even tighter, his rough fingertips unconsciously rubbing the corners as if counting the years of guilt contained within. Meanwhile, a sharp reprimand from Zhang Hao echoed from 8 meters away around the corner. That woman must be awake. The police are useless. His voice grated like sandpaper against metal, piercing through the nurse's footsteps and causing discomfort in the ears. Jiang Ye froze. Zhang Hao? That voice was too familiar. Had that scoundrel discovered her presence here? She needed to leave quickly. Time was running out, and these people could jeopardize her survival. But how to deal with the monitor? She inhaled deeply, a fire igniting within her chest. In the next moment, her previously steady breathing tightened, her muscles coiling like a top bow, ready to spring into action. With a sudden jerk, the infusion needle was forcefully ripped away, the soft tube swinging from her wrist and leaving a small trail of blood droplets. She swiftly yanked off the monitor's adhesive pads. The instant the electrodes left her skin, the device emitted a piercing scream, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As the sound erupted just beyond the threshold of the hospital room, Jiang Ye's heart raced, threatening to leap into her throat. If the plainclothes officers in the corridor heard it, everything would be over. Acting on instinct, she focused her mind, locking onto the screaming machine, her temples throbbing. Her newly awakened abilities were overwhelming, leaving her slightly dazed silence. Buzz. The monitor vanished into thin air. Its shrill cry abruptly snuffed out, leaving only a faint echo in the air outside the room, and the corridor returned to silence. The footsteps outside halted abruptly. The officers had only heard half a scream and were momentarily bewildered, thinking it might have been a figment of their imagination. However, the oddity of that half-scream prompted a shared glance of concern between the two plainclothes officers, one of whom clenched his teeth. Something's off. We should check inside. Inside the room, a profound silence enveloped, broken only by Jiang Ye's rapid breathing. She overheard the conversation outside, her heart sinking. They were moving too quickly. She was one step behind. Was that scoundrel truly as foolish as a dog? There was no time to waste. She had to act faster. The door burst open, and 2 plainclothes officers rushed in. What is going on? They were met with an empty bed, disheveled blankets, dangling wires, and the monitor that should have been screaming had vanished without a trace. Where is she? Where is the machine? Officer A's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. Did she run away or evaporate? His first instinct was to search beneath the bed, tug at the curtains, but the bizarre sensation of the machine's disappearance pressed heavily on him, rendering his fingers stiff. It took him a moment to remember to use the intercom to call for backup. Officer B, quicker on the uptake, was nonetheless rattled by the scene and immediately pressed down on the intercom, shouting, "Team Leader Chen! Team Leader Chen! The target has vanished. The monitor is gone too." This is unbelievable. In the half-second that the 2 plainclothes officers were stunned by the empty bed and the vanished equipment, Jiang Ye slipped like a shadow to the bathroom door, twisted the handle, and swiftly locked herself inside, her movements so quick they left behind only a fleeting impression, not even disturbing the dust on the door. The bathroom. She was in the bathroom. Officer B finally regained his senses, lunging toward the door, twisting the handle with all his might, yet it refused to budge. "Open the door. Open up." He pounded the door with his fists, the booming sounds reverberating through the door, causing the tiles within the bathroom to tremble with a chilling resonance. The corridor outside erupted into chaos. Old Chen shouts, Zhang Hao and his wife's shrill wails, and a cacophony of hurried footsteps blended into a tense atmosphere that made one's skin crawl. Inside the cramped bathroom, Jiang Ye leaned against the cold porcelain wall, her heart pounding furiously in her chest, nearly shattering her ribs. This was madness. What to do now? Her mind raced, her palms slick with sweat soaking her clothing. Meanwhile, the door continued to be battered, the lock beginning to show signs of strain, threatening to give way. In that critical moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of the vent above, the metal grate dark and dust-laden, yet it glimmered like a beacon of hope. An idea sparked instantly. She began to search her surroundings mentally for anything that could create chaos, her thoughts skimming over various supplies before landing on the red fire extinguisher she had fortuitously acquired at the trade market. Yes, that would do. With a thought, the heavy extinguisher thudded into her hands, her wrist aching slightly from the weight. But she paid no heed to the pain. She swiftly pulled the safety pin and aimed it at the bathroom door, pressing down on the handle. With a whoosh, a dense cloud of white powder erupted forth, enveloping the small space in a suffocating mist, the acrid scent filling the air as it quickly filled the confined area. Jiang Ye coughed, her eyes stinging, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she clutched the extinguisher tightly, determined to buy herself a few more precious seconds. Outside, the officers, using all their might to batter the door, and those who had rushed to assist, heard the sound from within, a loud whoosh, followed immediately by a torrent of white smoke billowing from beneath the door and through the keyhole, filling the air with a fine powder. Cough, cough. What is happening? Is there a fire? Or an explosion? Be careful. It's dry powder. Don't inhale it. The chaos outside escalated, the officers choking violently on the thick smoke, their eyes burning, instinctively retreating, their attempts to break down the door faltering. No one knew what was happening inside. They only saw the white smoke swirling like a ghost around the bathroom door, creating an opaque haze. Jiang Ye dared not linger. Shielding her face with her arm against the choking powder, she stepped onto the cold ceramic toilet lid, the sensation shooting through her feet. With a surge of energy, she leapt upwards, gripping the edge of the vent grate with all her strength, her knuckles turning white. Open, she whispered fiercely, her arms suddenly bursting with an unexpected strength. Combined with her mental focus, she yanked fiercely.
Clang.
The seemingly sturdy metal grate was forcefully torn away. A rush of cold air filled the space as the dark vent opened before her, the stale odor of dust rushing into her nostrils. This was her only chance at survival. She had noticed this earlier. It was indeed a viable escape route. As the thought briefly crossed her mind, she suddenly realized the ache and numbness in her arm. Was my strength truly this immense? With no time to ponder further, Jiang Ye braced herself against the mouth of the duct, her body curling like a cat as she squeezed inside. The narrow walls of the duct scraped painfully against her skin. Dust infiltrated her collar, choking her throat with irritation, yet she had no time to frown. Fixated solely on the urgency of escaping, just as she had half her body inside, she conjured the grill on the ground with her mind, hastily pushing it back into place. Though it was not secure enough to fully block the view, it would at least buy her a few precious seconds. Almost as she fully immersed herself in the duct, the officers outside finally managed to stifle their coughs, covering their mouths and noses with their clothing. And they forcefully burst open the bathroom door. Beams of flashlight pierced through the thick white smoke, illuminating swirling particles of powder and dust. Only the loosely secured grill at the vent remained slightly agitated, as if mocking their slow reaction. In the corner, a red fire extinguisher lay toppled on the floor, its nozzle emitting a feeble wisp of white smoke, the safety pin rolling aside, while the entire bathroom was blanketed in a thick layer of powder, leaving it in a state of chaotic disarray. The ventilation duct. She must have escaped through it. Officer shouted into the intercom, his voice hoarse from the dry powder, filled with astonishment and suppressed rage. In the corridor, Zhang Hao heard this and, ignited like a firecracker, pushed aside the officer blocking him and bellowed, "The duct? Trying to flee?" He had been fixated on the bathroom momentarily, his eyes ablaze with fury. The supplies Jiang Ye had hidden were all with that woman. Just as this thought settled in his mind, he dashed toward the bathroom, determined to force her out even if he could only crawl a few meters into the duct. Even if he had to shout threats. "Get out of my way. Clear the path." Zhang Hao shoved aside anyone blocking his way. Just as he was about to pounce beneath the vent, his arm was suddenly seized by a powerful grip. "Let go." Zhang Hao turned to curse, but upon realizing it was Jiang Jianguo, his rage intensified, and he raised his foot, ready to kick. "Get lost, old man. Don't block my way to the money." Jiang Jianguo's grip was like a vice, honed from years of wielding tools, despite trembling all over. His knuckles turned white as he clutched Zhang Hao's arm with unyielding strength. His bloodshot eyes narrowed in a terrifying glare. His voice hoarse, but laced with an unprecedented ferocity, he enunciated each word. "You are not to touch my daughter." "Your daughter? She's nothing but a swindler. Owes me 5 million. Zhang Hao snarled, wrenching his arm free, forcing Jiang Jianguo to stumble against the wall, yet he held on tighter, stepping forward. His hunched figure blocking the bathroom door like an immovable boulder, fully aware of the danger, yet unwilling to budge. "I'll repay the money," Jiang Jianguo shouted, bewildered by where he would obtain 5 million, but upon meeting Zhang Hao's predatory glare, his heart seized with dread. When the officers yelled about the duct, was Ye truly inside? He was uncertain, but knew he could not let this madman rush in. With a voice filled with desperation, he pleaded, "If you let her go, I'll sell everything I have, I'll borrow it, I'll work like a mule for you. Just don't pursue her." Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback by his reckless demeanor, but soon scoffed, his gaze growing more menacing. You'll repay?
With what?
Don't seek your own demise. Old man. No sooner had he spoken than he aimed a kick at Jiang Jiangguo's leg. Jiang Jiangguo did not evade, absorbing the blow with a grunt. Yet his grip tightened further, and he wrapped his other arm around Zhang Hao's waist, clinging to him. Officer.
Stop him.
Don't let him chase my daughter. She's in trouble. This commotion diverted the officers who were about to storm the bathroom, forcing them to intervene and separate the two. Let go. Everyone, release. The officers struggled to pull the two apart, creating further chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaya was just crawling over the position directly above the bathroom. The sounds of the scuffle below, her father's hoarse shouts, Zhang Hao's furious curses, and the officer's reprimands hammered against the metal of the duct, causing her eardrums to throb painfully. Particularly, the words "I'll repay," "Don't pursue her," halted her movements abruptly, her nails digging deeply into the rusted walls of the duct. She did not look back. Nor did she dare to pause. Her father's meager strength and impossible promises had bought her the most critical few seconds. By the time the officers finally pried the two apart, as Zhang Hao broke free to dive into the vent, Jiang Yaya had already navigated around the first corner, her figure vanishing into the darkness. Another officer finally reacted, seizing the intercom. Seal off all floors. Block all exits.
Quickly.
She created chaos with a fire extinguisher. Focus on the duct exits. The piercing alarm instantly reverberated throughout the entire hospital. A multitude of officers surged toward the stairs and elevators, encasing the entire building like a steel barrel. Old Chen's face turned ashen as he directed operations, though a flicker of shock hid deep within his eyes. How could a fire extinguisher be in the bathroom? In the dark, cold, and dust-laden duct, Jiang Yaya held her breath, pressing against the wall like a frightened mouse. Exerting all her strength to crawl forward, she could distinctly hear the chaotic footsteps below, the shouts, the static from the intercom. Her sense of direction lost in the winding duct, forcing her to rely on instinct to move away from the ICU. As she rounded a corner, a familiar voice, laden with immense pain and urgency, floated up through the thin metal. "Iya, where are you? Don't do anything foolish. Dad is here." It was Jiang Jiangguo. He had somehow broken free from the officers, stumbling through the chaotic corridor in search of her, his voice filled with panic and desperation. Jiang Yaya's movement abruptly halted. That shattered voice pierced her heart like a needle, reminiscent of the old man who had kept watch outside for an entire night. His presence lost in silence in a previous life. Time seemed to freeze momentarily. Below, the police discovered him, admonishing, "Sir, it's dangerous. Quickly move away." Followed by sounds of struggle. A flicker of conflict flashed in Jiang Yaya's eyes, yet the will to survive bore down on her like a mountain, crushing the supplies piled high in the space of uncertainty. The little green sprout representing hope on the purple earth, under the pressure of the apocalyptic countdown. She bit her lip hard, tasting blood, compelling herself to continue crawling forward. But just as she turned to flee, Jiang Jiangguo's voice, strained and nearly inaudible as he was forcibly dragged away by the police, broke through with all his might, etched into her ears like a brand. "Run. Yeah. Don't worry about me, run. Don't look back." That desperate cry was not a plea for help but an order for her to escape. It was a farewell. Like the final blow, it shattered the last trace of hesitation in her heart. It was akin to a cold, lightning bolt, cleaving through something within her. There was no warmth, only a chilling sense of being seen through, and a sharp pain. Don't look back. All turmoil vanished, leaving only a pure, bloody determination. She no longer hesitated, summoning every ounce of strength in the dark, filthy duct, striving toward a potential exit, toward the last vestige of freedom before the apocalypse. Behind her lay the chaotic hospital, her father's desperate gaze thrown skyward as he was dragged away, and an inevitable dawn filled with unrest. The gates of the apocalypse were pushed open by Jiang Yaya herself. Chapter 37. The Tanker. Behind her lay the chaotic hospital, her father's desperate gaze cast toward the heavens as he was taken away, and a dawn that was destined to be anything but peaceful. The gates of the apocalypse were opened by Jiang Yaya's own hands. At this moment, she curled up in the dark, cold vent, which seemed endless, its walls covered in dust and cobwebs scraping against her skin painfully. She resembled a frightened mouse, holding her breath as she pressed against the wall, expending all her effort to crawl forward. Below, The harsh alarm shattered the hospital's silence, the disarray of footsteps, the urgent calls over the intercom, and the faint cries and curses of Zhang Hao and his wife intertwined to form an impenetrable net of pursuit, each sound creeping up through the metal duct, causing her scalp to tingle. In her mind, there was no other thought left, only a singular obsession: to escape the ICU, to flee this building. Armed with her newly awakened acute senses and a stroke of luck, she finally found a vent leading to the outer wall of the structure. However, a rusted metal grill barred her exit. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the little strength she had left and, with sheer determination, delivered a powerful kick. A dull thud echoed as the grill fell away, landing in the greenery below. The fresh, cool night breeze rushed in at once. Jiang Ye hesitated not for a moment. Like a slippery fish, she swiftly darted through the opening. She landed lightly on the soft grass, rolling to dissipate her momentum, and immediately curled into the shadow of a dense holly bush. Her heart raced violently within her chest, threatening to shatter her ribs. She gasped for air, but more so from the tremors of surviving a near calamity. The hospital building was ablaze with lights, police sirens flashing ominously, shadows flitting about the windows. Clearly engaged in a large-scale search, she could almost distinctly sense several search parties swiftly fanning out towards the periphery of the building. There was no time to lose. She had to leave at once. Though her heart continued to pound, she dared not linger for even a moment. Crouching low, using the thick holly bushes for cover, she quickly maneuvered along the shadow of the hospital's exterior wall, her gaze fixed firmly on a secluded rear door. From past experiences, such doors were generally less guarded, perhaps affording her a chance to slip out unnoticed. However, as she approached the corner near the back door, she abruptly halted. Holding her breath, under the dim glow of a streetlight, two plainclothes individuals leaned against the door, engaged in hushed conversation, their walkie-talkies flickering with faint light. Clearly, they were the police. She quickly retreated behind the wall, pressing her ear against the cold surface to listen. The distant alarm from the main building and the chaotic footsteps continued to echo, while here, only the occasional murmur of the two men could be heard. Thankfully, there were only two of them. It seemed the commotion was concentrated around the main building. She exhaled quietly, peeking out again, her eyes landing on a section of wall nearby, overrun with dead vines, where no streetlights illuminated the darkness, not even a silhouette in sight. An opportunity. Jiang Ye felt a surge of excitement, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes as she stealthily made her way along the wall. Upon reaching the base of the wall, she discovered it was much higher than it appeared. She tiptoed, trying to reach the top, but her fingertips barely grazed the edge. Jiang Ye was at a loss. Though her strength and speed had improved, she couldn't fly and certainly couldn't climb it directly. Just as panic began to set in, an idea struck her like a bolt of lightning. She had specifically bought a retractable ladder during her stockpiling at the hardware store. This was the perfect moment to utilize it. With that thought, a cold aluminum alloy ladder materialized firmly in her grasp. Jiang Ye swiftly extended the rungs, securing the clasps with a couple of clicks. Wary of making too much noise, she held her breath and cautiously scanned the area within a 10-meter radius with her still nascent mental energy. No footsteps, and the other side of the wall was eerily vacant. Not even a whisper of wind stirring the grass. Once assured of safety, she steadied herself against the ladder and began her careful ascent, successfully scaling the low backyard wall. Her feet finally touched the cold pavement outside the hospital. Jiang Ye dared not tarry, quickening her pace away from the hospital. The streets were deserted, and she continued running until the clamor of the hospital faded into the distance. Only then did she allow herself a slight sigh of relief. Spotting a darker alleyway nearby, she scanned it with her mental energy. No one was there. Although a flicker of fear gripped her, it appeared quite shadowy. Nevertheless, traversing that alley would likely make it difficult for the police to find her, as it was narrow enough for only one person to pass through, and they would have to take a long detour to reach her. Resolute, Jiang Ye steeled herself and slipped into the darkness. The narrow passage carried a nauseating stench of decay, making her stomach churn, but for the sake of survival, she quickened her pace, finally emerging from the constricted passage after what felt like an eternity. On the other side lay a small street wide enough for vehicles to navigate. Jiang Ye once again scanned her surroundings with her mental energy. It was late at night and no one was about. With a flicker of intent, a dilapidated van appeared at the roadside. Gazing at the battered vehicle, she felt a twinge of doubt. Was it even functional in this state? Yet, it was the only option available. She had a motorhome and a large truck in her space, but they were too cumbersome, and she lacked the skill to drive them. Oh, little dilapidated van. Give me a fighting chance. Jiang Ye opened the door, silently praying, Dear little van, as long as you perform well, I promise. Even if you turn to scrap, I will never abandon you. To her astonishment, the old van roared to life. Jiang Ye was overjoyed. Truly a miraculous vehicle. Despite its condition, it still ran. Engaging the gear and pressing the accelerator, she smoothly drove the shattered van along the silent city streets. Jiang Ye dared not turn on the headlights, instead relying on the dim glow of the streetlights to navigate, while her newly awakened mental energy spread out. Like a soft net, gently sweeping over the potholes and shadows ahead. Her gaze remained fixed forward, yet her heart burned with urgency. Fuel.
Coal.
These two essentials for survival remained elusive, and with only 2 days until the apocalypse, she found herself in a predicament. The thought of acquiring them through legitimate means was utterly impossible. Her mind raced, and suddenly, a memory flashed. After leaving the cave, she recalled seeing a fuel station where they seemed to be unloading oil. She wasn't entirely certain, but regardless, the route back to the cave would pass that station. Perhaps it was worth a gamble, especially with the cover of darkness. Resolute, she pressed down harder on the accelerator, the old van's engine growling with renewed urgency. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, the harsh fluorescent lights dazzled the eyes, and the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant, suffocating those within. At that moment, Zhang Hao found himself pinned against the wall by undercover officers. Not only had he rushed in to disrupt the arrest, but he had also struck Jiang Jianguo. The police wasted no time, swiftly apprehending him. Just then, his phone screen lit up in his pocket. Realizing that resisting was futile, Zhang Hao softened his tone, ingratiatingly pleading, Officer, I know I was wrong. I acted impulsively and struck the old man. I swear I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once. Seeing his seemingly sincere demeanor, the officers relented, cuffing him to a nearby chair before turning to check on the injured Jiang Jianguo. With a brief moment of freedom, Zhang Hao hastily retrieved his phone. Opening a notification from the rental agency, the target vehicle was veering off the main city road towards the suburban gas station. He was elated, a smirk spreading across his face as he thought, Jiang Ye, you thought you could escape? Ha! This time, I shall see where you hide. He quickly raised his hand, shouting, Officer! Officer! The car Jiang Ye was driving has been located.
Look!
As he shouted, he thrust his phone screen toward the officers. You must pursue her. If you delay, she will escape the city. He deliberately emphasized the word location, while out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly glanced at Jiang Jianguo, who had tensed at the mention of it. Hearing the word location, Jiang Jianguo's body jolted, his previously injured hand now clenching into a fist, knuckles turning white. His murky eyes were filled with rage, trembling as he exclaimed, This is illegal. Illegal? Zhang Hao scoffed, as the officers dragged him toward the duty room. He lowered his voice, throwing a final taunt at Jiang Jianguo. Once your daughter coughs up that 5 million, I'll gladly explain to you what illegal means. Now you had better pray that she does not run too swiftly, for her words, though unfinished, emanate a sinister undertone. As he was ushered into the duty room, he hastily retrieved his phone and sent a message to Zhang Chang. Keep an eye on the location. Jiang Ye has been located, and only then can you hope to reclaim the money you owe me. Otherwise, you shouldn't expect a single penny. You well know your wife's temper. You cannot withstand it. He was acutely aware of Zhang Chang's Achilles heel, his fear of his wife, and poked at it intentionally. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it prudent to add a follow-up message. Once you find her, not only will you reclaim your money, but I shall double it for you. Think of it as your private stash. Upon receiving confirmation that the message had been sent successfully, he finally exhaled in relief. For Zhang Chang, the allure of a private reserve was more persuasive than any other motivation. Zhang Hao licked his parched lips and chuckled inwardly. Jiang Ye this time. I shall see where you run. Even if she were to flee, was her aged father not still around? Meanwhile, Jiang Ye was already driving that dilapidated van, parked near a gas station. She did not hasten towards it but instead quietly unfurled her recently acquired mental acuity like a delicate net, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny surrounding the gas station. The enormous sign illuminated the area. A few private vehicles were sporadically refueling, while the staff appeared somewhat disengaged. Yawning intermittently, Jiang Ye's gaze swiftly fixed upon a designated area behind the gas station, where indeed several large tanker trucks were stationed. Unexpectedly, this modest gas station housed such a multitude of tankers. Jiang Ye could only attribute it to her good fortune. In reality, these vehicles were scheduled to transport fuel to other gas stations, and with the nights so dark, the drivers were merely resting at this outpost. Unbeknownst to her, she stealthily circumvented the staff and the few owners of parked vehicles, advancing towards the tanker truck area, all the while maintaining mental vigilance within a 10-meter radius. One staff member had just finished refueling a private car and returned to the gas station, while another seemed to have stepped away towards the restroom. This was the moment Jiang Ye had been waiting for. With a mere thought, the tankers instantaneously vanished without a sound, and she quickly darted to the side of another truck, without hesitation, causing the remaining two to similarly disappear in an instant. In mere minutes, the area behind the gas station was left eerily vacant. 3 massive tankers, laden with fuel, had seemingly evaporated from existence, leaving only deep tire tracks upon the ground. Jiang Ye hastily returned to her van, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and sped away. Just then, the gas station staff emerged from the restroom, bewildered by the empty rear lot, and it finally dawned on him that the 3 tankers had disappeared. He stood frozen, as if ensnared by an unseen force. His walkie-talkie clattered to the ground, and his mouth fell agape, his eyes bulging in sheer disbelief, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. The tankers are all gone? A piercing scream, filled with utter terror, shattered the tranquility of the gas station, echoing far and wide. Amidst the horrified gazes of the gas station staff and the chilling cry, Jiang Ye had already driven the rickety vent 5 miles away. Outside the window, the city lights rapidly receded, gradually becoming sparse, while the tension from the recent theft of the tankers still reverberated within her. Her heart raced, refusing to settle. She loosened her grip on the steering wheel, only to tighten it again. Thoughts flooded her mind like a revolving lantern, the stockpiled goods in the trade city, the threats from the underworld, the police in the hospital, and that old man. Just as that thought settled, her heart clenched suddenly. A vivid image flashed before her. The old man pinned against the cold tiles by the police, his face pressed to the ground. Yet his eyes fixated on the direction she fled. A mix of silence and worry that usually vexed her had transformed into an almost grotesque urgency. Coupled with his resolute stance against Zhang Hao, her throat felt constricted, and she coughed violently, the steering wheel trembling uncontrollably, causing the vehicle to sway. Damn it! She shook her head, attempting to banish the image, yet those bloodshot eyes, that hoarse whisper of "Ye run," clung to her mind like a brand. What would happen to the old man now? Had Zhang Hao's kick harmed him? Would the police trouble him? Before she could finish her thoughts, she bit her lip, tasting a hint of metallic sweetness. What does it matter to me? He chose to confront it. He deserves it. It was high time he bore the burden himself instead of always using family and prosperity as a shield. Yet her heart refused to comply, as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing a sharp pain to throb at her temples. Her vision gradually blurred, and she blinked forcefully, realizing the night wind was causing her eyes to sting. Raising her hand to wipe her face, her fingertips brushed against a dampness, prompting another curse. Damn this wretched wind. However, the sound of her voice was softer than before, as a voice within her had long been whispering, "Once you endure, you will know who truly cares for you." Meanwhile, in the back seat of the police car, Zhang Hao fixated on the phone's tracking, gritting his teeth with a sinister smile. Think you can escape? You didn't foresee that your wretched vehicle was already being tracked. Let's see where you hide this time. Chapter 38. It wasn't like this in my previous life. Zhang Hao reveled in his advantage of having the location at hand while, ahead in the night, Jiang Ye's ramshackle van was being buffeted by the cold night wind, the shattered windows failing to shield her from the chill. Though her newfound abilities were gradually becoming more adept, they also rendered her increasingly fatigued. As concentrating on driving in the pitch-black night was no easy feat at that moment, rain began to patter down. And Jiang Ye could only curse her misfortune. Why is it raining now? I can barely see as it is. Thankfully, I am nearing my destination. After driving a bit further, she finally spotted the dirt road, nearly overgrown with wild grass. But with the rain intensifying, would the road even be passable? No matter. Even if it were impassable, she had to go. The rain showed no signs of abating. Torrential downpour poured through the broken glass, drenching Jiang Ye, who could now be described as a drowned rat. Just then, she sensed a vehicle was tailing her. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Regardless of whether it was real or not, caution was paramount. Jiang Ye turned off her headlights and relied solely on her recently acquired 10-meter mental acuity to navigate. Yet, she noticed that the vehicle behind her continued to follow at a steady pace. Logically, if her headlights were off, it should have lost her in the darkness. As she took a turn at a junction, the vehicle seemed to follow suit, which did not bode well. Enough. I must proceed. Regardless. Jiang Ye wiped the rain from her face, feeling a sense of oppression in her heart. The rain was relentless. The broken glass offered no reprieve. And she was soaked to the bone, feeling utterly cursed. Having just finished her lament, she felt a tightening in her chest. Wait, is that car still following me? She squinted back, but the thick darkness obscured her vision. Was she merely driving too recklessly, leading to an illusion? No, I cannot take that chance. She promptly turned off the headlights, gripping the steering wheel tightly, relying solely on her 10-meter mental acuity to guide her. Without the headlights, surely the car would lose her. Right? Yet, her mental probe revealed that the vehicle was still there, maintaining its pace. She deliberately took a turn at a junction, her heart racing. Do not follow. Do not follow. But, out of the corner of her eye, she saw that the vehicle had indeed turned as well. Jiang Ye's heart sank, and she muttered to herself, "This is no coincidence. It is clearly targeting me. This is not a good omen." Just as Jiang Ye turned the vehicle into a side road once more, she swiftly drove into the nearby thicket. The van was momentarily lifted by the stones beneath, before its wheels finally touched the ground, causing Jiang Ye to feel nauseous, though she managed to suppress it. She hastily exited the vehicle, summoned her thoughts, and then darted into the adjacent grass, circumventing the road and heading towards the forest. Although it felt like quite a distance from the cave entrance, she believed it wouldn't take long to reach on foot, especially since the van was uncomfortable and drenched in rain, making her feel cold. As she walked, she retrieved a black raincoat from her spatial pocket, tearing open the packaging and putting it on, which offered her a slight sense of relief. Meanwhile, a kilometer away on the mountain road, Zhang Chang sat in his dilapidated Jetta, staring blankly at his phone's location tracker. He had clearly seen the battered van moments ago and intended to follow it slowly, confident that with the tracking, it couldn't escape. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the van vanished and the location disappeared. Zhang Chang panicked, making a circle around the spot where the tracking signal had vanished, but found nothing. The rain poured heavily, soaking his clothes, and he felt a deep sense of injustice. If it weren't for that scoundrel Zhang Hao, who had borrowed 50,000 under the pretense of company troubles promising to return 60,000 in 2 days, he would never have lent out that money. Who could have imagined that the fool would suddenly announce bankruptcy, which his wife saw? What bad luck. Later, Zhang Hao claimed he was deceived by a woman and insisted that he must find Jiang Ye to recover his money. Thus, in the dead of night, he received a message from Zhang Hao saying Jiang Ye's location had lit up again. To retrieve the money and to avoid his wife's wrath, he quickly dressed despite his fatigue and hurried towards the location Zhang Hao provided. But just as he observed the red blinking dot on the screen, it suddenly vanished. How could he find her now? Just as he was about to call Zhang Hao to inform him of the disappearance, his wife's call came in. Zhang Chang hesitated. He knew his wife was likely calling to scold him for not informing her of his whereabouts, but if he didn't answer, with her temper, he would undoubtedly be in for it when he returned. Reluctantly, he pressed the answer button, and his wife's signature booming voice erupted from the receiver. Fierce enough to pierce through the rain. "Zhang Chang, you scoundrel. What are you doing out there? A bunch of punks is at our house looking for Zhang Hao, threatening to smash our TV and toss our son's backpack into the fire. You better get back here now." Zhang Chang shrank back at her yelling, about to speak when a loud crash echoed on the other end, as if a table had been overturned, followed by his wife's furious reprimand. "Don't give me that useless tracking nonsense. I don't care where you are, call Zhang Hao right now. Tell him to come here immediately. If he dares not show up, if they lay a finger on our son, I'll skin you alive before I deal with them." Her voice suddenly turned grave, laced with maternal ferocity. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your business with Zhang Hao. That bastard still owes money and treats you like a dog. Right now, it doesn't matter who owes whom. If he doesn't come, our home will be torn apart. You better decide whether to protect him or to protect me and our son." From the other end, a coarse voice shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call someone." His wife ignored him and threw down her final ultimatum like a stone. 10 minutes. If Zhang Hao isn't here, I'll just tell them you're hiding him. If the fish dies, so will the net." With that, she hung up, leaving only a busy signal in his ear. Zhang Chong held his phone, cold sweat mingling with rainwater cascading down his back. He knew his wife's temper well. She might seem loud, but if pushed to the limit, she would follow through. He gritted his teeth, took out Zhang Hao's number, his fingers trembling as he struggled to tap the screen. He couldn't escape this murky situation. On the other side, Zhang Hao was anxiously staring at the extinguished red on his phone when his phone vibrated in his pocket. When he saw Zhang Chang's name pop up, his eyelids twitched. Upon answering, Zhang Chang's voice trembled with an undefinable panic, almost in a whimper. "Howsy, the location is gone. You need to come home. Something big has happened." "Home?" Zhang Hao's brows furrowed immediately. He knew Zhang Chang all too well. He was a man utterly afraid of his wife, incapable of speaking loudly. And today his tone quivered, as if he were being coerced. Coupled with the sudden disappearance of the location, a thought struck him. Could this fool have been caught and was trying to trick him into returning? "I'm currently searching the mountain with the police." Zhang Hao raised his voice deliberately, moving closer to the officers, his tone dripping with official detachment. "I can't leave until we find Jiang Yaya." Before Zhang Chan could say anything else, he hung up abruptly, his fingers drumming rapidly on his knee. Something wasn't right. Zhang Chang knew he owed money to Hongjia, knew where he was hiding, and even knew he wanted to find Jiang Yaya to collect his debts. If he were truly caught by the Money Tiger's men and spilled all this, even if he evaded the police, he would still face dire consequences from the Money Tiger. He had to flee. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the police in the front seat. Officer Chen was reporting over the radio. The location disappeared in the northeastern hollow, requesting surrounding police reinforcements and blocking all side roads. The police car steadily moved towards the spot where the signal had vanished, the windshield wipers sweeping across the glass, as if counting down for him. He quickly texted his wife, Lin Wei. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaya, having stored the van in her spatial pocket, was now trudging through the final stretch of rugged mountain terrain. The rain pattered against her damp raincoat, bringing a refreshing coolness, and at that moment, she was blissfully unaware that she was but a step away from being discovered. Just as the cave entrance, half concealed by vines and boulders, finally came into view, the rain intensified. Jiang Yaya pondered. It never rained during the last 3 days before the apocalypse in my previous life. She thought little of it and first moved to remove the boulder that had blocked the entrance. At the moment she was about to slip inside, a small, gray figure darted out from the opening like a bolt of lightning. Bursting with an indescribable excitement, it pounced at Jiang Yaya's feet, its damp, cold little nose fervently nudging her pant leg, emitting an eager and joyful whimper from its throat, its short tail wagging like a tiny windmill, almost becoming a blur. Jiang Yaya was caught off guard, freezing momentarily. In the dim starlight, she discerned that the little creature at her feet was the puppy she had discovered deep in the cave 2 days ago. It seemed to have grown a bit since she last saw it. Its fur remained gray and unkempt, yet its eyes shone with remarkable brightness, radiating an exuberant vitality and unadulterated joy that belied its small size. It recognized this giant. 2 days prior, it had been curled up beside its cold mother, who emanated a familiar yet heart-wrenching scent, feeling both cold and frightened. When this towering, unfamiliar being suddenly intruded, it had been terrified, huddling tightly, daring only to peek with its moist black eyes. The giant had not harmed it. Rather, it had offered something that smelled sweet and delightful. Upon drinking that water, it felt warm inside, easing its fear. Later, the giant had given it a hard, yet delectably flavored piece of meat, which, though difficult to chew, satisfied its starving belly. Eventually, the giant had even presented a white substance, enticingly fragrant, for it to lick. Though the giant's movements were somewhat clumsy, it conveyed no malice. The giant busied itself within the cave, and the puppy, both curious and timid, had followed closely, leaving tiny paw prints on the freshly cleaned ground. The giant occasionally glanced at it. While it didn't speak, its gaze was not as fierce as those other terrifying creatures outside. Though a day is fleeting, it had memorized the giant's unique scent, a mix of dust, sweat, and a hint of comfort. When the giant departed, he sealed the entrance and left behind a generous supply of jerky and a large bowl of sweet water. With these provisions, it managed to survive for 2 days. But what brought it the greatest joy was the return of the giant. "Little one?" Jiang Ye's voice carried an unintentional rasp and surprise as she bent down to observe the little dog's strikingly bright eyes and its eagerly wagging tail. How resilient you are! It seemed that the water indeed had some effect. Though she refrained from mentioning the spring, she understood that it had not only allowed the little creature to live but also thrive beyond her expectations. The puppy appeared to comprehend the praise, growing even more excited as it stood on its hind legs, its tiny paws pawing at her knees, its shiny black eyes sparkling as if silently declaring, "Giant, you've returned. I've missed you. Is there more water? The jerky is delicious." This pure gaze of dependence and joy was like a faint yet warm light, piercing through the gloom and cold accumulated during the escape. Jiang Ye felt a softening in her heart, but it was swiftly replaced by a stronger sense of vigilance. After quickly scanning the surroundings to ensure safety, she whispered to the puppy, "Come in and stay quiet." As she squeezed through the entrance, she realized that the heavy rain outside had transformed into a torrential downpour. Jiang Ye paused. The rain had come on too suddenly, and she hadn't had time to stockpile coal. However, she caught a glimpse of the little pup, Xiao Jing, faithfully following her, never straying far, its tail occasionally brushing against her ankle. A warmth spread through her heart. Regardless, they must enter first. Once the rain ceased, she would need to devise a plan for acquiring coal. Jiang Ye continued onward, the cave engulfed in darkness, her hands unable to discern anything. Yet, her heightened senses, honed through training, came into play. She could distinctly perceive the contours of the cave walls, the slight undulations of the ground, and even catch the faint scent of dust lingering in the air, along with a trace of blood and the almost imperceptible presence of that man. The little dog at her feet also quieted, its ears perked, sniffing the air, particularly towards the depths of the cave. She retrieved a powerful flashlight from her belongings and flicked it on with a sharp click. The blinding beam instantly shattered the darkness. The interior of the cave appeared even more spacious than when she had last departed. In the corner, the pile of jerky she had left for the puppy was reduced to mere bones and scraps. The bowl that had contained the spring water was entirely empty.
Meanwhile,
the police officers who had just arrived at the location where Jiang Ye's signal had vanished were sitting in their patrol car.
outside,
The rain poured down as if someone were dousing it from above, splattering against the glass to create a white, indistinct haze, obscuring even the shadows of trees along the roadside. The rain fell in a menacing manner, causing the young officer in the passenger seat to click his tongue, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. Zhang Hao's last known location was nearby, but the mountain road was as slippery as if coated in oil. They would have to abandon the vehicle and proceed on foot. Zhang Hao, seated in the back, clutched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white, nearly biting through his teeth. He had just messaged Lin Wei, asking her to find shelter with the child, only to have her respond that she had taken the child back to her family, clearly indicating her desire to avoid him. He cursed inwardly. "Damn woman. Just wait until I turn the tables. You'll see how I deal with you." The signal had been lost for nearly an hour, and the radio in the patrol car intermittently relayed reports from other patrols, repeating that the target had not been found due to poor road conditions and requesting a delay. He gazed out at the rain-soaked mountains, his brows furrowing in concern. Could Jiang Ye have fled again? As his gaze swept over the dark mountain silhouettes, he recalled Zhang Chang. The kid had sounded flustered on the phone earlier, and now that the signal was lost, something suspicious was likely happening on his end as well. For now, forget about Jiang Ye. He needed to find a place to hide first. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an image of Jiang Jiangguo being pinned to the ground flashed in his mind. The red-eyed glare of a protective father suddenly invading his thoughts. Wasn't he that directed at Jiang Ye? Suddenly, he felt a heavy weight in his heart, his nails digging into his palm. That old man must be connected to his daughter. An idea sprang to mind, and he couldn't help but smirk, even as he tuned out the radio's reports. Chapter 39. Still trying to scare me, the torrential rain continued to batter the police car, causing a resonant thud on the roof. The officers glanced at the white, blurred mountain shadows outside, along with the vanished signal. Ultimately, one of them spoke into the phone, instructing a retreat to the foot of the mountain until the rain subsided. As the patrol car slowly turned around, Zhang Hao sat in the back, gripping his phone tightly, his knuckles almost white. Jiang Ye had not been located, and now they could not even search. He could only watch the opportunity slip away, feeling a mix of urgency and frustration, yet powerless to act. Meanwhile, within the depths of the mountain cave, Jiang Yeye observed the vanished jerky and suddenly realized a grave issue. Though she had been away for 2 days, she had left behind a substantial amount of spring water and jerky, and now there was not a morsel left. Moreover, the little puppy had managed to survive without starving, which meant that the unconscious man should have also been able to, provided he had awakened. And if he had awakened during her absence, had he been feigning unconsciousness? As this realization struck her, a wave of apprehension washed over Jiang Yeye. She abruptly turned, directing the beam of her flashlight like a sword towards the cave's corner. Enough searching, a low, hoarse voice, heavy with fatigue and a hint of resignation, echoed from the vicinity of a large shadow near the cave entrance. "I'm here." The beam of the flashlight immediately locked onto the source. The man leaned against the cold cave wall, his complexion still as pale as paper, his lips cracked and peeling, with fresh blood seeping from the bandaged shoulder beside him. Nearby lay the frayed remnants of a rope. Jiang Yeye instantly realized that this man had long since awakened, and had been awake for quite some time. Was he merely pretending to be weak, or was this a ruse? Regardless of the truth, Jiang Yeye maintained an air of caution. At this moment, the man on the ground had sweat-soaked strands of hair sticking to his forehead, clinging to his skin, his breath heavy like a bellows. But as the bright light shone upon him, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing not only vigilance, but also a glimmer of a complex emotion that had been disrupted. Internally, he was calculating rapidly. Damn, this woman knows how to return. He had intended to feign weakness until she let her guard down to inquire about the bag, but it appeared her flashlight was blinding. Her quick turnaround indicated she was no novice. Jiang Yeye's flashlight beam unceremoniously illuminated his face, sweeping across the empty bowl and the scattered remnants of jerky on the ground. She caught a glimpse of the little dog beside her, growling at the man, its throat emitting a low warning sound, clearly bearing a grudge from earlier when its food had been snatched away. Seeing this, an inexplicable urge to mock surged within Jiang Yeye, and the sardonic tone slipped from her lips. "Awake? It seems my water and jerky had quite the effect." After speaking, she herself was momentarily taken aback. Reminding herself not to lower her guard, she quickly resumed her vigilant demeanor. The man twisted his cracked lips into a grimace that resembled a painful smile, his voice hoarse. "Effective? Thanks to you, I didn't die." He struggled to raise a hand, gesturing towards the puppy and the mess on the ground. His tone laced with a hint of self-mockery, yet he secretly tensed his back. "Thanks to this little one, I didn't starve or die of thirst. I shared a bit of its rations out of necessity. Forgive me." Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. "Forgive you? If you hadn't sealed the cave, would I have needed to fight a dog for food?" This woman's gaze was too sharp. He needed to devise a way to extract information from her about whether she had the bag. "Out of necessity." Jiang Yeye scoffed, taking a step closer, deliberately directing the beam of light across his bleeding wound, observing the way his brow furrowed in pain, which made him appear rather weak. However, she cautioned herself not to underestimate him. "You seem to be recovering quite well, with enough energy to spar verbally. This is convenient for me. I won't have to wake you." Jiang Yeye paused, lowering her voice to an icy whisper, like a blade dipped in frost. "Tell me, what is the item in that old bag?" Upon hearing the words "old bag," the man's body stiffened abruptly. The earlier self-mockery and sense of weakness receded like a tide, and his demeanor shifted, exuding an intensified aura. He stared intently at Jiang Yeye. "The item, where is it? Return it to me. That item, you cannot keep. It will bring you calamity." Jiang Yeye observed the man's transformation, pondering silently. Indeed, he is merely pretending. Nevertheless, she decided to play the emotional card first. "I saved you, dragged you back from the gates of death, treated your wounds, and even left you food and water. All I wish to know is what lies within that tattered bag." The man remained silent for a few moments, the cave filled only with his heavy breaths, her suppressed inhalations, and the relentless downpour outside, resembling countless hands beating against the cave entrance, choking the air. Sweat trickled down his chiseled jawline, pooling on the bandage draped across his chest, darkening it slightly. His piercing gaze roamed over Jiang Yeye's face, searching for any flaw in this woman whose transformation was alarmingly swift. Had he not previously feigned unconsciousness, he might have believed her to be a genuine savior. He sensed that she had ulterior motives. "You didn't take that item?" He suddenly spoke, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. He distinctly remembered that bag being in his possession before he lost consciousness. Jiang Yeye felt a twinge of guilt. That item had long been absorbed into her space, and his inquiry caught her off guard. She couldn't divulge that, so to mask her unease, she raised her voice defiantly. Of course, I didn't take it.
For mir Racket Bay.
Those thugs pursued you like rabid dogs?
Racket Bay.
The man echoed, incredulity flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by deeper gravity. Do you know to whom that bag belongs? It is Tiger Ye's. Jiang Ye frowned. She had never heard of Tiger Ye, but the name suggested connections to the underworld. Could this man be involved with a gang? The man, noticing the youthful countenance of Jiang Ye and her shifting expressions, formulated a plan to intimidate her. Tiger Ye has lost that treasure, and his men are likely searching these mountains. He took a breath, speaking hurriedly. They are not ordinary thugs. They are truly ruthless. If they find what's in that bag, not just you, but even the stones in this cave will be turned upside down. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the man's attempt to frighten her, yet she feigned concern. Oh, how terrifying.
Then.
Her eyes scrutinized the man. Sensing this was the moment. She knew not who Tiger Ye was, nor did she care for the man's identity. She only recognized the imminent danger he posed. With the swiftness of an arrow, Jiang Ye lunged forward, her right hand forming a grip in the air, and a high-voltage electric baton, crackling with bluish arcs, materialized in her palm, slicing through the air toward his neck. The man's pupils dilated. He hadn't anticipated her to strike so swiftly. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade, but his weakened body betrayed him, leaving him vulnerable as the baton made contact with his skin. The jolt of electricity surged through him, causing his body to convulse, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed heavily to the ground, still twitching slightly. His mind reeling. This woman does not play by the rules.
Woof.
Woof. A small dog excitedly bounded forward, barking and pawing at the fallen man. Its tiny paws traipsing over him as if avenging its stolen food. Serves you right for stealing my jerky. For drinking my water. You deserve this. Jiang Ye leaned on her electric baton, gasping for breath, her arms trembling slightly from the exertion. You still wish to intimidate me? I am not easily frightened. P.S. Quickly. She retrieved a thicker rope from her space, binding the man's hands behind his back with 3 tight loops, securing his wrists and arms, and then firmly tying his feet. Finally, she tore off a large strip of duct tape and sealed it over his mouth, admiring her handiwork with satisfaction. Now, let us see how you managed to escape. Humph. Feeling a bit drained, she sank to the ground, her back against the cold cave wall, her heart racing. It was too tense, after all. He was a tall man. Thankfully, her cleverness had subdued him. I need to regain my strength. She hastily pulled out a bottle of spiritual spring water from her space, uncapped it, and gulped down a generous mouthful, the sweet liquid soothing her throat and alleviating her fatigue. She glanced down at the eager little dog at her feet, pouring the remaining half of the bottle into its small bowl. The little creature eagerly lapped it up, its tail wagging like a tiny windmill. Jiang Ye stroked the warm back of the dog, her gaze landing on the unconscious man. His mention of Tiger Ye and his urgency to reclaim the bag reeked of something amiss. Is this man a thug? Or is it a case of black eating black? She murmured to herself, her fingertips unconsciously fiddling with a switch on the electric baton. Regardless, the priority was to maintain control. Simultaneously, her mental energy swept outside the cave, where the torrential rain continued to pour, pounding against the rocks and producing a dull thud, as if heralding an anxious drumbeat for this fleeting victory. Chapter 40. You shall not deceive me. Jiang Ye cast a glance at the man bound at her feet. She was well aware of the electric baton's potency and suspected he would not awaken any time soon. Curiosity about the contents of the bag would have to wait. She settled down on the ground, retrieving a steaming plate of egg-fried rice and a small bottle of spiritual spring water from her space, devouring it hungrily. After days confined in the hospital, reliant on 4 drips for sustenance, the satisfaction brought by the food nearly elicited a sigh of relief from her.
Woof.
The small puppy gazed longingly at the fried rice in her hands, drool trickling down its chin, its little tail wagging furiously. Giant. Delicious giant.
Share some with me.
Amused by its gluttonous demeanor, Jiang Ye chuckled and tossed a few grains of rice into its bowl. The puppy immediately buried its snout into the food, emitting satisfied grunts. Once filled, she offered the puppy a few pieces of jerky, feeling her strength gradually returning. Rising to her feet, she surveyed the expansive depths of the cave. With a mere thought, a towering, high-powered floodlight along with a substantial battery materialized, emitting a sharp click as brilliant white light flooded the cave, illuminating it as bright as day. Following that, a sturdy RV landed steadily on the ground, its tires making a soft thud as they touched the earth. Sighing with relief, Jiang Ye felt a surge of security from the light and the RV. For now, everything was within her control. The risk of exposing her space? She cast a cold glance at the man on the ground. If I cannot extract any information from him, I shall simply put an end to him, ensuring he remains silent forever. Simultaneously, she used her mental energy to scan outside the cave. The rain appeared to intensify, mixed with what seemed to be hail, an unsettling omen of the unusual weather. Such phenomena had not occurred in her previous life. It seemed after discovering the contents of the bag. She must hasten to find a location to gather coal. Otherwise, the impending chill would make survival exceedingly difficult. She had no desire to venture out into sub-zero temperatures for supplies. It would be unbearably cold and somewhat perilous. And that old man? She needed to devise a plan to deal with him, ensuring he understands the true nature of that mother and daughter. He must endure the hardships before realizing how cowardly he was in his dealings with her. If circumstances permitted, she might also seek the item that could upgrade her space, provided the man on the ground cooperated in revealing the contents of that bag. Now, her mind, having relaxed its vigilance, coupled with the exhaustion from days of travel and the hospital ordeal, left her utterly fatigued. Her weakened body reminded her of the necessity for rest, even if only for a short while. Otherwise, she might exhaust herself before the apocalypse even arrives. She tiredly opened the RV door and climbed inside, purposefully heading toward the small yet fully functional shower area. Instead of ordinary water, she summoned a wooden barrel of spiritual spring water directly from her space, which could be materialized with a mere thought. The steam rising from the water, infused with a peculiar fragrance, enveloped her as Jiang Ye removed her soiled clothes and submerged her entire body in the icy, bone-chilling spring water, leaving only her head resting on the rim of the barrel. Comfort enveloped her like a warm embrace, each weary cell within her seemingly releasing a satisfied sigh. To her surprise, the spring water remained pleasantly warm. What a relief not to have to boil any. She hummed contentedly as the accumulated tension, weakness, and aches of recent days swiftly dissolved in the magical soak. Immersed in the spring water, Jiang Ye thought to herself, just a little nap should be fine. Just a brief moment. As she mused, her consciousness began to blur, and she succumbed to a deep slumber in the tub. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when suddenly, the sharp, urgent barks of a small puppy pierced the air. Woof.
Woof. What?
The voice was filled with alertness and unease. Jiang Ye jolted awake, instinctively tensing her body and listening intently to her surroundings. Oh, you scared me. It's just that little creature barking,
she realized.
However, she couldn't remain in the water for long. Soaking too long in the spirit spring might lead to peeling skin. With that thought, she slowly rose from the water. Stretching her limbs, she was astonished to discover, wow, I feel so comfortable and relaxed. The previous fatigue and weakness had vanished, leaving her in an unprecedented state of vitality. The effects of soaking in the spirit spring were far superior to merely drinking it. She looked down at her skin, which had regained its radiant luster. Oh, this is great for my skin. Perhaps I can save on skincare products from now on, haha. Yet, she quickly admonished herself not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. The pressing matter was to uncover what lay within the bag. She swiftly dried off her body, and with a flick of her wrist, a neat and stylish athletic outfit appeared in her hands. After changing, she checked herself in the nearby mirror. I'm looking better and better. Perfect. Satisfied, she opened the door of the RV and jumped down. Her gaze sharpened as she sought out the source of the noise. There. The small puppy stood valiantly beside a man still bound tightly with ropes, crouching low, baring its sharp little teeth, and emitting a threatening growl from its throat. Its little tail was held straight, fixated on the man, who had now opened his eyes. The man's gaze was like a poisoned dagger, harshly directed at the approaching Jiang Ye. His throat, sealed with tape, could only produce muffled sounds of resentment, and his body struggled slightly against the restraints. Save your energy. I used 3 times the rope on you this time. You're bound tightly, and even if you wore your hands down to nubs, you still wouldn't get free, Jiang Ye declared with a sense of triumph. She was too lazy to bend down. Instead, with a swift motion, the menacing electric baton materialized in her hand. The crackling blue arcs of electricity glaringly bright even in the well-lit cave. With casual ease, she tapped the baton against the man and nodded at the small puppy, which was desperately trying to display its ferocity. I ask, you answer. Dare to play tricks, and I'll ensure you'll never speak again. Or, let it sharpen its teeth. The man's pupils constricted sharply, his muscles tensing as he glared at the crackling weapon and the eager puppy nearby. He could sense that this woman was not joking. She would unleash the electric shock without a hint of morality. Overwhelmed by fear, he stiffly nodded in resignation. Internally, he screamed, "This freshly bathed, revitalized lunatic will certainly follow through. Excellent, this is quite advantageous, saving electricity, too." Jiang Ye mused with satisfaction as she approached, gripping the man's hair to secure his head. And with a swift motion, she yanked the tape off his mouth. The sudden pain forced a groan from the man, cold sweat beading at his temple. Yet he clenched his teeth, stifling a scream.
Oops.
My apologies, I slipped, Jiang Ye thought to herself, secretly relishing the moment, as she took a step back. With another thought, a sturdy folding chair appeared directly in front of the man. Calmly, she sat down, crossing her legs, and fixed her gaze intently on the man's eyes. "What is your name?" "Chen Mo," he managed to utter, his voice hoarse from pain, thirst, and fear. As he answered, his peripheral vision involuntarily darted to the spot where Jiang Ye had conjured the chair. A storm of turmoil brewing within him. She is completely unbothered by revealing such abilities? Is she planning to silence me after she has finished questioning me? Jiang Ye caught the fleeting shock and fear in his eyes, a sly, victorious smile curling her lips. Very well. It appears he has just awakened after leaving the cave. The intimidation factor of exposing my abilities will serve well in applying pressure. She continued her inquiries, her tone devoid of any fluctuations. Why are those people pursuing you? What is in the bag? Chen Mo snapped back to reality. If he did not comply, this crazy woman might truly kill him to keep him quiet, despite her seemingly harmless demeanor. He quickly shifted to a pleading tone, speaking rapidly. It's Qian Hu. Everyone on the street calls him Tiger. He's one of his men. The bag contains an ancient jade pendant. It's very valuable. I stole it from Qian Hu to pay for my brother's surgery. Qian Hu pretends to be a big coal businessman, but behind the scenes, he also smuggles cultural relics. I worked for him, trying to borrow some money, but after he humiliated me, I took the risk to steal the jade.
Woof. What?
The small puppy scoffed at this tragic tale, barking furiously at Chen Mo, its little nose twitching as it caught the lingering scent of dried meat on him. Its barks filled with accusations. Liar. Meat thief. Don't believe him. Ancient jade? Coal business? Qian Hu. These keywords struck Jiang Ye like lightning. Just a few days ago, that thug who tried to rob her was called Brother Tiger. The coal businessman's contact number given by the pig farm owner also bore the name Qian Hu. Thinking back, the group that had chased her in the market had also referred to someone as Tiger. Could they all be the same person? Ancient jade?
Smuggling? Coal?
There was likely even more unsavory dealings hidden beneath the surface. A shiver ran through Jiang Ye. She hadn't anticipated inadvertently entangling herself in such a significant trouble. Yet, a peculiar gleam flashed in her eyes. Perhaps this misfortune would lead to unexpected fortune. Her space had upgraded, and it had also swept away a considerable portion of the trade city. Especially now, the abundant energy and sharp perception from the spirit spring bath had bolstered her confidence.
Coal.
What she needed most at this moment was coal, and the bag contained ancient jade. Could antiques lead to an upgrade of her space? And this Qian who was involved in smuggling antiques. Was this not a golden opportunity delivered right to her doorstep? This thought ignited a fire in her heart. However, the humiliation brought on by Qian whose name surged back, the encirclement in the warehouse, the pursuit in the market, old grievances and new vendettas. Well, I have not provoked you. Yet you have set your sights on me.
Perfect.
If you wish to capture me, I shall empty your lair. He had been using his identity as a coal boss as a facade, meaning he must have stockpiled a significant amount of coal. Jiang Ye's expression shifted rapidly within mere seconds. Suspicion, excitement, greed, and fierce determination, ultimately settling into a cunningly triumphant look. She locked her gaze onto Chen Mo's eyes and asked, "Where is Qian Hu's lair?" Chen Mo was taken aback by her sequence of emotional shifts and the fleeting ferocity in her eyes, causing a chill to race down his spine. What does this woman intend? Is she actually considering targeting Qian Hu's lair? He is a notorious figure of organized crime who has been entrenched for years. Even the overwhelming shock and doubt rendered him speechless for a moment. Jiang Yeye, noticing his silence, her mind flashed. Could this guy be deceiving her? She despised liars above all. Not speaking? It seems his earlier confessions may not have been genuine. Perhaps the ones pursuing him are from another gang. Or he could very well be one of Qian Hu's men. Jiang Yeye's grip on the electric baton tightened, her fingers turning white, the baton dangerously raised. Its cold metallic tip nearly touching Chen Mo's throat. Not speaking? Well, if that is the case, you are of no further use to me. You know my secret, and I'm afraid I must ensure you remain forever silent. Chapter 41. Materials for upgrade. The chilling tip of the electric baton hovered perilously close to Chen Mo's throat, the crackling sound of electricity echoing hauntingly in the silent cave. Jiang Yeye's gaze was colder than the frigid night outside. For the last time, where is Qian Hu's lair? Her voice betrayed a loss of patience. Chen Mo could distinctly sense the lethal intent emanating from her. It was anything but feigned. Previously, when Jiang Yeye had left the cave for a day and a night, he had exerted all his strength to free himself from the ropes, only to discover that he was left with nothing but tattered bandages, his clothes stripped away. This woman was ruthless and cautious, having thoroughly searched him. Weapons, identification. Anything that could affirm his identity was gone. An absurd sense of helplessness seized him. Would you believe me if I told you? Chen Mo's voice was raspy. His throat constricted from the proximity of the electric baton. Death was not an unfamiliar thought. He had contemplated it while facing Qian Hu's gun, prepared for sacrifice as he infiltrated the Tiger's den. But to perish here? To die at the hands of an unidentified, merciless madwoman? Like a stray dog discarded at will? That was too humiliating. His mission remained unfulfilled, his brother still in Qian Hu's clutches, and the whereabouts of the national treasure unknown. He could not end his life so futilely. Believing or not is my concern. Whether you speak is yours. Jiang Yeye's finger hovered over the electric baton-S switch, ready to silence him forever.
Don't waste the air. Wait.
Chen Mo nearly shouted, not out of fear of death, but from the overwhelming sense of indignation and unfulfilled responsibility that surged within him. I am not a thief. I am a police officer. An undercover agent. As he declared this, a tragic desperation mingled with a hint of humiliation washed over him. He found himself compelled to unveil his most clandestine identity to a woman threatening him with an electric baton, merely to grasp a possibly meaningless chance at survival. Upon hearing the word police, Jiang Yeye's grip on the baton tightened rather than loosened. The crackling sound intensified, the electric arc nearly singeing Chen Mo's skin. A police officer? An undercover agent? She scoffed, her laughter icy and sharp, her gaze piercing like a poisoned needle. You claim to be a police officer? In her mind, images of a chaotic hospital burst forth, police lights flashing in the hallway, uniformed officers pinning an elderly man down onto the cold tiles. A loudspeaker announcing Jiang Yeye's involvement in theft, demanding her immediate surrender, and Zhang Hao whispering to the police, pointing at the locator, claiming she had fled this way. Those in uniform, who should have been apprehending criminals, had instead become accomplices in Zhang Hao's pursuit of her. Will the police assist thugs? Will they heed the commands of scum like Zhang Hao? Jiang Yeye suddenly crouched, the baton almost brushing against Chen Mo's cheek, her voice low yet seething with fury. You police officers wield rules like clubs, helping whoever pays the best. Now you dare to mention the police to me? Do you think I would believe you? She recalled the elderly man's eyes when he was pinned down, filled with anxiety, helplessness, and disappointment in the police. At that moment, she understood that the order on the eve of the apocalypse was already rotten to the core. The insignia on a police uniform was perhaps more repugnant than a thug's knife. Jiang Yeye sneered, nudging Chen Mo's bound ankles with her shoe. Such a well-constructed tale. Too bad, I just escaped from the clutches of the police. The baton inched closer, its icy tip pressed against Chen Mo's skin.
It was genuine.
The man suddenly realized that this woman seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the police, and this revelation propelled his mind to race, his eyes reddening with urgency. I do not know what you have endured. Perhaps those aiding the thugs do not deserve to be called police. They are either corrupt scum bought off by money or ignorant grassroots officers. I am different. Jiang Yeye paused. Is there any difference among police? The man, sensing that Jiang Yeye was listening, seized the opportunity to speak rapidly. My name is Chen Mo. My badge number is XXXXX. I belong to the Provincial Criminal Investigation Corps Special Operations Group. Qian, who is a major drug lord who has dominated Jiangqing for years, a smuggler of cultural relics. He launders money through the coal business, concealing smuggling routes. The bag contains a Western Zhou Kuei dragon-pattern jade seal, a national treasure recently stolen from a grand tomb in a neighboring province. My mission is to infiltrate and secure the core account books and lists of the smuggling network. I stole the jade seal out of necessity. Qian, who discovered my identity and threatened my brother's life to force me to provide evidence of my undercover status. I took the jade seal as leverage to negotiate with him, or at the very least, to divert his attention and buy time for my colleagues outside. He articulated his narrative swiftly, each word imbued with professional clarity and heavy weight, serving as both proof of his identity and a desperate plea for survival. The cave fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the low hum of the powerful lighting and the occasional crackle of the electric baton. The frost on Jiang Ye's face remained, but her gaze darkened. He was an undercover agent? The portrayals on television depicted undercover operatives as heroic figures, indeed different from the ordinary. Connecting the dots from the police badge number he mentioned to the so-called Longyu operation, and considering the various old scars on his body, far more indicative of knife and gun wounds than mere street brawls, she began to suspect that perhaps his words held a kernel of truth. Jiang Ye's voice remained frosty as she withdrew the baton by an inch, not due to the word police, but because she abruptly remembered what he had claimed. The contents of the bag were not mere trinkets, but a jade seal. Realizing this, she furiously kicked the man on the ground, exclaiming, "Just that one sentence. You deceived me. An undercover agent, my foot." The man, stunned by her kick, could hardly comprehend her sudden aggression. Yet, he quickly recalled her apparent desire to learn of Qian Hu's lair.
Don't.
Please don't hit me. You want to know where Qian Hu's lair is, right? I can tell you, I even have a detailed route map. There are many valuable items inside, far more precious than the jade seal I previously stole. Please don't hit me. Chapter 42. Hidden Agendas. Upon hearing the man mention the route map, Jiang Ye ceased her assault, gradually standing upright. The fleeting glimmer of goodwill she had harbored for undercover police officers, sparked by portrayals on television, vanished entirely. Regardless of his true identity, his greatest value now lay in his knowledge of Qian Hu's lair and the location of the coal. She needed that coal. In the impending frigid apocalypse, it was a lifeline, far more significant than the identity of an obscure man. Jiang Ye coldly regarded the man, now barely clinging to consciousness on the ground, and stated, "Listen, my sparing your life does not equate to believing your fabrications." She spoke coldly, each word striking the ground like icy beads. "Your life still holds some value. I need to know the precise location, quantity, and guard situation regarding Qian Hu's coal stockpile. The more detailed, the better." Her words ceased abruptly, her intent subtly shifting as she effortlessly summoned a troublesome stone half a meter away into her space. Her frigid gaze then swept over the small dog beside her, still baring its baby teeth at Chinemo, a low, threatening growl emanating from its throat. "You know the consequences. I can make you vanish like that stone, or let it sharpen its teeth." She required a living map, yet if this map proved disobedient, she was untroubled by alternative methods of persuasion. Chun Emo observed the stone's sudden disappearance with little surprise. After all, he had discerned her capabilities while feigning unconsciousness earlier. However, his body involuntarily trembled, a consequence of the recent kicks and lingering injuries. Simultaneously, he contemplated, dying in the line of duty was acceptable. Perishing at Qian Hu's hands could be deemed martyrdom for his country. But dying here, at the hands of this inexplicably ruthless woman, would render his demise utterly meaningless. With neither his brother nor his mission knowing of it, it was evident she doubted his identity, yet she offered a path to survival. Moreover, her objective was Qian Hu's coal. This intersected peculiarly with his own mission to undermine Qian Hu. I know, Chun Emo nearly exclaimed, his voice hoarse from weakness and urgency. Just then, his stomach audibly grumbled, the sound echoing starkly within the cave. The overwhelming sensations of anxiety, exhaustion, and hunger swelled within him, causing his vision to darken as he fainted. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Ye rushed forward to check on him, relieved he was not dead. It would have been a waste to lose him after such effort to pry his mouth open. He was a living map. But would he resist if released? She considered the man sprawled on the ground, pondering what if he was merely pretending to be unconscious? With a decisive bite of her lip, She retrieved a bowl of miraculous spring water from her space and poured it down his throat. No matter what, his life must be sustained. She still needed the coal. After a brief moment, the man slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Ye noted he was not feigning unconsciousness this time, which was promising. Yet Chenmo's stomach growled once more, prompting her to think. Ultimately, she retrieved a steaming, fragrant serving of egg-fried rice from her space and placed it on the ground before him, nudging the bowl closer with her toe. Eat quickly. We have no time to waste. You're too weak to stand. Do you expect me to carry you to the coal depot? Chun Mo glanced at his body, bound like a dumpling, and helplessly remarked, Heroine, could you please untie me first? I assure you I won't play tricks. I wouldn't dare, with your formidable presence. Jiang Ye contemplated his predicament. He was trapped with no means of escape, and she was armed with both weapons and space. She felt secure, yet kept her guard up. With a flicker of intent, Jiang Ye produced a traditional medicinal pill from her space, merely a common tonic for energy and blood, and swiftly placed it into his mouth before he could react, causing him to cough. Satisfied, she announced, this is the 3-day soul-severing pill. If you do not receive the antidote within 3 days, you will suffer ghastly internal injuries and die bleeding from all your orifices. Modern medicine cannot halt it. Only I possess the antidote. Internally, she mused, this was merely a scare tactic. If he fled and disobeyed, what then? These were lines learned from dramas, and with her extraordinary powers, he should be inclined to believe her. Chun Mo's heart sank at her words, connecting her mysterious powers to an unsettling reality. He quickly promised, I will comply and ensure every route is clearly explained. Jiang Ye keenly observed his expression, noting his evident panic before loosening the ropes binding him. Once freed, Chun Mo wasted no time, ravenously devouring the fried rice. Each grain was imbued with warmth and energy, dispelling the cold that had seeped into him, even alleviating some of his pain. Unbeknownst to him, it was the effect of the spring water Jiang Ye had given him during his unconsciousness. Wiping his mouth, he spoke with a determined urgency that reflected his survival instinct. Qianhu's coal is primarily stored in the underground warehouse of the abandoned Hongxing coking plant in the west of the city. That place houses his largest coal depot. Immense in scale, the guards are exceptionally vigilant, with at least 20 armed henchmen on rotation. One of them, known as Scarface, has a precise aim. I once witnessed him chase off a subordinate trying to hoard coal with the butt of his gun. There is also a comprehensive surveillance system and several ferocious guard dogs. Those dogs were sourced from a dogfighting arena and are frenzied at the sight of blood. I have memorized the layout, entry and exit points, blind spots in the surveillance, and shift changes. Additionally, he has 2 smaller backup warehouses at the southern Old Pier and the northern abandoned granary. I am well aware of their locations and guard strength as well. Very well, Jiang Ye interrupted his overly detailed account. These specifics could be extracted gradually later. Tossing him a set of slightly oversized men's short sleeves and pants from her space, clearly stockpiled goods. Observing his disheveled, mud-streaked appearance, she wrinkled her nose in distaste. Next, she retrieved a pristine plastic bucket, filling it with clear spring water and placing it on the nearby ground. Was the spring water costly? Perhaps. But nurturing this living map was worth it. Sending him to the coking plant without preparation would be tantamount to signing his death warrant. It would serve as lubricant for her tool, and in return, she could acquire a wealth of coal. Clean yourself in that bucket, then put on the clothes. You stink, she commanded, her tone concise and frigid. Once you're clean, draw and recount everything you know about Qianhu and all the coal warehouses. Leave not a single detail unspoken. Without a glance back, she turned and strode toward her vehicle, leaving behind an unyielding warning that hung in the air. Do not think of escaping or anything else. Only by acquiring the coal will you have a chance at survival. Chun Mo regarded the clean clothes and the bucket of spring water emitting a refreshing scent, then glanced at Jiang Ye's cold, resolute silhouette. His gaze finally settled on the small dog that remained alert, its tail rigid, throat emitting low, warning growls. A tumult of emotions surged within him, relief at surviving, humiliation at being at her mercy, and a heavy weight of uncertainty about the future. He gingerly approached the bucket, inhaling deeply before stepping in, immersing himself in the water. The spring water enveloped him gently, devoid of any biting chill, instead offering a peculiar comfort that seeped into his very bones. The fatigue and pain seemed to dissolve within the water, and his recovery accelerated beyond the ordinary. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. This water was extraordinary. Who exactly was this woman? Meanwhile, his mind functioned like a high-speed precision machine, rapidly retrieving and organizing every detail about the Hongxing coking plant. In the cave, two individuals, one a woman temporarily harboring a dangerously perilous figure for the sake of survival, Cole, and the other a man compelled to rely on a mysterious powerhouse in order to save his life, rescue his brother, and fulfill his mission, formed an unlikely alliance based purely on the raw necessity of survival, devoid of any trust. On the brink of an apocalyptic storm, they began their meticulous calculations and preparations. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Ye sat at a makeshift table, her fingers unconsciously tapping rhythmically against the surface, producing a cold, staccato sound. Her gaze was sharp, penetrating through the vehicle's walls as if she could already envision the black treasure hidden beneath the abandoned factory in the city's west. The coal from Qian, who must be secured before the bitter cold fully set in. As for Chen Mo, who claimed to be a police officer, after obtaining the coal and the antiques, she would have to find a way to make him disappear. He knew too much. For now, he was merely a valuable tool. Nothing more. Chapter 43. The indelible tale within the cavern. The brilliance of an immense illumination lamp dispelled the darkness with unwavering steadiness, while the air was infused with the refreshing essence of spiritual spring water. In a water bucket, Chen Mo abruptly lifted his head, droplets cascading down his resolute jaw into his collar. He shook off his damp hair, his fingertips clenched as an uncontainable surge of energy coursed through him, a force 100-fold more potent than the life-restoring divine water he had previously received. Just 7 days prior, he had been on the brink of death. Yet now even the residual numbness from the electric shock was dissipating. How extravagant of her to use such precious water for his bath. Just how much of this water does she possess? What is her true identity? Turmoil surged within Chen Mo, deepening his wariness towards the woman in the RV. However, he dared not dwell on it for long. He hastily dried himself and donned a loose, clean outfit, taking a deep breath to quell his astonishment. He stepped 2 meters away from the RV's door, clearing his throat with a hint of caution. "Madam, may I borrow some paper and a pen? I need to draw a detailed map. Do you have any at hand?" Under her roof, unaware of her name, he could only adopt a humble demeanor. Inside the RV, Jiang Ye had just unearthed a piece of chocolate when she raised an eyebrow at his request. "Paper and pen? There are hundreds of boxes in the space. That should be simple." However, as she chewed on the chocolate, she pondered that she needed to ensure he knew she was not to be trifled with. He must not perceive her as an easy target. She grabbed an electric baton and, with a clang, pushed open the door, standing on the threshold, looking down at Chen Mo with an unyielding tone. "Wait." With a flick of her mind, a brand-new hard-covered notebook and a signature pen materialized 10 centimeters above her right hand, floating effortlessly, just within the half-meter control range. She seized them, raised her arm, and with a sharp sound, the paper and pen landed precisely in the muddy ground at Chen Mo's feet. "Draw," she commanded, turning abruptly and slamming the door shut behind her, followed by 3 metallic clinks that echoed ominously, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Inside the RV, Jiang Ye chuckled to herself, her heart racing with delight. That was quite an impressive display. This fellow must be thoroughly startled. Yet, she resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring he did not detect any weaknesses. Outside, Chen Mo stared at the paper and pen at his feet, then glanced at the door reinforced as if welded shut. A sardonic smile tugged at his lips as he chuckled to himself. Indeed impressive, but her caution rivals that of a thief. He bent down to pick up the paper and pen, his fingertips brushing over the pristine cover, contemplating. "Regardless, I must prioritize drawing the map. Securing the antidote is paramount." With that thought, he swiftly approached the smooth section of the cave wall, seated himself on the ground, his back straightened. The clarity bestowed by the spiritual spring water sharpened his mind, and the layout of the coking plant's watchtowers materialized vividly before him. His wrist steady, the pen glided rapidly across the page, the rustling sound becoming the dominant melody in the cavern. He meticulously marked the concealed entrance to the main coal storage, blind spots in surveillance, shift change points, and the hound's tethering spots, even highlighting the guard distributions at the southern dock and northern granary with red ink, crafting a comprehensive defense map with remarkable speed. Inside the RV, Jiang Ye leaned against the door, the incessant sound of the pen on paper grating on her nerves as she thought, "This guy does possess some skill. His drawing is steadier than that of a clockmaker. But so what? He is still under my control. In this day and age, having a trump card is the only truth. With a dismissive click of her tongue, she closed her eyes, releasing her mental energy like wisps of smoke drifting out of the cave. Goodness, it was still raining. Torrential raindrops pounded against the rocky walls, sending plumes of mist into the air, the night soaked and sticky, making it a struggle to see 3 meters ahead. Will it never end? How annoying! She muttered, her brow furrowing as she pried at the door, her fingers creaking against the wood. The cold was nearly unbearable, and every minute spent waiting felt like an eternity. She feared that this lifetime might not mirror the last. What if time advanced unexpectedly? The thought was deeply unsettling. Should she dash out into the rain? The notion barely surfaced before she dismissed it. Forget it. Driving in this weather is akin to walking a tightrope with closed eyes. I wouldn't even know which way to turn, merely offering myself up. With no other options, she withdrew her mental energy, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Mo, who seemed firmly anchored to the ground, his back straight, the pen flying across the paper like a wound-up machine, not once lifting his head. Jiang Yaya pursed her lips, reassuring herself. All right, let him take his time drawing the map. It's best to avoid pitfalls when we infiltrate the coal storage. She turned and collapsed onto her bed, resting her arm across her forehead. Yet, her ears remained attuned to the sound of rain outside the RV and the scratch of the pen within, both sounds intertwining like a fine needle pricking at her nerves. Well, I suppose I can only wait until dawn. She flipped onto her side, burying her face into her pillow, musing that futility lay in restless endeavors. It was essential to conserve her energy, and once the rain ceased, she would charge to Qianhu's coal storage and seize the coal. The exhaustion of body and mind, soothed by the spiritual spring water and the moment's tranquility, was quietly replenished. Drowsiness washed over her like a tide, and soon, Jiang Yaya sank into a deep slumber. Yet, her sleep was far from peaceful. Her dreams a chaotic whirl of bizarre creatures. Some bore the bodies of crocodiles with human heads, others sported bat-like black wings, and even rodents and cockroaches loomed large, chasing and biting. Jiang Yaya jolted awake, her heart racing. She wiped the thin sweat from her brow, muttering under her breath, "What a dreadful dream. That scared me to death." Despite her complaints, she stretched her limbs, feeling a pleasant looseness throughout her body, likely a result of the spiritual spring water. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she instinctively released her mental energy to scan outside the cave. The rain had ceased. The ground was damp, dotted with small puddles. Yet not a single raindrop remained. The air was laced with the coolness of post-rain, mingled with the earthy scent of soil, and the distant mountain silhouettes danced hazily in the morning mist, as if veiled by a thin shroud. Thank goodness it finally stopped. She sighed in relief. Last lifetime didn't have this rain. Perhaps it's just a quirk of the mountain climate. Reflecting on the dream she had just endured, she shook her head, chiding herself. Jiang Yaya, don't be so timid. Don't frighten yourself. The most crucial task now is to secure the coal, and I need to figure out a way to bring the old man over. Good days still lie ahead. After bolstering her spirits, Jiang Yaya sprang into action, washed up, changed into a dark-colored tracksuit, and tied her hair back into a neat ponytail. With that, she swung open the RV door, greeted by the earthy scent mingled with the masculine aroma of Chen Mo. He was leaning against the cave wall, the notebook resting at his feet. He appeared considerably revitalized. Though the marks of his injuries remained, his gaze sharp and resolute, clearly recovering at an astonishing rate. Awake? Chen Mo looked up, his voice calm as he pushed the notebook forward. Here is what you requested. The defense layout of the main coal storage at the coking plant, as well as the guard positions of the 2 smaller warehouses. The entrances and exits, surveillance, shift changes, patrols, and the Hound's location have all been marked, including weak points and blind spots. His tone was professional and precise. Listening to his meticulous presentation, Jiang Yaya pursed her lips. Excellent. With a flick of her mind, the map-laden notebook and pen vanished from her palm into her spatial realm, her thoughts racing. Such valuable items must not be lost. Should this fellow attempt to sabotage me midway, what would I do if I lost this? It's safer to keep it in the space. Then, an unbidden thought struck her. What if I kill him? I have the map now, and with the spatial upgrade nearing completion, this man seems to hold no further value for me. Her gaze swept over Chen Mo's upright back, her throat involuntarily tightening. Her fingertips curled within the seam of her pants, the electric baton in her spatial realm seemingly pressing against her palm. With a mere thought, it could incapacitate him in an instant, providing a clean and decisive resolution. Yet, in the next moment, that murderous intent was quelled by rationality. Was the map genuine? Last lifetime, she had been deceived too many times. What if Chen Mo, while appearing honest, was in cahoots with Qianhu? What if the surveillance blind spots were actually dead ends with guns aimed at her? What if he had intentionally misrepresented the hound's position, setting a trap for her? Chen Mo seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze with an air of deliberate calmness, yet concealing a hint of barely perceptible tension. Jiang Ye swiftly averted her eyes and, with a voice that bore no fluctuations, inquired, "Can we move?" Internally, however, she admonished herself to hold on, planning to infiltrate Qianhu's lair before making any decisions. Feeling that murderous intent dissipate, Chen Mo feigned nonchalance as he stood, casually rolling his shoulders and wrists, the joints emitting subtle, powerful clicks as he executed a few minor stretches. Internally, he marveled at the miraculous efficacy of the spring water, far exceeding his expectations. Observing the vigorous Chen Mo, Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, reflecting on her regret about having offered him the spring water. What if he turned against her? Wouldn't that leave her incapacitated? Yet, giving him that pill, he might not even believe it. Perhaps it was wiser to acquire some poison instead, though such notions belonged in the realm of cinema. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, nodding slightly, her eyelids casting a veil over the fleeting calculations within her gaze. In that very moment, Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine as her nod seemed overly decisive, akin to confirming the temporary retention of an object rather than responding to a companion's condition. He discreetly placed a hand on his waist, where a sharp shard of stone lay concealed, the result of a casual adjustment of his clothing. His fingertips brushed over the coarse fabric, his expression remaining composed. Just moments earlier, this woman appeared to be plotting against him, particularly when she averted her gaze, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, a speed that felt illusory. Yet, Chen Mo recognized that look all too well. It was the same glimmer seen in a police officer's eyes when a suspect acknowledged their usefulness had expired.
What was she contemplating?
He swallowed hard, the strength he had just regained from the spring water suddenly feeling somewhat ephemeral. With the map surrendered, was his value now reduced to merely guiding the way? Once they reached the carbonization plant and confirmed their location, would he be discarded like a used rag? He cast a glance at Jiang Ye as she crouched down to pet the small puppy. Noting the tension in her fingers, less a sign of relaxation and more an indication of something being suppressed. Chen Mo straightened his posture, burying all emotions within his gaze. Regardless of the woman's intentions, at least for now, he still held value as a guide. As long as he remained alive, there was hope. At that moment, the tension in Jiang Ye's fingertips had subtly lessened. The small puppy awoke, wagging its tail and nudging against her pant leg. A warm bundle of fur. "Little one, guard the house," she said, ruffling its head before retrieving a sufficient amount of dog food, jerky, a bowl of spring water, and a chew toy from her space. "Be good, don't wander off." The puppy obediently responded, picking up the toy and settling down, its shiny eyes gazing at her with longing. "Let us go and do what we need to do." Jiang Ye glanced at Chen Mo, who hesitated briefly before stepping toward the cave entrance. He realized this woman intended for him to lead the way, demonstrating a commendable level of caution. Not bad. This fellow knew he should be in front. After mentally scoffing, he followed behind Chen Mo as they stepped outside. The massive rock at the cave's entrance vanished into the space, allowing the cool morning air to rush in. Jiang Ye subtly directed her thoughts, and a dusty, mud-smeared van with a spiderweb-shattered driver's side window materialized before them. This vehicle served not only as transportation but also as a mobile nuisance. Its shattered window was the most conspicuous marker on the police's wanted list. Jiang Ye calculated that this dilapidated vehicle was preferable, less conspicuous than a property. And if it were lost or damaged, it wouldn't be a great loss. Plus, taking the back roads should make it difficult for the police to spot them. With that thought, she tossed the keys to Chen Mo, calling out, "You drive." Internally, she lamented, letting this guy take the wheel if things go south. He can act as a human shield. Not bad, a meat shield. Chen Mo caught the keys skillfully, his gaze sweeping over the battered van. Its grimy exterior caked in mud, the driver's side window shattered like a spider's web, resembling a forgotten piece of junk left in the mountains. A fleeting professional assessment crossed his mind. This inconspicuous wreck indeed suited covert operations, easily avoiding attention. Yet he thought little of it. Unaware that the shattered window had long been recorded in the police's wanted list, a looming threat over Jiang Ye. Without further ado, he opened the driver's door and settled into the seat. The moment the key turned in the ignition, the engine emitted a smooth, robust growl, reverberating clearly in the stillness of the mountain valley morning. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, in a smoke-filled rented room, Zhang Hao found himself cornered against the wall by Qian Hu's subordinate, Huang Mao, with shoe prints marking his face and blood at the corner of his mouth. Yesterday, he had followed the police to pinpoint a location at the foot of the mountain, only to be thwarted by a torrential downpour that sealed off access. The police withdrew due to insufficient evidence, and his 5 million debt lingered. Sensing Zhang Chang's unusual behavior, he decided to move quickly and keep an eye on Jiang Ye's father. Yet, upon entering his new place, he was ambushed by Qian Hu's men. "This is all your fault for giving me a lousy location,"
Huang Ye spat sharply,
her voice cutting through the air. "You thought you could run away after owing me money? And the position you gave me not only failed to capture Jiang Ye, but also let Bald Brother slip away. Now, Hu Ge is venting all his anger on me. Do you think you can hide now?" She grabbed an empty bottle from the table and smashed it at Zhang Hao's feet, shards of glass splattering across his pant leg. Zhang Hao winced in pain, trembling as he begged for mercy, when suddenly, his phone began vibrating urgently in his pocket. He pulled it out and his pupils dilated. The screen displayed a location that had reappeared, coinciding precisely with the area where the signal had been lost yesterday, illuminated in glaring brightness.
Huang Ye,
"Look," he exclaimed, scrambling to her side, holding the phone up for her to see. "The location. Jiang Ye's location has reappeared. It's right where it was yesterday. She must be behind this. And Bald Brother's situation is definitely connected to her. If we find her, we can find Bald Brother." Hong Jie fixed her gaze on the pulsating red on the screen, the malice in her eyes diminishing, replaced by a fierce determination. She snatched the phone from him and turned to Huang Mao, presenting it with a feigned sweetness. "Brother, look. This has nothing to do with me. We've found the location. So can I leave now?" Huang Mao, eyeing the glowing location, pondered that bringing Zhang Hao back was merely a means to find Jiang Ye. It would be wiser to pursue her first and report to Hu Ge along the way. After considering this, he glanced at Hong Jie. "You come along, too. If this location tries to play tricks again, we'll just add some goods to the mix for Hu Ge." Hong Jie understood what goods referred to and felt her legs weaken in fear, quickly putting on a smile. "No, please. This time it will definitely be accurate. I swear it." Zhang Hao was dragged out, his legs feeling like jelly as he focused intently on the red on the phone screen, the only glimmer of hope he had. The engine's growl echoed through the valley as the van rolled over the muddy road, making its way towards the western part of the city. Jiang Ye, seated in the passenger seat, remained tense, her eyes fixed on Chen Mo's knuckles gripping the steering wheel. Her hand hovered close to the handbrake, mere inches from the door. Her posture taut as a string ready to snap since she had entered the vehicle. Doubt nagged at her mind. This vehicle undoubtedly harbored a tracking device. The previous traders had tracked Zhang Hao so closely, it couldn't have been mere coincidence. She hadn't even dared to underestimate the RV in the cave. But the narrow mountain roads prevented large trucks from entering, and for now, they had to rely on this battered van. She needed to find an opportunity to check it along the way. Lost in thought, the van jolted over a pothole, causing it to sway slightly. Jiang Ye glanced in the rearview mirror. The morning fog obscured the path behind them, yet the unease remained. The tracking signal could lead to Qian Hu's subordinates, Zhang Hao seeking to collect debts, or even the police restarting their investigation. These invisible tails have long followed the tire tracks and signals, tightening the strings in the fog. Chapter 44. The bounty noticed the morning breeze flowed through the broken window of the driver's seat, carrying the damp chill of the mountain mist, causing the stray strands of her hair to tremble. The spiderweb-like crack was too conspicuous, not only allowing the wind to seep through, but also resembling a living target, constantly reminding Jiang Ye of the speed at which Zhang Hao and his gang pursued them. She remarked, not in bad shape. Her gaze swept over Chen Mo's steady hands as he maneuvered the steering wheel, and she thought, is this guy really such a skilled driver? If we encounter the police, how will his skills hold up? I hope the vehicle doesn't break down midway. Observing the strength with which he gripped the steering wheel, he appeared far from someone who had just recovered from a severe injury, making her feel that her spatial abilities were truly remarkable.
Chen Mo grunted in acknowledgement.
In the rearview mirror, the morning mist was gradually being crushed beneath the tires, yet it seemed as if something hidden within the fog was moving alongside the tracks. He sensed that the gaze from the passenger seat was not merely fixed but rather scanning, analyzing everything from his wrist to his shifting motions. Even the rhythm of his breathing felt calculated. It was eerily quiet. Suddenly, he reached out and turned on the radio, seemingly seeking a distraction. As the radio crackled to life, an exuberant male voice burst forth. Recently, experts have discovered a batch of special artifacts. Our city's museum has newly acquired 3 ancient Egyptian-style mummies and accompanying murals. According to research, these date back approximately 3,000 years, featuring rare sacrificial patterns. The museum plans to open next week, and citizens can make appointments to visit. Jiang Ye's fingertips twitched, but she remained silent. The mention of mummies grated on her ears. These people were relentless, even in death, excavating ancestral graves under the guise of exploration. However, she had no time to concern herself with museum affairs. Acquiring coal was her priority. Before the host could finish, the signal suddenly crackled, and a more urgent voice interrupted. Emergency bulletin. The stellar Voyager comet is expected to reach its perihelion in 40 hours, passing through the Earth-Moon system. Experts have confirmed a safe trajectory with no risk of collision, promising a global aurora spectacle. The phrase "no risk of collision" struck her like a poisoned ice pick, piercing through the defenses she had hastily erected. Jiang Ye's breath caught suddenly. This was not the first time she had heard such words. In her past life, prior to the comet's arrival, the television and radio had echoed similar reassurances from experts. Until the ice storm, with snowflakes like shards of glass crashing through the windows, found her hiding in a wardrobe. Listening to the neighbor screams fade from sharp to faint, eventually freezing into icy remnants carried by the wind. That sound, even now, she could hear with her eyes closed. 40 hours, she repeated silently, her fingertips digging sharply into her palm, the pain causing her lashes to flutter. In her previous life, from the time she heard no risk to the city experiencing a power outage and the pipes freezing, only 38 hours had elapsed. She had thought that by reliving this, she could seize time in advance, yet hearing this countdown felt like someone had clutched her heart, making even breathing feel like shards of ice. That was not a comet. It was the harbinger of death heading towards the moon. It was a beckoning banner dragging her back into the frozen hell. Her face turned pale, her fingers clenched tightly. The fabric of her clothing wrinkled deeply, and even her spine felt rigid. It was not fear of the unknown, but fear of reliving the known agony. The frozen faces, the frozen wails, replaying in front of her once more. Chun Mo, originally startled by the cosmic scale of the numbers, was abruptly yanked back to reality by the commotion beside him. Jiang Ye's face was as pale as paper, her fingertips trembling, her pupils reflecting a fear that transcended time and space. This was not awe, it was terror, bone-deep terror. He suddenly recalled the words heard in the cave while in a daze. When the extreme cold comes, I'll throw you out. Extreme cold? Was it related to this comet? Jiang Ye bit down on the inside of her cheek, the metallic taste suppressing her scream. Her nails dug into her palm, the pain bringing her back to the present. Right now, she needed to think about coal, the coal that must be obtained within 40 hours.
Turn it off, she said,
her voice tight and tinged with an unmasked hoarseness. Chun Mo switched off the radio, leaving only the sounds of the engine and the wind, oppressive like a wall. The cold wind seeping through the broken window concealed lurking dangers. He glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The clouds of suspicion deepening. This woman's secrets were more frightening than he had imagined. As the car neared the outskirts of the city, abandoned buildings and roadblocks became more frequent, the air heavy with the stench of decay and charge. Chun Mo slowed the vehicle, deliberately choosing open and easily navigable paths. The dilapidated car served as a cover here. Turn right ahead, there's a small path behind the agricultural machinery factory that bypasses several obstacles, he murmured. 5 more kilometers, and we'll reach the outskirts of the coking plant. Jiang Ye nodded, her mental acuity quietly expanding like an invisible net, enveloping the vehicle. Her spatial abilities were poised for action, the electric baton in her sleeve pressed against her wrist, ready to be drawn at any moment. However, as the vehicle turned onto a small path littered with overgrown grass and debris, Jiang Ye's gaze inadvertently brushed past a rusting power pole. Affixed to it was a brand-new, crudely printed notice. A bounty notice. Below it was a blurry but recognizable photo of the vehicle, their gray, battered van with a shattered driver's side window. Next to the picture, hastily scribbled was, "Reward for information leading to this vehicle. Suspected of major theft." The glaring red letters instantaneously pierced Jiang Ye's nerves. A chill climbed her spine. The police would be searching for her. She had anticipated this. The conflict at the trade city, the escape from a hospital, each a source of trouble. But how could it have happened so quickly? It had only been a short time since leaving the hospital. Even the details of the broken window had been captured clearly, as if they were scrutinizing her with a magnifying glass. A thought surged forth, a tracking device. She had previously suspected that this vehicle had been fitted with a tracker by Zhang Hao or Qian Hu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pursued them so accurately at the trade city. Could it be that the tracker was not only being monitored by the underworld but also synchronized with the police? Did Zhang Hao reveal it after being captured? Or had the tracking signal directly become a lead for the police? The police were still searching for her. The disappearance at the trade city, Zhang Hao's report, the cold lights of the hospital, the scrutinizing gazes of the police, the silhouettes of guards waiting outside flashed uncontrollably in her mind. The clearest image was of her crawling desperately through the cold ventilation ducts of the hospital's fire escape, the distant, almost throat-tearing scream echoing upwards. "Yeah,
Run.
run fast. Don't look back. Run." That voice, hoarse and desperate, filled with reckless madness, penetrated through the metal walls, crashing into her eardrums and heart. It was that man, the one she had avoided calling Dad for over a decade. Jiang Ye shook her head. This is maddening. He should experience the pain of abandonment. What a facade of a loving father. Where had he been all this time? But what if the police were outside, and his cries were mistaken for collusion? What if he were arrested? Would Qian Hu's people cause him trouble because of Zhang Hao? Old man, you better stay alive. I still haven't found the coal. Wait for me to settle things. In her heart, she commanded with a tone bordering on a curse, as if such a demand could conceal the deepest, unacknowledged fear. She was terrified that he might die because of her. This emotional shackle, 100-fold heavier than the bounty notice itself, momentarily constricted her breath. Jiang Ye, as if scalded by a branding iron, abruptly pulled her gaze away, her nails digging deeper into her palm. The sharp pain and the sudden focus, coking plant, coal, suppressed the surging emotions. Now was not the time for such thoughts. The coking plant was right in front of her. But the clear image of the dilapidated vehicle from the bounty notice pierced her mind like an ice pick, leaving her limbs icy. The car. This vehicle was a moving target. It needed to be dealt with immediately. But should she tell him? Thoughts raced. Chen Mo was merely a tool, not to be fully trusted. Yet the bounty notice rewarded information leading to the vehicle, finding it would lead to them both. The police's search net could descend at any moment. Concealing this information could lead him to make a wrong judgment, and both of them would be doomed. Their fragile alliance required a minimum of information sharing to face the shared existential crisis. Stop the car. Immediately. The voice of Jiang Ye was as cold as iron, carrying an undeniable command that abruptly shattered the silence within the vehicle. Chen Mo slammed on the brakes, the van skidding to a halt on the dirt road. A cloud of dust billowing into the air. He swiftly scanned the desolate surroundings, his brow furrowed as he turned to Jiang Ye, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. What's the reason? We are still far from the target, this ISNTA reconnaissance point. A warning bell rang faintly in his mind. What had this woman done now? Jiang Ye met his gaze, her expression devoid of emotion, only a chilling urgency evident in her eyes. She had neither time nor interest to elaborate on her emotional turmoil, instead presenting the most critical and lethal fact. The vehicle was wanted. The recently passed sign, the wanted notice, the clear photographs, including the shattered window, all confirmed it. Her words flowed rapidly, each syllable like shards of ice, warning that there could be cameras along the route. If they drove to the coking plant, they would attract the police. She pointed towards a nearby depression and a massive rock. Drive over there, hide. We need to change vehicles.
Chen Mo, as pupils constricted in shock.
A wanted notice. A bounty. A chill raced up his spine. What had this woman done to warrant a police manhunt? He instantly comprehended the near-violent urgency behind Jiang Ye's command. They were racing towards an explosive situation. How had he failed to notice the warning sign earlier? Such negligence could cost him dearly. His gaze swept over Jiang Ye's tense profile, and an icy dread crept up his neck, enough to keep every nerve taut. This woman was not only a fugitive, but also potentially deranged. One wrong word could lead to poison, and now she was dragging him straight into the line of fire. I am innocent, he thought desperately. But would that matter now? She held the poison. Could he afford to disobey her? If he failed to contact the organization, in 3 days he might succumb to the poison, or worse, be used as cannon fodder, leaving no one to recover his remains. He had to find an opportunity, even if it meant discreetly sending a location. Jiang Yeye intended to go to the coking plant? Perfect. It might be an opportunity to complete his mission and perhaps force her to yield the antidote. Chapter 45. Want to chase? Then I'll change vehicles. Why are you still dawdling? That one up ahead. Jiang Yeye observed Chen Mo's crestfallen expression and mused inwardly. Is this person plotting something? Chen Mo steeled himself. The situation was set. Survival was the priority. With a sudden turn of the steering wheel, the van, like a startled beast, swiftly and accurately slid into the depression, snug against the boulder, as the wild grass quickly enveloped the vehicle. The two exited the van. Chen Mo instinctively entered a state of alert, leaning against the rock, his gaze sweeping the area like a hawk, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the shard of stone concealed at his waist. Jiang Yeye took a half step back, her eyelids slightly lowered, her mental acuity spreading like a fine net, silently sweeping over the wild grass around the depression, the shadows behind the boulder, even discerning the frequency of the wind rustling through the grass. Confirming that there were no signs of life or faint signals from electronic devices, she finally lifted her gaze, her fingers twitching at her side, and the broken van vanished with a hum. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away, Huang Mao's convoy was grinding through the mountain roads still shrouded in morning mist. Zhang Hao was pinned in the back seat, gripping the locator tightly. Half an hour ago, it had been firmly fixed on the factory's south access road, but just moments ago, it had suddenly vanished like a snuffed-out cigarette. Zhang Hao's heart plummeted. What had happened? Huang Mao snatched the locator, poking the black screen with his finger. Where's the signal? Didn't you say this thing is waterproof and shield-proof? Zhang Hao turned pale, repeatedly pressing the switch. It could be out of battery. Out of battery? Huang Mao sneered, reaching for the charger, while a lackey beside him remarked, We don't have one in this vehicle. Huang Mao's heart sank. He had just reported to the boss, and now with the locator gone, wasn't that just inviting trouble? Call ahead. You all keep chasing. We'll catch up soon. The convoy abruptly changed direction, tires crunching over gravel with a piercing sound. Meanwhile, in the police station's monitoring room, officers furrowed their brows as they observed the screens. The mobile locating signal in the western area of the city had been lost. An old detective tapped on the table. The trajectory overlaps with the wanted van. It's not a device malfunction. Alert nearby units. Focus on small vehicles. She likely changed cars. On Jiang Ye's side, after the van was concealed in the space, she found herself in a predicament. There were no transportation options available. Suddenly, she remembered, there was a large truck in the space, previously gathered along with those pigs. There was also an RV, but it might be under police scrutiny. For now, the truck was the only viable option. But she didn't know how to drive a large vehicle. Would this man know? So, Jiang Ye turned to Chen Mo and asked, Chen Mo, can you drive a large truck? Chen Mo was taken aback. He had learned everything to go undercover, including driving a truck. But why was she asking him this? Nevertheless, he nodded. I can. Jiang Ye felt a spark of joy. Then follow me.
Chen Montag, bewildert.
Followed Jiang Ye. The two arrived on the main road, and with a thought, a large truck appeared before them. Chen Mo was instantly speechless. How much can this woman's pocket hold? The previous RV was already substantial, and now she produced a truck of this size? Jiang Ye ignored his astonishment and climbed into the passenger seat. The truck was indeed large, and as she had guessed, the keys were still inside. The driver had fled in a panic, leaving it behind for her. Chen Mo quickly took the driver's seat. They had a vehicle now. But this massive truck was too conspicuous. Driving it on the road was like presenting a bright target. He habitually checked the dashboard, fuel level, and rearview mirror. His movements professional and swift. Jiang Ye noticed this. Let us head to the nearby village. We need to change vehicles and see if there's a suitable one around. There was still a considerable amount of cash in the space from previous online shopping returns, but she didn't know if her phone had tracking. It had been tossed into the space. However, she could retrieve it shortly for scanning without issue. There was also the cash reserved for purchasing coal and settling the pig payments. totaling around 1 million. This money had to be spent, otherwise, it would become worthless in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Mo was unaware of Jiang Ye's plans. He only knew they needed to change vehicles. He searched his memory for nearby options. There was indeed a town called Bailong not far from there. They could go there to look for a vehicle. Chen Mo promptly pulled up the nearby map information in his mind. There was indeed a town called Bailong not far from here. As a region he had previously scouted, he knew it was relatively simple in terms of personnel, with potentially inadequate surveillance, making it an ideal spot for a vehicle swap. He informed Jiang Ye, "There's a town called Bailong nearby, let us check it out. But it's a small town, so I'm not sure if they have vehicles. Why does this truck smell so strongly of pig manure? Could it be that this woman collected a load of pigs? Let us go there." Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled. The last time they collected from the trading city was an emergency. Now with cash in hand, buying without revealing their abilities was the more prudent choice. With the rustic truck serving as their temporary stronghold, the two drove to the outskirts of Bailong, concealed the truck, and donned low-profile sun protection gear. Jiang Ye, with a clear objective, signaled for Chen Mo to follow. "Let us solve our transportation issue first. It's too eye-catching." They stealthily approached a somewhat antiquated electric bike shop. The owner, dressed in oil-stained work attire, was repairing a wheel when he glanced up at the two heavily disguised individuals, momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ye pointed to the two sturdiest electric motorcycles in the shop. "Boss, I want these two, with the largest batteries. We need them now." The owner stood up, dusting himself off, and assessed them. "Young lady, these two are Load Kings, powerful, but the batteries are expensive. Including the cost of the bikes, it'll be this much." He gestured a price. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Ye opened her old backpack, pulling out thick wads of crisp bills, slamming them onto the old wooden counter. "Is this enough? If not, I can add more. Hurry, we're in a rush." The owner's eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on the red bills. "Enough. Absolutely enough. You're generous." He shouted towards the inner room, "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, come out. Prepare the largest batteries for our esteemed guests. Hurry up." In less than 20 minutes, two gleaming electric scooters were ready. Jiang Ye mounted one and gestured for Chen Mo to ride the other. The owner of the scooter shop waved enthusiastically. "Take care. Come again." They rode to a secluded corner of an abandoned threshing ground. With a flick of her hand, one of the scooters vanished. "Come on, it's still early. Let's take a stroll around town. You lead the way," Jiang Ye said, patting the back seat of the scooter. Chen Mo resigned himself to riding, while Jiang Ye sat sideways, and they leisurely made their way back to the town center. By the vegetable market, Jiang Ye's gaze landed on a small truck piled high with watermelons. An elderly farmer squatted beside it with a worried expression. She parked and knocked on the window. The farmer looked up. "Young lady, want to buy some melons? They're cheap." "Boss," Jiang Ye pointed at the truck. "Are you selling the truck along with the melons?" The farmer scratched his ear. "What? Buy the truck?" "Yes, both the truck and the melons together." The farmer stared at her as if she were mad. "Young lady, don't tease an old man. This broken truck is noisy everywhere. The melons aren't worth much. Just take a few melons and go." Without a word, Jiang Ye opened her backpack, pulled out 5 stacks of crisp bills, weighed them in her hand, and the sound of money echoed. "Is this enough?"
Cash, right now."
The farmer's eyes widened, and his cigarette dropped to the ground. "Enough, enough. That's too much." He trembled as he accepted the money, clutching it close, and hurriedly handed over the keys. "Here are the keys. The melons are yours. Just drive away." Jiang Ye took the keys and slid into the driver's seat, nodding to Chen Mo, "Drive this one to a secluded place." Chen Mo silently took the driver's seat, his thoughts racing. As they drove away, the farmer suddenly regained his senses and shouted, "Hey,
"Boss."
the truck hasn't been transferred yet." Left behind, he clutched the money, both laughing and crying. "Forget the transfer. This is worth it." Chen Mo drove to an abandoned brick kiln on the outskirts of the town. Jiang Ye got out and brushed her hand over the pile of watermelons, which vanished instantly, leaving only the leaves behind. "Let us buy something. We can't leave empty-handed. There's plenty of cash. It's useless to keep it." Inner thoughts of Jiang Ye, turning waste paper into resources, what a thrill. Inner thoughts of Chen Mo, cash? It's a treasure trove. The ultimate confusion. Why pay when we can just take? The sense of ritual is lost on mere mortals. For the next hour, they swept through several shops in White Dragon Town, piling crowbars and engineer shovels from the hardware store into small mountains, filling the back seat of the truck with bags of rice and barrels of oil from the grain and oil shop, and clearing the shelves of instant noodles and drinks from the convenience store. Meanwhile, Huang Mao arrived in the town with Zhang Hao and Hong Jie. Zhang Hao feigned a dead phone as the reason for his lost location, even though he knew Jiang Ye's vehicle had mysteriously disappeared just like the last 2 times. Perhaps it had been discovered, but he couldn't let Huang Mao and the others know. If Jiang Ye went missing, his fate would likely mirror the dangerous cargo Huang Mao spoke of, though he wasn't sure what it was. Instinct told him it was something ominous. He needed to find a chance to escape. Bro, my old phone model is unique. I need to go with you guys to check it out. Or it won't charge. Zhang Hao said with a forced smile. Huang Mao, holding a second-hand phone, Zhang Hao had no idea where it came from, cursed. What era is this? Still using antiques. Zhang Hao saw Hong Jie could get out and whispered, I need to use the restroom. Huang Mao cursed again. What a hassle. But still arranged for someone to watch Hong Jie, while another tattooed man followed Zhang Hao. You better not try anything funny. Huang Mao pointed at the tattooed man. My bro here is an amateur boxing enthusiast. Zhang Hao glanced at the muscular tattooed man beside him, shrinking back, and stammered. I won tea. Don't worry, we'll be back after shopping. As he turned to charge his phone, Zhang Hao anxiously glanced outside, and to his astonishment, he spotted a familiar figure emerging from a nearby pharmacy. He recognized Jiang Ye even if she turned to ash. Flower arm bro, quick. That's Jiang Ye, the one in the gray sun protection suit. Hurry. The tattooed man rushed out to inform Huang Mao, and several people got out to pursue. However, amidst the chaos, Zhang Hao quietly slipped away. Compared to needing money right now, he valued his life far more. Whether Jiang Ye got caught or not felt irrelevant. He sensed his money was doomed unless the police could apprehend her. As for these gangsters, they wouldn't help him get his money back if they caught Jiang Ye. At that moment, Jiang Ye, ecstatic that she had finally spent all the cash, heard Zhang Hao shout and noticed a brawny man nearby. Alarm bells rang in her head, and she grabbed Chen Mo run. Chen Mo was still reeling from the shock of spending so much money in just one afternoon. Over $1 million had flowed away like water, and now they were being pursued. Quick, start the car. Jiang Ye shouted. Chen Mo instinctively started the ignition and stepped on the gas. Huang Mao and his gang, having been caught off guard and unable to drive, resorted to running. Realizing Jiang Ye had a car and had switched license plates, they finally reacted and tried to chase them down, only to find Zhang Hao and Hong Jie were missing. With their main target being Jiang Ye, they jumped into their vehicle and sped after the quickly disappearing silhouette of the truck. Jiang Ye sat in the passenger seat, her heart finally calming a bit. That damn Zhang Hao, why won't he just go away? She glanced in the rearview mirror, relieved that they weren't being pursued. But the vehicle still felt unsafe. Chen Mo, find a safe place to switch cars. At that moment, Chen Mo drove steadily, the engine's roar mingling with distant barking dogs, pushing all his questions into silence. His fingertips pressed the communicator he had secretly acquired earlier, sending a final character. Target, Money Tiger's lair. Heading towards the west of the city, to the coking plant, hurry. Chapter 46. Coal. Here I come. The truck, like a giant python, slithered down a secluded path leading to the coking plant. Finally, in a corner obscured by a half-collapsed wall and a few lifeless trees, Chen Mo stopped the vehicle. The engine fell silent, and even the wind seemed to quiet. The gray-blue twilight enveloped the ruins, the air slightly cool. This is the place. The target is too large. We'll settle here for now, Chen Mo whispered, unbuckling his seatbelt. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, yet his gaze remained extraordinarily sharp. The site relatively safe, shielded from the wind, allowing a view of the west entrance of the coking plant and parts of the high walls. That abandoned cooling tower served as an excellent point of reference. First, let us replenish our energy. Jiang Ye's clear voice rang out in the car, leaving no room for dissent. She turned sideways, her hand swiftly moving between the seats as if performing a magic trick. When she raised it again, she held 2 steaming plastic containers and 2 clear bottles of mineral water that seemed to pulse with life. Chen Mo recoiled into the car, closing the door. Upon seeing what Jiang Ye held, his pupils constricted slightly, but this time he wasn't overly shocked. He had come to understand that this woman possessed a space ability to store items. And it wasn't the first time he had encountered warm food. The memory of the fried rice in the cave was still fresh. Yet, Each time he saw the inexplicable steam, his stomach involuntarily twitched, reminding him of the extraordinary nature of her ability. Eat, Jiang Ye stated succinctly, opening one of the containers. Inside lay neatly arranged white rice topped with glossy, appetizing braised pork, vibrant stir-fried greens, and a golden fried egg, the aroma instantly enveloping the cramped vehicle, forcefully dispelling the rusty smell from outside. Eat quickly. This might be your last meal. I'm feeling generous today, so you get a good meal. You must act as bait later. Jiang Ye calculated in her mind as she picked up chopsticks and began to eat swiftly and silently, her gaze vigilantly scanning the darkening outside. The energy must not falter. Concentration is paramount. Chun Mo did not hesitate this time. He pushed down the gnawing hunger in his stomach and his curiosity about that miraculous space, taking the portion meant for him. The warmth and enticing aroma filled his senses. Without further ado, he leaned back against the seat and began to eat quickly. The braised pork is tender and flavorful, the vegetables are fresh and crisp, and the rice is distinct and fragrant. The runny yolk of the fried egg perfectly complements each bite, providing the ultimate comfort for a weary body. In just a few mouthfuls, the meal is devoured. Unscrewing the cap, a sip of the miraculous water flows down, its familiar crisp sweetness gliding smoothly down the throat. Instant warmth spreading through the limbs, dispelling accumulated fatigue, even bringing clarity to the mind. Jiang Ye finishes her meal just as swiftly, replenishing her hydration. The nourishing qualities of the spring water sharpen her senses further. Moments later, both have cleared their boxes of food, having consumed nearly half the bottle of mineral water. Their bellies are warm and full, spirits revitalized and clear. The exhaustion from their long journey has vanished. They exchange a glance, seeing the rekindled sharpness in each other's eyes. They are back in form. Jiang Ye does not exit the vehicle immediately. Leaning against the passenger seat, her eyes flutter closed, feigning a nap. Yet, her mental acuity spreads outward like an invisible sonar, emanating from the car, meticulously sensing every subtle movement within a 10-meter radius, the direction of the wind, the vibrations of the ground, the sway of withered grass, and deeper subterranean structures. She recalls every detail from the map Chun Mo provided. The entrance to the dilapidated sewage pipe near the cooling tower is ancient and likely buried. It reminds her of her escape through the ventilation ducts at the hospital last time. Such a large factory must harbor a more extensive sewage and drainage system. The entrance must be hidden in some inconspicuous corner. Mental power. Find it for me. Her mental prowess acts as a precise probe, focusing intently on the area around the cooling tower's base, obscured by a half-collapsed wall and withered trees. The ground is strewn with rubble and industrial waste. Her mental energy penetrates the surface, revealing a peculiar, elongated hollow structure beneath the edge of the base, covered by a multitude of concrete blocks and twisted iron plates. Though largely obstructed by thick sludge and gravel, the outline of the pipe remains. The entrance is confirmed. At that moment, Chun Mo quietly opens the car door again. Leaning over the front to observe for a moment, his expression grave enough to drip water, quickly retreating back into the car and shutting the door. His voice drops to an urgent whisper, laced with suppressed agitation. Something's off. The guards are at least double the number since our last reconnaissance. The patrol handover time has been reduced by a third, and new installations are on the high walls. Judging by the reflection angle and shape, they are definitely high-powered lights with night vision. Damn it, that bastard Qian who has heightened security. He slams a fist against the steering wheel, silently. Bloodshot eyes filled with rage. Forcing a breach would be tantamount to suicide. The abandoned pipe on the map is their only hope, yet after lurking around for months, I haven't pinpointed its exact location. It might not even exist anymore. Despair threatens to engulf him. The entrance exists, we can get through. Jiang Ye's cool voice slices through Chun Mo's despondency like a blade. She opens her eyes, her gaze precisely directed at an exceedingly concealed corner beneath the cooling tower's base, piled high with rusted iron plates and collapsed concrete blocks. Behind that heap of debris, a plate covers the entrance, obstructed but spacious enough. Chun Mo glares at the direction Jiang Ye indicates, then abruptly looks back at her, incredulity written all over his face. What did you say? There? How could you possibly know? I've scouted here countless times. Jiang Ye, focused on probing the gaps between the iron plates with her mental energy, does not lift her eyelids. Her fingertips brush over the rust, her tone blunt and irritable. You don't understand a thing. This is a woman's intuition. You scouted countless times and found nothing. That's your incompetence. She straightens up, glancing at Chinmo's flushed face, her lips curling disdainfully. Still pretending to be a spy?
Du.
She pushes the car door open, steps out, and swiftly retrieves the large truck into her spatial realm, giving her hands a light pat. Let us go.
Chen Montag.
Momentarily choked by her words, suppresses his swirling doubts and a hint of inexplicable anger, quickly following her lead. The two move like shadows, silently approaching their objective. Soon, they arrive at the massive pile of industrial waste. The pungent odor of rust and decay intensifies. Jiang Ye strides directly to the location her mental energy has locked onto, pointing to a nearly imperceptible gap, obscured by a massive, twisted iron plate and several heavy concrete blocks. Here, beneath. Chun Mo crouches down, examining the area with utmost care, nearly pressing his face against it. He carefully explores the seam between the iron plate and the ground, his fingertips detecting a faint hollow sensation distinct from the solid earth. Holding his breath, he leans closer to the gap, a stronger, more humid stench wafting out. Hiss! Chun Mo inhales sharply, suddenly looking up at Jiang Ye, his eyes wide with shock. Is it really here? The absurdity of the moment and heightened astonishment shatter his skepticism. The entrance he had failed to discover after months of undercover work had been identified by her at first glance, or rather, by instinct. How could this be possible? What kind of intuition does she possess? A chill creeps up his spine. Inside, turmoil brews within Chinmo. The entrance truly exists, right under my nose. How did I fail to notice it? How did she manage this? What on earth is this damn intuition? Is it truly a form of X-ray vision? Or perhaps an extension of her spatial abilities? With Qian whose night vision lights installed, is this stronghold really about to be breached by a sewer I couldn't even spot? How do we proceed? Suppressing the tumult within, Chunmo's voice turns hoarse as he gestures at the heavy obstacle before them. We need to force it open. It'll make too much noise. Jiang Ye offers no response, stepping forward, her gaze fixed on the most significant, distorted iron plate. Retrieve. With a flick of her mind, theoretically, this plate is independent, and any independent object can be absorbed into her spatial realm. Under Chunmo's watchful eyes, the heavy iron plate, as large as a door and sunk deep within the refuse, vanishes into thin air. Chunmo's pupils constrict, but this time, he does not completely shut down. He has witnessed Jiang Ye's astonishing spatial abilities before, while the visual impact is strong. It remains within the realm of his understanding of storage. The moment the plate disappears, a foul stench assaults them as the opening is clogged with thick sludge, leaving only a narrow gap, with shards of glass embedded in the muck. Jiang Ye frowns and steps back, muttering a curse under her breath. Turning to Chenemo with a tone that conveys frustration. Had I known it would be this blocked, I should have let you eat more braised pork earlier, so you wouldn't struggle to climb later, and I wouldn't have to drag you. Just then a low, growling sound mixed with the scraping of claws against the ground erupts, akin to an ice pick piercing the eardrum. Chapter 47. All coal and antiques collected. Oh no. Wild dogs. The scent has drawn them. Chunmo's expression shifts dramatically, instantly assessing the situation, his voice low yet urgent. They're very close and fast. The dog barking grows louder, the scratching sound grating on his nerves. As he crouches at the opening, his brow furrowed, his fingertips barely touching the engineer's shovel, a sudden sharp pain strikes the back of his neck, and everything explodes into white light before his eyes. He lacks the strength even to turn back. His body limp like a puddle of mud, the last image in his view being Jiang Ye's emotionless eyes and the black stick in her hand, crackling with faint electricity.
Just borrowing this.
Her voice is as light as a sigh, but carries an icy chill. In the next instant, Jiang Ye yanks him up like a sack of potatoes, pushing him toward the direction of the barking dogs. Arrgh! The dogs roar crescendos, followed closely by fierce snapping sounds, the ripping of fabric, and Chunmo's muffled groans. He hasn't completely lost consciousness. The agony prompts a reflexive struggle. Jiang Ye does not look back. Seizing the moment while the dog is distracted by Chunmo's body, she grabs the shovel and strikes down hard at the sludge and rubble blocking the entrance.
Bang! Bang!
The muffled sounds were completely drowned out by the barking of the dog. Her mental focus was locked tightly onto the position of the creature, a medium-sized wolf dog, which was viciously tearing at Chunmo's arm, saliva mixed with blood dripping onto the ground. When Chunmo was pushed out, He collided with a rusted metal plate and now lay half sprawled on the ground, his consciousness fading, desperately trying to shield himself with the uninjured hand. It was almost done. Jiang Yeye cleared away the last piece of rubble, revealing a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to crawl through. She cast a final glance towards the direction of the struggle. His body twitched violently and then stilled. The dog continued to bark furiously, its paws pressing down on Chinmo's back, issuing a threatening growl from its throat. Suddenly, the wolf dog seemed to trip over something, stumbling abruptly, its barking abruptly cut off, replaced by a low whimper. Its head swayed, and instead of lunging, it collapsed beside Chinmo, its tongue hanging out, eyes glazed. Jiang Yeye had no time to ponder whether it had exhausted itself from the ferocity of its attack, or if it had been injured by Chinmo's desperate struggle. She swiftly retrieved the equipment she had procured from the hardware store, a pair of thick cut-resistant gloves, a sturdy climbing rope, and a high-powered flashlight. She donned the gloves, secured one end of the rope to a stable concrete block outside the gap, and tied the other end around her waist. Then, she clamped the flashlight between her teeth, her mental energy intensely focused, directing it towards the foul-smelling, nauseating pile of sludge and rubble. Simultaneously, she placed a large stone to cover half of the well opening, leaving only a space for breathing. "Collect," she commanded mentally. Within a half-meter radius ahead, the viscous, writhing sludge and rubble, which would deter anyone, was suddenly devoured by an invisible giant maw, vanishing in an instant. This revealed a barely crawlable, damp and dark passage. Jiang Yeye had no time to marvel. Without hesitation, she lowered herself and crawled into the narrow, stinking, and damp tunnel entrance. Within half a meter, the interior walls of the tunnel were slick and sticky, covered in moss and deeper grime. Jiang Yeye crawled forward, her mental energy acting like a precise radar, constantly scanning the situation within half a meter ahead. Whenever she encountered blockages of sludge and rubble, as long as they were within half a meter, with a mere thought, she would draw them into the corner of her spatial garbage zone. The efficiency was astonishing. In the darkness, her breathing quickened, not out of sympathy, but because that moment had been perilously close. If the dog had not lunged at Chinmo, it would have been her being torn apart. She was like a precise tunneling machine, driving relentlessly towards her goal in the dark. After crawling for about 20 meters, the tunnel seemed to reach a slightly broader junction. Scanning ahead with her mental energy, she sensed that one side of the tunnel wall appeared thinner and of a different material, a rough concrete wall. Its thickness was within half a meter. She sensed that beyond the wall lay a vast space. Moreover, there was coal, a mountain of coal. She had found it. The open-air coal pile was just outside the wall. Jiang Yeye felt a surge of elation. She immediately halted, pressing her back against the damp, cold tunnel wall. Her mental energy penetrated the half-meter-thick concrete wall, clearly revealing the massive pile of black coal outside. She turned sideways, pressing her hand and half her body tightly against the rough, cold concrete wall, her thoughts surging forth like a tidal wave. Collect. In silence. Centered around the wall she pressed against, the coal within a half-meter radius of the wall beyond disappeared in an instant. Following this, she slowly moved her body laterally along the wall, activating her ability once more. Like a greedy glutton, she remained pressed against this underground partition, continually moving and collecting. Large quantities of coal vanished into her seemingly insatiable other-dimensional space. This was a breakthrough. Jiang Yeye's heart raced with excitement. Yet she did not lose sight of her main objective. According to the vague markings on Chinmo's map, the warehouse storing special items, including possible antiques, should be near the coal pile. She continued along the abandoned tunnel, scanning the walls and the path ahead with her mental energy. Soon, she sensed a severely rusted metal grate on one side of the tunnel wall, resembling an old drainage or ventilation opening. Behind the grate, there was a faint scent, distinct from coal.
Half-meter collect.
The grate itself and the bolts securing it were within half a meter. With a thought, the grate vanished, revealing a small opening just wide enough for a person to crawl through. Behind the opening was a small space cluttered with debris, emanating a musty odor. Precisely the underground chamber where Qian Hu had concealed the antiques. Jiang Yeye's spirit lifted as she promptly crawled through the opening. Inside was a modest storage room, filled with dusty wooden boxes and miscellaneous items. She quickly scanned the area and began collecting. Several dust-covered porcelain vases, an ancient painting, and a bronze incense burner were swiftly drawn into her space. However, the space showed no reaction. Unlike when she had collected the jade previously, there was no vibration or sense of desire. Internally, as expected, not all old items are useful. She rummaged quickly, her mental energy sweeping over an inconspicuous wooden box covered with tattered cloth in the corner. The box itself was ordinary in material, but it seemed to contain something. The moment her mental energy touched the box, a powerful and indescribable force surged from the depths of her space. It was not directed at the contents of the box, but at the box itself, as if it were the key. Without hesitation, Jiang Yaya locked her thoughts onto the wooden box. Collect. The box vanished in an instant. At the moment the box entered her space, a tremendous force yanked her consciousness irresistibly into the depths of the space. All external sounds and scents vanished in an instant. The space upgraded. She saw the originally basketball court-sized black earth, as if pulled by an invisible hand, suddenly expanded outward, doubling in area. The newly expanded land was equally dark and fertile, emanating vibrant life. The small adobe house, which had remained tightly shut, with not even the outline of a doorknob, now presented a clear silhouette of an ancient wooden doorknob facing the black earth. Though still somewhat blurred, it was undeniably the shape of a doorknob. A clearer, more enticing scent wafted from the door seam, though the seam was not yet visible. This transformation occurred rapidly. Only a second or two had passed in the outside world. Yet Jiang Yaya felt as if she had experienced a century. The moment her consciousness returned to her body, she abruptly awakened. Not good. Outside. She immediately projected her mental energy outward, alert to her surroundings. Buzz. Her mental energy surged forth like a tide breaking free from constraints, instantly expanding in all directions. 20 meters. The perceptive range doubled, reaching an astonishing 20-meter radius. The entire abandoned tunnel, the adjacent coal pile area, the small underground room she occupied, and even the conditions of some farther passages were vividly imprinted in her mind. Instinctively, she attempted to collect a piece of rubble from the passage that was somewhat distant. With a thought, the rubble vanished. The collection range had expanded. Now it was 1 meter. Jiang Yaya's heart surged with joy. This adventure was worthwhile. The dual enhancement of her space and abilities. Her capital for surviving the apocalypse had grown robust. However, this exhilaration lasted for less than a second. Just at the edge of her recently upgraded mental perception range, approximately 15 meters away, directly beneath this underground room, she suddenly detected a dense cluster of faint, desperate, and painful life signals. Not just one or two, but dozens. Chapter 48. Carelessness. The mental energy penetrated through the not overly thick soil layers, and the flood of information within a 20-meter range surged in like a broken dam. The gloomy prison, cracks in the walls, the distant sound of dripping water from the pipes. Too many details crowded her mind, causing her temples to throb. She instinctively closed her eyes, forcing herself to filter out irrelevant information, and finally saw it was a dark, damp underground space, resembling a prison. The chamber was filled with a multitude of figures, their outlines indistinct, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. A wave of mental energy swept over them, revealing their life force to be akin to the flickering flame of a dying candle, weak and ethereal. Their bodies slumped in a state of exhaustion, scarcely exhibiting any signs of struggle. It was a numbing exhaustion that drained them of all vitality, leaving even fear as insubstantial as mist. Jiang Yaya's heart raced with horror. Could this be human trafficking? Imprisonment? Hidden beneath this carbon plant? A chill coursed through her entire being as the hellish scene before her assaulted her senses. Was the cargo that the scarred man spoke of in the warehouse merely these unfortunate souls? A shiver ran down her spine. She was fortunate to have escaped then. Or she might have ended up like them. To save or not to save. The thought flashed through her mind like a bolt of lightning. In the next instant, her expression hardened, her gaze turning frigid. A voice within her roared. What does it matter to me? The apocalypse is merely a day away. They are already suffering from calamities of nature and man. If I were to rescue them, how many days would they survive? I can barely sustain myself. Dragging a burden of others along would lead to a swifter demise. A savior's heart would only spell disaster for us all. In this damned world, survival is the only truth. She was no savior. She had returned to life solely to ensure her own survival, to carve a niche for herself in the apocalypse. The fates of these individuals were of no concern to her. She had witnessed far worse horrors in this world. Now that she had collected the coal and the antiques, most of which were useless, her purpose had been fulfilled. She needed to return to the cave swiftly, to devise a plan to extricate the old man, or perhaps find a nearby spot to lay low for half a month, allowing him to suffer enough before she re-emerged. Returning to the cave would also be prudent, as her newly acquired puppy still awaited her. She had grown quite fond of the little creature, and did not wish for it to perish from the cold. As for the fate of Qian Hu's men, they could fend for themselves. Without coal, their survival would likely be short-lived, though one could never be too certain. These individuals were ruthless. Those recently imprisoned might very well serve as reserves, but what concern was that of hers? Such matters were for the police to handle. The thought of the police brought to mind Shinamo, the man who had just fed her dog. It was a pity he had to meet such an end. But he had learned her secret, self-preservation was paramount. However, as she made her way back, her mental energy gradually adjusted to scan a 20-meter radius for threats. Suddenly, a vague silhouette crawled into view, and it seemed there was more than one. Jiang Ye's pupils constricted. What was this? A large rat? Or perhaps a person? If it were a person, then they had certainly been discovered. But how could they have arrived so quickly? Indeed, one must never expect a smooth journey. She directed her mental energy upwards, searching for an exit, but it appeared there was none. Jiang Ye turned and fled, knowing she could not seal off the entrance behind her, as that would only suffocate her. Alas, she had inadvertently paved the way for those behind her to follow. They were likely Qian Hu's adversaries, or perhaps thieves. As she walked, she continued to gather silt, her eyes scanning the surroundings until she stumbled upon a spot where the passage widened. This was a junction in the pipeline. A flicker of hope ignited within her. Surely, there must be an exit. Focusing her gaze on that location, her mental energy expanded, revealing the scene within 20 meters. Rusted pipes, cracked walls, overhead beams, and even the distant footsteps of patrolling guards. The sheer volume of information nearly overwhelmed her, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the crowbar, managing to isolate the outline of a maintenance hatch amidst the chaos. Indeed, it was an excellent escape route. With a mere thought, a multifunctional telescopic ladder appeared in her hands. After unfolding the ladder, Jiang Ye swiftly ascended towards the hatch cover, exclaiming, "Collect." The hatch cover was instantly drawn into her space, and she grasped the rim to pull herself out. With a swift motion, she retracted the ladder, refusing to grant any advantage to those below. Simultaneously, she replaced the hatch cover exactly as it was, placing a medium-sized stone atop it. Jiang Ye smirked and remarked, "Let us see how you get up here, unless you're a super strong man." Almost at the very moment she vanished, two tactical figures nimbly rolled into the pipeline. Bright flashlights illuminated the disarrayed ground and the hatchway above, with a commanding voice calling out, "Target is moving upwards. Pursue." Yet when they reached the hatch, they found it immovable, particularly heavy. "What the hell is this? Where did this stone come from?" "Report. The passage is obstructed by an unidentified object. We cannot proceed." Chaos erupted below as shouts of shock and confusion surged upwards, the sheer absurdity of the situation bewildering even the most trained of them. Jiang Ye reveled in the disarray below when suddenly, a heavy, dark iron canister struck the back of her head, freezing time in that instant. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Slowly turn around." A cold voice commanded from behind her, leaving Jiang Ye momentarily stunned. She realized her mental energy could not perceive what lay behind her. She could only sense shapes with her eyes and ears. Yet she could not see the person behind her, though she could envision him with a gun in hand, a real gun, pressed firmly against her skull. The moment she felt the cold metal against her head, every muscle in her body tensed. Before she could recover from her shock, a sharp pain pierced her neck as a cold needle penetrated her skin. A viscous liquid forcefully injected into her. She attempted to struggle, but as soon as she moved her arms, the person behind her clamped down with a grip like iron. "Be still. This will put an elephant to sleep in 3 minutes, he said mockingly, clearly underestimating her. The effects of the anesthetic were swift and brutal. Jiang Ye felt her eyelids grow heavy, her vision blurred, and even her mental energy began to feel sluggish, condensing into a hazy glow. Just as her consciousness began to plunge into darkness, she caught a glimpse of the man holding the gun. He was a short, stout figure clad in a grease-stained black jacket, a grotesque scar running from the corner of his eye down to his chin. The scar twisted like a contorted centipede, darkening under the dim light. Jiang Ye's vision faded further, the anesthetic flooding her limbs like a tide, rendering her eyelids too heavy to lift. She wished to raise her hand, but her arm felt welded to the ground, leaving her helpless as the man leaned closer, his shadow enveloping her entirely. The scarred man spat blood-tinged saliva, his finger poking her cheek with a pressure that felt like he was weighing her flesh. So, this is the little mouse that Lord who is after? Not much to speak of, is it? He ground his thumb against her cheekbone, his fingernails caked with black grime, disdainfully observing her youthful appearance. Those 3 useless fools couldn't even handle this? His words dripped with contempt, saliva mixed with the stench of smoke splattering across her face. Drag her away. Don't soil my territory. His voice echoed from a distance, buzzing in Jiang Ye's ears. Her consciousness felt like a soggy cotton ball, weighed down, filled with regret. Damn. I was careless. I had scanned my surroundings with my mental energy. How could I have missed what was behind me? Where did this scarred man come from? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her arm was abruptly yanked upwards, as if her bones were about to shatter. She stumbled a few steps, her back colliding heavily with something solid, before being shoved into a cramped space, a sudden jolt of motion overwhelming her senses. Due to her habitual consumption of spiritual spring water, which could fell an elephant with its anesthetic effects, she found it surprisingly ineffective. Her hands were gradually regaining sensation, though her neck throbbed with a fiery pain. A thought struck her. Was that syringe used only once? She hoped it didn't carry any viruses. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ye squinted, realizing her mental faculties were still of no use, while her limbs began to respond slowly. Likely a side effect of the anesthesia. She strained to listen to the sounds around her. At least 5 pairs of footsteps. Labored breathing mingled with the stench of smoke and sweat, most likely the thugs of Qianhu. Time passed without her knowledge, and she was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like a dead dog. The cold concrete sent a shiver down her spine. With great effort, she cracked open her eyelids, only to be met by a pair of sinister eyes. Nearby, a henchman quickly bowed, exclaiming, "Boss Hu, it's her." The bald man and the scarred one fell victim to her. We never expected her to deliver herself right to our doorstep. If it weren't for Huang Mao's tip-off about her presence in the nearby Bailong town, we would have sent someone to investigate. But our own hunting dog discovered her. We had her cornered just behind the warehouse. Qian Hu's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, the gold ring glinting ominously against the mahogany surface. He glanced at the unconscious Jiang Ye on the ground, his brow furrowing in confusion. Is this it? I lost 3 men consecutively, and that fool with the bald head didn't leave a trace? It's her, the henchman insisted, bowing again, his pants still muddy. Huang Mao saw her in Bailong town. She was just behind the warehouse, and we didn't know how she managed to slip in. Qian Hu slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacup to jump. Incompetence. Hundreds of eyes were on her, and a girl managed to sneak in? Yes. Boss Hu, my apologies. His subordinates hurriedly replied. Qian Hu sighed, looking at Jiang Ye. Wake her up. I want to see how she eliminated the bald man and his companions. One of his men hesitated, saying, Boss Hu, she was just injected with the anesthetic from Dr.
Shen.
She probably won't wake up anytime soon. Qian Hu cursed, incompetent. You waste such an expensive substance on a mere girl. Just then, a shout from outside burst in like thunder. Boss Hu, the coal pile. Hundreds of tons of coal are gone. Qian Hu was taken aback.
Gone?
All of it? The messenger rushed in, mud caking his pants, frantic as he stomped his feet.
Yes.
That open area piled high like a mountain. It's empty. Panic gripped Qian Hu. How could such a substantial amount of coal simply vanish? Investigate immediately. He cast a glance at the woman on the floor, his interest in interrogating her fading. He waved his hand dismissively. Throw her in that pile of goods and tell Old Shin to clean up properly. Sell whatever can be sold and recover our losses from these past few days. He barked at the others. The rest of you, check the surveillance. Jiang Ye felt a jolt of alarm. Goods?
Sold?
Could it be those outlines she had sensed with her mental energy underground? Before she could ponder further, 2 henchmen hoisted her up like a sack of potatoes and shoved her into a cart, jostling her along the way, seemingly descending a few steps. Before long, the iron door creaked open, and she was unceremoniously tossed inside, landing on the cold floor. Boss Hu said to handle it, dismantle whatever can be dismantled. As the words echoed, the iron door slammed shut with a clang. Jiang Ye slowly opened her eyes, the scene before her sending chills down her spine. Her stomach lurching. This place was more terrifying than hell. It resembled a hospital room, yet also a surgical suite. The bed was covered with blood-soaked sheets, and next to it stood a large iron cage crammed with several individuals of varying sizes. Damned Qian Hu. I was not this unsettled when sold into human trafficking. Yet you dare to do this. This is no surgical room. It is a slaughterhouse. Jiang Yeye struggled to move, but her limbs remained unresponsive. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted two women in nurse uniforms dragging over another blood-free sheet, while a masked man bent over, cleaning a surgical knife. The lenses of his glasses glinting coldly under the lights, clearly preparing to take action. What are they planning? Jiang Yeye felt an urgent need to mobilize. Damn the anesthetic. Why hasn't he worn off yet? Just then, the doctor removed his mask and shouted at one of the nurses, Xiaowan, prepare the incubator. Once it's taken, send it to Qian Lao, our boss who is very filial to him. If the old man is pleased, we'll reap the benefits.
Oh.
And make sure to select 2 in good condition for live experimentation. Understood, Dr. Shen, Xiaowan replied, turning briskly towards the instruments. Dr. Shen? Those 3 words pierced through Jiang Yeye's muddled consciousness like a needle. Her eyelids fluttered, and she forced open a narrow slit to see the man in the blood-stained white coat, his back to her, organizing surgical instruments. His profile starkly rigid under the harsh lighting. Is it him? Jiang Yeye's heart constricted. Could he be the attending physician from the hospital where she had her stomach pumped? How could he end up in a place like this? But before she could dwell on the thought, the instinct for survival took over. There was no time to contemplate. The cold metallic touch crept up her back as the 2 nurses hoisted her up, lifting her off the ground and dragging her toward the surgical bed draped in blood-stained sheets. The dark red stains still bore the remnants of dried stickiness, making her stomach churn. Move, damn it, move. Jiang Yeye gritted her teeth, pressing her tongue against her gums to induce a little pain, hoping to dispel the lingering effects of the anesthetic. Her arms felt as if they were filled with lead, her fingers barely able to curl. Even lifting them was a struggle. Her legs were numb and stiff, feeling like foreign objects. If she didn't act soon, she would truly be disassembled. She watched helplessly as she was drawn ever closer to the surgical bed, the motion of Dr. Shen raising the surgical knife coming into focus, the blade reflecting a chilling glint that stung her eyes. From behind the iron cage came soft whimpers, as if heralding her impending fate. Each second felt elongated. The footsteps of the nurses, the sharp clinking of instruments, her increasingly labored breathing. All sounds penetrated her ears, forcing her to confront a terrifying reality. If she couldn't break free, she would be reduced to mere parts. Chapter 50. It's my turn, Doctor. Shen's surgical knife was raised, glinting ominously, mere inches from her chest. Jiang Yeye could even smell the mingling scents of disinfectant and blood on the blade, her eyelids trembling violently from sheer tension. Just at that critical moment, chaos erupted outside.
Bang! Bang!
Gunfire rang out, dull yet thunderous, reverberating through the ground, followed by shouts, curses, and the crashing of tables and chairs, like a pot of boiling water suddenly overturned, crashing through the iron door into the surgical room. Dr. Shen's hand froze, his arm poised with a knife, suspended in midair. The cold demeanor on his face was swiftly replaced by alarm as he instinctively grabbed the intercom on the table, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Amidst the static, Qian Hu's frantic voice pierced through like a dog with its tail stepped on. Quick! Move the goods. The cops are coming. If necessary, destroy everything. Leave no survivors. Dr. Shen, these goods are worth a fortune. Are we really going to destroy everything? Xiaowan's voice rose in pitch, her urgency palpable as she stomped her feet.
Doctor.
Shen slammed the surgical knife onto the table with a sharp clatter that sliced through the chaos. If the goods are lost, they can be replaced. But if we're caught by the police, it's over. His face turned ashen, his words rushing out like bullets. This urgency was unlike any he had ever experienced.
Quickly!
Gather everything together and set it ablaze. Xiaowan and another nurse immediately began to hastily douse Jiang Yeye and the person in the iron cage with gasoline, along with the bloodied sheets and surgical instruments. Xiaowan, follow me through the side passage in a moment and bring the batch we just retrieved today. It was hard to obtain, Dr. Shen added, shifting towards the passageway. A buzzing sound filled Jiang Yeye's mind. For the first time, She felt grateful that the police had arrived just in time. If they had been even a moment later, she would have likely been disassembled. But the current predicament was even more perilous. They intended to set the place ablaze. Move quickly. My legs, my arms, she screamed inwardly. Just as that group reached the door, poised to close it and ignite the flames, Jiang Yeye suddenly regained full control of her limbs. Although she felt somewhat disoriented, she could not afford to hesitate. With a thought, a bowl of spiritual water appeared in her hand, and as she drank it down, the effects of the anesthetic receded like a receding tide, filling her body with vigor. However, white smoke had already begun to billow around her, and flames surged upward. Jiang Yeye retaliated, pulling out a fire extinguisher from her space and spraying it fiercely, but the gasoline fire was not easily subdued. Instead, the flames leapt higher. Furious, she cursed, "These murderous bastards, they are truly ruthless." She hurled the fire extinguisher aside and turned to check the small passage where Dr. Shen had disappeared. Glancing back at the massive iron gate through which she had entered, she couldn't help but scold herself. "Jiang Yeye, you really are a fool." With a thought, a sturdy axe appeared in her hand. With a resounding crash, she swung the axe 3 times, creating a gap in the iron door, sparks flying. Just as she was about to rush out, she caught sight of the huddled figures in the cage and scolded herself once more. "Jiang Yeye, you truly are foolish. Never learning your lesson." Despite her self-reprimand, she rushed to the cage, severing the lock with a single swing of the axe, shouting, "Run along the iron door. You can survive. Do not follow me." She turned and sprinted towards the passage where Dr. Shen had vanished. It was at that moment the captives finally reacted, rushing towards the iron door in a panic. Some attempted to follow her, but Jiang Yeye swung the axe down in front of them, shouting, "Get lost." The crowd recoiled in fear and quickly turned to flee towards the iron door. Jiang Yeye observed, "See? Being fierce works better." She dashed into the passage and, with a thought, summoned a large stone from her space to barricade the entrance, contemplating, "I have provided them with a chance at life. Whether they live or die is now in their hands. It has nothing to do with me." Having settled this in her mind, she charged forward through the passage, her mental strength gradually returning. Ahead, she detected 3 figures, and her heart leaped with joy. She had finally found them. Jiang Yeye sprinted forward, her mental energy now able to extend enough to discern movements within 20 meters. The 3 figures were frantically running, their footsteps chaotic. Among the voices, she recognized Xiao Wan's. "Dr. Shen, should we meet up with Master Hu ahead?" Xiao Wan's voice, breathless and mingled with hurried steps, reached her ears. "With just this little bit, how can we possibly be a match for Master Hu?" Dr. Shen's voice followed, steadier than Xiao Wan's, yet tinged with urgency. "Enough chatter, hurry up. This coking plant is merely the tip of the iceberg of the Qian family's enterprise. If things escalate, there will be higher authorities to suppress it. What is there to fear? Just don't lose the goods we retrieved today. Old Qian is still waiting." I know. Run faster." Jiang Yeye's ears caught their conversation, her mental energy firmly locking onto the figure in the white coat, Dr. Shen. A cold smirk curled at her lips, and her pace quickened, gripping the axe tightly. At that moment, it seemed Dr. Shen sensed something, abruptly turning around. Without granting him a moment's opportunity to react, Jiang Yeye harnessed her momentum and swung the axe. With a sickening thud, the axe embedded itself in Dr. Shen's back. "Ah!" Dr. Shen let out a chilling scream, stumbling forward and collapsing to the ground. Xiao Wan and the other nurse were paralyzed with fear, Xiao Wan pointing at Jiang Yeye, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "It's you. How could you run?" The other nurse reacted quickly, pulling Xiao Wan towards the exit. "Don't let her catch up." Stumbling, Xiao Wan forgot about the insulated box on the ground and ran awkwardly. Jiang Yeye did not pursue. Her attention was fixed on the writhing Dr. Shen. She approached him, placing a foot on his back, and yanked out the axe, blood and rust splattering across her pant leg. Dr. Shen writhed in agony, turning to glare at her, his eyes wide with terror. How did you?" "Thanks to you, I woke up just in time," Jiang Yeye replied with an icy tone, raising the axe once more. "You wanted to dismantle me, didn't you? Now it's my turn." With that, the axe fell again. Blood splattered across her face. But Jiang Yeye did not flinch, feeling a sense of relief as the oppression in her heart began to dissipate. She yanked the axe from Dr. Shen's back. Just as he was about to scream, she brought it down upon his head. Blood sprayed everywhere, and instead of fear, she felt an indescribable sense of vindication. Humph. This is too easy a death for you. She glared at the insulated box. Your hands have unwittingly stained innocent blood. At least human traffickers leave a way out. You demons simply dismantle people. As she cursed, she still managed to store the insulated box in her space, considering it a stroke of fate, intending to bury it later. She attempted to collect Dr. Shin's body as well, and the dark soil of her space swiftly decomposed it, unlike the dizzying experience of collecting living beings before. It seemed this space only consumed the lifeless, avoiding any discomfort. She pursed her lips and turned her gaze forward, sensing two figures moving towards the exit. Jiang Yeye quickened her pace, striking one with the axe, causing them to collapse. The other scrambled out of the exit, disappearing from sight. She followed up with another swing, storing the body in her space, and coldly remarked towards the exit, "It matters not if you flee. Heaven will soon take care of scum like you." Turning to glance at the coking plant, she realized this small path led directly to the outskirts. At that moment, the air was filled with police sirens surrounding the factory. Jiang Yeye steadied her rapid breathing, hearing the patter of raindrops above. Glancing up, her heart sank. Rain? Again? Just yesterday, it had poured all night in the valley, and she had dismissed it as merely the mountain weather. She vividly remembered the last few days before the apocalypse struck in her previous life. When the sky had remained a dismal gray, the sun veiled in haze, oppressive and stifling. There hadn't even been a single drop of rain. Chapter 51. The electric escape. Jiang Yeye stood amidst the wild grass at the outskirts of the coking plant, the raindrops stinging her face. Behind her, the police sirens wailed heartbreakingly, their red and blue lights flashing through the curtain of rain, appearing like a blurred yet piercing vision through frosted glass. She had indeed made it to the outskirts. The end of the small passage was nestled beside an abandoned drainage ditch, hidden outside the factory walls. Upon emerging from the passage, she had even glimpsed the distant outlines of farmland, but the rain had come too suddenly, transforming the world into a murky white. "What is happening?" she murmured to herself, but there was no time to ponder. She needed to run. With a thought, the electric scooter she had stashed in by Longtown appeared beside her. Feeling that the rain had intensified, Jiang Yeye retrieved a raincoat from her space and donned it, also grabbing a helmet. Once prepared, she mounted the electric scooter. With her right hand, she pressed the power switch. The hum of the motor swallowed by the sound of rain, and the vehicle shot forth like an arrow, silently darting into a nearby path. The sirens faded into the distance behind her, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the police had not pursued her. She began to reflect on her recent surroundings. Why had the police arrived at the coking plant? And so swiftly? The map Chun Mo provided did not seem easy to navigate, aside from the underground passage she had discovered. But that passage was known only to her, and it had been a recent discovery. Unless it was Chun Mo? He was the only one who knew she had found the entrance to that sewer. Jiang Yeye shook her head, pondering. It shouldn't be. Those fierce wolf dogs had seemed quite menacing at the time, and she had even knocked herself out with her electric pig stick. Forget it. It doesn't matter who they are. It's better this way. Someone is dealing with those scoundrels. Suddenly, she recalled the individuals in the underground prison, realizing she had narrowly escaped being disassembled. There was no time to waste. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that regardless of the rain's origin, the countdown to the apocalypse would not cease. With less than a day remaining, she had procured coal. Yet her only lingering dissatisfaction was with her oblivious father. It was true that she wanted to save him, but she also wished for him to experience this hardship. However, before the blizzard descended, she must return to her cave. That was of utmost importance. Once she prepared everything, she would let that old man taste the human nature that emerges at the onset of the apocalypse, allowing him to witness the lengths to which people would go for a morsel of food. Afterward, she could retrieve him. She thought of the RV in her space, now equipped with snow tires, still usable in the early days of the apocalypse. This thought bolstered her confidence. The rain continued to pour, intensifying as if it aimed to drown the entire world in mud. The electric vehicle sped along the desolate path, raindrops stinging her face like fine needles. Yet it kept her alert. After running half a kilometer and confirming no pursuers were behind her, be they thugs or police, she stopped behind a thicket, stowed away the electric vehicle, and summoned the small truck. The van would surely have a tracking device. She had no desire to take further risks. As she opened the door, she noticed the mud on her shoes was the dark earth of the wild. Settling into the driver's seat, she easily adjusted her position. The dampness of her pants against the seat became a trivial concern. With the roar of the engine, her grip on the steering wheel was steady, even synchronized with the rhythm of the wipers. Scanning the rain-soaked terrain, the hidden potholes appeared as clear as a map to her. She needed to return to the cave. It was best to avoid the other coal storage locations of Qianhu. Since the police could come here, they were undoubtedly monitoring other areas as well. Jiang Ye's mind raced. The small truck was somewhat lengthy, making it a bit cumbersome to drive. Meanwhile, the rain intensified, causing the truck's wipers to struggle to keep up. Observing the unusual downpour, she felt a sense of unease and turned on the vehicle's radio. An urgent announcement interrupted. For the next 3 days, our city would experience extensive rainfall. Please take precautions and refrain from unnecessary outings. Jiang Ye listened to the emergency broadcast, perplexed by the continuous downpour. The rain continued to pour down, rendering her unable to drive further. Spotting a gas station in the distance, she drove in to seek shelter from the rain. Inside the gas station, people bustled about, huddled under the eaves, rubbing their hands and stomping their feet, oblivious to the small truck that quietly rolled in the corner. Just as Jiang Ye parked, her mental energy instinctively scanned the surroundings, abruptly halting as her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar silhouette not far away, the black SUV in the parking space. Its body splattered with the distinctive red mud of Hualong Town, belonged to Huang Mao's gang. A spark of excitement ignited within her. She did not approach immediately, but instead extended her mental energy like a fine net. The vehicle was empty. A half-burnt cigarette lay abandoned in the driver's seat, indicating that its occupants had left only recently. Surrounding rain-seekers chatted casually, none glancing in her direction. Good fortune had come knocking, and there was no escaping it. Jiang Ye chuckled softly, deftly steering the small truck closer to the SUV, positioning the two vehicles almost side by side, allowing the truck's body to shield her from prying eyes. Once she confirmed through the rearview mirror that no one was watching, she extended her hand, her fingertips brushing the window gap, and with a thought, within half a meter, the black SUV was drawn into Jiang Ye's space. Success. Justice had prevailed. Jiang Ye then quietly departed. Although the rain continued to fall and the path was treacherous, she wished to avoid trouble. There were still many tasks awaiting her. A slow pace would suffice. As dawn approached, the rain showed no signs of abating, having poured throughout the night. Jiang Ye had driven nearly the entire night, grateful that she had been heading uphill. Otherwise, she feared the low-lying areas might have flooded, submerging the small truck. Fortunately, her mental prowess aided her, allowing her to return slowly to the vicinity of the cave. Despite the enhancement from the spiritual spring water, she still felt utterly exhausted. At this moment, all Jiang Ye desired was to return and rest. She parked the vehicle, scanning the surroundings with her mental energy, relieved to find no ambushes. As her taut nerves relaxed, a sudden question arose in her mind. Why hadn't she noticed the gun pressed against her head earlier? Was it because she had just upgraded and hadn't yet mastered her abilities? After all, this capability had just evolved, and she had yet to fully comprehend its intricacies. Her mental energy had merely enhanced her vision and hearing, not rendering her omnipotent. It seemed she would have to gradually adapt to the limitations of her newfound abilities. Dismissing the thought, Jiang Ye took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing her doubts, and pushed open the car door. The rain seemed to have lessened. The cool aroma of the forest mingled with the scent of wet earth filled her nostrils. She quickened her pace toward the cave. Finally, the entrance of the cave loomed not far ahead, its familiar contours faintly visible in the dim light. Upon reaching the cave entrance, she scanned the surroundings once more with her mental energy, ensuring safety before removing the boulder that blocked the entrance. As she slipped into the darkness, the warmth of the spiritual spring water lingered within her. Just as she steadied herself, a faint sound emerged behind her, not a heavy threat but rather a light rustling, reminiscent of something moving playfully after being soaked by rain. A shadow suddenly darted out, carrying a hint of dampness, intruding upon her perception. Chapter 52. Who is plotting against me? Jiang Ye's hair stood on end. The tension in her recently relaxed body snapped tight once more. Just as she was about to retrieve her electric pig stick from her space, a furry, warm little body collided forcefully with her calf.
Woof, woof,
Woof! The excited, high-pitched yelps erupted, filled with immense grievance and joy. It was that little puppy. It quivered with excitement, every hair on its body vibrating wildly, spinning around Jiang Ye's legs like a wind-up toy, as if exclaiming, The giant! The giant has returned. I've bumped into you. Safe. Spinning around. Tail wagging. Licking. Rubbing. My giant. Treats. Seeing the little creature, Jiang Ye let out a sigh of relief, scolding, You little rascal, are you trying to scare me to death? Couldn't you have barked a couple of times before jumping out? Though she scolded, she still squatted down to scoop up the smelly little black fur ball. The puppy seemed to adore Jiang Ye's embrace, attempting to lick her face. Although she liked it, she still found it too dirty and placed it back on the ground. The little puppy, seeing Jiang Ye set it down, spun in anxious circles. Jiang Ye couldn't help but chuckle at its antics. With your filthy appearance, why would I want to hold you? Unless you clean up a bit. Thinking of this, she glanced down at herself. She was equally disheveled. Checking the time while using her mental energy to survey outside the cave, the rain showed no signs of letting up. Let us go inside and tidy up first. Jiang Ye took her flashlight and walked into the cave, reaching the spacious area within. She swept the light around, finding nothing unusual. With a flicker of her thoughts, the white B-type RV materialized like a colossal beast, occupying the open space. Jiang Ye opened the door and stepped inside, the little puppy following closely behind. Turning on the lights inside the RV, she glanced at the time. It was still early. She would first take a bath in the spiritual spring to regain her energy, then ponder how to locate the old man. Resolute in her decision, Jiang Ye headed straight for the bathroom, and with a thought, a brand new large plastic basin appeared on the floor. Following this, a large bucket of clear, life-imbued spiritual spring water poured into the basin. She swiftly shed her soiled coat and trousers, stepping into the basin. The warm spiritual spring water enveloped her weary body in an instant. A long sigh escaped her lips as she allowed the enchanting energy to permeate her skin, cleansing away the dust and soothing all her minor abrasions and fatigue. The grime and exhaustion seemed to be completely washed away by the flowing water, her skin regaining a healthy radiance, and even her strands of hair became fresh and smooth. After her bath, Jiang Ye felt invigorated, her spirit soaring to unprecedented heights. She donned a clean, comfortable loungewear, her damp hair cascading freely. Her gaze fell upon the bathroom door, where a small black ball of fur was peering in curiously. Its bright eyes filled with wonder, seemingly still processing the transformation of the giant into something fragrant. Upon seeing it, Jiang Ye couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Hee hee. It's your turn, dirty pup, as she scooped up the little creature, which was attempting to retreat. The small being was rigid with fear, its eyes wide, emitting a faint whimper from its throat. However, when Jiang Ye placed it into the warm basin of spiritual spring water, the anticipated icy chill did not arrive. Instead, warmth and comfort enveloped the little pup, instantly dissipating its fear. Its tense body began to relax gradually. Jiang Ye took her shower gel, squeezed out a rich lather, and began to carefully wash the little creature. Surprisingly, it was quite docile, allowing her to untangle its knotted fur and cleanse its muddy paws and belly. It even comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting soft purring sounds, occasionally lifting a tiny paw in cooperation. Observing its comfort, Jiang Ye joked, Look at you. You're quite lucky to have met a beautiful person like me. Otherwise, with the extreme cold approaching, you'd probably end up a frozen sculpture. Lift those paws. The little pup actually tilted its head, listening to her chatter, hesitantly raising its soapy little paw. Jiang Ye, seeing this, chuckled. Oh, you're quite cooperative. Let me wash you again. She thoroughly washed it 3 times. The first round resulted in murky, muddy water. The second was slightly better, a grayish hue. By the 3rd round, the water finally revealed its clear essence. She wrapped the freshly scented little creature in a large towel, drying it off. As its damp fur was being dried and fluffed, Jiang Ye was taken aback. Where was the little black ball of fur? The dried, fluffy fur, under the bright lights of the RV, revealed a soft, almost dazzling pure white. It resembled a freshly made, fluffy, sweet cotton candy. Only the tips of its ears and tail retained a hint of very light cream color. Its once round, dark eyes, now set against the backdrop of its snowy fur, appeared larger and brighter, akin to 2 glistening black opals, gazing at her with a mix of innocence and a hint of pride, as if awaiting praise. Staring at the transformed cotton ball in her arms, Jiang Ye finally regained her voice, filled with incredulous delight. Surprise, surprise. You're a white fluffball. The little creature seemed to sense Jiang Ye's astonishment, nuzzling against her in satisfaction, letting out tiny whimpers. This time, she did not push it away but pulled it closer, vigorously rubbing it. So soft, so soft. You're far more enjoyable than any plush toy. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, with only a final countdown remaining before the catastrophic blizzard. Inside the RV, the atmosphere was warm and bright, with one person and one dog nestled together. Jiang Ye's fingers unconsciously twirled the little pup's fur, her mind occupied with thoughts of venturing out once the rain subsided, needing to retrace the route to find the old man, reminding herself to stay alert and not to sleep.
Yet,
the after-effects of the desperate escape from the coking plant still lingered heavily in her bones, and at this moment, wrapped in the RV's warm light, the little pup's even breathing brushed against her wrist like a soft feather, causing her hardened vigilance to dissolve quietly, like sugar melting in warm water. Her eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and while she still murmured to herself that she'd just rest for a second, in the next moment, her arms, cradling the cotton ball, relaxed, and her breathing gradually deepened. Meanwhile, outside the city, in the coking plant, silence fell, but the air thickened with despair. The police had just reached the staircase leading to the underground prison when the heavy scent of smoke stung their noses. The leading officer raised his hand to signal the team to halt, just as he was about to issue a warning about the fire. A chaotic clamor of footsteps erupted from below, accompanied by coughing and panicked cries as a group of ragged individuals stumbled up, each one tattered and smeared with soot, some limping and being aided by others.
Run.
The fire is spreading, a middle-aged man shouted hoarsely, cradling a terrified little girl in his arms. The officers were taken aback. The plan was to forcefully rescue people, yet here they were, running out themselves. The commanding officer quickly regained his composure, waving his hand to signal the team. Quick! Lead the people to safety. Grab fire extinguishers. In the chaos, he seized the middle-aged man. What happened inside? Who let you out? The man, startled, relaxed upon realizing they were police, and suddenly broke down in tears, while others followed suit, choking on their sobs as they recalled the horrors within. Watching their companions be taken apart, their terror palpable. At that moment, a recently recovered survivor, hearing the officer's inquiry, shouted urgently, "Officer, it was a woman. She was supposed to be taken like us but suddenly woke up, broke the lock, and let us escape." That Dr. Shun and the nurse ran down a small passage. And when we tried to follow, she scared us with an axe, so we escaped this way. A woman? The leading officer's heart raced, and he immediately reported into the intercom. Command center, personnel from the underground prison at the coking plant have escaped on their own, preliminarily confirmed to be rescued by a woman. The fire on site needs to be extinguished. Evidence of Qian Hu's organ trafficking may be compromised. Over. After setting down the intercom, he ordered, "You take the hostages out. The rest follow me to put out the fire." The blaze was soon extinguished, but crucial evidence had been burned away. While clearing the site, the team discovered a large rock blocking the passage, leading to an immediate supplemental report. Abnormal discovery. The passage is blocked by a giant stone, suspected to be man-made. Chun Mo stood beside the commander, listening to the report, his brow furrowing deeper. The bite mark on his left arm still throbbed, yet it was visibly healing at an alarming rate. He clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, thinking, she must have blocked the door, sealed the entrance. This method is too much like her. Thankfully, that magical water of hers, if it hadn't been for that, allowing the wounds to heal so swiftly, he would have surely met his doom when he was knocked out and tossed to the dogs. He must find her. He had also been fed the soul-severing pills for 3 days. While it sounded absurd, her abilities were sufficient to prove everything. However, for now, he first needed to report to a senior officer the hidden partition on the encrypted computer. The key is Qian, who escaped through the sewage pipe with the scorpion and razor. The officer's sharp gaze scrutinized him. That woman who caused the chaos. Are you certain you don't recognize her? What is her motive? Chun Mo furrowed his brow, deliberately displaying confusion. I don't know her, it was all too sudden. The objective is unclear. It could be revenge or opportunism. She is very familiar with the terrain and moves exceptionally quickly. At that moment, the intercom crackled with urgent voices. Area D hidden interrogation room. A severely injured young man has been discovered. Life-threatening. Immediate rescue needed. Chun Mo's body tensed instantly, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. His hidden hand clenched into a fist. The pain of his nails digging into his palm was his only anchor to composure.
Yoki.
Qian, who really went for the kill. He forced himself to breathe, his expression shifting to one of shock and concern. Interrogation room? Severe injuries? What about Qian Hu? The officer's expression changed drastically, and he rushed toward the interrogation room. Chun Mo remained in place, shadows masking his suddenly pale face and the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. He heard fragmented reports, multiple skull fractures, several broken ribs, hemorrhagic shock, hypothermia, and an extremely high risk of organ failure. Quickly transport to the trauma center. Prepare blood. Get ready for surgery. Each word struck him like an ice pick to the heart. Little Kai was hanging by a thread. The odds of conventional medical intervention succeeding in such dire circumstances were suffocatingly bleak. An overwhelming sense of despair crashed over him like a tidal wave. He had been undercover for years, living on the edge, all to utterly dismantle Qian Hu and rescue his controlled brother. He had hoped this operation would precede Qian Hu's lethal intentions, but it was tragically too late, and the consequences were horrific. What to do? Just as despair threatened to consume him, a thought seared into his mind like a red-hot brand. That woman's miraculous water. And his antidote. Meanwhile, in a cave, Jiang Yeye was sleeping soundly, cradling a puppy, yet in her dreams, she sneezed several times. Damn it, who cursed me? She mumbled, rolling over and sinking back into slumber. Chapter 53. The life-saving bait that woman. That mysterious woman whose name he did not even know. Chen Mo could never forget her. When he was gravely injured and on the brink of death, it was that woman who, in an unfathomable manner, conjured forth a life-giving clear water and forced it into his mouth. That water possessed the power of miraculous healing. It allowed his shattered insides and broken bones to mend at an astonishing pace under its extraordinary influence. It was also that woman who had yanked him back from the jaws of death. Later, he learned she possessed an even more terrifying ability: spatial manipulation. He had witnessed her conjure food, weapons, and even make large vehicles vanish. This transcendent power left him utterly astounded. It was precisely because of her spatial abilities, her accumulated resources, and her remarkable stealth skills that they managed to evade Qian Hu's surveillance and infiltrate the heavily guarded core of the coking plant. Yet, throughout this journey, he had come to recognize the truth. This woman was far from benevolent. She was extremely dangerous, with a fierce paranoia, and harbored lethal intent toward anyone attempting to uncover her secrets. From the moment she first fed him the miraculous water, pausing her fingertip at her own throat for a half-second, to the instant he cautiously inquired about her special abilities when frost suddenly glinted in her eyes, to the moment at the fork in the road in Bailong Town when she allowed him to take the route closest to surveillance out of apparent kindness, he had long since deciphered the unspoken truth. He was merely a temporary pawn, easily discarded at her whim. Moreover, he had heard her mention a police warrant for her arrest. Just imagine, a wanted criminal with superpowers. How terrifying that was. This realization sent chills down his spine. He was grateful for her life-saving grace, yet deeply wary of her dangerous identity as a criminal. Thus, in Bailong Town, when that woman was preoccupied with hoarding supplies through her spatial abilities, he seized a fleeting opportunity to relay information. It was less about exploitation and more about a reciprocal counterstrike, for he sensed that this woman might very well wish to silence him once her objectives were achieved. He was not about to sit idly by. He had utilized her abilities as a sharp blade to break the deadlock, guiding the police to launch a thunderous operation at the most critical moment. The aim was to dismantle Qian Hu and rescue his brother and those trapped alongside him. Simultaneously, perhaps he could also control this woman, this perilous collaborator. After all, at the moment she had knocked him unconscious and tossed him to the dogs, his pain was eclipsed by a cold realization of inevitability. That woman had never trusted him, just as he had never trusted her. This collaboration had been a calculated gamble from the outset. As anticipated, the operation was successful. Qian Hu's power crumbled, the victims were all rescued, and evidence was confiscated. Just then, the officer returned with a grave expression, accompanied by medical personnel bearing a stretcher. Mr. Chen, we found a young man severely tortured in the interrogation room. His condition is critical and requires immediate medical attention, the officer said with gravity. Chen Mo's gaze was locked onto the stretcher, confirming without a doubt that it was his brother. Yet he never expected that little Kai, his brother, would be so brutally tormented, teetering on the brink of death. As he watched the stretcher being carried out, little Kai's pale, lifeless features and noodle-like limbs caused Chenmo's heart to bleed. He understood that these injuries were far too severe. During his time undercover, he had witnessed the brutal methods employed by Qianhu's men, and conventional medical treatment would not save his brother. The only hope remaining lay in that woman's miraculous water. A colossal conflict tore at him, the life-saving grace. Without her miraculous water and spatial abilities, he would have perished long ago. And rescuing his brother and so many others would have been impossible. The criminal identity, she was a wanted felon, exceedingly dangerous. Utilizing her, or even collaborating with her, was inherently misguided. The betrayal. What constituted betrayal? That woman had wanted him dead from the start. Perhaps she had always viewed him merely as a tool, devoid of any sense of guilt. His brother's life, now little Kai's life, and his own, hinged upon that miraculous water. This was his only, albeit faint, hope. Officer. Is he named Chen Kai? He is my younger brother. That beast Qian, who must have suspected me and targeted my brother. His grief and anger were palpable, his eyes instantly reddening. The officer was taken aback. Your brother? Yes. I implore you. You must save him. Chenmo's plea was heartfelt. As he seized the officer's arm as if grasping a lifeline, his voice dropping to a desperate whisper, Officer, conventional medical treatment may not suffice. There is only one person who can save my brother. That woman who incited the chaos. His eyes brimmed with a blend of desperation and a hint of frenzied hope. I was gravely injured and near death. She revived me with an extraordinary water. Its effects were remarkable. I witnessed it firsthand. Just moments ago, she was brutally kicked. Yet she could immediately run and jump. This is no fabrication. That water might be our sole hope. Internally, Chenmo thought, I cannot mention her spatial abilities. Doing so would only complicate matters. But the efficacy of the miraculous water is irrefutable. I must convince them. They must seek her out. They must obtain that water. And my antidote. Furthermore, in the cave. I know where she might be, but I cannot reveal that I have been taken there. Otherwise, it will be impossible to explain. This woman has undoubtedly committed numerous crimes. With that warrant for her arrest, I cannot be associated with her. He deliberately emphasized the miraculous water's effects while burying the knowledge of her spatial abilities deep within himself, and he refrained from mentioning her wanted status. He understood that revealing such information would only be deemed absurd or raise unnecessary suspicion, jeopardizing precious time for rescue. I do not know what that water is. Chenmo's voice carried a near-humble plea, but it might be my brother's only chance. I beg you, send someone to find her. I know a place. She is likely there. His speech quickened, urgency palpable. The officer was struck by the palpable desperation and hope in Chenmo's eyes. Although the miraculous potion seemed fantastical, the other information he provided was precise, and his current grief and despair were far from feigned. More critically, the life of the young man on the stretcher was rapidly slipping away. Any glimmer of hope was a lifeline. The officer's gaze sharpened like an eagle's as he picked up the radio and decisively commanded, Command Center. Emergency situation at the scene. Target suspect is extremely dangerous. With the order given, the focus of the police search shifted instantly. Jiang Ye transitioned from a suspect inciting chaos to a key target possessing the life-saving potion that could potentially save the gravely injured officer or a crucial witness. Chun Mo gently touched the nearly healed dog bite mark, standing still as he watched the ambulance whisk his brother away with a heart-wrenching wail. His heart feeling as though it were being repeatedly squeezed by a cold hand. Ah, the miraculous water and my antidote. My dear woman, I wonder where you think you can run? Our meeting is imminent. Chapter 54, no longer concealable deep within the cave. The stifling heat of midsummer was kept at bay by the heavy rocks, leaving behind a comfortable coolness. Yet, the sound of rain outside had transformed from a violent downpour to a gentle patter, thick with moisture, enveloping the entire mountain like a damp, cold shroud. Jiang Ye suddenly awoke from her slumber on the small bed of the RV, her heart pounding irregularly in her chest, bringing a wave of suffocating discomfort. Cold sweat trickled down her temples, and the old man's penetrating scream from the hospital echoed in her mind. Run. Don't look back. It seemed to reverberate around her. Feigning concern. How hypocritical. It's time you faced some hardships, she muttered through clenched teeth, her fingers massaging her temples in agitation. The old man's desperate cries intertwined in her mind. stirring unease within her. Ugh, how annoying. She cursed softly, her bare feet touching the icy floor as she tried to dispel the inexplicable sense of dread. Her gaze swept over the crimson countdown, 638. Almost there. Humph. Once the heavy snow seals the door. Let us see if your tender wife prioritizes her precious daughter, or your frail old bones. She could almost visualize her stepmother's duplicitous face. At least don't freeze to death in that shabby house. The thought was abruptly crushed. Freezing to death would be self-inflicted. Who told you to only care for that family? The words stuck in her throat, turning into a sharp, bitter pang. She vigorously shook her head, attempting to rid herself of the inappropriate anxiety along with a vague image, the shadow of the old man, hunched and sitting on a corridor bench, mourning for a day and night while she lay injured in the hospital. That shadow weighed heavily upon her, like a stone, making it hard for her to breathe. Just 6 hours until it descends. Her eyes fixed on the countdown as her fingers instinctively tightened around the small dog she held. In her earlier haste to evade the police and hoard supplies, she had almost forgotten the most crucial matter, the old man. The echo of run still reverberated in her ears, and she irritably raked her fingers through her hair. What a mess. I should head to the old man's vicinity first, keep a watch, with my stepmother's nature. Once the blizzard hits, who knows where she'll toss him to fend for himself. Ugh, his luck is remarkable. But he still needs to face some hardships to see her true colors. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Already mentally mapping out her route, taking a small path from the cave, she could reach the old man's house in half an hour, arriving before the snowstorm. If that failed, she could stay for a few days and see how things unfolded. With a thought, a set of tactical clothing and thermal underwear appeared. Considering the weather's unpredictability, she quickly changed, and upon seeing the curious little puppy beside her, she knew it must accompany her. Leaving it behind would be tantamount to death. She would likely need to stay near the old man's house until the blizzard arrived. With determination, she scooped up the inquisitive little puppy, took a deep breath, and strode toward the RV's small door. Her fingers brushed against the cold doorknob, ready to push it open. At that very moment, the little dog, wrapped in a thin blanket, suddenly bristled with alarm. No longer emitting weak whimpers, it let out a short, almost growling bark from deep within, filled with vigilance. Its tiny body tensed, rigid as a stone, nestled in her arms, its damp nose twitching while its beady eyes fixated on the direction of the door. Noticing the puppy's unusual behavior, Jiang Ye paused. What is it? Why the fuss? Could there be someone? Simultaneously, her gaze darted toward the cave entrance, her mental acuity extending to cover a 20-meter radius ahead. A hazy image unfurled in her mind, devoid of clear outlines. Only 5 or 6 indistinct figures shifting near the boulders at the cave's mouth, like ink blots blurred by rain. She could sense the silhouettes lingering by the rocks. Something seemed to stir against the stone surface, and a few figures tensed, one of them gripping a long object, exuding an aura of readiness. Is someone there? Jiang Ye's heart tightened, her fingertips digging into the puppy's fur. The movements of those shadows conveyed a deliberate caution, unlike mere passers-by. Police? Her mind raced, alarms ringing. Could it be so coincidental? This cave was my last refuge, and I was planning to bring the old man back to safety. How could they have found me? The only possibility. Chen Mo. But hadn't she knocked him out to feed the dogs? Jiang Ye clenched her teeth. Realizing she had underestimated an undercover agent's survival skills and tracking instincts. How could a few vicious dogs possibly contain him? The police from the carbonization plant arriving so fortuitously must also be his doing.
Fool.
She scolded herself, her fingertips pressing into her palm. Rebirth and spatial abilities were nothing against the machinations of state machinery and human calculations. But now was not the time for self-reproach. The consequences of capture were unimaginable. If Chen Mo discovered her secret, coupled with the grudge of being fed to dogs, the fate that awaited her would be far worse than dissection. The little dog in her arms continued to whimper softly, its nose pointing towards the door, twitching. Jiang Ye inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain calm. Her gaze scanned the surroundings of the RV before abruptly shifting toward the depths of the cave. She recalled that during her exploration of the cave, there had been an exit. Surely, that exit had gone unnoticed by the police. Once more, she extended her mental focus, this time not concentrating on the entrance but probing deeper into the cave's interior. The vague contours of the rocks spread in her mind, and she vaguely sensed a depression in the right wall, as if shaped by flowing water. Too far to detect clearly, No matter. She had to act quickly. She swiftly tucked the puppy into the inner pocket of her tactical jacket, fearing it might bark and expose their location, zipping it up to leave only a breathable gap. Jiang Yeye hurriedly descended from the RV, and with a thought, she instantly stored the entire vehicle and its contents into her spatial pocket, leaving no trace. These were her lifelines in this post-apocalyptic world. She wouldn't let them fall into enemy hands. With another thought, a shovel, flashlight, and a small bottle of miraculous water materialized in her hands. Chen Mo, you are indeed formidable. She stared toward the cave entrance, her expression hardening from panic to cold determination. But if you think you can trap me, you are sorely mistaken. She turned and dashed deeper into the cave, heading for that exit. If there were police on the other side, it would spell disaster. She had little time before the blizzard arrived. And she must escape before they managed to move the boulders blocking the entrance. Chapter 55. There is always a way out. Fortunately, there is always a way out. As she approached the other exit, Jiang Yeye once again utilized her mental acuity to scan the area around the cave's mouth, finding it eerily silent. Save for the wind's whisper and the chirping of insects, no signs of life. Her heart finally eased slightly. It seemed this exit was exceptionally concealed, and the injured Chen Mo likely hadn't discovered it. She hastened to the cave's mouth, eyeing the massive boulder obstructing the exit. With a mere thought, the stone vanished, pulled into her spatial pocket. Fresh, rain-scented air rushed into the cave, invigorating and filled with the essence of nature. After ensuring the surroundings were free of ambush, she stepped out of the cave. Just as she emerged, she swiftly turned back, waving her hand. With another thought, the massive rock reappeared, sealing the cave entrance tightly, completely isolating everything within. Feeling a surge of satisfaction, she thought, even if they laboriously forced their way through the front, finding and moving this boulder would take considerable effort, granting her ample time to vanish without a trace. She turned and strode into the woods, cradling the little puppy as she quickened her pace. Curiously, the puppy in her arms had fallen silent, realizing that this human was its sole source of safety. Jiang Yeye suddenly sensed the unusual quietness of the little creature. Upon inspection, she found it trembling. What a coward! With such little courage. How can I expect you to help me fight off the bad guys in the future? Despite the harsh words, she gently patted the little creature in her arms. Silence, however, was a blessing, otherwise, we would all be captured for dissection. Though she referred to the small pup, it was also a reflection of her own state. As her heart raced uncontrollably, the little dog seemed to sense her thoughts, nudging closer into her embrace, just as rain began to fall from the sky once more. This wretched weather. Jiang Yeye swiftly retrieved her raincoat and a backpack, placing the small dog inside, securing it against her chest. After adjusting her gear, she glanced back at the cave entrance, sealed by a massive boulder, and thought, if you want to catch me, you'll have to wait a little longer. In the next moment, cradling her tiny burden, she resolutely turned and plunged into the thicket, descending the mountain. After roughly 10 minutes, a resounding explosion echoed in the distance. Had the police detonated the mountain? She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had she not escaped, she would have surely been captured for study. Meanwhile, after blasting the cave, the police found it completely vacant, but the remnants of takeout containers and litter attested to the presence of someone living there. As they continued their search, they discovered another exit, but it too was obstructed by a large rock. Doubts began to creep in. Could Chinmo's words have been false? The cold mountain wind, laced with rain, struck her like icy shards. Jiang Yeye instinctively shrank her neck and began to pick at the mud lodged in the crevices of the rocks. Something felt amiss. Too amiss. In her previous life, only hours remained before a snowstorm would descend. The sky, though overcast, was dry and frigid, shedding not a single tear. She vividly remembered that day in her rental. Beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, the air thick with the last remnants of summer's heat. Yet today, the rain was cool, tinged with an inexplicable scent, pelting her like shards of ice. This was not the weather she remembered. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, her heart sinking. Even the heavens were rewriting the script? If even the rain before the apocalypse could change, what are the other details from her past life? Would this impending snowstorm be even more brutal than 70 degrees below? The little pup whined softly, its paws nudging her arm. Jiang Yeye suddenly clenched her fists. There was no time to waste. The absence of this rain in her previous life indicated that the pace of events might be swifter now, with more variables at play. She had initially intended to linger until just before the snowstorm, but now this rain felt like a death knell. Who knew what troubles this unexpected downpour might unleash? Her gaze, as if tethered by an invisible thread, fixated on the direction of the city, on that dilapidated old apartment building, the repository of all her complex, painful, yet unforgettable memories. The shadow of the old man, hunched and desolate outside the hospital room, haunted her thoughts like a specter. Run quickly. Don't look back. The echo of that scream in her dream resonated with the chill of the snowy plains. And there was his furious face, red with anger as he opposed Zhang Hao, adamantly declaring that they were not a good match. Did she hate him? Of course. She resented his stubbornness, his distant demeanor after remarrying. But what about the room he had always kept for her, now gathering dust? Wasn't he that a testament to his silent, clumsy, undeniable love? Would she go to confront her stepmother's hypocritical face? To face the disdainful glare of her younger sister? To witness the old man, standing beside them, truly as forlorn as she had cursed him to be? Yet a sharper, more insistent voice within her screamed, the apocalypse is imminent. And this rain is anything but normal. All of this was a sign that some opportunities, once missed, could never be reclaimed. Out of spite, she could not let the old man go. What if he met a fate similar to her previous life, subjected to such a miserable end as mere reserves? Jiang Ye shook her head fiercely, unwilling to entertain such thoughts. Damn Chen Mo for completely disrupting my plans. She gritted her teeth. The little pup in her arms stirred awake, whimpering anxiously, its warm tongue licking her cold hand. Observing the unusual weather, she knew she could not delay any longer, even if she didn't wish to return to that place. She had no choice now, especially since she needed to keep an eye on the old man and those two women. Let us go. She sprang to her feet, her sudden movement nearly causing her to bump her head against a rock. The path down the mountain was even more treacherous than before. Rain mixed with mud made each step feel like slipping on soap. She hurried down, her jacket hood blown back by the wind, cold rain streaming down her neck, sending shivers through her body, yet she pressed on. One thought consumed her mind. Hurry.
Faster.
The rain that hadn't fallen in her previous life was now pouring down, and who knew what other surprises lay ahead? She needed to reach the door of that old apartment building, to see with her own eyes that the old man was still well. The rain intensified, pounding against the leaves with a cacophony, as if a multitude of hands urged her on from behind. Jiang Ye clenched her teeth, holding the little pup even tighter, her steps faltering yet never slowing. This damned rain, this inexplicable rain, was compelling her to stop hesitating and hurry home. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood outside the blasted cave entrance, the reports from his team echoing in his earpiece, confirming it was empty. His fingers absently brushed over an old scar on his left arm, the skin smooth now, save for a faint mark, a mocking reminder of the past. The tremors from the explosion still reverberated in his chest as he stared at the clearing smoke, his pupils dilating in shock. Empty?
How could that be?
He had distinctly seen a vague heat source moving inside the cave on the thermal imaging, and he had calculated that the woman, no matter her spatial abilities, could not vanish in such a short time.
Search.
Search thoroughly. He gritted his teeth, his voice taut with an urgency he hadn't even realized. His team, weapons drawn, rushed into the cave, their flashlights casting erratic beams against the rocky walls. Before long, someone shouted from deep within, "Chen, over here. There's a blocked passage. The stones are freshly moved." Chen Mo dashed over. The hidden passage was nestled within a hollow of the rock wall, with freshly disturbed soil clinging to the edges of the boulder. It was evident that it had just been displaced. He pressed his hand against the cold stone surface, feeling the rough texture beneath his fingertips. This was a spatial ability. She had managed to find another exit deep within the cave. Where is she? He bellowed, his voice breaking. No sign of her. The rain is too heavy. The underbrush outside has washed away any traces. Chen Mo whipped around, gazing toward the cave entrance. The gentle drizzle had escalated into a torrential downpour, with large raindrops pelting the soldiers' helmets, sounding like 1,000 needles piercing through. The distant mountains were shrouded in a white curtain of rain. Not a trace of humanity was visible, not even the shadow of a tree. He stood at the cave entrance, rain cascading down the edges of his helmet into his eyes, stinging painfully. He didn't even know the woman's name. All he could recall was the warmth of the mysterious water sliding down his throat and the excruciating pain from when his arm was mauled by that vicious dog, 2 accounts he held against her. She had saved him, yet she had also thrown him into the midst of danger. This woman, who wouldn't he even deign to share her name, had him completely ensnared. Chen, let us retreat. If we wait any longer, we'll be trapped in the mountains.
One of his team members called out.
He remained motionless, fixated on the blocked passage, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Hope, he scoffed, rainwater pooling in his mouth, bitter and cold. To rely on a woman who treated him as a mere plaything, casually tossing him into danger? But Xiao Kai was waiting. That thought burned in his chest like a searing wire, tightening his heart. That woman, he repeated under his breath, each word forced through clenched teeth. No matter what your name is, no matter where you hide. The rain lashed against his back like countless stinging slaps. He knew he wouldn't catch up today. But the debt she owed him, the debt she owed Xiao Kai, would not escape her. Retreat. As he turned, the old scar on his left arm throbbed in the damp chill, not from pain, but as a reminder. A reminder of the warmth of that mysterious water, of the biting cold when the dog's teeth sank into flesh, and more importantly, a reminder that he must find her, even if she had left no name behind. The doctor's voice echoed in the headset. Xiao Kai's condition is stable, and your blood test results have come back without signs of poisoning. But there are other active components. Chapter 56. Familiar yet strange. Jiang Yaya trudged down the muddy path, eventually descending the mountain. She gazed upwards at the sky, where dark clouds seemed steeped in ink, and the raindrops struck her face with painful intensity, only growing more frenzied. The road soon accumulated shallow puddles. She stared at the desolate highway, her mind racing. How long would it take to reach the old man's neighborhood on foot? She quickly calculated the available modes of transportation in her mind. The dilapidated van had already been targeted, surely equipped with a tracking device, making it too risky to use. The yellow-haired man's imposing SUV was an impressive sight, but without the keys, it was merely an iron hulk taking up space. The large truck and RV were cumbersome, requiring a level of dexterity akin to performing acrobatics to drive. The small electric scooter had limited battery life, and in the rain, it wouldn't get far before breaking down, and the fuel truck was simply too conspicuous, bound to attract attention the moment it hit the road. After this round of elimination, the old man's little truck seemed the most reliable option. Jiang Yaya felt reassured. This sturdy vehicle had previously made several trips transporting supplies to the outskirts, and she was well acquainted with the route, making it a safe choice even in the rain. With a thought, a dusty little truck silently appeared on the road, splashing only a small amount of mud. Jiang Yaya opened the door and sat inside, intending to turn the key and start the engine. However, her hand hesitated as she instinctively glanced at the dashboard. Finding the fuel gauge nearly empty, no wonder the old man had insisted that the van was sufficient for city driving. He hadn't filled the tank. She sighed in resignation and retrieved a half-full can of gasoline from her storage space, finding a flexible hose to fill the tank. Before long, the fuel was replenished, ensuring she would have enough to return to the neighborhood. After brushing off the oil stains on her hands and stowing the gas can back in her space, she finally turned the key to start the engine. The motor sputtered to life, and she promptly cranked the heater to maximum. The warm air blew across her rain-soaked hair, bringing a sense of laziness. She couldn't be bothered to change into a raincoat, preferring to remain wrapped in her damp clothes, gripping the steering wheel as she headed toward the old man's neighborhood. Although the raincoat in her storage was dry, it felt stifling to wear while driving. It was far more comfortable to let the warm air dry her off gradually, perhaps due to the sudden change in weather. Or perhaps because the mystery at the cave had diverted a significant portion of police resources, her journey was relatively uneventful. However, the continuous rain soon began to create small pools on the road, but fortunately, the truck's high clearance meant it was unaffected. When the familiar yet strange old residential building finally came into view, the rain intensified once more. As Jiang Yaya parked the truck beneath the building, the water had nearly reached the wheels. She surveyed her surroundings, noticing no one around, and muttered to herself, in such heavy rain, everyone must be hiding indoors. Then, cradling the small puppy, she opened the door to exit, just as her hair, which had dried somewhat inside the vehicle, was drenched anew by the torrential rain. Icy droplets cascaded down her strands. A gust of cold wind swept in with the rain, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She murmured, "Goodness, it's too warm in the car. Stepping out like this is truly cold." Turning, she summoned her thoughts and returned the little truck to her storage space. No matter what, even if it would no longer be needed, it would be wasteful to leave it behind. After all, she had paid for it. With that in mind, she ascended the stairs with the puppy nestled in her arms. The little creature curled up tightly due to the chill, and Jiang Ye glanced down at it, scolding, "Look at you, all timid. Soon, you'll see what that scheming woman with a smile is like." Though her words were directed at the puppy, they were equally a reminder to herself as she raised her gaze toward the familiar old building. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the dimly lit corridor. The motion sensor lights had long since malfunctioned, and as she climbed higher, the darkness deepened. The steps were coated with a fine layer of dust, making no sound as she treaded upon them. The air was thick with the scent of stale cooking oil mixed with the dampness of the rainy day. And an elusive tension lingered, as if someone was moving boxes or whispering amongst themselves, likely stockpiling supplies in anticipation of the predicted cold wave. Jiang Ye, clutching the puppy, ascended step by step until she halted before the peeling iron door on the 5th floor. Just as her fingertips brushed against the cold door, hesitation washed over her. Should she first find an empty room to wait in? Perhaps she shouldn't return to the old man's home just yet? At that moment, she faintly heard the sound of a television news broadcast from within. The female anchor's voice tinged with an almost imperceptible tension as she reported on extreme cold wave warnings worldwide. Following that was the familiar, fluctuating voice of her stepmother.
Zhang Meiwan. Oh hat, Lao Zian.
Your meager retirement salary, yet you still worry about leaving something for Yaya. I'm not saying this, but Yaya is young and capable out there. She doesn't need this money urgently. After a pause, her tone grew solemn, as if calculating for the entire family, but our Hui has an important interview tomorrow. She needs decent clothes, a respectable bag. The interviewer will form their first impression right away. You should allocate some of Yaya's funds to help Hui out in a pinch. Once Hui starts working and earns money, will she forget about Yaya? She will definitely repay her double. Jiang Hui's agreeing hum could be faintly heard from inside. When Zhang Meiwan mentioned the repayment, the final syllable was drawn out, laced with a hint of deception, and even Jiang Ye outside the door could detect the insincerity. What was this repayment? It was clearly a direct transfer of the old man's savings meant for her to Jiang Hui. Saving for me? Does he still possess such resolve and insight? Jiang Ye felt incredulous, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the doorframe. The more she listened, the more her anger flared. This scheming woman was beginning her theatrical performance again. Just from her voice, she could envision the false facade. The old man was truly spineless. After all this time, he hadn't made a peep, making it seem as though he had tacitly agreed. Useless. A surge of frustration flooded her heart. With such a weak disposition, when the extreme cold truly arrives, wouldn't he be completely at the mercy of this mother-daughter duo? Timid and inept, he would only seek to avoid conflict. The mere thought of it infuriated her. With this in mind, Jiang Ye focused her thoughts and retrieved an old, rusty key from her storage space, one she had secretly duplicated before leaving home. The old man might have forgotten about it or pretended not to know. As she inserted the key into the lock, the faint click echoed sharply in the silent corridor. Gently, she pushed the door open just a crack, and the sight within struck her immediately. The old man, Jiang Jiangguo, sat in a nearby rickety wicker chair, clad in a faded short-sleeved shirt, his back appearing even more stooped than she remembered. He had not joined in his wife and daughter's complaints, but was silently gazing out at the increasingly heavy rain. His murky eyes filled with deep worry, along with a weariness and confusion Jiang Ye had never seen before, a thin blanket draped across his knees. The moment the door creaked open, he turned his head sharply, their eyes meeting, and time seemed to freeze. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting sharply. The face he believed had long since faded behind bars or frozen in some forgotten corner was now vividly before him. In the chaos of the hospital escape, he had watched helplessly as his daughter was labeled a fugitive. That shadow had shackled him for far too long, and on such a stormy day. With the pursuit so relentless as doubt flickered in his mind, a sharp fear pierced his heart. How did she escape? Why has she returned? Doesn't she fear being discovered? Would she implicate the family? This fear nearly suffocated him. Yet beneath the tumultuous waves, a long-suppressed emotion surged forth, one mingled with heavy guilt and paternal love, for the escape he had tacitly allowed, for the years of unspoken debts. He gazed at her, whole and intact, cradling a trembling puppy in her arms. She was alive, She had returned. These two thoughts burned like embers, tightening around his heart. The exhilaration of regained connection overwhelmed his fear in an instant. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and the concern in his murky eyes could no longer be concealed. It was genuine. 1,000 words choked in his throat, leaving him unable to speak. Stepmother Zhang Meiwan and Jiang Huihui both caught sight of a figure at the door, their impatience instantly overshadowing their earlier complaints. Particularly Zhang Meiwan, who had just worn a warm smile for Lao Jiang, now quickly morphed into a cold expression. She furrowed her brow, her tone laden with the admonishing gravity of an elder, as if reprimanding an ignorant junior. Jiang Yeye, what brings you back? It's pouring outside, and you're drenched in mud, dirtying the floor at the entrance. Go clean your shoes. Her words were laced with disdain, yet she refrained from uttering the word get out, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. Jiang Yeye lifted her gaze to glance at her, her voice as frigid as the rain. This is my home. I opened the door myself. Whether or not to clean my shoes is none of your concern. With that retort, Zhang Meijuan's fragile facade of propriety shattered, her voice rising sharply, revealing her true nature. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your elder. Lao Jiang, look at her. She has no manners and even dares to talk back. As she shouted, she drew closer to Lao Jiang, her expression one of exaggerated grievance, as if she had suffered an immense injustice. Jiang Huihui, standing nearby, echoed her sentiments, retreating with a look of disdain, muttering, what a jinx. Coming back now to cause trouble, don't bring the outside issues home. At that moment, Jiang Jiangguo stared blankly at Jiang Yeye. Zhang Meijuan's complaints seeming to drift through a fog, he registered none of it, only feeling a tightness in his throat, unable to utter a word. Jiang Yeye, observing Zhang Meijuan sidling up to Lao Jiang and feigning victimhood, inwardly cursed. Here she goes again, playing a duet with her daughter. They have no new lines. How utterly tedious. Not wishing to engage in a futile argument with the mother-daughter duo, her gaze remained fixed on the old man, her mind racing with confusion. What's wrong with you? Your wife is calling for you. She's reporting grievances. Why aren't you defending yourself this time? As she scrutinized him for 2 seconds, the flicker of sympathy she had felt began to fade. The old man looked significantly older than she remembered. His face pale and waxy as if covered in dust, his back hunched almost to a bow, yet at least he was still alive. During the journey here, her greatest fear had been finding the door ajar and the house empty or witnessing some distressing scene. Now, seeing him sitting there, even in this pitiful state, she felt an inexplicable relief wash over her. She scoffed softly, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. What? Now that you see I'm not dead, you dare not acknowledge me? Jiang Jiangguo was taken aback by his daughter's words, his lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Observing his continued silence, the flicker of softness in Jiang Yeye's heart extinguished once more. Ultimately, she stood at the door, clutching the small dog curled up in her arms like a cold statue, silently confronting the elderly man inside, whose gaze was as tumultuous as the eye of a storm. The corridor was so quiet they could hear one another's breaths, the only sound being the incessant rain outside. In the midst of this heavy stillness, an unexpected transformation occurred. A thunderous sound erupted from the sky. Chapter 57. The arrival of extreme cold before the sound could fade. The previously leaden rain curtain outside suddenly erupted in indescribable brilliance, more blinding than the sun itself. It was as if the entire sky had been ignited, a pure, incandescent light bearing a destructive intensity. Instantly, the gloom, the rain, and the dimness of the corridor were consumed. The bright light pierced through the thin curtains and glass, elongating and distorting the shadows of everyone inside, casting ghostly figures against the walls and floors. Ah! Jiang Huihui was the first to scream in terror, covering her eyes. Zhang Meiwan trembled in fear, momentarily forgetting her scorn, instinctively taking a step back. As the blinding light exploded, Jiang Yeye shoved the small dog into her inner pocket and seized the old man nearest the window, dragging him back as she shouted over the screams, "Get away from the window." At that very moment, on the mountain path amidst the downpour, Chun Mo's off-road vehicle was plowing through the waterlogged potholes. A tremendous crash reverberated from the roof, as if a boulder had struck. He hadn't even had the time to hit the brakes when the sky erupted in a blinding flash that pierced through the rain, searing his retinas. The teammate in the passenger seat reached out to shield himself, his wristwatch's hands spinning wildly in the light, the glass surface cracking instantly. Chun Mo gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles whitening. This light was too bizarre, neither lightning nor an explosion, but rather akin to molten lava poured from the cosmos. Even the torrential rain transformed into transparent silver threads. Suddenly, the old scar on his left arm burned, reminiscent of the sensation from that day when she had doused him with her divine water. A thought struck him. Is this what that woman meant when she spoke of the arrival of extreme cold? If this truly represented extreme cold, then Shao Kai was in danger. They must return quickly.
To the city now.
He shouted, only to realize his voice trembled. Accelerate. He slammed the gas pedal. The police car bouncing violently through the hail, racing towards the city. The teammate in the passenger seat was stunned. Captain Chin, the weather is too dangerous. Shao Kai is waiting. Chun Mo's voice resonated within the roar, as cold as ice. Meanwhile, at Jiang Ye's home, Jiang Jiangguo had just been yanked to his feet by Jiang Ye, still unsteady, when the explosive light outside pinned him in place. He straightened his hunched back violently. His murky eyes filled with sheer terror, fixated upon the incomprehensible source of light. The shock of his daughter's return was now utterly obliterated by this apocalyptic sight, leaving only the primal fear of humanity when faced with the unknown. Yet, beneath this fearful exterior, a singular thought imprinted itself clearly onto his chaotic mind. She is here. At least for now, she is still here, within my sight. This notion, illuminated by the bright light, curiously birthed a flicker of desperate excitement. Jiang Ye's heart seemed gripped by a cold hand. She abruptly turned her head towards the window. The light arrived swiftly and departed just as fast, akin to a cosmic flash. But as the brilliance faded, a deafening roar erupted. A sound so profound it was beyond description. As if emanating from the very depths of the earth, like the groans of the planet's skeleton, rolled in delayed waves. It was not thunder, it was heavier, grander, imbued with a sense of cataclysmic power. The window glass vibrated under the unbearable pressure. Immediately following this, before the thunderous noise could subside, a new, denser, and more terrifying sound exploded. Crack, crack. Countless hard, cold white objects, the size of walnuts or even eggs, rained down from the tumultuous sky like a frenzied barrage. Crashing onto rooftops, windowsills, air conditioning units, and the iron railings of the corridor, producing heart-stopping explosive sounds. It was hail, an unheralded, devastating hailstorm. Oh heavens! Zhang Meiwan screamed, instinctively crouching down and covering her head. Jiang Huihui was so frightened she lost her wits, scrambling away from the window. The glass. The glass is going to shatter. Jiang Jiangguo, having just regained his footing thanks to Jiang Ye's pull, caught a glimpse of Jiang Hui still near the window, screaming. His frail body tensed with an unexpected agility, and he stumbled forward, grabbing Jiang Hui and pulling her away from the window, his murky eyes fixated on the glass, which was trembling violently from the hail, instantly covered in a spiderweb of cracks, his face draining of color. Amidst the chaos of hail pounding like a battlefield, from the direction where the light had burst forth, indistinguishable east from west, as if the entire sky were fracturing, countless meteors with blazing tails pierced through the hailstorm, shattering the swirling clouds of dust, leaving behind a breathtakingly brilliant yet desperate trail in the swiftly darkening sky. A display of fireworks that covered the planet while carrying the chilling essence of annihilation. The sky was suddenly stained with eerie swathes of orange, gold, white, and dark purple, as if a palette had been overturned, laying out a grand pyrotechnic display, yet one that ignited the fuse of death. The calamity of the moon's descent. The extreme cold has, at last, arrived. The first to sense the anomaly was the small puppy cradled in Jiang Ye's arms. It suddenly emitted a frail whimper, its fur standing on end as it desperately burrowed deeper into her embrace. As Jiang Ye looked down to touch it, her fingertips were met with an unbearable chill. Not the damp cold of rain, but a bone-deep cold, akin to shards of ice pressing against her skin, imbued with a penetrating frost. What was happening? Jiang Huihui's scream abruptly caught in her throat. Moments ago, she had complained of the heat, yet now she shivered violently, goosebumps erupting on her bare arms. It was so cold. The door wasn't closed. Close the door quickly. Jiang Ye, you bring this damned weather upon your return. Jiang Ye glanced at Jiang Huihui and coldly retorted, don't you have hands? Zhang Meiwan, too flustered to scold Jiang Ye. instinctively pulled her thin jacket tighter around her and rushed to shut the open door, her frantic gaze scanning the surroundings. What is going on with this weather? What summer rain is this cold? Quickly, close the windows. Jiang Jiangguo's eyes were fixed outside, where the remnants of the moonlight had yet to disperse. Yet the glass was quickly veiled by a thick layer of frost. The sound of hail that had previously pelted down had, unbeknownst to them, turned muffled, as if frozen in time. He shuddered violently. The thin blanket draped over his knees felt as insubstantial as paper, devoid of warmth. Jiang Ye's spine stiffened. She realized that the apocalypse had begun. She could feel the temperature of the air plummeting at a terrifying speed. The clothes that had just been warmed in the car were rapidly losing heat, turning icy against her skin. A flash of memory from her previous life surged in her mind, recalling a time when she had been alone in her rented room, nearly paralyzed with fear. The sound of Zhang Meiwan and Jiang Hui's chattering teeth replaced the screams, their bodies involuntarily curling and shivering. The once damp air in the corridor transformed instantly into a frigid abyss. Each breath felt like inhaling countless tiny ice needles, piercing her nostrils and trachea. Exposed skin felt as though it were being sliced by numerous cold blades. The small puppy in Jiang Ye's arms let out a high-pitched whimper of terror and pain, its tiny body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The temperature was plummeting at a visibly perceptible rate. Outside the window, the previously condensed moisture and freshly fallen hail froze instantly into thick, opaque chunks of ice. The walls exuded an intense chill. Outside, the violent hail diminished rapidly, replaced in the blink of an eye by denser, larger snowflakes, as white as goose feathers, which soon turned a dark crimson. Suddenly, shouts erupted from downstairs. "We're freezing to death. What is going on? Quick, find blankets." Zhang Meijuan's complexion changed drastically. She no longer cared about closing the window. Seizing Jiang Jiangguo by the arm, "Old Jiang, quickly, find the heavy clothes in the house. And that old quilt. Hui mustn't freeze." Observing their frantic demeanor, Jiang Ye felt an inexplicable absurdity as the puppy trembled even more violently. She looked up at Jiang Jiangguo, who was staring back at her. His murky eyes filled not only with fear but also a barely perceptible, pleading tension, as if asking what was happening and what they should do. The chill intensified. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, Chenmo's off-road vehicle was stuck on an icy slope, its wheels slipping uncontrollably. The co-driver pointed at the onboard thermometer, his voice stiff. "Captain Chen, the signal from Xiao Kai's side has been lost." Chapter 58. The frozen visitor Jiang Ye rummaged in her pocket, finding several hand warmers that had slipped into her palm from her spatial pocket. Shivering, she tore open the packaging, her fingers numb, and finally managed to extract one, pressing it against the small dog through the fabric of her clothing. The little creature's shivering lessened, its tiny nose nuzzling her palm, the breath it exhaled forming white mist that instantly crystallized on her hand, which she unconsciously wiped against her pant leg. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed in the corridor. Mingling with the sound of ice striking the door, the water pipe in Old Lee's apartment on the third floor had frozen and burst. Water mixed with ice surged through the gap under the door, forming a slick layer of ice on the stairs, while Old Lee's muffled curses came through the ice-laden door. Both angry and shivering. "I can't close it. The water valve is frozen solid." Jiang Jiangguo's face turned even paler as he staggered toward the kitchen door. His bony fingers were about to touch the faucet when Jiang Ye halted him. "Don't touch it. You'll get stuck." He quickly withdrew his hand, noticing a thin layer of ice clinging to his skin. Pulling away sent tiny shards of ice scattering. "Is the water frozen too? Otherwise, what do you think?" Jiang Ye leaned against the doorframe, her exposed wrist aching with cold, the veins beneath her skin feeling like frozen tubes. "Do you think this is just a normal drop in temperature?" Zhang Meiwan suddenly screamed, raising her hand to wipe her numbed face. "How can we manage without water? I still need to apply my face mask tonight. Hui needs water for makeup for her interview tomorrow. With your life at stake, you're worried about a face mask?" Jiang Jiangguo finally erupted, his voice hoarse yet fierce, his chest heaving violently. "I told you to stock up on bottled water. You said it took up space. Now, you're in a panic? How was I to know this would happen?" Zhang Meiwan retorted, her voice rising, spitting in the cold air, which instantly crystallized into tiny white clouds. "Didn't you say the weather forecast only predicted a drop in temperature? Who could have imagined such heavy snow in summer?" The two argued, their faces flushed with anger, while Jiang Hui curled up in a corner of the sofa, suddenly recalling something and bursting into tears. My cosmetics. They're on the bathroom countertop. That foundation is so expensive. Will it freeze and crack? Stop wailing. Zhang Meiwan snapped, her bloodshot eyes scanning the living room. Look. Quickly find thick clothes. Blankets. Anything we can cover ourselves with. Search. Turn the cabinets inside out. Jiang Huihui scrambled to her feet, stumbling toward the bedroom. Her slippers sliding on the icy floor. Mom. My down jacket. It's on the top shelf. I can't reach it. Zhang Meiwan hurled herself toward the living room's dresser, violently tugging open drawers, carelessly tossing aside thin sheets and old towels, fiercely ramming her body against the stuck-next drawer, producing a series of dull thuds. While dust from the corners of the cabinet fell in a cloud, Jiang Yeye closed her eyes, disinterested in their chaos. She gazed out the window, where the ice chunks were growing thicker, obscuring even the dark red shadows of the snow, casting the room into a twilight gloom. The sound of the wind and snow in the corridor grew louder, seeping in like someone weeping in the stairwell. The tiny ice particles pattering against the door with a hushed rustle. Amidst the turmoil, Jiang Yeye moved. She did not partake in the frantic search. She didn't even glance at the mother and daughter again. Like a silent shadow, cradling the puppy in her pocket, she walked through the narrow corridor, where the biting cold mingled with slush from melted and refrozen ice water, making no sound as she approached the tightly closed door at the end. That was her former room. The doorknob felt excruciatingly cold, as if gripping a block of ice. She twisted it open, a musty scent, mingled with a faint dustiness and camphor, assaulted her senses, prompting her to instinctively hold her breath. The room was dimmer, illuminated only by the faint dark red light of the snow outside. With this scant illumination, she surveyed the room's layout. The small space appeared unusually empty. A single bed leaned against the wall, covered only by a thin mattress, devoid of blankets, an old desk, a chair with frost clinging to its legs, a modest wardrobe. Its door ajar, revealing its hollow corners. The walls bore remnants of yellowed posters, most torn away, leaving varied impressions. It was clear that no one had lived here for a long time. It resembled more of a storage room or temporary guest quarters. Her belongings had been nearly entirely cleared away. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced her heart, but was swiftly subdued by cold rationality. This was not unexpected. She had been away from home for years. She no longer had a place in this house. She shut the door behind her, isolating herself from the clamor of the living room. From the space, she retrieved a heater, inserting its plug into the frostbitten socket. With a soft click, the heater began to hum and radiate warmth, its orange indicator light flickering in the dimness. It was time to change her clothes. Upon disembarking, her garments had become damp. Although she had donned a raincoat, the moisture in the air had crystallized into a layer of ice against the fabric, encasing her in a frigid shell that relentlessly siphoned her meager body heat. Additionally, she was still dressed in summer attire, necessitating a swift change to avert the risk of freezing in the plummeting temperatures. Gently, Jiang Yeye placed her small dog on the cold mattress. The warm pack in her hood was still functioning, providing some comfort to the little creature nestled within. She quickly unfastened the buttons of her raincoat, the ice shell crackling as it rubbed against itself. She shed her heavy, cold outerwear and trousers, casting them aside where they splattered tiny shards of ice. The chill pierced through the thin layer of her clothing like countless needles, prompting her to shudder violently, her teeth chattering. Damn it, it's freezing. I must endure this bitter cold once again. Simultaneously, she summoned a set of moisture-wicking, thick thermal underwear, a lightweight yet warm downliner, a pair of insulated fleece pants, thick wool socks, a clean, large bath towel, and a pair of sturdy snow boots. With haste, she vigorously dried her body with the towel, the icy edges scraping against her skin, urging her to move faster until her skin flushed with warmth, dispelling the lingering moisture and chill. Next, she donned the complete set of dry, warm clothing at lightning speed. When the thick, soft wool socks enveloped her frozen, numb feet, a faint yet genuine warmth began to blossom from within, gradually spreading through her veins. Finally, she pulled on a down jacket, zipping it up to her chin, leaving only her eyes exposed. After completing her transformation, she retrieved a bowl of spring water from the space and drank several mouthfuls. Warmth coursed down her throat into her stomach, swiftly radiating to her limbs, reviving her once stiff body. At this moment, the heater had warmed up, and the room finally began to feel somewhat cozy. She approached the wardrobe, pulling open the slightly ajar door. Indeed, it was barren, containing only a few drab, Coarse old garments haphazardly hung, exuding a faint musty odor as if long forgotten. None of it belonged to her, nor was there a single decent winter garment.
See?
Everything is taken, she scoffed inwardly. This old man will never comprehend that this mother-daughter duo is draining him dry. How pitiful. Closing the wardrobe door, she moved to the bedside and picked up the small dog. The little creature seemed more comfortable in the hood, yet its body remained icy. Its tiny paws clinging to her clothing, seeking additional warmth. With a thought, she summoned a fresh pet warming pad to replace the now ineffective one, reapplying it to its belly. Feeling the slight warmth of the pup's skin beneath her fingertips, she finally exhaled in relief.
See?
You're warm now, little one, she whispered, resting her hand on the cold doorknob, just about to twist it when the overhead light in the living room suddenly emitted a series of faint, ominous flickers. The filament buzzing with a trembling sound. The dim yellow light flickered like weary eyes, brightening abruptly before plunging back into darkness, only to stabilize stubbornly, albeit with a glow that seemed even dimmer than before, as if it might extinguish at any moment. In the next instant, Jiang Huihui's terrified scream echoed along with Zhang Meijuan's altered voice. The light. What's wrong with the light? Is it going to go out? Jiang Yeye halted her movements, deciding to observe what was unfolding while extending her mental acuity to better capture the sounds from the living room. Inside, Zhang Meijuan and Jiang Huihui were bundled in their recently unearthed down jackets and coral fleece blankets, huddled together in fright as the lights flickered. The icy edges of the blanket grazed against them, causing them to shiver. Jiang Jiangguo was wrapped in an old cotton quilt, curled up in a rattan chair. His breathing labored, each inhalation accompanied by a wheezing sound. Evidently startled by the earlier flickering, his murky eyes filled with anxiety as he fixated on the light bulb above, as if it were a bomb about to explode.
Phone.
Quick, check the phone. Jiang Huihui fumbled to pull out her mobile device, its screen illuminating her still terrified face. Her fingers, numbed by cold, struggled to unlock it, but there was signal.
Mom.
Call for takeout. Buy food. Get a heater. Buy charcoal. Anything. Hurry. While there's still power and signal. Her voice pierced the air, taut with fear and desperation. Zhang Meijuan trembled as she took the phone, her fingers stiff from the cold and tension, barely able to grip the icy device. She frantically scrolled through the takeout app, the text on the screen wavering due to her trembling hands. Order hot soup, hot pot, electric blankets, charcoal. Please accept the order. I'll pay extra. I'll pay more. The app struggled to refresh, spinning endlessly. Most establishments marked as closed, and those still operating had outrageous delivery fees, with delivery times displaying as unknown. She attempted to dial familiar restaurants, only to be met with the monotonous busy signal, the reception fluctuating wildly between full bars and a scant one or two. Unstable, like a candle flickering in the wind. It's either busy or no one answers. The signal is spotty. Zhang Meijuan's voice trembled with despair as the phone slipped from her stiff fingers, landing on the sofa, its screen still glowing, casting light upon her pale, anxious face. The fantasy of takeout crumbled under the weight of harsh reality.
No.
Let us try other places.
Call again, Mom.
Jiang Huihui insisted, lunging for the phone, her nails scraping against the armrest of the sofa with a piercing screech. Get away. You're so annoying. Zhang Meijuan irritably shoved her daughter aside. Jiang Huihui stumbled, colliding with the coffee table, her bag tumbling to the ground with a dull thud. Zhang Meijuan then sank down, her gaze vacant as she stared at the flickering bulb. Jiang Yeye retracted her senses, a cold smile creeping upon her lips. What a farce. Soon there will be nothing. Observing the commotion was entertaining enough. She twisted the door lock and stepped out of her small room. Despite the dim and unstable light overhead, it still managed to dispel a portion of the suffocating darkness. The dark red glow of the snow outside mingled with the yellow light within, illuminating the anxious faces of those inside, even revealing the ice crystals adorning their features. Zhang Meijuan and Jiang Huihui were huddled on the sofa, wrapped in their blankets like two bloated dumplings, warming each other while simultaneously guarding against the other stealing their warmth. Jiang Jiangguo, curled in his quilt on the rattan chair, exhaled heavily, each breath releasing a cloud of vapor, his eyes void as they were fixed on the flickering bulb. As if it were their last flicker of hope. Jiang Yeye cast a glance, internally scoffing, still as useless as ever. Just then, a child's shrill cries echoed from downstairs, intermittently piercing through the floorboards, mingled with the vague, anxious reprimands of adults. sounding fragmented as if shredded by the wind and snow, adding to the chaos. At that moment, a creaking sound arose from below, reminiscent of someone trudging up the icy stairs, each step accompanied by the struggle against slipping, interspersed with heavy breaths, the sound fading in and out like an old bellows. The noise grew nearer, and upon reaching the fourth floor, a muffled grunt followed by a heavy thud echoed, a clear indication of a fall. After a prolonged pause, a slow, deliberate footstep continued upward, halting finally at the fifth-floor door. The outside fell silent for a few seconds before a very gentle knock broke the stillness. Hesitant and softly tapping against the frozen door, sounding like a timid request not to disturb those within. "Who is it?" Jiang Zhengwo's voice trembled, instinctively leaning closer to Jiang Ye, the legs of the chair scraping against the floor with a faint rustle. Chapter 59. The first day of frigid cold, trouble arrives outside. There is a moment of silence before a voice, stiffened by the cold, emerged from the door. "Is anyone inside for the community safety inspection?" Jiang Ye's gaze swept across the door panel, but she remained silent. Her phone had long since gone dark. Ever since the moonlight explosion, the signal had vanished completely. What reason could the community have to conduct inspections at this hour? Surely, their intentions were not benevolent. Zhang Meiwan, however, seemed to grasp at a lifeline. Struggling to shuffle towards the door, her slippers slipping on the icy ground. "There, ask someone. Hurry in. We have no water. People are freezing. Come in and warm up." The person outside did not respond, but knocked again, this time with more force. "Can you open the door? We need to register the residents to prevent frostbite." Jiang Jiangguo looked at Jiang Ye, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of hope for rescue and fear of her fugitive status. He clutched the hem of his clothing, his fingers turning purple from the cold, and after a moment of hesitation, his lips moved silently, trying to speak but unable to produce sound due to the freezing temperatures. Suddenly, Jiang Ye spoke, her voice as cold as ice. "Let him provide his work ID." The person outside paused, seemingly caught off guard by the request. After a few seconds, he replied vaguely, "We're in a hurry and didn't bring our IDs. It's too cold outside. Just let me in, and we can discuss it." A hint of impatience laced his tone. Zhang Meiwan, losing her patience, exclaimed, "What nonsense! Open the door." She reached for the doorknob, but Jiang Jiangguo grasped her arm tightly, his hands as cold as ice yet surprisingly strong. "Wait." He looked at Jiang Ye with pleading eyes, frost clinging to his eyelashes. "What if it's true?" Jiang Ye did not respond, merely fixating on the door panel. Amidst the howling wind and snow outside, she faintly heard, in addition to the heavy breathing, another softer breath lurking around the corner of the staircase, deliberately subdued, yet it could not evade her ears. The knocking outside abruptly ceased. Moments later, a colder, more resolute voice rang out, no longer concealing its intention, like an ice pick striking the door. "Jiang Ye, we know you are inside. Open the door." The person outside called her by name, their tone as unyielding as frozen steel, sending a jolt through Zhang Meiwan's heart. Already on edge from the biting cold and chaos, she instinctively recoiled, yet her voice hardened, tinged with desperation. "Who are you? What do you want with her?" "We don't know her." Before she could finish, Jiang Ye's cold glare interrupted her. Zhang Meiwan shuddered at the intensity of that gaze, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The demeanor of the visitors, especially their focus on Jiang Ye, was anything but friendly. To appear at our door in such weather. They must have a serious motive. She turned sharply to Jiang Ye, her voice trembling but laced with a sharp accusation. "Have you gotten yourself into trouble out there? Why else would they be seeking you by name?" Jiang Zhengwo's face drained of color, instinctively stepping in front of Jiang Ye, though still trembling. His chattering teeth audible. "The person you seek isn't here. Please leave. We are the police. Please cooperate with our investigation," came the firm reply from outside. Devoid of any emotion. "Police?" Zhang Meiwan shrieked, stumbling backward and colliding with the sofa. "I knew you were a jinx. You really have committed a crime. Officers. She's inside. Hurry and arrest her. Don't let us get implicated." Jiang Hui, frightened, dove under the sofa, her knees hitting the floor with a dull thud, muttering, "I don't know her. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Jiangguo spun around, shooting a furious glance at Zhang Meiwan, his eyes brimming with anger. His lips trembling in the cold. "Be quiet." He turned back to the door, his voice quaking, each word punctuated by the chattering of his teeth. Yet he stood firm. "She is my daughter. Whatever the matter is, it can wait until this dreadful weather passes. You cannot take her now. The police outside appeared taken aback by his defiance, falling silent for a few seconds before a sound of metal scraping echoed, like a key or tool being forced into the lock, producing a grating noise. Do not obstruct official duties. Jiang Yeye observed the stooped figure blocking her, then glanced at Zhang Meiwan, who was huddled in the corner with a resentful glare. A cold smile crept across her face. Even in the apocalypse, these officers were diligently performing their duties. Just then, the temperature seemed to drop further, and the individuals outside appeared to be struggling against the cold. Oh dear. This is too taxing. Jiang Yeye shook her head in mock sympathy. The sounds of lock-picking continued, the metallic scraping growing sluggish in the frigid air, reminiscent of frozen gears grinding against each other. Suddenly, a light click echoed, not from the lock opening, but rather as if the tool had split under the low temperature. The person outside evidently losing their grip, their movements slowing, heavy breaths mingling with the mist of their exhalation seeping through the door crack. Carrying the weight of their frostbitten plight, Jiang Yeye raised an eyebrow, retracting her focus from the door. She felt no concern, for the individuals outside were dressed in short sleeves, without any means of warmth in this biting cold. It was unlikely they could even capture anyone without freezing themselves into popsicles. Outside, sounds of retreat began to emerge. Jiang Jiangguo, who had been bracing against the door, finally relaxed slightly, his back sliding down the icy door panel as he gasped for breath, his lips a shade of purple, struggling to utter. They didn't break in. Before he could finish, a violent shiver interrupted him, the sound of his chattering teeth echoing painfully in the silence. Outside, all movement ceased. Only the wind and snow whistled through the corridor, mocking this futile standoff. The air inside seemed frozen solid, and Zhang Meiwan's taut nerves abruptly relaxed, only to be enveloped by a deeper chill. She stumbled back to the sofa, about to complain about the dreadful weather, but her gaze collided with Jiang Yeye, who was now calmly stroking the fur of the small dog in her arms. The damp, ice-crusted raincoat had vanished, replaced by a thick down jacket, zipped up high, lending a semblance of warmth to her exposed cheeks. Looking down, she noticed that the muddy, snow-caked old shoes had been replaced by brand-new snow boots, making no sound on the frozen floor. In the chaos of the police banging on the door, she hadn't even registered when this girl had changed her clothes. In this weather, where even breaths could freeze into shards of ice, where had she procured such clean and warm garments? Jiang Huihui leaned closer, her breath forming frost on her nose. Exactly. When she took off her raincoat, I distinctly heard the sound of ice falling to the ground. How could such a thick layer of ice possibly conceal a down jacket of that size? That bag must contain something suspicious. She pointed at the black bag. Its zipper rim coated in a thin layer of ice. In this bitter cold, who would venture out carrying such a heavy bag? What could it be hiding? Something to keep warm, or something the police were searching for? Suddenly, Zhang Meiwan inched closer to Jiang Jiangguo, lowering her voice but deliberately making sure Jiang Yeye could hear. Jiangguo, think about it. 20 degrees below zero. It's already strange that she returned alive from outside. How could she conjure such a thick coat from thin air? If that bag were innocent, why would she hide it? The police's hands were freezing to their tools. Yet they still insisted on capturing her. Do you think there is nothing suspicious about it? Jiang Yeye caught Zhang Meiwan stirring the pot again, irritation flaring within her. That's all you can manage. And that old man, pretending to be a quail. Without looking at Zhang Meiwan, she retorted. In this weather, while you all tremble inside, unable to find a decent coat, you still have the audacity to concern yourself with what I wear. At least I have a bag that keeps both me and this pup from freezing to death, which is more than some can claim. You hid behind the sofa when the police knocked, hoping I would be taken away, and now that they are gone, you're drooling over someone else's bag without a clue about survival. Zhang Meiwan choked on her words, her fingertips turning red from the cold, pointing at Jiang Yeye, yet unable to articulate a response. In 20 degrees below zero, everyone knew that freezing to death was no laughing matter. Jiang Yeye's words landed like ice, striking at the heart of her deepest fears. Jiang Huihui shrank slightly behind Zhang Meiwan, casting a furtive glance at the black bag. Suddenly, she mumbled softly, "Who knows where that bag came from? It could be stolen." Stolen? Jiang Yeye suddenly laughed, her laughter tinged with icy shards. If you have the guts, why don't you go out and steal something right now? Downstairs, Aunt Wang's window shattered this morning. Just earlier, I saw her husband pressed against the window ledge, his hand stuck to the glass, frozen blue. Go ahead and try stealing. Let us see whether you manage to grab something or end up frozen like a statue. At her words, the room fell instantly silent. The biting cold of 20 degrees below zero seeped through the cracks of the door and window, rendering even breath painful. Zhang Meiwan and Jiang Huihui's faces paled further, their gazes towards Jiang Yeye now reflecting not only greed, but also a layer of pierced fear. Jiang Jiangguo, seated in a rattan chair, trembled more violently under the thin blanket. He glanced at his eldest daughter, clad in a visibly warm-down jacket, then at his own frostbitten wrist exposed to the cold, and suddenly buried his face in the blanket. This frigid 20-degree weather had arrived too suddenly. Let us wait for a few days until it warms up. Jiang Yeye, look at what you've done. You've made your father speechless. Hand over that bag. Zhang Meiwan, seeing Jiang Jiangguo's indifference, trembled with anger and wrapped in a blanket, was about to charge forward. Jiang Yeye, witnessing her frantic demeanor, snapped, "Get lost. Don't provoke my displeasure."
Mom.
Jiang Huihui abruptly seized her, her voice trembling with a chill that hinted at an underlying fear. "Don't go over there. She's not right. She seems utterly unafraid. Let us wait until tomorrow. Perhaps it will be warmer." Hui's instinct screamed at her, warning that this silent sister before her was entirely different from the quiet, easily bullied girl who had left home years ago. Zhang Meiwan was halted by her daughter's grip, her chest heaving violently, her resentful gaze piercing Jiang Yeye like a poisoned icicle. The light flickered uneasily above Jiang Yeye, casting her face in alternating brightness and shadow, resembling a specter. The unstable hum of the electricity, the howling wind and snow outside, the intermittent cries of children below, the faint sounds of a quarrel from the street corner, and the suffocating silence filled with greed and cold confrontation in the living room, all contributed to the atmosphere. The police who had just left had not gone far, now huddled in the shadows of the staircase corner. The cold wind drove snowflakes into their collars, leaving the leader shivering. Yet he remained fixated on the faint light seeping through Jiang Ye's door, hoarsely calling into the radio, "Team Leader Li. We have the suspect Jiang Ye's location locked in. Requesting backup, please respond." All that answered him was a static-filled silence. The young officer beside him, with hands frozen stiff, pulled them into his sleeves, his voice wavering. "What is going on? Did the signal cut out?" The heavy snowfall had completely disrupted the signal. The leader wiped the snow from his face, frost forming on his eyelashes. "Forget it for now. Let us wait until the snow eases. Remember, we must keep an eye on her. We cannot let the suspect escape while awaiting backup." Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of even harsher cold wind swept through, causing both men to shudder and curl their bodies tighter. What they did not know was that this snow would neither lessen nor cease. The red line of the thermometer continued to plummet, like a serpent chasing after life, gradually consuming the last remnants of warmth in the world. Chapter 60. Extreme Cold Confrontation. Eyes in the darkness, the tension of silence did not last more than a quarter hour before it was shattered by the gurgling from Jiang Huihui's stomach. Snow and wind poured in through the window, and the chill in the room seemed to penetrate to their very bones. Jiang Jiangguo rubbed his numb hands and hurried to close the window, pondering anxiously that the temperature seemed to be dropping further. Earlier, he had seen the thermometer read -21 degrees, and now, touching the glass felt like grasping an ice block. After securing the window, he began to seriously consider the family's food supplies. His murky gaze swept through the kitchen, finally settling on Jiang Yeye. He was well aware of their provisions: a few pounds of meat dumplings in the freezer, some wilted vegetables and leftover eggs in the refrigerator, along with rice and flour. For 3 people, they could make do for 4 or 5 days. But now, with Jiang Yeye returning, they became 4. What troubled him even more was that the temperature continued to drop, and the snow showed no signs of stopping. The police who had just left, who knew if they would return. If they went out now and encountered them, wouldn't they take Ye away? 4 people. How long could this small amount of food last? What would they do once the snow stopped? And, as for Jiang Yeye herself, she was a source of great unease for him. On the day the hospital notified him, he had run there in a daze. Shortly thereafter, the police had labeled her a suspect, and then she had fled. Now, she returned in such dire circumstances, soaked. What had she endured? Was she healed? "Let us cook some porridge. We can save some rice," Jiang Jiangguo rasped, instinctively trying to ease the situation. "Hui, if you're hungry, just warm up the leftover food from lunch. Tomorrow, Jiang Hui's voice suddenly rose, sharp with indignation.
Dad.
I'm starving now. I feel faint from hunger. Those leftovers have a fridge taste, and the oil has congealed. How can I eat that? Is there enough of this cat food for anyone? Her cutting gaze flew towards the corner. Look at her. Carrying such a large bag, she acts like a refugee. In this dreadful weather, she must have brought something back. Dad, you're the head of the family, make her show it. Zhang Meiwan did not respond immediately. Instead, she scrutinized Jiang Ye's dry clothes and bulging backpack with murky eyes, greed and curiosity nearly spilling from her gaze. She then turned to Jiang Jiangwo, her expression suddenly adopting a worried, virtuous demeanor. Jiangwo, Hui is just really hungry, she spoke too harshly. Oh, dear. This child has always had a weak stomach. She can't go hungry. Yeah, she sighed, casting an exasperated glance at the corner. We didn't prepare properly for your return. However, she quickly switched her tone, adopting a tone of profound understanding. Since you chose to come home at such a time, you must have some concern for this family, right? Look at that bag. It looks heavy. Surely you brought something that could be of help in an emergency. In such a dire situation, isn't it time for the family to come together? You're the father. Every child is precious. You can't just watch Hui starve while Yaya has extra provisions, right? What would that say about you? As soon as her words fell, a sudden, light scoff echoed from the corner, as soft as ice shards hitting the ground. Jiang Yaya straightened up, her down jacket's zipper clinking as she pulled it, revealing half of her cold, hard face. She did not look at Jiang Jiangwo. Her gaze as sharp as an ice-coated blade, directed straight at Zhang Meiwan. Aunt Zhang, your concern for reputation is quite novel. When the police were pounding on the door earlier, you were yelling for them to come in. Did you ever think about leaving me some dignity? She weighed the small dog in her arms, its paws scratching gently against her palm, creating a faint sound. In this bag I have emergency rations, compressed biscuits, canned food, and 2 down sleeping bags. How long do you think they could sustain me and this little dog? She deliberately emphasized the phrase me and this little dog, her gaze sweeping over Zhang Meiwan's suddenly gleaming eyes, her lips curling into a cold smile. Oh, and I haven't accounted for anyone else's share. After all, some people don't even understand the concept of sticking a knife in someone's back. Why should they have any claim to my life-saving supplies? Jiang Hui, exasperated, jumped up. What about my dad? He's your own father. You don't care about him, old man? Jiang Yaya finally glanced at Jiang Jiangwo in the rattan chair, her expression as indifferent as if looking at a frozen piece of wood. If he's willing to gnaw on those frozen leftovers, that's his own business. I didn't force him to choose. Her gaze turned once more to Zhang Meiwan. Aren't you the one who dotes on him, the pillar of the family? Surely you wouldn't let him suffer alongside me. That would make you seem cruel, wouldn't it? Zhang Meiwan's face flushed purple with anger. And just as she opened her mouth to retort, Jiang Yi shifted her backpack towards the corner, her fingertips tracing a sharp arc along the zipper. And also, stop fixating on my bag. I have a bad temper and detest others touching my things. The police officer earlier failed to pick the lock. She paused, her gaze circling Zhang Meijuan's emaciated hands, and asked, which is tougher, your claws or the contents of my bag? Jiang Jiangwo looked in astonishment at Jiang Yaya in the corner. She had changed, becoming more formidable than before. In the past, she would have remained silent, perhaps running to him in tears, but now she could retort with sharp wit. Was this still the same Yaya he once knew? He glanced at his younger daughter, not by blood, whose irritable face bore the marks of hunger, then back at Jiang Yaya and her companions, resembling hedgehogs in their corner. How long could their meager supplies last? Zhang Meijuan's words, both the palm and back of my hand are flesh, pierced his heart like a thorn, bringing a wave of absurd pain. Zhang Meiwan, noticing his expression, added, Old Jiang, why not check if the convenience store is still open? While it's quiet,
See if you can buy something.
She paused before continuing, if you don't think of us, at least consider Yaya. With this sudden cold snap and an extra mouth to feed, there's surely one to be enough food, right? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jiangwo immediately thought of the police who had not gone far. He shouted in panic, have you lost your mind? The police just left. Do you want Yaya to get caught? His chest heaved, his voice trembling with fear as he fought the urge to curse. Furthermore, it's below 27 degrees outside. The wind cuts like knives, and the snow is already ankle deep. If you go out, you'll either freeze to death or be spotted by the police. Zhang Meiwan had not anticipated Jiang Jianguo's sudden depth of thought. In the past, a mere suggestion from her would have had him complying without question.
What was different today?
She quickly shifted her tone. I simply panicked and didn't he think it through? I'm anxious. How could I want you to face danger? If you fall ill, what will happen to me and Hui? Yaya just returned. She wouldn't he want to see you in trouble, would she? With that last statement, she cleverly dragged Jiang Yaya into the victim's circle, attempting to bind them with familial ties, veiling her own fear and selfishness. A jarring sound erupted suddenly, accompanied by the violent shattering of glass and the piercing noise of metal clashing, echoing from downstairs, followed by the dull thud of something heavy collapsing. Silence instantly engulfed the living room. Jiang Jianguo felt as if struck by a heavy blow, his face turning as pale as paper, his body stiffening. Zhang Meiwan gasped, tightening her grip around Jiang Hui, her knuckles turning white. Heavens! The harsh expression on Jiang Hui's face was instantly replaced by pure terror. She clamped her mouth shut, her body trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at her parents in fear. What was that noise? What happened downstairs? The terrifying sound from outside shattered Zhang Meiwan's composure. A colossal fear intermingled with the panic of hunger, causing her repressed malice to boil over. Her bony fingers clutched the edge of the sofa tightly, her knuckles cracking as she glared venomously at the shadow lurking in the corner. Her voice trembled sharply with extreme anxiety and a warped sense of justice. Jianguo, did you hear that? The snow is falling too heavily. And who knows when it will stop? With the little food we have, can 4 people survive 3 days? Look at Hui. Her face is ashen from hunger. If this continues, she inhaled deeply, wrapping her most vicious accusations in the guise of reality and responsibility. Directing her words at Jiang Jianguo with an undeniable command. It's all because of her. Jiang Yaya. She didn't return earlier or later, but chose this moment when the world feels like it's collapsing. She's not coming home. She's bringing disaster to this household. She's here to take away our lifeline. You are her father. You can't indulge her any longer. Make her open her bag and take out everything inside. The family is on the brink of starvation. Is there any need for secrecy? For this family, for Hui, and for her own sake. So she can remain in this home. Take it out.
Now.
The wind and snow outside howled like a noose tightening around them. Jiang Jianguo gazed at Zhang Meiwan, whose eyes reflected a madness driven by desperation for Hui, hearing Jiang Hui's muffled cries. He swallowed hard, as if trying to swallow decades of compliance. Whenever she frowned or teared up, he had always gritted his teeth and complied. But this time, that command felt like ice stuck in his throat, impossible to articulate. For the first time, he did not follow her lead, and the words he managed to utter were choked with a breaking quality. No, the final syllable trembled like snowflakes caught in the wind. Yet he felt as if he had finally shed a heavy burden, sinking into the rattan chair, the no escaping him like a sigh. Yet more chilling to Zhang Meiwan than the storm outside. Zhang Meiwan regarded her suddenly obstinate husband, hearing the wind outside wailing like a banshee as her anger and fear erupted within her. In the past, even a hint of tears while saying, "You don't love us," would send him into a flurry. Today, merely suggesting he step out for food, and he dared to refuse? Twice he rejected her request regarding Jiang Yaya's bag, daring to defy her. All because of Jiang Yaya. The moment she returned, even he dared to argue with her. She stared at the man slumped in the rattan chair, her shock crystallizing into resentment. This was not the usual compromise. It was clear he was dismissing her authority for the first time. In the next moment, her gaze, sharp as an ice-coated needle, turned fiercely toward Jiang Yaya. The unspoken pressure suffocated the silence, colder than the harshness outside. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the same complex, a pair of eyes fixated intently on the 5th floor. This individual, caught off guard by the sudden cold, had been cursing the dreadful weather when he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps. Peering through the peephole, he realized it was the same group of police officers who had previously gone up the mountain. His mind raced. They were headed to Jiang Yaya's home. He quietly opened his door and followed them, observing as they shouted at the closed door below, but nobody answered. When they attempted to break the door down, the dropping temperature rendered their hands nearly useless. Zhang Hao, clad in a military coat, felt the corridor's wind piercing like ice picks down his neck. Colder than when he first stepped outside. He secretly observed the officers, noting their retreat to a corner as if reporting something. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Hao muttered fiercely. Jiang Ye, you have indeed returned. It seems I was right to come. Chapter 61. The calculations amidst the wind and snow. The wind and snow in the corridor intensified, whipping ice particles against the walls with a rustling sound. Officer Lee stuffed his stiffening hands into his sleeves, his knuckles turning white from the strain. A young officer squatted on the ground, hugging his arms, his teeth chattering louder than the storm. Captain, the signal is lost in this terrible weather. And my hands are frozen. Should we retreat to the entrance of the complex? Retreat? Officer Lee bit his teeth in frustration, the steam from his breath crystallizing on his eyelashes. The last time they pursued Jiang Ye halfway up the mountain, the signal had abruptly vanished, severing all leads.
Now.
They stood outside her door, yet this cursed weather thwarted them. How infuriating. At that moment, the door on the third floor creaked open, revealing a figure wrapped in a military coat. The green fabric brushed against the icy staircase, sending tiny shards of ice scattering.
Lie.
Zhang Hao's voice drifted down, feigning surprise. Is that really you? I thought I was mistaken when I glimpsed you through the peephole. Officer Lee looked up, squinting to recognize the familiar face. His brow furrowed slightly. It was Zhang Hao, who had previously provided information about Jiang Ye. After the signal was lost, he had been questioned by the team. What are you doing here? Officer Lee's voice was thick with cold. Don't even mention it. Zhang Hao opened the door wider, stepping aside to let the warmth of the air conditioning waft out. He had moved here, having been tricked by Jiang Ye into relocating. Now waiting for her to show herself. He deliberately pronounced the name Jiang Ye with great emphasis, casting a fleeting glance towards the 5th floor. Were you just knocking on her door? The young officer's eyes brightened as he tugged at Officer Lee's arm. Captain, there's warmth to be found. Officer Lee hesitated for a moment. Although Zhang Hao was also a victim and had provided his location, they had yet to apprehend her. Nonetheless, this open door was the only source of warmth in the corridor. He glanced at his frostbitten hands, finally nodding in agreement. Upon entering the room, the warmth of the heating enveloped them. Zhang Hao quickly handed over 2 old cotton jackets. Li Ge, put this on. It's just a shabby rented room, but it's better than freezing. Inside, Lin Wei called out, Honey, Officer Lee is here. That woman has returned, and Officer Lee is here to help us. Just as she finished speaking, Lin Wei emerged holding a child. Greeting. Officer Lee is here. Zhang Hao continued. It's infuriating to think about it. Last time you chased her, the tracking suddenly cut off. I suspected she was behind it. How else could my home have been completely emptied? The missing goods from the commercial city must also be related to her. I heard a commotion upstairs just now, and the sound of a lock being pried. That's when I realized you were here, to catch her. This struck a nerve with Officer Lee. He wrapped his cotton jacket tighter around himself, rubbing his warming hands, and looked at Zhang Hao. How long have you been living here? Do you know her family situation? I just moved in. I had no choice. The loan sharks are constantly hounding me, all because this woman took out a loan using my phone. She even mortgaged my house. You know the situation. I only remembered her father when I was at my wit's end, thinking if she returned, I do report to you. Zhang Hao moved closer to the air conditioner, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. But I've inquired, and her father, Jiang Jiangguo, is a good man, but his wife, Zhang Meiwan, is tightly controlling. Jiang Ye has probably returned because she feels cornered. He paused, retrieving an old wrench from behind the door and offering it. Your lockpicking tools must be frozen. This thing is resistant to the cold. When it warms up, I'll help you keep an eye on the corridor. She won't be able to escape. Officer Lee accepted the wrench, the cold metal seeping through his gloves, yet it felt far more substantial than the previously frozen tools. He gazed out at the increasingly heavy snowfall, his initial hesitation transforming into determination. All right, let us rest here for now, and regroup before heading up. A smile spread across Zhang Hao's face, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Jiang Ye, what you owe me will be repaid in full this time. With interest. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye sat in the corner, observing the farcical drama unfolding in the living room, her eyelids barely fluttering. Zhang Meijuan's fake sobs, Jiang Hui's shrill voice, and Jiang Zhengwo's sighs echoed like a broken radio, repeating the same few notes and numbing to the senses. She suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Was this trivial matter truly worthy of such lamentation? Unconsciously, she scratched the chin of the small dog nestled in her arms, her thoughts drifting idly. After all this fuss, aside from exhausting oxygen, can there be any fresh novelty? She soon lost patience with the ongoing commotion, pushing herself up with her knees. Her movements were as light as a snowflake landing, barely bothering to glance at the chaotic faces and distorted emotions in the living room. To her, they were no different from the snowflakes drifting outside, light and inconsequential. As she turned towards the small room where she had just changed, her steps carried a hint of carefree lightness. The sound of the door locking echoed softly behind her, and she silently smirked at the indistinct noise filtering through the door. Argue on, but remember to hydrate when you tire. Compared to watching this group perform their domestic drama over a half-bowl of gruel, creating a warm nest for herself seemed far more intriguing. As she turned, the little puppy nestled in her arms nudged her wrist with its damp nose, its fluffy tail sweeping across her palm, its silly expression making her lips curve slightly. She looked down, gently pressing her fingertip against the puppy's wrinkled forehead, feeling its warm body against her skin. The faint sound of Jiang Huihui's complaints reached her ears like a sharp thorn, but she merely shifted slightly to avoid the noise. "You're lucky," she murmured to the puppy's drooping ears, her voice soft, as if afraid of startling it. "After you've eaten, just keep your paws to yourself and enjoy the show. No need to involve yourself in these petty matters." The puppy seemed to understand, letting out a soft whine and clutching her sleeve with its tiny paws. Jiang Ye's lips curled into a smile, and she gently placed it on the freshly laid electric blanket's corner, patting its rear.
"Stay here while I set up my nest."
As she spoke, the sounds from the living room faded into a muffled haze. Considering that there was still electricity, she retrieved another electric blanket from her supplies, along with a small heater from earlier, turning everything on to gradually warm the room. Next, she pulled out a stove and flew, taking out a glass knife to prepare flu because carbon monoxide poisoning was a real threat. This electricity wouldn't last long. She busied herself quickly, casting aside the voices of the people outside for the moment, establishing a warm, safe, and self-sufficient fortress within the cramped space, a stark contrast to the despair beyond the door. The chaotic atmosphere in the living room came to a halt after Jiang Ye departed. Jiang Huihui, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "How dare she leave and go to that small room?" Jiang Jiangguo ceased his lamentations, worrying. Why has she gone to that small room again? There isn't even an air conditioner in there. Seeing Jiang Ye leave, Zhang Meiwan began to play the role of the dutiful wife, reheating leftover dishes and preparing a thin rice porridge. During this time, she swiftly and discreetly transferred and concealed most of the family's food supplies, meat dumplings, wilted vegetables, better parts of eggs, flour, noodles, etc. As the meager dinner was served, Zhang Meiwan deliberately sighed. There really isn't anything decent left at home. She successfully implanted a sense of despair regarding the depletion of food supplies into the dazed Jiang Jiangguo. Jiang Huihui complained incessantly, while Jiang Jiangguo numbly swallowed his food. Jiang Jiangguo's murky gaze inadvertently drifted toward the tightly shut small door. He stared at the mottled wood grain of the door, swallowing hard. When Jiang Ye had entered, the ice from her raincoat had crunched against the floor, making a delicate sound. As she removed her hood, snow clung to the strands of hair at her forehead, yet her gaze shone with an icy brilliance as she retorted, "What? Don't you recognize me?" That sharpness felt more vivid than ever before, yet he could see the weariness that lay beneath it. His frail fingers unconsciously clenched the chopsticks, the bamboo digging into his palm, before he loosened his grip. Ultimately, the swell of paternal love, bloated with guilt, and the thought that he could not let his own daughter go hungry pierced through his numb shell like a fine needle. Trembling, he set down his nearly untouched bowl of porridge, his fingertip knocking over the empty bowl beside it with a soft clink, startling him into retracting his hand. Regaining his composure, he carefully picked up the bowl again, cautiously scooping a small half-bowl of porridge, the surface rippling like his unsettled heart. He cradled the steaming bowl, hunching his back, each step feeling as though his legs were laden with lead, knees creaking with every movement. As he approached the door, the air felt thick, and he recalled when Yia was little, running to him with a piece of candy, her sweet voice calling, "Dad, this is for you."
Now.
He needed all of his remaining courage just to deliver a bowl of porridge. Zhang Meiwan's peripheral vision remained fixed on him. From the moment he reached for the bowl, her hand, hidden beneath the table, slowly curled, her knuckles pressing against her thigh, leaving deep white imprints. When she saw him walking toward the door with the porridge, her poorly painted nails dug into her palm, though her face remained inscrutable. Just as he raised his hand to knock, she moved. "Jiangguo." Her voice was soft as melting snow, tinged with just the right amount of urgency. She approached quickly, grasping Jiang Zhengwo's suspended hand, a mere inch from the door. At her touch, the little courage he had mustered dissipated like a deflated balloon, leaving him frozen in place. He turned to her, bewildered, and found himself caught in the worried gaze of Zhang Meiwan. She gazed at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her tone laced with a hint of reproach, yet tinged with affection. Her hand trembled so. What if the hot soup spilled and scalded the child? Yaya had just returned. Utterly exhausted, perhaps she had just fallen asleep. Knocking at this hour would surely disturb her sweet dreams. As she spoke, she deftly positioned her body to shield Jiang Zhengwo's view of the door, subtly applying pressure to his hand holding the bowl, unequivocally guiding it back. Her voice carried an air of moral authority mingled with gentle admonition. If you go knocking on the door with this bowl of congee, are you not deliberately waking her? Let her rest. Recovering her strength is of utmost importance. What she needs now is rest, not this meager food. Moreover, Zhang Meijuan's tone shifted. Becoming warm and full of hope, this leftover food lacks flavor. Ye surely has no appetite right now. Tomorrow, she pronounced the word with exquisite clarity and resonance, as if making a solemn promise. When dawn breaks, perhaps the snow will lighten. Or when Yaya awakens, refreshed and rejuvenated, I shall prepare her a fresh, warm meal. I assure you, it will be 100 times better than this. Now, let us not disturb her. Allow her to sleep peacefully, shall we? Her words, like honey-coated poison, sounded as though they were spoken solely for Jiang Yaya's benefit, expressing concern for her fatigue, fear of waking her, and worry that she might not have the appetite for cold food, while also promising better fare for the morrow. This display of thoughtfulness successfully dismantled Jiang Zhengwo's already fragile resolve. He gazed at his wife's face, etched with concern, listened to her rational arrangement, and looked down at the bowl of congee in his hand, realizing it might truly awaken their daughter. In that moment, his feeble thoughts vanished like smoke. He murmured a few words, ultimately succumbing with a deep, resigned sigh, his shoulders slumping as if he were a deflated balloon. A glimmer of cold triumph flickered in Zhang Meijuan's eyes, yet her movements remained effortlessly fluid. She gently took the bowl from Jiang Zhengwo's feeble grasp as if it were an unnecessary item. The moment she turned towards the dining table, her expression of tenderness vanished, replaced by unmasked disdain and coldness. Without a glance, she casually poured the congee back into the pot with a splash, the action as nonchalant as discarding dishwater. Inside the small room, Jiang Yaya was half kneeling on the floor, a glass cutter in hand, meticulously carving a neat circular hole in the corner of the window. A small puppy lay on the corner of her freshly laid electric blanket, watching her with curiosity. The temperature within the room, thanks to the efforts of the heater, was now a stark contrast to the chill of the living room. No mental energy was wasted. The drama unfolding in the living room regarding half a bowl of rice soup seeped through the door, filling her ears with her father's clumsy, humble offerings, her stepmother's slick yet hypocritical concern, the exaggerated emphasis on tomorrow, and finally, the sound of that heartfelt bowl being discarded back into the pot like refuse. Jiang Yaya's hand, holding the glass cutter, did not falter as she completed the incision with precision. She picked up the metal chimney interface prepared nearby, measuring it against the cut hole. Meanwhile, a sardonic thought crossed her mind. Tomorrow? Ha! She silently scoffed, a faint, cold curve at the corners of her lips. Fresh and warm? Zhang Meiwan, your promises are truly stale. Her mental acuity clearly perceived Zhang Meijuan's hidden stash of food. The woman's shadowy intentions were laid bare before her. How astonishing that she could perform such heartfelt concern while being so stingy with even a small bit of porridge. Pretentious. She reaffirmed her assessment of the performance outside the door. That old fool continued to be useless, both trembling in fear over something less valuable than her pet's food. One acting timidly, and the other pretending to be deeply caring. How utterly tedious. She refocused her attention, carefully fitting the chimney interface into the glass hole, beginning to meticulously secure the edges with specialized sealing putty. Finally, after securing the chimney interface, Jiang Yaya stood up, brushing the putty from her hands and surveying the neatly organized supplies in her space. Suddenly, she recalled having sensed a shadow in the kitchen moments ago. Perhaps someone was hiding something? A low chuckle escaped her. No need to guess, it must be that selfish Zhang Meiwan. Noticing the dwindling food supply and wanting to stash it away, ever the epitome of selfishness. An idea sparked in her mind, and though her voice was soft, It was just loud enough to penetrate the thin door and reach the living room, not a deliberate call but rather a casual remark to her puppy. Little pup. Isn't it amusing? She hides the good food, yet gnaws on thin porridge, all the while promising to heat something fresh for you tomorrow. The little puppy tilted its head and whimpered softly. She reached into her space for a vacuum-packed sausage, the sound of tearing echoing crisply in the silence. Deliberately slowing her motions, she tore the sausage into small pieces to feed the puppy, her voice rising casually in pitch. We are more genuine, with meat to eat. We do not paint empty promises. Look at this sausage, far fresher than what someone hides away. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yeye noted the sudden silence outside the door. A slight smile gracing her lips as she turned to continue adjusting the firewood stove. Striking a match, she struck it against the box, the orange flame licking the kindling and creating a soft crackling sound. She added a piece of pine wood to the stove, the fragrant aroma of burning pine mingling with the warmth of the room. She spoke softly to the flames. Isn't it warm? Much more comfortable than listening to certain performances. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to rage even more fiercely, and faintly, the sound of metal clashing from the direction of the third-floor entrance could be heard. The two officers sheltering at Zhang Hao's home were adjusting their walkie-talkies against the door, their frozen fingers clanging against the metal doorknob, the crackling noise mingling with their chattering teeth. Even through the glass, one could feel the bone-chilling cold. Chapter 62. A small fortress. Jiang Jiangguo realized Jiang Yeye had not rested, her words laced with sharpness akin to ice picks, the implication clear, ostensibly referring to the dog. Yet each word pierced through to Zhang Meiwan. Instantly, something within him felt as if it had been violently struck, both sore and numb. He abruptly turned to Zhang Meiwan, whose lips bore an unmistakable smirk, a needle that punctured the fog that had enveloped his heart for years. Had he been foolish all this time? If Meiwan had ever uttered a word of concern, he had been enchanted, believing her every time, aiding her in harming his own daughter. His fingers trembled, tightening around the chopsticks, only to release them with a snap, the bamboo chopsticks rolling across the table. He sat back down at the dining table, his back now even more hunched, as if all his bones had been suddenly extracted. Zhang Meiwan remained oblivious to his sudden collapse. Mistakenly believing she had him under her thumb, her small triumph was evident. Even her movements while drinking congee seemed light and buoyant. Yet, as her tongue touched the few hard grains left at the bottom of the bowl, she suddenly felt discomfort, as if she had swallowed sand. Jiang Yeye's words stung her neck with a prickling sensation. How did that girl know about the hidden food? Had she caught a glimpse while changing clothes? Or had Jiang Jiangguo carelessly let it slip? As the thought swirled in her mind, she forcefully extinguished it. So what if she knew? Could she possibly burst in and snatch it away? Her hiding places were secure. That girl, just settling in, would not be able to find anything in this house. Yet, her bravado faltered. Where did that girl find her confidence? How had she become so bold? It had not been this way before. Now, she dared to openly expose her. Calculating that she would not dare confront her directly, the spoon in her hand scraped against the bottom of the bowl, producing a delicate sound, slowing for a moment. Zhang Meijuan's gaze flicked towards the small room's door, a surge of anger rising within her. No matter how she knew, once the snow ceased and the skies cleared, she would see how long that confidence would last. In the end, would she not have to obediently leave? Jiang Huihui observed the scene, pursing her lips, continuing to poke at the unpalatable food in her bowl, entirely unaware or indifferent to her father's meager favoritism and her mother's theatrical concern. An unyielding wall of ice stood silently, both inside and outside the door. In the biting cold wind, the promise of tomorrow appeared starkly pale and distant. After completing the final sealing of the chimney, Jiang Yeye straightened up with satisfaction. The little puppy immediately approached her, affectionately nudging her pant leg with its damp nose, its glistening eyes sparkling with a newfound vibrancy, as if to say, "You're amazing, master." Observing its antics, she couldn't help but chuckle. Humph, silly creature. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll be well fed and warm. You ought to be sensible. At the same time, a small dish of room-temperature spring water and a piece of torn ham emerged on the ground. The puppy, seeing this, let out a joyful whine and eagerly dove into its meal, its tail wagging furiously, though its expression now held an added glimmer of expectation and affection. Outside, the wind and snow battered the newly adorned chimney, producing a dull thumping sound, mingling with faint conversations from the third floor, likely Zhang Hao passing something to the police. Jiang Ye traced her fingertips across the glass, her breath instantly crystallizing into frost. The young officers must still be lurking in the hallway. They were diligent in their duties. But alas, in this weather, it would be quite challenging for them to apprehend me. The thin porridge in the living room had long since cooled, and the rustling sounds of Zhang Meiwan and Jiang Hui tidying up the dishes were akin to fine sand scraping across ice, grating on the ears. Jiang Zhangwo's dejected sigh was nearly swallowed by the wind and snow. The old man must have curled up in his rocking chair again, lamenting, "What a useless bunch. If you weren't my only kin, I might have thrown you all out by now, just to witness your regret. Let's see how you fare when your so-called family runs out of food, treating you, the good-natured elder, in this manner." She averted her gaze, her fingertips pinching the warm pack she had retrieved from her spatial realm, and felt its lingering warmth. In comparison to the scheming breaths outside, the vitality of the black earth within her space was far more deserving of her attention. Her spirit delved into that unique area of soil, now upgraded and glimmering with a lustrous black sheen. Amidst the days of fleeing and fatigue, she had scarcely had the time to appreciate this enhanced land. And this time, she resolved to tend to this precious planting zone thoroughly. As her thoughts turned, an array of overly succulent vegetables, almost dripping with juice, such as bok choy, lettuce, vibrant red tomatoes, and luscious strawberries, were plucked by an invisible hand and promptly transferred into the spacious preservation area of her space. The preservation zone's properties rendered them instantly motionless, perfectly locking in their freshly harvested tenderness and juiciness. Gazing at the pile of verdant and scarlet produce, exuding pure vitality, Jiang Ye felt a surge of joy. This was indeed an invaluable treasure in a world ravaged by chaos. The unoccupied black earth could not be wasted. She took out various vegetable seeds, cucumbers, green beans, carrots, and spinach, with her spirit acting as the most precise of sowing machines, evenly scattering the seeds into the soft, fertile soil, which seemed to harbor boundless life. After this, she produced a small spray bottle filled with spring water and carefully watered the land. The moment the spring water seeped into the black soil, she distinctly felt the seeds' jubilant life pulses being activated and accelerated. With a tinge of curiosity and anticipation, she retrieved a plump apple seed and a few grape seeds. Would fruit trees thrive in this magical black earth? She buried the apple seed in the newly expanded planting area and placed the grape seeds beneath the reserved trellis, watering them with the precious spring water. Miraculously, under the dual influence of the black earth and spring water, the apple seed and grape seeds began to transform at a speed visible to the naked eye. The seed coats cracked open, and tender green shoots defiantly broke through the soil, stretching upward with exuberance. Although it would be a long journey until they grew into towering trees, the unprecedented rate of germination filled Jiang Ye with delight. Who would ever complain about an abundance of food? She gazed at the now vibrant planting area, which even boasted a few additional saplings, a smile gracing her lips. While the vast quantities of fruits and vegetables stored in the preservation zone could remain fresh indefinitely, nothing compared to the freshness and intrigue of those grown in this miraculous black earth, brimming with potential. This was the true essence of sustainable security. Having completed these tasks, she stepped out of her space just as her stomach audibly protested with hunger. Without hesitation, she retrieved a steaming hot meat bun and a bowl of thick, fragrant pumpkin millet porridge. The bun's skin was snow-white and fluffy, glistening with oil. A single bite released a burst of savory juice. The warm pumpkin porridge was sweet and creamy, sliding down her throat and warming her to the core. The little puppy had finished its ham and was licking the plate with lingering satisfaction. Seeing her enjoy her meal, it shuffled over, its dark eyes eagerly fixated on the bun in Jiang Ye's hand, emitting a soft, intentional whine filled with longing and gently pawing at her pant leg. Utterly adorable in its begging for food, Jiang Ye laughed at its antics. "You little glutton, I can't afford to feed you. You're not much use either," she said, though her hands were already tearing off a small piece of bun skin without filling to offer. "Here, you little rascal, try this. You can't have the meat filling. It's too salty. You must grow up quickly. I can't waste resources on a useless pup." This sentiment was also directed at herself. If Jiang Jiangguo continued to be so spineless in dealing with Zhang Meiwan and the others, failing to see clearly, she would not intervene and let him face the fate he deserved. The puppy's eyes brightened as it carefully took the bun skin, scampering off to happily gnaw on it, its tail wagging like a fan. As it munched, it occasionally looked up at Jiang Ye, its eyes brimming with pure joy, attachment, and a hint of understanding. It seemed to fully grasp the difference between tasting a treat and being told the meat filling was off-limits. Seeing the puppy's demeanor, Jiang Ye thought, you see, even a dog knows how to show gratitude, yet some people might not even measure up to a dog. The door of the small cabin separated the cold and despair from the warm fortress Jiang Ye had meticulously built, now imbued with an added sense of tranquility. Watching the little puppy contentedly finish the bunskin, then licking its meat-scented paws, before finally curling up in a corner of the warm electric blanket, her eyelids began to droop. Jiang Ye, too, felt a deep weariness wash over her. The joy of her spatial cultivation and the satisfaction of her meals swiftly replaced by overwhelming fatigue. Outside, the sky had grown thoroughly dark, and the wind and snow seemed to intensify, rattling the windows with a mournful sound. It's time to rest, she murmured softly. Her spirit swept through the space, conjuring a moderately sized, rounded granite stone that appeared behind the door. She securely propped it beneath the door hinge. This door opened inward, and this stone would serve as an additional physical barrier, making it even more challenging for anyone outside to force their way in. Having completed this, she felt a greater sense of security. She checked the firewood stove, ensuring proper ventilation, ignited it with dry grass, and added some coal to keep it well compressed, skills she had learned during those years when her grandfather sent her to stay with her uncle in the countryside. She also set the electric heater to a stable temperature. The power was unstable, but having some was better than none. Finally, she spread out thick bedding and lay down on the warm electric blanket. The little puppy sensed her movements, sleepily shuffled over, nestled against her leg, finding the coziest position, and let out a satisfied sigh. Jiang Ye felt the little creature's warmth beside her and muttered, "You only know how to enjoy life. Eat your fill and then sleep." Soon, she too sank into a deep slumber, their bodies rising and falling in rhythm with their breaths. Warmth, security, and satiety enveloped them in this small fortress. As her consciousness gradually blurred, the occasional crackle of the fire, the low hum of the electric heater, and the soft snores of the puppy formed the most comforting white noise. The howling wind and snow outside, along with the suffocating presence of family, seemed to be isolated in another realm. In the living room, the stifling dinner had finally concluded. Jiang Jiangguo moved towards his and Zhang Meijuan's room like a puppet stripped of its soul, his heavy footsteps reflecting despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Meijuan remained rooted in place.
Lau Ziang,
she said, her voice deliberately laced with fatigue and concern. "You look unwell. You should rest and gather your thoughts." Hui Hui was quite shaken today, she continued. Pulling her visibly impatient daughter Jiang Hui closer, she insisted on my company. Otherwise, she couldn't sleep. "I'll stay in her room tonight to keep an eye on her." Jiang Jiangguo didn't even glance back, merely muttering a vague acknowledgement before disappearing into the dark bedroom. At this moment, perhaps all he sought was a fleeting numbness and escape. Jiang Hui, held by her mother, bore no trace of the anxiety she had feigned at the dinner table. Instead, she radiated a sense of entitlement and favoritism. She tightened her grip on Zhang Meijuan's arm, and the two exchanged a knowing glance before hastily making their way to her room. Once inside, Zhang Meijuan shut the door with a decisive click, locking it with a firm sound. Separated from the outside world, the facade of the nurturing mother she had carefully painted began to peel away, revealing a shrewd, selfish, and panicked core beneath. "Quickly, you must be hungry." That meager portion from earlier was hardly sufficient. Zhang Meijuan whispered urgently, her movements quickened. She rushed to the bedside, lifting Jiang Hui's pillow to magically produce 2 fragrant sausages and a packet of biscuits, along with a small bag of pork floss from the ample pockets of her nightgown. "Let us fill our stomachs. With this dreadful weather, who knows what tomorrow holds?" Meanwhile, at Zhang Hao's residence, the police officers were in a state of frantic anxiety, having been unable to reach their superiors amidst the unresponsive silence of their communications. Officer Li warmed his numb hands against his mouth, his knuckles white from gripping the radio. This was the 3rd attempt to contact the precinct, but only silence greeted him, while the 2 officers dispatched to investigate their surroundings seemed to have vanished into the deep snow without a trace. In this ghastly weather, the young officer rubbed his arms anxiously. "If we wait any longer, we won't be able to apprehend anyone. We might freeze to death ourselves." Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been huddled in the corner smoking, abruptly extinguished his cigarette, the ash bouncing off the icy floor as he cast a brooding glance out the window. "Officer Li, we can't afford to wait any longer. That woman is cunning. If we don't act soon, she might slip away through a window. Have you forgotten our past failures? Each time, we were just a step away, only for her to evade capture. Officer Lee raised an eyebrow. The memory of their previous near misses prickling his taut nerves. The unusual blizzard, the missing superiors, and the inexplicable disappearance of leads weighed heavily on his mind. He glanced at the digital clock on the wall, its dim green glow indicating that it was nearly midnight. Let us complete our task and return home, he muttered through clenched teeth, tucking the radio back into his belt. Let us move. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of the same building, in Jiang Huihui's bedroom, the warm air from the heater continued to circulate, unable to dispel the atmosphere of selfishness and calculation. Jiang Huihui's eyes lit up upon seeing the sausages that Zhang Meiwan had pulled from beneath the pillow. The fabricated grievances from the dinner table vanished in an instant. She eagerly snatched the sausage, skillfully tearing open the packaging and taking a generous bite, savoring it with muffled complaints. I'm starving. Dad is truly muddled. He can't even take care of himself, yet still thinks of delivering food to that jinx. She munched while nudging her slippers with her toes, feigning a victimized demeanor. Be quiet. The walls have ears. Zhang Meiwan shot her a warning glance, straining to listen for any sounds from outside. Only the wind and snow persisted, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She tore off a piece of biscuit and chewed it slowly, her gaze scanning the room like a searchlight, ensuring their possessions were secure. Your father is simply out of sorts. He was intimidated by that girl-less behavior today. A bowl of rice soup? Humph. I deconsider it bad luck. Give her our food? She doesn't deserve it. She swallowed the dry biscuit, her eyes betraying raw calculation and fear. This snowstorm was ominous. Who knew when it would cease? Who could tell what chaos awaited outside? Their survival hinged on their meager resources. That girl was capable. She could fend for herself. Let her freeze or starve. It would be a relief. As she spoke, she squatted down, laboriously dragging an old travel bag from beneath Jiang Huihui's bed. Unzipping it revealed a treasure trove. Packets of noodles, vacuum-sealed chicken legs, even several neatly wrapped instant noodles and chocolate bars. She gingerly pulled out a packet of noodles, examined it, then stuffed it back inside, pushing the bag back beneath the bed and kicking it to ensure it was well hidden. See? Everything is here. Remember this. Zhang Meiwan pointed to the bulging travel bag, her gaze filled with the intensity of survival instincts. Hui, listen carefully. These supplies are our lifeline. Your useless father and that woman outside are not to touch a single thing. Keep your mouth shut. If a single word escapes, we might as well prepare to starve together. Jiang Huihui, with her mouth full of succulent sausage, nodded vigorously, her eyes reflecting both greed for the food and approval of her mother's foresight. Don't worry, Mom. I understand. I won't tell anyone. She ate hastily, a smear of grease at the corner of her mouth. Yes, that's right. Zhang Meiwan observed her daughter relish the food, a rare moment of genuine relaxation gracing her features, albeit rooted in extreme selfishness and coldness towards others. Feeling a little something in her stomach, the gnawing anxiety momentarily subsided. Eat slowly, don't choke. Tonight, let us huddle together. It'll be warmer. The mother and daughter squeezed onto Jiang Huihui's bed. As Zhang Meiwan lay down, she adjusted her position to feel the reassuring presence of the travel bag beneath her, as if that alone could bring her peace. Jiang Huihui, content, licked her fingers, quickly succumbing to sleep amidst the fullness of food and warmth from the heater, while Zhang Meiwan lay awake, listening to the increasingly fierce howling of the wind and snow outside, tightening her grip on the blanket as fresh waves of panic about the future coiled around her heart. Jiang Jiangguo lay alone on the cold bed in the master bedroom, feeling as if his blood was freezing. The hum of the air conditioner was merely a noise. He pulled the blanket tighter around himself, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. Each time the power flickered and the air conditioner came to a halt, an icy chill threatened to entomb him alive. He curled into a ball, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his consciousness oscillating between the numbness of cold and the agony of awareness. His worries for his daughter, fears for the future, and the complex emotions surrounding Jiang Ye's door amplified in the frigid night, gnawing at what little remained of his soul. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao held a flashlight, trailing behind, the beams swaying heavily in the dim corridor. The wind and snow rushed through the window cracks, swirling with snowflakes that fell like confetti onto the floor. He remained silent, steadfastly directing the beam towards the 5th floor, his steps half a pace quicker than Officer Lee's, as if silently leading the way while urging forward. This dilapidated building was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Officer Lee cursed under his breath, stamping his numb feet. Xiao Wang gripped that wrench tightly. Don't tremble at the door. We are executing our duties. Does she dare to resist arrest? The young officer Xiao Wang swallowed hard, his voice quivering. Captain, I just feel this weather is too ominous. Breaking into a private residence in the dead of night. What if? Beside him, Xiao Zhao rubbed his frostbitten ears. His voice slightly steadier but still hesitant. Yes, Captain, the radio hasn't received any signal yet. What if something really happens? We won't be able to call for backup. He glanced deeper into the corridor, the howling wind and snow seeping in sounded eerily like someone weeping, lending an unsettling atmosphere. What if what? Officer Lee shot them a glare. After letting her slip away a few times, this time they had the wrench. If they apprehended her, their superiors would surely commend them. What can a mere girl do? As they approached the 4th floor, Zhang Hao suddenly halted, shining his flashlight through the crack of the 5th floor door, where a faint glimmer of light was discernible. He turned to Officer Lee. It's just ahead. Xiao Wang jumped at his sudden voice, while Xiao Zhao discreetly tugged at Xiao Wang's arm, whispering, Don't you think he seems even more anxious than us? His eyes held an indescribable awkwardness. Officer Lee ignored their murmurs, fixating on that faint light, gritting his teeth. We're almost there. Xiao Wang, Xiao Zhao, follow me. Zhang Hao, watching them rush forward, felt a surge of satisfaction. Jiang Ye, let us see how you escape this time. 3 officers, 1 T be able to handle you? Chapter 64. Planning an ambush? Not a chance. Just as the officer's hands were about to touch the door, Jiang Ye abruptly opened her eyes. Silently, she moved to the living room, her mental energy enveloping her vision like a gossamer veil, penetrating through the door to peer into the darkness. Several indistinct shadows were stealthily gathered around the door lock, their belongings glinting coldly in the wind and snow, indicating that their intentions were far from benign. The little mouse was rather impatient. She let out a derisive snicker, her thoughts shifting slightly as a smooth, massive stone fell silently behind the door, bracing it firmly. She smirked. With that stone's weight, not even a bulldozer could pry the door open. The commotion outside continued, as if someone was straining against the door. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Jiang Ye's eyes, and with a flick of her mental energy, a basin of sludge she had retrieved from Qian, whose lair cascaded down from above the heads of the intruders. Just as they were gathering their strength to break down the door, the sludge splattered down, icy and foul, mixing with shards of ice that seeped into their collars, causing a chorus of muffled groans in the darkness. But that was not the end. She retrieved an electric baton from her space, grinning mischievously as she pressed it against the doorknob, turning it to the highest setting. In the next moment, a few short, terrified screams erupted from outside, mingled with the sound of something hitting the ground. Clearly, someone had touched the doorknob. Her mental energy swept across the scene, and the shadows outside staggered, retreating down the stairs. In the corridor, the frigid wind at -30 degrees pierced through to their bones. Officer Lee wiped the sludge from his face. The foul mud mixed with snow foam freezing on his cheekbones, causing him to grimace. Damn it, that girl is playing dirty, he shouted, his voice echoing in the empty corridor, only to be swallowed by the wind and snow. Xiao Wang and Xiao Zhao fared even worse. Their wrists, struck by the electric baton, throbbed with pain, and their soaked sleeves had frozen into icy shells, clinging to their skin like iron bracelets. Captain, the wrench is gone. Xiao Wang trembled as he searched his body, realizing in the chaos, the wrench had vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to him, as they staggered back to the 4th floor, Jiang Ye's mental energy had already reached within a meter of the door, quietly claiming the wrench still coated with ice into her space. Zhang Hao stood at a distance, his face paler than the snow. He hadn't been splashed by the sludge, but the earlier screams and the sudden disappearance of the wrench had left him in a cold sweat. How dare Jiang Ye? She truly had the audacity to lay hands on the police? Even more bizarre was how the wrench had vanished into thin air. He stared at the 5th floor door, his flashlight trembling. The earlier satisfaction had transformed into dread. This woman was far more formidable than he had imagined. Retreat. We need to get downstairs. Officer Lee gritted his teeth, reaching for the radio, only to find it missing. It dawned on him with a chill. Had the girl also played tricks with the radio while they were retreating? The icy wind swept through his collar, sending shivers down his spine. The mud had formed a thin layer of ice on his clothes, Each step creaked like dragging a body of ice. Xiao Zhao suddenly gasped, pointing at his pants. "Captain, my pocket is empty. The lighter and half a pack of cigarettes I had are gone." Xiao Wang felt his pockets, his face draining of color. "My phone is gone too." The three exchanged glances, cold sweat mingling with icy water trickling down. In this -30-degree weather, without fire, communication, or tools, and without even a smoke to warm them, it felt akin to awaiting death. Officer Lee fixed his gaze on the tightly shut door on the 5th floor, a sense of fear creeping in for the first time. Who exactly lurked behind that door? Meanwhile, inside the 5th floor room, Jiang Yaya was toying with the wrench, radio, and half a pack of cigarettes she had just acquired, a smirk playing on her lips. Earlier, as they retreated to the 4th floor, just within a meter of her door, she had casually collected these discarded items. The wrench could serve as a weapon. The radio might be repaired for use, and the cigarettes could entertain her useless father. Planning to return? Next time, it wouldn't just be sludge and an electric baton. She glanced at the door, shifting a few anti-slip chains and a fire axe to the door's edge before snuggling back under the covers with her yawning puppy. Jiang Yaya chuckled softly, retracting the massive stone behind the door and adding 2 more electric batons to the doorknob, connecting the wires. This time, anyone who dared to touch it would surely receive a surprise. Upon returning to her little room, she glanced at the master bedroom and Jiang Hui's room. The lights were still on. Quite clever, they had heard the commotion and stayed still. She inwardly laughed, thinking it was for the best. It kept her secret safe. At the same time, she looked at Jiang Zhengwo's bedroom, still as useless as ever. After a moment of mocking, she returned to her little room, cradling the puppy and drifting back to sleep. In the latter half of the night, the air conditioning completely broke down. The room was as cold as an ice cellar, and the breath she exhaled crystallized into frost on the blanket. Zhang Meiwan was awakened by the cold, her chattering teeth echoing sharply in the silence. Beside her, Jiang Hui curled up, whining, "Mom, I'm cold and hungry. The little food I stole last night has long been consumed by this bitter chill." Zhang Meiwan gritted her teeth and sat up, her frostbitten fingers fumbling under the pillow until they found a hard piece of biscuit. After a moment's hesitation, she shoved it back under the pillow. Listening to her daughter's moans, she steeled herself. "Get up. Let us make something warm." Upon exiting, she unexpectedly discovered 2 odd sticks propping the doorknob in the living room, recalling the strange sounds from last night, and fear gripped her, rendering her mute. The only thing she heard was a scream, followed by silence. It must have been that wretched girl causing trouble. No matter, first, she needed to get something to eat for Hui Hui. The kitchen was even colder. The freezer held only a small bag of frozen dumplings, most of which she had hidden in the travel bag under the bed. What remained felt like a piece of her flesh being cut away. But the gas was cut off, and only the induction cooker could still function, albeit with unstable voltage, its heating coil flickering ominously. She shivered as she poured the dumplings into the pot, miserly scraping a bit of lard into the water to add some fat to the broth. The cold tap water trickled in like a thread, slowly filling the pot, the frozen dumplings sinking to the bottom. She rubbed her frostbitten hands together, straining to listen for any sounds. The master bedroom was eerily quiet. The old man had likely not yet woken. Had that little girl in her room fallen silent from hunger or frozen to death? She couldn't help but curse maliciously in her heart. Inside the master bedroom, Jiang Jiangguo was wrapped in the thickest blanket in the house, but felt no warmth. His limbs felt as if they were made of frozen wood, and even the slightest movement sent a piercing pain through him. He lay with his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. His gaze as hollow as if encased in ice. The last flicker of hope for the snow to cease had long been shattered by the howling wind outside. He had heard the noises in the corridor last night, yet he cowered beneath the covers, uncertain of the source of the disturbance. But at this moment, the chilling fear in his heart was abundantly clear. He was not afraid of the snow or the cold, but of Jiang Yaya, his own daughter, who always donned faded garments and was as silent as a shadow. She had transformed, becoming sharp-tongued and prickly like a hedgehog. What had wrought such a change in her? Previously, at the hospital, Zhang Hao had claimed that she had emptied his home and stolen a fortune from him. But wasn't that man her boyfriend? How had their relationship soured to such an extent? He appeared to be anything but a good person. The police had implicated her in a theft. While doctors spoke of her internal organs failing, fragments of these thoughts collided chaotically in his mind. Yet, what he recalled more vividly was her silence when he had rebuffed her request for money with a curt admonition that a girl should love herself. It was Zhang Meiwan handing over his salary card to Jiang Huihui for jewelry, while Yaya silently washed dishes in the kitchen. It was her complete withdrawal. The coldness in her voice, when she could barely utter the word father over the phone. That was not rebellion. He felt a tightening in his throat. His emaciated fingers gripping the blanket fiercely, knuckles turning white. That was a neglected child, her vulnerability wrapped in sharp spines. Had she sought out that man simply because he at least offered her a smile? And what had he, as her father, ever given her besides scorn and indifference? The debt of over a decade felt like a block of ice lodged in his chest, suffocating him. Finally, he mustered the strength to sit up and made his way to the living room, where he noticed the peculiar stick propped against the door. And realization dawned upon him. Those people had come to knock on his door last night. It was likely Yaya's doing. Had it not been for her, perhaps a thief would have entered their home. He pondered whether she had suffered any consequences from it, and slowly approached the entrance to her small room. Standing before the door, his hand trembled as he raised it, yearning to utter something, even if it was a belated apology or an expression of concern. Yet, his palm hovered over the door, unable to descend. Just then, Zhang Meiwan emerged from the kitchen with a plate of boiled dumplings. Immediately spotting Jiang Jianguo standing at the door, that hand suspended above the door felt like a thorn in her eye. This old fool was still fixated on that wretched girl. Suppressing her anger, she deliberately raised her voice, lacing it with feigned urgency and surprise. Jianguo, what are you doing standing there? Come eat something hot. If you don't hurry, the dumplings will be ice cold. Her voice echoed in the frigid living room, causing Jiang Jianguo's hand to freeze in place. Stunned, he looked at her, and Zhang Meiwan quickly stepped forward, pointing to the crack beneath the door. Lowering her voice but exaggerating her tone. Look. Quickly, see what that is. Chapter 65. The warmth of the stove and the fury of the snow. Jiang Jianguo's murky eyes struggled to focus on the dim light seeping through the door's crack. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling with effort. A cold wind seeped through the window gaps, stinging his cheeks. Yet the floor near the door felt slightly less frigid. A faint yet persistent warmth began to seep through the crevice, like a gentle snake, quietly caressing the chill in the living room. It was warmth. Zhang Meijuan's voice suddenly rose, her grip on the chopsticks tightening until her knuckles turned white. She immediately recalled the intermittent air conditioning unit at home and the incessantly fluctuating numbers on the electric meter. A wave of anger surged within her. Her resentment burst forth like ice shards. I wondered why she hadn't come out. It turns out she's secretly brought in something to keep warm. It must be an electric heater or a space heater. The voltage is barely keeping the air conditioner running, and there she is, locking the door and living in comfort, trying to drain the last bit of electricity from the house. Utterly selfish. After venting her frustration, she quickly switched to a tone of feigned generosity and helplessness, reaching out to grasp Jiang Jianguo's arm. Old man, stop worrying. Look how warm she is in there, 100 times more comfortable than we are. She won't starve or freeze. We should hurry back and eat. Looking after ourselves is the most important thing. Only then did Jiang Jianguo, somewhat belatedly, sniffle and realize that the warmth mixed with a faint aroma of rice was indeed no illusion. His previously anxious heart suddenly felt reassured, and he deemed his concerns somewhat excessive. Like a child whose thoughts had been exposed, he hunched his back and shuffled back to the dining table, the wooden chair scraping softly against the floor as he sat down. Inside the small room, however, a different world unfolded. The small stove crackled with orange flames, silently dancing and spreading warmth throughout every inch of the space. A small pot on the stove bubbled softly, steam swirling from the lid and condensing into tiny droplets that fell onto the stove surface, releasing the comforting aroma of rice porridge. Jiang Yaya was preparing a pot of soft, well-cooked rice porridge for herself. Her stomach was sensitive, and on such a cold morning, she craved this gentle food to soothe her insides. The surface of the porridge glistened with a thin layer of porridge oil, resembling a translucent amber, while the small dish of pickled cucumbers glistened invitingly, their salty and savory scent tantalizing the taste buds. A little puppy lay on the cotton mat by the stove, resting its front paws on the edge, its little nose sniffing the air for the scent of rice, its tail wagging softly against the floor, producing a faint rustling sound. Just as Jiang Yaya raised her wooden spoon to take a sip of porridge, the commotion outside, Zhang Meijuan's shouts and Jiang Jianguo's silence, pricked her ears like a needle. Her hand paused momentarily, and without needing to look, she knew that the old man was just about to stir when the old witch had stifled his intentions under the guise of concern. She silently scoffed, a layer of icy sarcasm glazing her eyes, yet the tight curve of her lips concealed a minuscule tremor of emotion, one even she was unaware of. She raised her voice, each word sharp as ice, penetrating the door and striking the living room. Now you're worried? Didn't you have your epiphany in the hospital? What act will you put on now? A sudden awakening of conscience? Or are you afraid that if I die, you'll lose the last shred of guilt you can cling to? In the living room, Zhang Jianguo was taken aback by her voice, only to feel a wave of relief wash over him. His daughter's voice was clear and robust, suggesting she had not suffered last night. He dismissed further thoughts, picking up his bowl and quietly resuming his meal of lukewarm porridge. Jiang Ye scooped a spoonful of porridge, blew on it and took a sip. The soft, glutinous rice slid down her throat, warming her stomach, yet she felt it was still insufficient to vent her frustration. She directed her words at the door. An electric heater? Selfishly consuming electricity. This is my home. I'll use whatever I please. Who are you to meddle here? You prattle on every day. Don't you ever tire?
Outside.
Zhang Meijuan's face turned pale with rage. Just as she was about to pound the table and retort, she caught sight of Jiang Jianguo still drinking his porridge. And it seemed he bore a hint of relief. This old fool. She forcibly swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue, cursing inwardly. Arguing with this old man is pointless. I'll wait until he regains his composure to speak. I must not provoke him too far. Seething, she plopped down at the dining table, complaining to Jiang Jianguo. Old Jiang, look at ya. How can she speak to her elders like that? Jiang Jianguo did not lift his head, simply adding a chopstick full of pickles to her bowl. Hurry and eat. It's getting colder. If we dawdle, the dumplings will freeze together. Zhang Meijuan was left speechless, her eyes wide, unable to respond, and could only poke angrily at the dumplings in her bowl. Inside the small room, Jiang Ye listened to the farce outside, raising an eyebrow. Today, the old man was surprisingly cooperative, not playing the role of the instigator as usual. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the 3 police officers who had been toyed with by Jiang Ye last night were now in a wretched state. The foul-smelling muck was frozen onto their bodies, even in their hair, making it impossible to wash off, and compounded by the biting cold, they were utterly miserable. The vehicles outside have succumbed to the cold, their engines rendered powerless. Zhang Hao still feels the lingering numbness in his arm from the electric shock he received last night. The communication devices remain silent, cutting off contact with anyone. The snowstorm rages outside, and the colleague sent to report on their work has yet to reach his destination, or may have broken down on the road. Zhang Hao gazes at the disheveled policeman, cursing inwardly. Such uselessness. 3 grown men unable to force open that wretched door. Truly, the police work is slow and cumbersome. Despite his thoughts, he dares not approach, unsure of what sort of mess Jiang Ye has created. The muck is a mystery, coming from who knows where, and in the dark. He was too focused on the lock to notice anything above. What a bizarre situation. As Zhang Hao's internal grumbling intensifies, a low cough emanates from Lin Wei beside him. She caught a chill last night, huddled under blankets on the sofa with the child, not sparing him a glance, her gaze lost in the increasingly dense snowflakes outside. Perhaps she regrets trusting Zhang Hao's empty promises, leaving her family and bringing the child to this dismal place. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye's attention is captivated by the flickering flames of the stove, the warmth caressing her cheek in a most comforting manner. She scoops up a spoonful of warm rice porridge, blowing gently before tasting. The soft, warm grains glide down her throat, soothing her slightly chilled stomach, while the salty crunch of pickled cucumber dispels some of the cold. She lowers her head for another spoonful, savoring the comforting warmth. But a chill runs through her as she recalls the complex emotions mirrored in the hunched figure outside, those feelings extinguished too soon. Still, the comfort remains. She murmurs to herself, "These people outside likely won't need my intervention. They'll tear each other apart." A new day begins amidst this standoff and tranquility. The storm continues to howl outside, schemes in motion, and the warmth seeping from the stove is ultimately isolated from the fragrant porridge. After finishing her meal, Jiang Ye tidies the clay pot and dishes, then retrieves a small bucket to address her personal needs. With a thought, the bucket vanishes into a corner of her space, waiting for the snow to lessen before she discards it. She glances at the small puppy napping on the mat, contemplating before producing a litter box from her space. Placing it in a corner of the room, with a gentle nudge of her foot against the mat, she instructs, "Little one, use this for your business from now on. Do you hear? If you dare to mess around, I'll toss you out to become a hot pot." The puppy seems to comprehend, abruptly raising its head, ears perked, barking twice before scampering to the litter box, indeed relieving itself. Jiang Ye pauses, then bursts into laughter. Oh, you really understood? Afraid of becoming stew, are you? She squats down to pet the fluffy creature, suddenly realizing she hasn't named it yet. The puppy, as if aware of her thoughts, straightens its ears even more, its dark, grape-like eyes fixed on her, its tail thumping on the ground. Jiang Ye is taken aback, then chuckles. You truly understand, huh? Afraid of being made into stew? She crouches down again to stroke the fluffy little creature, suddenly thinking it's time for a name. Let's give you a name, little one. The puppy immediately perks up its ears, appearing quite earnest. Jiang Ye, noticing its seriousness, decides to playfully tease it. Considering your plumpness and soft fur, how about Coke?
Huh?
You're just too white. Being too white isn't good. The puppy, unsure of what Coke means, sees the smile in Jiang Ye's eyes and responds joyfully with barks. Its little body wriggling as it attempts to lick her fingers. Jiang Ye, pleased with its reaction to the name, finds it delightful. Too white is not good. It must be called something else to thrive.
Haha.
After this light-hearted interlude, Jiang Ye shifts her thoughts and enters her space. The sight that greets her revitalizes her spirit. The vegetables she planted yesterday are thriving, tender green leaves stretching out, glistening with moisture. Tiny yellow flower buds have emerged atop the tomato seedlings. The fruit trees show even more remarkable change, their branches noticeably sturdier, and fresh green leaves glimmering in the virtual sunlight. At this rate, blooming and fruiting cannot be far off. The oppressive weight of recent days seems to dissipate in the face of such vitality. She strolls to the mysterious little earthen house, her gaze fixed on the tightly shut door. The copper handle's outline is faintly visible, the cold, heavy sensation from her last touch lingering on her fingertips, and the hazy cloud pattern seems to conceal some secret. When will this door finally open? She ponders. Could it be necessary to find the right antique or ancient jade to appease it? This uncertainty adds urgency to her desire to explore the outside world. Finally, she glances at the patch of black soil yet to be sown. With a flicker of thought, the dark earth begins to turn, softening as if covered by a layer of cotton. Seeds, guided by her will, are evenly buried within. Soon, the essence of water falls as fine rain, silently soaking into the soil. Although everything within her space can be manipulated with thought, sowing on a larger scale still requires effort. Jiang Ye perseveres until the last patch is filled, feeling a slight fatigue before withdrawing from her space. Inside the little house, the stove continues to emit a dry warmth. Upon seeing Jiang Ye awake, Coke joyfully rushes over, nudging her pant leg with its head, its tail wagging like a rattledrum. Earlier, it had been worried when she didn't respond to its affections, but now, with her movements, its anxious eyes finally spark with joy. Jiang Ye picks up Coke, vigorously ruffling its soft fur, sighing contentedly. Indeed, soft and adorable creatures are the best stress relievers. Raising you has been worthwhile. While she continues to play with the little creature in her arms, her gaze inadvertently drifts outside. She wipes a section of the frosted glass, revealing the tumultuous storm beyond. Yet, Jiang Ye's expression is strikingly clear. She remembers vividly from her previous life that after 2 days of this extreme cold, the blizzard will temporarily relent, the snowfall easing, visibility slightly improving, though only marginally. Should she venture out to seek antiques that might upgrade her space? Her fingers twirl gently on Coke's ear, a knowing smile gracing her lips. After all, such a moment of zero-cost acquisition is far more exhilarating than remaining indoors watching a farce unfold. The storm outside continues to howl, but those within the door have quietly mapped out their course of action for the forthcoming days. Chapter 66. The sound of chopping wood and knocking at the door the blizzard rages on, akin to a colossal white beast, imprisoning the entire world in a cold, silent cage. The warm sanctuary of the little house stands in stark contrast to the desolate ice cavern outside, resembling 2 separate universes. Jiang Ye rubs her temples, feeling a hint of fatigue. Though her gardening in the space is guided by thought, mass planting still drains her mental energy. She pours herself a bowl of refreshing spring water, a comforting warmth flowing through her limbs, significantly alleviating her weariness. Coke, nestled in her arms, gazes up with curious, glistening eyes. Jiang Ye gently sets him down and pours some spring water into his little bowl. The puppy eagerly approaches, licking attentively, its tail sweeping the floor as if to say, "My purpose seems to be relieving stress, right?" Otherwise, how could I be enjoying this sweet water and meat treats? Jiang Yeye observes the plump little ball of fur, noting its size has noticeably increased. With all this good food and drink, you're becoming quite the little ball. Aren't you? Come, let me collect some interest first. As she scoops up Coke and begins to ruffle him, her fingers sinking into the fluffy fur. She lets out a contented sigh. Relieving stress is why I keep you around. In the small bedroom outside, Zhang Meiwan and her daughter were enveloped in thick blankets. Their venomous whispers seeping through the door. That wretched girl must be hoarding something good. May she freeze to death. Each word dripped with frost. Jiang Yeye frowned, turning her back to the wall of the stove, indifferent to their malice, secretly contemplating. Who will perish first remains uncertain. Her keen senses allowed her to hear the rattling of their chattering teeth, their breaths infused with the biting cold, indicating they were dreadfully frozen, lacking the strength even to curse. The movements of Jiang Jiangguo in the living room did not escape her ears. The rustling of fabric, the muffled sighs, and the almost halted breaths as his gaze swept across the small room painted a vivid picture of his hunched silhouette, akin to a forgotten ice sculpture, shifting in place yet never daring to approach. When that heavy sigh finally fell, she twisted a piece of kindling between her fingers, coldly scoffing in her heart, a lifetime of cowardice and confusion, and even now, he remains blissfully ignorant. Her small room was, at that moment, an ark amidst this frozen hell. The space was filled with ample warm food, fresh vegetables readily available, and an inexhaustible supply of spring water. The hope of the Black Earth was on the verge of bountiful harvest. Wait, until the snow diminishes a little, I shall venture out for a zero-cost purchase. This was her most fervent desire, to discover what lay behind the door of her quaint little abode. Could there be treasures beyond imagination or miraculous powers hidden within? Such thoughts pricked at her heart like a persistent itch. And what of that Black Earth? Would it expand after its upgrade? If so, she could cultivate even more. As for the three outside, let that old man linger in his slow observations. Once they have exhausted their meager rations, and as hunger and cold, the merciless executioners, strip away their hypocritical facades, revealing the most primal and grotesque instincts of humanity. Jiang Yeye was confident that, given Zhang Meijuan's penchant for theatrical displays of deep affection, she would undoubtedly abandon Jiang Jiangguo in their dire straits. If she could endure hardship alongside the old man, she might even leave her a way out. Otherwise, however, the facade of tranquility did not endure for long. The power was entirely cut. The temperature within the room plummeted, as if an invisible giant hand had pressed it down further, rendering even breaths visible as white vapor. The air conditioning had completely failed, and the relentless cold began to seep in, the walls starting to freeze. The water pipes had turned into ice columns, ringing out when struck. The entire community suddenly resembled a vast ice coffin, eerily silent and chilling to the bone. Downstairs, the cries of children and the shouts of quarreling couples broke the stillness. It had been 3 whole days without any government assistance, all signals cut off. Panic had set in. This bizarre snowstorm showed no signs of abating, and temperatures continued to drop, now plunging below -30 degrees, making movement unbearable. In just 3 days, this drastic drop in temperature had plunged everyone into a state of fear and panic. Some attempted to venture out for supplies, but the wind and snow outside threatened to bury them alive. In a mere 3 days, the accumulated snow had overtaken the greenery, with only the tips of parked cars visible. Mom, it's so cold. The power is out. What should we do? Will we freeze to death? Jiang Huihui stammered. Zhang Meiwan had only managed to prepare half-cooked dumplings that morning. Now, with the power gone, the cold intensified, and hunger crept in with the chill. She fumbled for a piece of chocolate. Make it last. The government's rescue was unpredictable, and the snow showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Huihui quickly unwrapped the chocolate, shoving it all into her mouth. Zhang Meiwan opened her mouth to scold her for being wasteful, but swallowed her words upon seeing her daughter's desperate hunger. For the entire day, Jiang Yeye listened to the almost complete stillness in the living room, assuming the three had curled up in their cold beds, trying to combat the pervasive chill with sleep and huddling. Occasionally, she heard Jiang Huihui's muffled whimpers, interrupted by Zhang Meijuan's hushed reprimands, followed by an eerie silence. The cold gnawed at them like greedy maggots, slowly devouring their warmth and vitality. Later, she heard rustling from the small bedroom, mingled with Zhang Meijuan's low voice. Only these 2 pieces are left. There's nothing else. Followed by Jiang Hui's indistinct chewing. Jiang Jiangguo remained silent, likely having not touched a bite. On the morning of the third day, the snow outside was still thick enough to suffocate. Yet, surprisingly, it had lessened somewhat. This unexpected change astonished Jiang Ye. In her previous life, the snow would take another 2 days to relent. Indeed, this life is different. Does this mean things will be better? Perhaps this extreme cold will pass after a few months? A glimmer of hope flickered within her, only to be interrupted by the sound of creaking joints in the living room, accompanied by Jiang Jiangguo's heavy breathing as he seemed to shift from the bed. His sluggish footsteps approached the small room's door, pausing momentarily. She could even sense the cold emanating from him, colder than the storm outside. Suddenly, his breathing quickened. Jiang Ye realized he must have sensed the warmth escaping through the crack under the door, the heat from the stove. With the power out, such warmth had become a rarity. Strangely, Jiang Jiangguo exhaled a sigh of relief, as if confirming something reassuring. Then, to her surprise, he turned and walked away, the noise suggesting he had gone to the kitchen. In her mind's eye, a vague figure in the kitchen seemed to be rummaging for something. At that moment, the door to the small bedroom creaked open. Zhang Meijuan's voice, hoarse and tinged with tears, emerged. "Old Jiang, it's too cold. Hui is crying from hunger. What should we do?" The helplessness in her voice was palpable, intertwined with a clear note of urgency. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. The performance begins anew. This mother and daughter duo seemed to have consumed their fair share, while the old man had not eaten a morsel. The next instant, a loud clatter echoed in the living room, the sound of a knife falling to the ground, followed by Jiang Jiangguo's raspy shout. "Light a fire. We still have furniture. We can't just freeze and starve to death here." Jiang Ye was taken aback. This old man still possesses such tenacity. It seems he endured through the snowstorm in the past like this. A pang of acidity rose in her heart. How typical. Neglecting his own daughter, while only caring for others' children, serves him right to freeze. Immediately, there was the dull thud of a blunt knife chopping wood, resonating in her ears, mixed with the sound of splintering chairs. Zhang Meijuan's shocked exclamation pierced through. "Are you crazy? Dismantling furniture to burn?" Jiang Jiangguo's furious retort came in response. "If we don't burn it, shall we just wait to die?" She heard the tearing of fabric, the flick of a lighter igniting multiple times before finally catching flame. Thick smoke filled the air, causing Jiang Jiangguo to cough violently, shaking the atmosphere around him. Then came the sound of a window being opened. The fierce wind rushed in, carrying snowflakes that pattered on the floor. He must have stuffed the gaps with cloth. As the wind quickly lessened, leaving only the sound of his chattering teeth. After much commotion, the crackling of the flames finally stabilized, warm air beginning to seep through the door. Jiang Ye leaned closer to the stove, muttering, "Why did you wait until now?" Only realizing the need to dismantle furniture now. What a foolish endeavor. The door to the small bedroom opened, and Jiang Hui shuffled out, wrapped in blankets, her voice laced with tears. "Mom, I'm so hungry. I can't take it anymore. What should we do?" Zhang Meijuan's voice chimed in again. Jiang Ye heard Jiang Jiangguo grunt, followed by the sound of frozen meat hitting the ground. The next moment, Zhang Meijuan exclaimed loudly, "Hey, are you throwing a whole piece into the fire? That's meat to roast." Jiang Ye rolled her eyes at the scream from outside. "Deske, at least she has the sense to think of this, for now. They won to starve." Yet, a twinge of bitterness crept into her heart. Thank goodness, she has this wits about her. Better than me in my previous life. The primal and overpowering scent of meat mixed with the aroma of smoke suddenly wafted through the crack in the door, instantly filling the small room. The dog, Cola, who had been napping on the mat, abruptly lifted its head, sniffing the air, its little nose twitching, and eagerly pawed at Jiang Ye's pant leg. Jiang Ye pinched its ear, her tone sharp. "What are you sniffing for? That burnt smell outside can't possibly compare to the jerky in here. You pitiful creature." Her fingertips unconsciously tightened, nails digging into her palm as she heard Jiang Jiangguo cough and say, "It's almost done. Hui, eat first." A pang of inexplicable emotion struck her heart, and she immediately scolded herself. Eavesdropping has led to this discontent. Let them eat as they wish. Let them freeze or starve. She shifted slightly behind the door, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against the wooden grain, using her back to block the draft seeping through the door crack, as if she resented the cold wind intruding to chill the cola. Yet her ears were perked up even more. She gazed out at the dwindling snowstorm, contemplating whether to venture out, and take a look. The antique street seemed quite distant from here, along with the museum. Surely, these places held old relics. It had only been 3 days. She wondered if anyone was still trapped inside. Might there be others like herself, contemplating plundering amidst the chaos? Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the living room door.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The urgent and heavy knocking reverberated outside, startling the Kola into a yelp. Jiang Ye's heart skipped a beat as she realized that the 2 electric stun batons at the entrance seemed to have lost their charge in the frigid air. Could this be the police? Chapter 67. Breaking and Bang.
Bang! Bang!
The knocking persisted, striking the nerves of everyone like a heavy hammer, more urgent and forceful than before. Each blow carrying the weight of shattering the door, causing the snow and wind seeping through the crack to tremble. After the Kola yelped, it immediately cowered at Jiang Ye's feet, its tail tucked tightly, sniffing the door crack before whimpering and retreating behind her legs. A sudden heaviness settled in Jiang Ye's heart. The 2 electric batons at the door had previously shown no signs of current, in this frigid temperature of -30 degrees. They must have been rendered useless, akin to scrap metal. She quickly thought, this knocking was far more aggressive than when the police had come. Could it be a robbery? Surely it couldn't be happening so soon. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began. With that thought, she instinctively extended her mental energy outward to probe beyond the walls. Were they the police? In the corner of the living room, Zhang Meijuan's voice trembled with tears as she clutched Jiang Huihui tighter, shivering at the renewed knocking. Jiang Jiangguo abruptly sprang up from beside the brazier, his movements stiff, while Zhang Meijuan held her daughter tightly in fear, causing Jiang Huihui to shrink deeper into the blankets. In this world, isolated by the blizzard, where silence reigned like a tomb, any sound from the outside was akin to thunder, heralding misfortune. Jiang Jiangguo suppressed his fear, dragging his frozen body to the front door, trembling as he leaned closer to the cold peephole to look outside. 2 indistinct shapes stood 2 meters away, their outlines broader than average, as if bundled in too many layers, their movements exaggerated, and one shadow appeared to wield a long object, striking it against the door. Jiang Ye, within a 20-meter radius, found her perception unreliable these past few days. She could discern neither their genders nor their faces, but the course. A abrasive roar that penetrated the door sent her eardrums reeling. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door. We're from the building next door. We're out of food. If you know what's good for you, lend us some rice and flour. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. They were not the police. The last time the police knocked, their urgency was accompanied by an authoritative tone, unlike this greed-laden ferocity. Jiang Ye furrowed her brow, summoning a fire axe into her hand. Lend? With this attitude and tone, they are clearly intent on robbery, but how could it escalate so quickly? It's only been a few days without food. In the living room, Zhang Jiangguo's face had turned as pale as paper, staggering backward in fear. Zhang Meijuan leaned in for a glance, gasping sharply, covering her mouth tightly to stifle a scream. No, we're running out of food too. Jiang Jiangguo shouted toward the door, summoning all his strength, his voice trembling out of tune. Shut up, came the more vicious curses from outside, and with a heavy thud, the long object crashed against the door. The entire door frame shook violently, dust cascading down. I saw smoke coming from your balcony. You're roasting meat, aren't you? Hoarding food for yourselves, huh? If you don't open up, I'll smash this door and take what I want. The sticks fell again, striking with a terrifying thud. Zhang Meijuan could no longer contain herself, letting out a short, sharp scream. Old Jiang, these aren't police. They're robbers, more terrible.